Chapter 1566. For example, to enter Shimmering Moon City, a monster race cultivator only needed to pay 3 mid-rank Saint Crystals to enter, but Yang Kai had to pay 1 high-rank Saint Crystal to enter. Regarding this, Yang Kai had no complaints. After paying 2 Saint Crystals, he entered the city with Xianing Chong. The extremely spacious streets were large enough to accommodate several 4-horse carriages driving side by side. On both sides of the street, there were all kinds of shops, dazzling the eyes. From time to time, there would be human and monster race cultivator coming in and out, looking very busy. The owners of these shops were also very welcoming, trying to attract business for their shops. Along the way, Yang Kai found that most of the shops were run by human race cultivators. On the contrary, there were very few monster race cultivators. In terms of business, human race cultivators were obviously more talented than monster race cultivators. Looking around, Yang Kai's eyes gradually lit up. He found that on this monster star, there were many cultivation materials that were not available on Shadowed Star. This was a very normal thing. Every place or territory had its own unique products. Monster Star was a cultivation star dominated by the monster race. Here, the most common goods that appeared on the market were naturally monster beast body materials and monster core. When he discovered this, Yang Kai was taken aback. He had not expected that, in a monster race city, everyone was blatantly doing business with monster beast. This made him very puzzled. After all, many monster race cultivators were monster beast incarnations. Did they not have any sense of rejection? For example, in the cities of Shadowed Star, if someone sold human limbs or organs, no one would patronize them. But thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai was relieved. It was reasonable. Since monster beast business was so popular here, everyone must have become accustomed to it. What's more, not all monster race cultivators were monster beast incarnations. Even the monster beast cultivator would kill other weaker monster beast cultivators and eat their flesh, devour their monster cores, strengthen themselves. Yang Kai looked around with interest. Junior brother, there are so many high-grade materials here. Xianing Chang's eyes were shining. On Tongxian realm, she was limited by the grade of materials produced there, so she could not refine high-grade pills. But as soon as she came to Monster Star, it was like entering a huge treasure trove. The dazzling array of high-grade materials made her want to buy them all and return to refine pills. Now that she had refined the star source of stars, the prosperity and decline of Tongxian realm were closely related to her. So Xianing Chang could not wait to improve her strength. To her, concocting pills was a form of cultivation. Through concocting pills, she could increase her cultivation at a freakish speed. Unfortunately, we don't have many Saint Crystals left. Yang Kai also had a headache. Xianing Chang had taken a fancy to these materials, so did he. But most of the Saint Crystals he carried had been used up when Xianing Chang refined the star source of stars, so what was left could only be used as a backup and could not be bought in bulk. Looking at Xianing Chang's disappointed eyes, Yang Kai smiled slightly. But it doesn't matter if we buy some. The little senior sister suddenly smiled. Her eyes curved into beautiful crescents. The two immediately walked into a shop and began to check the goods, bargaining with the shop owner. Half a day later, Xianing Chang's space ring had a lot of alchemy materials. Yang Kai also had a lot of herbs in his space ring, most of which were the ones he obtained from the floating continent and the Emperor Garden. The rest were things he had purchased on Shadowed Star. If combined with the monster beast's monster core, many of the ancient pill recipes recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture could be used. Yang Kai had never been able to collect the materials needed for these ancient pill recipes, most of which required the monster beast's monster core. On Shadowed Star, powerful monster beasts were rare, so Yang Kai could not make bricks without straw. However, this monster star greatly satisfied his requirements. There were not many things here, but there were countless monster beast materials. He was already considering whether or not he should stay in this place for a while and plunder it. In addition to alchemy materials, Yang Kai also needed the monster beast soul to cultivate his blood beast and origin king grade pills to refine. However, the lack of Saint Crystals was still the biggest problem. After purchasing the materials, Yang Kai took Xianing Chang to the nearest inn and asked for a good room. Although the architectural style of Shimmering Moon City was very rough, the room Yang Kai and Xianing Chang lived in was very well maintained. Not only was the environment of the room excellent, but there were also barriers around it that could block the divine senses of others from prying into it. This could be regarded as a way to protect guests. The owner of the inn was a monster race cultivator, but he was not as overbearing as other monster race cultivators. On the contrary, this old man was very amiable and warmly received Yang Kai's senior sister and brother, which slightly changed Yang Kai's negative impression of the monster race. After arranging accommodation for Xianing Chang, Yang Kai left the inn and began to inquire about useful information in Shimmering Moon City. He did not forget that the main purpose of this trip was to take a look at the Shanqing Luo. But now, the biggest problem he faced was how to get close to Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace. After staying in Shimmering Moon City for several days, Yang Kai was at his wit's end. However, with the limited Saint crystals he had, Yang Kai was able to buy some precious monster beast materials. Young man, you seem to have something on your mind. On this day, Yang Kai was drinking and meditating in the inn when the owner of the inn came over with a smile, took the initiative to add a side dish for Yang Kai, and sat down across from him. I see you've been looking for people to inquire about the tribal master's palace these past few days. Do you have something you want to see the master? This monster race old man had an amiable look on his face and seemed to be in his 50s or 60s with a slightly stooped waist. In recent days, he had taken great care of Yang Kai, doing his best to satisfy all of his requests. Seeing the old man sit down, Yang Kai chuckled and said, I won't hide it from old sir. I was inquiring about the tribal master's palace not because I wanted to see the master. Oh? The owner of the inn looked at him with interest. Then what do you want to do? Do you know that your inquiries have attracted the attention of many people? The monster race is not very friendly to humans. I understand. Yang Kai gently nodded. When he was looking for people to inquire about the tribal lord's palace these past few days, he had indeed felt this. The monster race cultivator either ridiculed him, disdained him, or even threatened him. If it weren't for Red Moon Territory's many rules, it was likely the monster race cultivator would have attacked him. A mere human dared to inquire about the matters of the tribal master's palace. He simply didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you don't want to see the tribal master, then what do you want? The owner of the inn asked. To be honest, I have a friend who should be in the tribal master's palace. I haven't seen her for decades. The last time I saw her, we parted in a hurry. I didn't even have time to say goodbye, so I want to visit her. Yang Kai answered honestly. Friend? Woman? The owner of the inn smiled a little slyly, with an expression of I know everything on his face. Yang Kai laughed dryly. That woman likes you? The owner of the inn asked again. Old sir, you're so nosy. Yang Kai's face turned red. The old man smiled slightly and didn't dwell on this issue, instead sighing with emotion. Young man, you have good fortune. I see that the woman who came with you is also a good girl. Living in seclusion, yet there are still women out there who miss you. And this old man is envious. Changing the topic, the old man said, In fact, it's very simple to inquire about the matters of the palace. Oh, please enlighten me, old sir. Yang Kai immediately became spirited and humbly asked for advice. Every month or so, the people from the palace will go out to purchase some supplies. Our Shimmering Moon City is not too far away from the palace and can be considered quite prosperous, so we are generally regarded as their primary target. Every month, there will be people from the palace coming over. You only need to wait a few days and you will be able to see the maidservant in the palace. If you're lucky, you may be able to meet her directly. Obviously, like the first monster race cultivator Yang Kai met before, he thought that Yang Kai's friend was a maidservant in the palace. After all, humans who could enter the tribal master's palace were of such status. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although the owner of the inn misunderstood the identity of Shanqing Luo, this was not necessarily a bad idea. If he could get the maidservant to pass a message to Shanqing Luo or something, then all the problems would be solved. Thank you, old sir, for your guidance. Yang Kai happily cupped his fists. It's no matter, this old man didn't do anything, no need to thank me. Old sir. Yang Kai looked at him with a chuckle. I feel that your attitude towards humans is very different from other monster race cultivators. Don't you dislike humans? Dislike? Why would I dislike them? The owner of the inn looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Humans are very good. This old man also knew a very special human when he was young. Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of rich tenderness flash through the old man's eyes. He suddenly understood something. Forget it, I won't say anything more. Young man, enjoy your meal, this old man is old. I'll go lie down for a while. The owner of the inn suddenly seemed a little dispirited. As he spoke, he stood up. His back seemed to become even more bent. Yang Kai silently sighed. It seemed that when the owner of the inn was young, he seemed to have liked human women. A love union between different races was not something that could be easily tolerated in any place, not to mention that this was the monster star where the monster race reigned supreme. Humans had no status at all. However, it was precisely because this was not allowed that, in many places, love unions between different races would eventually lead to separation, and even the death of both parties. It was an inspiring and tragic legend. Yang Kai did not think too much about it. After drinking a few cups of wine, he returned to the side room. After exhorting Xia Ningchong, who was refining pills, he went straight to the city gate. According to the owner of the inn, the maidservants in the palace would be purchasing supplies in the next few days. Yang Kai was going to wait and see if he could find a suitable person to pass a message to Shan Qingluo. Chapter 1567. Not far from the city gate of Shimmering Moon City, there was a tea house. The location was good, just enough to see the situation of the cultivator coming in and out of the city gate. Yang Kai went out early and returned late, waiting in this tea house for several days, but did not see any maidservants from the palace appear. On this day, just as he was bored and tasting tea, there was a sudden commotion at the city gate. The cultivators who were waiting in line to enter the city parted to both sides of the road, as if they were making way for some kind of big shot. Among the crowd, there were also some shouts, and Yang Kai vaguely heard cries of, "He's here! He's here!" Did the maidservants from the palace come? Kai Yang's spirit shook as he took it for granted. The commotion at the city gate also passed to the tea house, and the cultivator who was drinking tea in the tea house also came out of the tea house and gathered on the street. After a while, the spacious street was full of people, all of them looking at the city gate. Although there were many people, it was very quiet. Yang Kai also came out of the tea house and squeezed into the crowd, looking at the city gate with a look of expectation, looking for a suitable person to explain his request and let her help him pass the message. The ground trembled slightly, and the vibration came from the distance, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were rushing here. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing that things seemed to be a little different from what he thought. After all, if it was only the maidservants of the palace going out to purchase supplies, there should not be such a big commotion. What's more, since those maidservants came out once a month, the residents and cultivator of Shimmering Moon City should not be surprised by this, so it was impossible for them to just stand around and watch. Realizing this, he was a little disappointed. It seemed that it was not the maidservants of the palace who came. However, he was very curious about who came to Shimmering Moon City and attracted the interest of so many cultivator. After a while, a majestic wolf-shaped monster beast suddenly jumped in from the outside, and on this monster beast, there was a monster cultivator that Yang Kai looked familiar to. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The demon race cultivator leisurely stepped into Shimmering Moon City. He shouted loudly and waved a long whip in his hand, driving the onlooking cultivator further away to make way for a wider street. They followed closely behind him. More than 10 wolf-shaped monster beasts of similar size appeared. Every monster beast had a monster race cultivator riding it. They consciously scattered to the sides and waited respectfully in formation. Wasn't this the demon clan team that he had questioned a few days ago? Yang Kai looked at the leading cultivator and quickly remembered. This friend, which master has graced Shimmering Moon City with his presence? Why is there such a grand display? Suddenly, an inquiring voice came from the side. Obviously, the owner of this voice was also confused and was trying to get information from others. "I don't know." The person who was asked looked outside curiously. I don't know what you're here to see. The person who asked the question immediately became unhappy. I came to take a look because I didn't know. Aren't you the same? Cough, cough. Just as everyone was puzzled and whispering to each other to find out the truth, two huge heads suddenly popped out from the city gate. These two heads had a single horn on them and were pitch black in color. Their skulls were covered with hard scales, and their eyes were like those of snakes, emitting waves of cold light that made people shudder. This is, a knowledgeable person immediately exclaimed. He could already see the origins of these two monster beasts. The two monster beasts' full appearance was soon imprinted in everyone's vision. Apart from the huge heads, these two monster beasts had a pair of wings on their backs, and their bodies were covered with dragon-like scales. Their long tails swung freely behind them, full of explosive power. Ninth Order Monster Beast, Thunder Flame Flying Lizards. Not all monster beasts had the ability to transform into human form. Some monster beasts would maintain their beast form for their entire lives. This Ninth Order Thunder Flame Flying Lizard was obviously one of them. Among the Ninth Order monster beasts, it was a famous existence. It was born proficient in controlling thunder and fire and had a violent and cruel temper. Even a Second Order origin returning realm cultivator would have to flee at the sight of it. There were not many masters who could subdue this monster beast. But now, these two Thunder Flame Flying Lizards had been reduced to pulling a carriage, with the reins tied around their necks. Following behind them, an extremely luxurious carriage slowly drove into shimmering Moon City. This carriage was extremely luxurious and beautifully decorated. As the wheels turned, a crisp tinkling sound could be heard coming from inside, pleasing to the ear. The carriage was large and had no doors or windows, only some pink curtains hanging around it. It seemed that the owner of this carriage liked to be the center of attention. There were 3 people sitting inside the carriage, but almost everyone's eyes were focused on a single person at this moment. It was a man wearing a pure white robe, sitting on a soft couch. He was handsome and dignified. He just sat there casually, but his whole body was emitting a luxurious aura, making people unconsciously feel that they were a head shorter. At first glance, they would only think that this person was very handsome, but if they looked at him a second time, they would be immersed in his eyes. His eyes were very bright, very spirited, and seemed to be exuding a strange power. Any woman who looked into his eyes would unconsciously lose herself, like a moth that saw a flickering light, and would throw herself into it without a care. On the man's lap, there was a stunning woman who was half-crouched. The man's slender and beautiful hands were gently stroking her black hair. The woman's eyes were slightly narrowed, revealing a look of extreme enjoyment, as if she was a pet that was enjoying the caress and care of its master. There was also a woman lying in the man's embrace. Her expression was similarly blurred, and her beautiful face was rosy, as if she had just been nourished by rain and dew. She was panting slightly, and her red lips emitted a captivating and beautiful light. Although he was surrounded by countless people, the man still had a smile on his face. His eyes, which were filled with an evil power, looked around without leaving a trace. Any woman who met his gaze would feel their hearts jump with joy. They could not wait to rush onto the beast carriage and accompany him, dedicating their bodies and minds to him. I know who he is. He's young Master Evil-Eyed. He's the young Lord of Thousand Eyes, Tribal Lord, Mi-Tian. Exclamations came from the crowd, revealing the noble identity of the man sitting on the carriage. Many people recognized him. The complexions of many men changed drastically as the looks in their eyes towards Mi-Tian gradually changed, becoming one of dread. This couldn't be helped. This young Master Evil-Eye's reputation on Monster Star was simply too terrible. It was rumored that there were at least 800 women who had died at his hands, if not 1,000, and none of these women were killed by him by force or by his own hands. Instead, these women had taken the initiative to offer their lives to him. It was rumored that Mi-Tian cultivated a kind of secret technique that allowed him to pluck yin to supplement yang. If he made love to a woman, no matter how outstanding they would die. Even so, there were still more women who threw themselves into Mi-Tian's arms without hesitation. The most hateful thing was that Mi-Tian, Whether it was a woman from the human race or the monster race, he would wantonly touch them. Many women had been poisoned by him in this way, so generally speaking, no matter where this Meteon went, men would not allow their women to come out and do their best to avoid meeting him. No one had heard that Meteon would come to Shimmering Moon City before, so no one had been on guard. If they had known earlier, they would have avoided him at all costs. But now, with the carriage pulled by two ninth-order monster beasts Thunderflame flying lizards, and Meteon had appeared in front of them, how could they just leave? It's over. It's over. Many cultivators looked at the lovey-dovey women around them and saw the admiration and love in their eyes towards Meteon, wishing they could rush up and tear this bastard into 1,000 pieces right now. But this was just a thought. Without even mentioning that Meteon was a third-order origin returning realm master. Few were his opponents, and the two ninth-order monster beasts pulling his carriage were not to be trifled with. What's more, Meteon also had a huge backer behind him. Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord. He was a true tyrant and origin king realm master, so which one dared to attack his son? Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord doted on his son very much, otherwise, he would not have used the Thunderflame flying lizards to pull his carriage. Yang Kai, who was standing in the crowd, also learned the identity of this guy from the exclamations and discussions of the people around him and secretly felt a little strange. Why would the young lord of Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord's family come to Red Moon territory? As far as he knew, the relationship between the 10 tribal lords of Monster Star was not very harmonious. However, Yang Kai did not think too much about it. After learning that the person who had caused such a ruckus was not the maidservant he had been waiting for, he no longer had any interest in watching the fun. He did not like the look in the eyes of this young master Evil Eyes very much. It was a kind of arrogance that seemed to say that all the women in the world belonged to him. Yang Kai wanted to turn around and leave, but after recovering, he could not help being stunned. Because the cultivator on both sides of the street were all half-kneeling on the ground, respectfully welcoming Meteon into the city. Yang Kai looked around and could not help frowning. He suddenly found that he stood out from the crowd. There were countless onlookers, and at this moment, all of them were half-kneeling on the ground. Only Yang Kai stood there alone, so of course he was particularly eye-catching. Meteon looked over at Yang Kai and raised his chin slightly. Even though he was just sitting on top of the carriage, he was still looking down on Yang Kai, his eyes filled with an oppressive aura. Bold! An angry roar came from the side as the monster race cultivator riding the wolf-shaped monster beast pulled on the reins in his hand, and his mount rushed in front of Yang Kai, waving a long whip as he reprimanded, "Still not kneeling." Saying so, he was about to whip Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to teach him a lesson. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. The monster race cultivator was startled and suddenly recognized Yang Kai's face. Wasn't this guy the human cultivator who had asked him for directions a few days ago? At that time, he felt that he was somewhat unfathomable. Chapter 1568. Thinking so in his heart, the monster race cultivator flicked his wrist slightly, and the long whip that was originally aimed at Yang Kai was deflected, causing a loud crack to ring out. He couldn't figure out Yang Kai's depths, so he didn't dare act rashly, but on the other side, he had to protect young Lord Meteon's face. After all, even so many monster race masters had to bow to Meteon, yet a trivial human was still standing here. This was contempt for Meteon and an insult to the monster race as a whole. For a time, the monster race cultivator was at a loss, not knowing what to do, turning his eyes to Meteon for help. "Human, you're quite bold. Daring not to kneel before this young lord?" Meteon smiled lightly, seemingly harmless, but anyone could hear the contempt in his words. Meteon's noble status and extraordinary strength gave him the qualifications to say such words. This human is doomed. Many cultivator had such thoughts in their hearts as they directed sympathetic looks towards Yang Kai. However, most of them were taking pleasure in Meteon's misfortune. With Yang Kai attracting Meteon's attention, this young lord evil-eyed, who had a terrible reputation, would not have any spare energy to pay attention to the beautiful women of Shimmering Moon City. Thinking so, many people felt grateful to Yang Kai and quietly pressed down the heads of the beautiful women beside them, not allowing them to fully reveal their faces. "Kneel?" Yang Kai chuckled. meeting Tion's gaze without fear. Why should I? A monster race master actually dared to boast about kneeling? Yang Kai was amused by his arrogant tone. To be honest, he didn't want to cause trouble on this monster star. If Tion had pretended not to see him, this matter would have passed and no one would have said anything. But now, conflict seemed inevitable, so Yang Kai naturally had to stand up and meet it head-on. Because you're a human, Tion sneered, his momentum still full. Human beings must kneel before this young lord. As if feeling his anger, the two thunder flame flying lizards pulling the carriage also became manic and turned their heads. All of them cast their gazes towards Yang Kai's position. Their nostrils flared and their beastly eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty and cruel light. The faces of the people around Yang Kai changed greatly and without hesitation. They scattered. None of them dared to stay with Yang Kai anymore. They were afraid that the city gate would catch fire. The fish in the moat. In an instant, with Yang Kai's position, all the cultivators within a radius of him. Only him. Kai Yang became more and more conspicuous. Human, you better not be so presumptuous on Monster Emperor Star. Otherwise, you will pay a very heavy price. Tion looked at Yang Kai indifferently, and even the two stunning women beside him glared at Yang Kai, as if Yang Kai was the most rude person in the world. Monster Star is my monster race's territory, you human, and you should obediently tuck your tail between your legs. This young lord is not a stingy person, so since this is your first offense, I can pretend I didn't see you. If you kneel, this young lord will spare your life. Tion stretched out a finger and nodded, putting on an air of arrogance. And if I don't? Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at Tion with a smile. That's not up to you. Tion coldly snorted. As soon as these words fell, the thunder flame flying lizard on the left suddenly opened its mouth wide and sent out a ball of flashing lightning towards Yang Kai with astonishing momentum. Feeling the overwhelming heat and the terrifying lethality contained in this ball of fire, many cultivators showed looks of shock. Although most of them had long heard of the terror of thunder flame flying lizards, they had never seen them with their own eyes. Today, their horizons had been broadened. No wonder it was said that even a second-order origin returning realm cultivator would flee upon seeing a thunder flame flying lizard. This ball of fire alone was not something an ordinary origin returning realm cultivator could resist. As the terrifying ball of fire approached, Yang Kai simply stood there, as if he was unaware of the danger. It wasn't until the ball of fire was right in front of him that he suddenly stretched out his hand and tried to grab it. Courting death. Many cultivator who saw this thought in their hearts. How could the attack of a thunder flame flying lizard be so easy to deal with? This little brat seemed a bit out of his mind, actually trying to resist it with his physical body. No wonder he dared to confront Tion. But what happened next shocked everyone. When Yang Kai's big hand grabbed the ball of fire, he was not directly burned to ashes as everyone had expected. Instead, the ball of fire let out a light crackling sound as it touched his hand. An extremely mysterious fluctuation of power spread out and disappeared in a flash. The terrifying ball of fire was like a deflated balloon, shrinking at an extremely fast speed before finally disappearing. Yang Kai was completely unscathed. A series of gasps rang out. Tion finally sat up straight slowly and pushed aside the woman who was half lying on his lap, a look of determination flashing across his eyes. Good. A second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Tion grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. No wonder you dared act so arrogantly. It turns out you have some skill. The moment Yang Kai attacked, he saw through Yang Kai's cultivation. A second-order origin returning realm master was not weak on Monster Emperor Star, not to mention that he was only a human. Monster Star was dominated by the monster race, and although it was rich in materials and world energy, it was rare for an origin returning realm master to emerge from the human race. Those with such aptitude had long been strangled in the cradle. It was impossible for the monster race to allow the human race to grow. They left the human race to survive in this crevice only because they fancied the various unique talents of the human race. So how could they allow the human race to have the opportunity to turn the tables? So, After realizing that Yang Kai was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, Mi Tian immediately became interested and, standing on top of the beast carriage, waved his hand and coldly snorted, "Kill him!" The two ninth-order monster beasts immediately went berserk, standing upright and opening their mouths, flames and lightning leaping from them. The city gate was in chaos as most of the cultivator hurriedly fled. Yang Kai laughed. Two beasts dare act presumptuously. With a flash of golden light, the two golden blood threads, under the control of Yang Kai, shot out like arrows towards the thunder flame flying lizards. Two pillars of fire sprayed out from the thunder flame flying lizards' mouths to meet the golden blood threads, but they were still unable to slow down the speed of the golden blood threads. The terrifying flames did not cause any damage to the golden blood threads at all. In the blink of an eye, the golden blood threads shot into the thunder flame flying lizards' mouths. In the next moment, the two ninth-order monster beasts let out a roar similar to a mournful wail as their huge bodies swayed from side to side, smashing through the nearby houses and collapsing them. The golden blood threads that had rushed into their bellies, under the control of Yang Kai, began cutting into their bodies, causing unimaginable damage. Yang Kai did not remain idle either, his figure flickering as he leapt out and soon arrived at the head of the thunder flame flying lizards, throwing a punch towards the back of its head. It seemed like a light punch, but it was impossible to tell what kind of strength it contained. However, when the fist hit the thunder flame flying lizard's head, everyone clearly saw this huge monster beast's body tremble, as if its head had been hit by a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer. First, it was forced back, then like a meteor, it smashed into the ground with a loud bang. The earth trembled. A large crater immediately appeared in the ground as the thunder flame flying lizard's head sank into it. Worthy of being a ninth-order monster beast, even with the golden blood threads wreaking havoc in its body and Yang Kai's punch to the back of its head, it still did not die. Instead, it became even more ferocious, roaring as it flapped its wide wings, trying to shake Yang Kai off of it. Turning around, Yang Kai arrived directly in front of the thunder flame flying lizard, stomped his feet on its lower jaw, and raised his hands high, stopping the thunder flame flying lizard's upper jaw from biting down. What is he doing? The onlookers were stunned as they looked at Yang Kai in shock. He assumed this posture as if he wanted to tear this ninth-order monster beast apart, but the small human body formed a strong contrast with the thunder flame flying lizard's bloody mouth. It was as if the thunder flame flying lizard could swallow this human into its stomach with just a light bite. Yang Kai's body was bent like a shrimp, his exposed muscles bulging as if they contained unimaginable strength. He and the thunder flame flying lizard were in a contest of strength. Everyone thought that Yang Kai had gone crazy. As everyone knew, in terms of strength, the demon clan was born with an unimaginable advantage, not to mention a 9th-rank demon beast like the thunder flame flying lizard. Its bite force was especially shocking to the extreme. Yang Kai took the initiative to approach the monster beast's mouth, challenging the thunder flame flying lizard's strongest and most tenacious body part. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Many people had this thought in their minds, but the result made their eyes pop out of their sockets, and the result came so quickly. Just as they began to suspect that there was something wrong with Yang Kai's mind, his body, which was originally bent like a shrimp, suddenly straightened up, as if he had a violent strength that could penetrate the entire territory of the planet. The thunder flame flying lizard's bloody mouth couldn't stop Yang Kai's body from straightening. That huge mouth displayed an extremely exaggerated angle of bouncing. The upper jaw suddenly flew up, and the lower jaw fell down. Slash! Blood filled the air, and the thunder flame flying lizard's head was split open. The muscles and tendons on the head were torn apart by a powerful force, exposing it to everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned and looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression, as if they couldn't wrap their heads around it. If someone said that Yang Kai was a monster race expert known for his strength, then the scene in front of them could be explained. But he was just a human. How could a human have such terrifying strength? Boom! The thunder flame flying lizard's huge body fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Yang Kai stood in the air, bathed in blood, with a murderous aura, like a god of death from ancient times, making people shudder. He turned his head and looked at the other thunder flame flying lizard that was rushing towards him, grinning. Although the thunder flame flying lizard didn't transform into a human, it had more or less developed spiritual intelligence. Seeing that its companion had been killed by the human in an unimaginable way, how could it dare to approach? It let out a low roar and flapped its wings violently, trying to stop its pace. Chapter 1569. But it was already too late. Yang Kai shot forward like an arrow and arrived in front of the second thunder flame flying lizard, twisted his body, and dove straight into its open mouth. The next moment, an extremely terrifying sound came from the thunder flame flying lizard's body that made one's scalp tingle. Visible to the naked eye, circles of energy ripples spread from its neck all the way down, finally disappearing at its abdomen. Kong. A large hole appeared in the thunder flame flying lizard's abdomen and Yang Kai's figure leapt out from it. The second thunder flame flying lizard fell to the ground with a loud thud, no longer breathing. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From Mi Tian ordering Yang Kai to Yang Kai killing the two thunder flame flying lizards, only 3 breaths had passed. This change happened so fast that the onlookers were unable to follow it. It wasn't until Yang Kai leapt out of the second thunder flame flying lizard's abdomen that they suddenly recovered. 2 powerful 9th order monster beasts had died just like that. Were these really thunder flame flying lizards? Could this be a weak monster beast that looked a bit like a thunder flame flying lizard? Everyone had such a thought in their hearts as they stared at Yang Kai in shock and confusion. That wild and violent fighting style dazzled everyone who saw it, and at the same time they were extremely frightened. The monster race's battles were known for their barbaric and violent nature, something they had always prided themselves on. They felt that the battles of their own race were the real battles. As for humans, they were nothing more than fancy and impractical. But this human in front of them, who had just collided with young Master Mi Tian, had perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be truly barbaric and violent in a way that was even more shocking. The audience fell silent. Even Mi Tian stared at Yang Kai solemnly. He finally realized this human seemed to be not to be trifled with. Although the 2 thunder flame flying lizards used to pull his carriage had been domesticated since childhood and had lost some of their wild nature, making them incomparable to their native monster beast brethren, they were not so easily killed by a mere second-order origin returning realm cultivator. In front of this human, the 2 monster beasts pulling his carriage were unable to put up the slightest resistance and were both killed. Mi Tian asked himself if he could do such a thing. He released his divine sense suspiciously to investigate Yang Kai and found that he was indeed a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, not hiding anything at all. Mi Tian narrowed his eyes as a wicked light flashed across them. Inexplicably, the blood in his body suddenly started to boil. Monster race cultivators were all warlike, and although Mi Tian was the young lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord, his bloodthirst and madness had not diminished because of his status. On the contrary, it was even better than the cultivator of the same race. He felt that Yang Kai would definitely be a good opponent. Perhaps it would allow him to go all out. He wanted to have a good fight. Kacha. There was a slight noise. All of a sudden, this sound spread from Mi Tian's body, almost imperceptibly spreading to every part of his body. They were all trembling in an extremely subtle manner. That was a sign of excitement. What happened? At that moment, several streaks of light flew over from afar, and before they even arrived, an angry shout rang out. Immediately, these streaks of light landed in front of the crowd, and after seeing the monster beast's corpse and the tense atmosphere in front of the city gate, they could not help being stunned. Master Ma Guna, the monster race cultivator who had been riding the wolf-shaped monster beast, rushed over and saluted respectfully. Shimmering Moon City's city lord, the monster race master Ma Guna, was naturally a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. However, although he was the city lord of Shimmering Moon City, he knew nothing about what had happened here, not even the arrival of Mi Tian. It was not that Ma Guna was not well informed, but rather that Mi Tian simply did not play by the rules. Originally, the The group of cultivators riding the wolf-shaped monster beast were only responsible for investigating Meteon's whereabouts and then reporting back. Naturally, the palace would send someone to meet him and bring him directly to the palace. How could they have known that Meteon would not allow the monster race cultivator to send a message at all? Instead, after meeting up with them, Meteon coerced them into bringing him directly to Shimmering Moon City. Obviously, Meteon also knew that he had a bad reputation and was not very popular wherever he went. So in order to prevent news of his arrival from leaking out and causing the residents of Shimmering Moon City to be prepared and hide his beautiful woman, he did not allow anyone to inform the city lord of Shimmering Moon City about his arrival. Instead, Meteon came here directly, intending to hunt for some curiosity before heading to Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace. It was a wonderful idea, but as soon as he entered the city, his authority was challenged by Yang Kai, and even the 2 Ninth Order monster beasts used to pull his carriage were killed. Young Lord Meteon? Ma Guna recognized Meteon's identity at a glance and his face could not help sinking. He did not welcome this Meteon from the bottom of his heart to stir up trouble in his city. Haha! Meteon greets Senior Ma Guna. Meteon came uninvited. I hope Senior will not take offense. Meteon smiled and cupped his fists, still as gentle and elegant as ever. His smile dazzling, infatuating countless women. What's going on here? Ma Guna's face sank as he looked at the monster race cultivator riding the wolf-shaped monster beast. Cold sweat dripped down the monster race cultivator's forehead as he knew that the city lord master was very unhappy. So he did not dare to conceal anything and quickly explained what had happened. Impudence! When he heard that Yang Kai had actually killed Meteon's carriage monster beast, Ma Guna immediately roared, his sharp eyes glaring towards Yang Kai. Although he didn't like Meteon messing around in his territory, a human daring to offend a noble of the monster race was definitely not something he could tolerate. In contrast, he didn't feel any disgust towards Meteon's unsolicited approach. However, who was this human? Being able to kill 2 Ninth Order monster beasts in such a short time, his strength was not to be underestimated. Ma Guna looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, unable to remember where such a master had appeared in the human race. Yang Kai ignored him and instead silently probed for a moment before suddenly waving his hand and summoning 2 golden lights from the corpses of the 2 thunderflame flying lizards. These 2 lights then twirled around Yang Kai's fingertips as if they were sentient. Looking at these 2 golden and red golden blood threads, Yang Kai showed a satisfied smile. He had not been able to find a suitable monster beast to condense his blood beast secret technique from, but he had not expected to pick up 2 ready-made ones here, so after the conflict with Meteon, he had not hesitated to take action. The blood beast secret technique condensed from the soul and physique of 2 Ninth Order monster beast was quite good. After Yang Kai took back the golden blood threads, the thunder flame flying lizards lying on the ground suddenly shriveled up like deflated balloons. All of their essence drained in an instant. Oh! Meteon's eyes lit up. What kind of secret technique is this? He seemed to be interested as he stared at the 2 golden blood threads between Yang Kai's fingers in amazement, not even blinking. Although he was a respected master of the monster race, Meteon was very interested in the various secret techniques of the human race. The human race was not comparable to the monster race in terms of physical strength, but when it came to creating secret techniques, the human race was far superior to the monster race. Both races had their own advantages. Meteon was well aware of this, so unlike many monster race masters, he did not reject or despise the secret techniques of the human race, nor did he consider them to be fancy and impractical. Instead, he was willing to calm down and study them. With the powerful physique of the monster race combined with the ever-changing secret techniques of the human race, Meteon believed that one day he would be able to create his own secret technique and walk further than his father, Thousand-Eyed Tribal Lord. He would stand at the top of the monster star and become the leader of the 10 tribal lords. This position had been vacant for a long time. Now, he was very interested in Yang Kai's golden blood thread secret technique. He had studied many of the human race's secret techniques, so his eyesight was quite good. At a glance, he could see that these 2 golden blood threads were extraordinary. And, after flying out of the thunder flame flying lizards, These two golden blood threads seemed to have gained sentience. Obtain it! This overbearing idea immediately flashed across Mi Tian's mind as he pointed to Yang Kai and said, "Human, hand over the thing in your hand to this young lord, and this young lord will forget what happened before." Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced at him, curled his lips into a smile, and with a thought, the two golden blood threads wrapped around his fingertips disappeared as he said concisely, "No." Mi Tian frowned and looked at him strangely for a moment before chuckling. "Human, is there something wrong with your head? Do you think that after killing this young lord's two-chariot monster beast, you can let things go so easily? Do you think you can leave Shimmering Moon City alive? If you want to live, cooperate with this young lord obediently and I can let you go. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." As he spoke, Shimmering Moon City's city lord Ma Guna and the several origin-returning realm masters around him also glared at Yang Kai, ready to teach him a lesson at any moment. When it came to his attitude towards Yang Kai, Ma Guna unconditionally stood on Mi Tian's side. As such, he glared at Yang Kai and coldly said, "Boy, don't fail to appreciate kindness. In my Shimmering Moon City, there is no place for you to act presumptuously." Presumptuous. Yang Kai squinted at him, not giving him the slightest bit of face as he shouted aggressively, "So what if I'm presumptuous? Are you going to bite me?" Arrogant. Ma Guna flew into a rage. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such an arrogant human before. Throughout Monster Star, which human did not know the immensity of heaven and earth like this boy? Even the most powerful human would have to treat the monster race with respect, let alone a city lord like him. Ma Guna glanced over at Mi Tian just as Mi Tian happened to be looking over at him. The two men's eyes met and both understood what the other was thinking. They had to join forces to kill or capture this human, otherwise the monster race would lose all face. But before they could act though, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly appeared somewhere in Shimmering Moon City. Mi Tian and Ma Guna were both third-order origin-returning realm masters, so they naturally noticed it immediately. What puzzled them though was that they were unable to determine what was causing this energy fluctuation. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he glanced in the direction of the energy fluctuation, frowned for a moment, but soon, as if thinking of something, his figure flickered and he rushed over. His speed was incredibly fast. Chapter 1570. Stop right there. Ma Guna was furious, and the moment Yang Kai moved, he fiercely threw out a punch to intercept Yang Kai's advance. With a flash of purple light, Yang Kai summoned his purple shield and easily blocked this blow. Without stopping, Yang Kai hurriedly rushed over to the other side. He had a bad feeling about this, so how could he waste time here? His figure flickered and a burst of space force erupted from his body, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ma Guna and Mi Tian were stunned on the spot. They did not see how Yang Kai had left just now. Their eyes and divine sense had clearly been locked onto him, but the other party had easily escaped. The two monster race masters couldn't help wearing dignified expressions as they exchanged a glance again before rushing towards the source of this energy. They also wanted to know what was going on over there and why such strange energy fluctuations were being emitted. Shimmering Moon City, in front of a certain inn, many cultivators had gathered. These cultivators were attracted by the strangeness of this place, both from the human race and the monster race. At this moment, all of them were standing on the street in front of the inn, pointing and whispering to one another. When Yang Kai arrived, he glanced up at the sky and showed a helpless and bitter smile. That ominous feeling of his had indeed been verified. The owner of the inn was also standing in front of the inn, his waist hunched and his hands tucked into his sleeves. Like most people, he was looking up at the sky with a complicated expression, his eyes flashing as if he was trying to discern something. When Yang Kai arrived, he immediately noticed this. Quickly waving to Yang Kai, he called out, "Young man, come here." Yang Kai glanced at him before rushing over and saying apologetically, "Old sir, I'm afraid I've caused you some trouble." The old man chuckled and shook his head. "This old man's trouble is nothing, but I'm afraid your troubles are much bigger." Saying so, he glanced faintly at City Lord Ma Guna and Mi Tian, the two monster race masters who had just arrived, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he added, "It seems that your troubles aren't limited to the one in the inn." Hee hee. Yang Kai laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. If it was only Ma Guna and Mi Tian who were targeting him, Yang Kai was not afraid at all. At most, he could just use his space secret technique and take his little senior sister away. Monster Star was so big, how could there not be a place for them to hide? Furthermore, below the Origin King realm, he was not afraid of anyone. If a fight really broke out, Yang Kai dared to turn the entire shimmering moon city upside down. But now, the phenomenon before his eyes gave him an extreme headache. After arriving here, he could tell at a glance that this strange phenomenon was caused by his little senior sister. Xianing Chang had been staying in the inn for the past few days, living in seclusion. He had been using all kinds of materials to refine elixirs to improve his cultivation. Yang Kai did not disturb her. Who would have thought that, in this kind of place, little senior sister would actually be able to concoct such an amazing pill? Yang Kai had experienced this before, so he could tell that this phenomenon was clearly a sign of a pill forming pill clouds. When he was on Rainfall Star, he had refined a fire attribute spirit pill that formed pill clouds and used it to treat Shui Yu, who had been injured by the profound in sunflower water. This scene was very similar to the one in front of him. Yang Kai had only ever produced a single spirit pill that had formed pill clouds so far. He also knew that pill clouds were something that could only be encountered by chance. Unlike pill veins, with his alchemy skills, he could more or less control the formation of pill veins. But how to make a pill form pill clouds, he had no clue at all. His little senior sister had a special physique and was a heavenly talent, so it was natural that she could reach this step. But this was Monster Star, Shimmering Moon City. Once a spirit pill appeared, it would definitely attract the attention of countless masters, especially Ma Guna and Mi Tian, who had just had a conflict with Yang Kai. They would definitely not let go of this spirit pill. Most likely, they would not let go of Xianing Chang. An alchemist who could refine pill clouds was obviously a peak heavenly talent, worthy of the title of Grandmaster. How could the monster race let go of such a heaven-defying talent? Yang Kai's eyes flashed as all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, weighing the pros and cons of this situation. It was impossible for him to stop Xianing Chang now. Alchemy was about comprehension and opportunity, and his little senior sister being able to take this step would have a great impact on her growth. Stopping her now would be tantamount to ruining her comprehension and perhaps even affect her future achievements. Yang Kai could only let her refine this spirit pill. It looks like it's going to be really troublesome. Making up his mind, Yang Kai's eyes became as sharp as the edge of a blade. Ma Guna and Mi Tian both stared at the sky in a daze. Directly above the inn, a large amount of world energy was gathering, as if attracted by something, forming a small vortex visible to the naked eye. As this vortex rotated, it absorbed even more world energy to strengthen itself. Senior Ma Guna, what is this? Is this the birth of a rare treasure? Although Mi Tian had good eyesight, he had never seen the birth of a pill cloud, so he was confused about this and could only ask the slightly older Ma Guna. Ma Guna frowned as he stared at the sky, trying to determine what was causing this phenomenon. But after hearing this question, he slowly shook his head and said, "This city lord is unable to determine. Even senior can't recognize it?" Mi Tian was surprised. The world is big and full of strange things, so it's not surprising that this city lord is unable to recognize it. And which of you can determine what caused this phenomenon? Ma Guna turned to the other Origin returning realm masters and asked. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen or heard of such a phenomenon before. Interesting. Mi Tian smiled brightly. His smile was very charming, always just enough to reveal his flawless white teeth. Combined with his somewhat devilish appearance, he was extremely attractive, causing many women who were secretly paying attention to him to be dazzled. From the looks of it, this doesn't look like someone is breaking through or cultivating a secret technique, nor does it look like a rare treasure is about to appear, so what could be the cause? If you want to know, it's very simple, just take a look and you'll understand. A second-order origin returning realm master next to Ma-gu-na shouted as he unscrupulously released his divine sense to probe the inn. But before he could extend his divine sense into the inn, he suddenly noticed a dangerous aura approaching him. The divine sense he extended out transmitted back a scalding hot aura, as if he was being burned by a raging fire. A scream rang out as this monster race master could not help retreating a few steps, clutching his head as his face turned pale. In an instant, all the cultivators' eyes turned towards Yang Kai. They all felt that it was Yang Kai who had just released his divine sense that forced back their fellow monster race master and injured him. Ma-gu-na's face was gloomy, while Mi Tian's smile was playful. This is just a warning. If anyone dares to spy on me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Kai stood in front of everyone and said in a cold voice, right now, it was a critical moment for his little senior sister's alchemy, and even he did not dare to disturb her. So how could he allow this monster race cultivator to spy on them with their divine senses? What if they interfered with Xia Ningchang's alchemy? Both of them were second-order origin returning realm cultivators, but in a battle of divine senses, the monster race cultivators seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow, causing Ma-gu-na and Mi Tian, who had attached great importance to Yang Kai, to become even more solemn. Little brat. Ma-gu-na's deep voice rang out. Are you determined to oppose my monster race? Courageous, but a little overconfident. Mi Tian chuckled lightly and said sarcastically. Yang Kai did not speak and simply stared at them coldly. No one dared to doubt Yang Kai's determination. Those monster race masters who were still a little restless and wanted to release their divine senses to spy on them could not help but put aside such thoughts at this moment as fear filled their eyes. Obviously, this human did not have a burly body comparable to the monster race, but just by standing there, he made all the monster race masters feel like they were facing a towering mountain, blocking all the wind and rain for the inn behind him. Inexplicably, while some monster race masters feared Yang Kai, they also felt a trace of admiration for him. Not every human had the courage to face the covetous eyes of so many monster race masters without batting an eyelid. Good, good, good. Little brat, you've repeatedly not put the city lord in your eyes, not even putting my monster race in your eyes, and even contradicting young Master Mi Tian. Today, this place will be your burial ground. I hope you're mentally prepared. Ma-gu-na could no longer bear it. He was already very dissatisfied with Yang Kai, and now that Yang Kai's attitude was so harsh, how could he compromise? He was only prepared to kill this human brat first. As for what mysteries were hidden in this inn, it would not be too late to investigate them later. Little brat, you're finished. Mi Tian smiled gloatingly at Yang Kai, murderous intent flashing across his eyes. He seemed to be acting free and easy, but Yang Kai had killed the 2 ninth-order monster beast he used to pull his carriage. How could he tolerate such a thing? Now, he could join forces with Ma-gu-na. All the origin-returning realm masters secretly pushed the energy in their bodies, preparing to attack Yang Kai at any time. You want to take my life? Let's see if you have the ability. Yang Kai coldly snorted as an invisible force suddenly spread out from him. All the cultivators surrounded by this force couldn't help feeling as if they had fallen into a swamp, their Saint Chi unable to circulate properly and their meridians blocked. Sure. As soon as Yang Kai released his sure, Ma-gu-na couldn't help paling. He was shocked to discover that even he was somewhat inferior to this human youth in terms of sure. How was this possible? He was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator while the other party was only a second-order. Although there was only a single minor realm difference, this minor realm should be a world of difference, so how could this boy's sure be stronger than his? The monster race cultivator had already displayed their sure to resist Yang Kai, but even so, they were still completely unable to erase the invisible force around them. Not only that, but every monster race cultivator noticed that there seemed to be some special power mixed in the sure of this human youth. This power made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and were as silent as cicadas in winter. It was as if as long as they moved, they would die on the spot in the next moment. Chapter 1571. Yang Kai's sure was mixed with his comprehension of the Tao of space, making it one of his biggest cards. Unless he was forced to use it, he would not reveal it. But the monster race masters who were enveloped by his sure could still feel the strange murderous intent radiating from it. Ma Guna's face went pale while Mi Tian's expression was equally dignified. The two monster race masters hadn't expected that Yang Kai's attainments in sure would be so deep, and thinking about the terrifying combat power and spiritual energy this human had just displayed, they didn't dare act rashly for a while. On the other hand, the innkeeper's originally drooping eyes suddenly opened and his eyes lit up as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. Immediately, he raised his head again and carefully observed the phenomenon in the sky, his nose twitching slightly. Soon, as if he had discovered something, an astonishing light flashed across his eyes. "Stop!" he shouted in a low voice. "Everyone, please remain calm." Yang Kai glanced over at him with a strange expression. Ma Guna frowned as a look of displeasure flashed across his face. He was the city lord of Shimmering Moon City, when had it been someone else's turn to point fingers at him. What's more, this old man was just an innkeeper. Sweeping the old man with his divine sense, Ma Guna found that he didn't have the slightest trace of cultivation, causing him to feel even more disgruntled. "Old man, there's no place for you to speak here, step aside," Mi Tian coldly snorted. "Ha ha!" The innkeeper didn't show the slightest fear, simply chuckling as he shot a meaningful glance towards Mi Tian. Mi Tian frowned, secretly feeling that something was wrong. Looking at the innkeeper suspiciously, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Has this young lord seen you somewhere before? Why do I feel like you're somewhat familiar?" Being able to see through such clues, worthy of Master Qian Yan's young lord, your vision is truly extraordinary, the innkeeper praised, using the tone of an elder to praise a junior. This caused Mi Tian's face to sink as he shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Ma Guna was also stunned. He had never thought that he would be the owner of an unknown inn in his city. He seemed to have a powerful background. If it weren't for his status, how could he dare speak to Mi Tian like this? Yang Kai looked at this, then looked at that, his eyes darting back and forth. Suddenly, he grinned. After being disturbed by the innkeeper, the situation changed. Everyone's attention was diverted away from him. Of course, this was something he was happy to see. However, he was also very curious about the background of this tavern owner. He clearly did not have any energy fluctuations on his body. However, being able to speak in front of Ma Guna and Mi Tian without fear was not something an ordinary monster race cultivator could achieve. The old man was still smiling faintly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, his body suddenly underwent a shocking transformation. His originally stooped waist slowly straightened, and his short body also grew taller. His dry and wrinkled skin disappeared, and in its place was a rosy and healthy complexion. The wrinkles on his face were also smoothed out. In that instant, he seemed to have become dozens of years younger. From an old man, he had become a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. Not only that, as his physique changed, his aura also underwent a drastic change. Originally, anyone who swept this old man with their divine sense would not be able to detect any energy fluctuations and would think he was a monster race cultivator who had never cultivated before. But at this moment, powerful energy fluctuations were pulsing from his body, and these fluctuations were gradually increasing until they reached the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. Compared to Ma Guna and Mi Tian, this old man was clearly stronger. Yang Kai was stunned as he stared at the innkeeper in a daze, almost unable to believe his eyes. Ma Guna and Mi Tian were also stunned, never having expected that there would be someone in this world who could hide themselves so deeply. If the innkeeper had not taken the initiative to expose himself, no one present would have been able to discover his depths. You're Master Bahi?" Ma Guna carefully looked at the face of the innkeeper again and suddenly called out in shock. After the innkeeper changed his appearance, Ma Guna immediately recognized him, his voice trembling as a look of panic appeared on his face. "What? He's Master Bahi? Can't be. Didn't you say that Sir Bahi was killed by the Lord himself? How is he still alive?" "Yes, he is Master Bahi. 200 years ago, when I went to visit the tribal master's residence with the city lord's master, I met him once. At that time, he was the first general under the tribal lord's command. TSK, how could it be Master Bahi? This is really interesting. All kinds of shouts and exclamations came from all around, and when Yang Kai heard this, his expression became strange. He could faintly see that this innkeeper's reputation was not small, as even Ma Guna had some scruples and respect towards him. Who was this guy? Why did others say that he was the first general under Red Moon Tribal Lord, and that he had been killed by Red Moon Tribal Lord? What kind of situation was this? Yang Kai was confused and couldn't figure it out. So, it's Senior Bahi. Mi Tian took a deep breath. No wonder you looked so familiar. Mi Tian greets Senior Bahi. Even though they were all third-order origin returning realm masters, Bahi's seniority was higher than any of the monster race masters present. Even though Mi Tian was the young lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord, he did not dare neglect etiquette. Haha, young Lord Mi Tian need not be so polite. You are also a rising star of my monster race and have a great chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm in the future, Bahi praised. Mi Tian smiled lightly and said confidently, Senior Bahi is mistaken. This young lord does not have a great chance, but will definitely break through. It's only a matter of time. This brat is quite arrogant. Yang Kai glanced at him and snickered in his heart. However, it was undeniable that he did have the capital to act so arrogantly. Bahi gently nodded. Good. Then I wish you all the best. Master Bahi. Ma Guna's forehead oozed some cold sweat as he glanced at this legendary figure who had disappeared for almost 200 years before turning his attention to the phenomenon in the sky and asking, What's going on here? What's going on? Bahi pondered for a moment before saying, I don't know what's going on. But for now, please don't be impatient and don't disturb what's going on inside. This old master is the owner of this inn and has a responsibility to protect the safety of the guests staying here. Please give this old master some face. And, since Master Bahi says so, we'll wait. Ma Guna nodded. In front of Bahi, he really didn't dare act presumptuously. What about this human? Mi Tian suddenly turned to Yang Kai with a sneer on his face. Senior Bahi, are you also going to protect his safety? Of course, this young man is also my guest. Bahi replied matter-of-factly. Haha, then Mi Tian will give Senior some face, but it's only limited to Senior. This human killed 2 of my monster beast pulling my carriage, so this account will be settled sooner or later. Mi Tian chuckled as he turned an aggressive look towards Yang Kai, provoking him, Human, don't let this young lord find an opportunity. Otherwise, Yang Kai curled his lips, not caring about this threat. Right now, for him, making sure no one disturbed Xia Ningchong was his top priority. Everything else was secondary. Calming down such a storm, no matter who it was something he was looking forward to. But what exactly did this Bahi want to do? Yang Kai's playful eyes swept over the owner of the inn. From the mouths of the onlookers just now, he vaguely heard some secrets and knew that this Bahi had been hiding his identity for the past 200 years, but now he suddenly took the initiative to expose his identity and even tried to protect him and Xia Ningchong. What was he trying to do? Yang Kai didn't believe that he was really just trying to protect his guests. The older he got, the wiser he became, the more noble he became. Hey, what's the smell? Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Smells so good. It seems to be the smell of a spirit pill. Has a top-grade spirit pill appeared? Could it be that this phenomenon was caused by alchemy? These words stirred up 1,000 waves as the crowd began to shout. The phenomenon caused by Xia Ningchang's spirit pill was extremely conspicuous and grand. In the early stages, not many people could distinguish it. Even masters like Ma Guna and Mi Tian, who had extensive knowledge and experience, were able to distinguish it. But as time passed and the rich medicinal fragrance began to fill the air, the secret hidden in the inn could no longer be concealed. As the fragrance continued to spread, almost everyone cast fiery gazes towards the inn. They had already identified that this fragrance was coming from this seemingly simple inn. Almost every cultivator's face showed a look of intoxication and comfort. Just smelling this medicinal fragrance was enough to make one feel enlightened. If they were to eat this pill, what effect would it have? What kind of spirit pill could produce such a fragrance and cause such a phenomenon? The eyes of many cultivator gradually became fiery and greedy. If it weren't for Bahi, Ma Guna, and the other masters standing in front of the inn, it was likely this small inn would have been crushed by the crazy flow of people. Young Lord Mitian, after determining that the phenomenon in front of them was indeed caused by alchemy, Ma Guna quietly turned to Mitian and sent him a divine sense message. That old dog Ba, he seems to want to monopolize this spirit pill. No wonder after hiding for more than 200 years, he didn't hesitate to expose his identity today. If that's the case, this spirit pill must be extraordinary, but I don't know which human alchemist is refining it. Mitian replied coldly. Then if he wants to monopolize it, that will depend on whether he has the ability. 200 years ago, he and Red Moon Tribal Lord had a very unpleasant relationship. I don't know what kind of concealment technique he used, but he was actually able to escape from Lord Red Moon's clutches. Since he has been exposed today, his good days have come to an end. I think even if we kill him, Lord Red Moon won't blame us. And good. We'll listen to young Lord Mitian, Ma Guna replied. Although he didn't like Mitian's style very much, it was undeniable that joining forces with him now was the best choice. After all, Bahi's reputation was too strong, and if he was alone, he wouldn't have the courage to oppose Bahi. As for obtaining the spirit pill, this was Shimmering Moon City, his territory, so how could Mitian compete with him? Chapter 1572. The two monster race masters secretly communicated with each other and decided to act as soon as the pill was 10% complete. No matter what, they had to obtain this spirit pill. How could a spirit pill that even a master like Bahi coveted be lacking? Perhaps the spirit pill would allow one to break through to the third order origin returning realm in one fell swoop and become an origin king. After all, Bahi had reached the third order origin returning realm more than 200 years ago, and was the one with the greatest potential to become a tribal lord on Monster Star. Just as Ma Guna and Mitian were secretly communicating with each other, Bahi glanced over at them and a faint smile appeared on his face. Young man, don't you want to go to the palace to see your old friends? Bahi suddenly sent a message to Yang Kai. Senior, and does Senior Bahi have any advice for me? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously, not knowing why the other party had suddenly brought this up. I wouldn't dare give advice, but this old master does have a way to ensure you enter the palace safely. Really? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. However, this method is a bit risky. If you believe this old master will do as he says, but if you don't, just pretend this old master didn't say anything. Haha, this junior and senior have only met by chance, so there's no need to mention whether I believe you or not. Yang Kai was not a greenhorn, so how could he easily trust someone he was not familiar with? You should have such concerns, but really, this method also carries a certain amount of risk for this old master. If you can join forces with this old master can promise. As long as I am alive, nothing will happen to you. Yang Kai frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before asking, Senior, can you explain it in detail? No problem. He was very straightforward and didn't beat around the bush, bluntly explaining his plan to Yang Kai. After Yang Kai listened, his brow furrowed. There are indeed some risks, but Senior's calculations are quite good. Once you do this, how can my senior sister and junior brother still have any freedom? So you refuse? He asked with some disappointment. No, I agreed. Senior, feel free to do as you please. Yang Kai grinned. He looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so daring. Speaking of which, he didn't have to worry about his plan failing. He could guarantee that he would be able to send Yang Kai into the Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace. And they were valued. However, this method was different for Yang Kai and the woman in the inn. It might not be a good thing. He was already mentally prepared to be rejected. Yang Kai agreed. He looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression, secretly feeling that this human was simply too fearless, his courage far too great. However, since he had already agreed, There was nothing for him to worry about. Thinking so, he smiled slightly and said, "This spirit pill hasn't even been refined yet, but the aura it is emitting is already so grand. It must be an excellent pill, and judging from the richness of this fragrance, it is likely a pill above origin grade." "What Master Bahi says is correct," Ma Guna agreed casually, not knowing what kind of trick he was trying to play. "Such a spirit pill. I'm afraid only the tribal master is qualified to possess it. Ma Guna, don't you agree?" He looked at the other party with a smile. Ma Guna's brow furrowed even more as he faintly felt that something was wrong. The alchemist who refined this spirit pill must be a grandmaster-level character. Ma Guna nodded, an even more ominous feeling lingering in his heart, as he suddenly understood what he was planning. The tribal master has always been interested in humans with special talents. Over the years, the palace has been recruiting talents, and now such a talent has appeared in Shimmering Moon City. Ma Guna, your luck is good. With your intelligence, you should know what to do next. He looked at Ma Guna with a smile. The latter's expression became solemn as he said loudly, "Many thanks for Master's guidance. Ma Guna understands. After this Grandmaster finishes refining this pill, Ma Guna will escort him to the palace. The tribal master will definitely appreciate him. If the tribal master is happy, you will also receive a lot of rewards." He chuckled. Hearing this, Ma Guna's eyes lit up and his smile became even wider, quickly cupping his fists and saying, "This is all thanks to the master's protection." After saying so, he quickly shouted, "Guards!" A group of monster race masters nodded. "Disperse all unrelated people and kill anyone who dares to approach within 500 meters of the inn. Do not disturb the Grandmaster's alchemy." "Yes." Tian stood to the side, dumbfounded. The agreement he had secretly reached with Ma Guna just now had been broken by Bahi's words. Not only that, Ma Guna had directly sided with Bahi and taken the initiative to provide manpower to protect the safety of the alchemist in the inn. Bahi had no intention of monopolizing the pill at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be very interested in sending this alchemy grandmaster into the palace. The monster race was not good at alchemy, this was common knowledge. On the contrary, on Monster Star, the human race, who were weak, often produced masters who were proficient in alchemy. Chiyu tribal lord gave humans space to live and strictly ordered them not to kill indiscriminately in the Red Moon territory because she wanted to protect those with special talents. For example, alchemists, artifact refiners, and the like. Every 10 years, Chiyu territory would hold some alchemy and artifact refining competitions, in which the humans who stood out would be able to get rid of their lowly status and move into the palace to serve the tribal master. Chiyu Palace had been recruiting talents over the years, and any alchemy grandmaster who could refine pills that could produce spirit phenomena would undoubtedly be favored by Chiyu tribal lord. In other words, the grandmaster in the inn now had the label of Chiyu tribal lord. Even if Tian's courage was big, in Chiyu territory, he would not dare oppose the tribal master or the masters of the entire Red Moon territory. Right now, he was just here to watch the fun. Tian felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a dead fly. Looking at the many monster race masters from Shimmering Moon City surrounding the inn, Yang Kai chuckled. He was not afraid of entering the palace. Even if Chiyu tribal lord was an origin king realm master, as long as he found an opportunity with his attainments in the Tao of space, he could easily leave. Not to mention, he was also an alchemy grandmaster. His current alchemy skills were even better than Xianing Chang's, and he could even refine Origin King grade pills. If this kind of skill were to be leaked, Chiyu tribal lord would likely treat him as an honored guest. After all, Origin King grade alchemists were extremely rare. Throughout the entire star territory, such existences were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Monster Star and Monster Star had never appeared before. "Young man, this old master can only help you this much. What you do inside the palace will depend on your own means, but this old master has to warn you in advance. If you want to live, you'd best not be too presumptuous inside the palace." He glanced at Yang Kai and quietly sent him a message. Yang Kai did not comment and instead asked with great interest, Sir Ba, he did not hesitate to expose your identity this time, not just to help our senior sister. But what is your purpose? If it is convenient, can you tell me? Naturally, it's not just to help you. I just want to take this opportunity to return to the palace and ask for Master Tribal Lord's forgiveness. Bahi's face flashed a lonely look. Yongkai raised his brow as he suddenly remembered that the monster race onlookers had said that 200 years ago, Bahi seemed to have been killed by Tribal Lord Master Tribal Lord himself. But for some reason, he was alive and well in this world. It seemed that there was indeed something between Bahi and Chi Yu Tribal Lord. At least, the rumors were wrong. Bahi had not been killed by Chi Yu Tribal Lord. Perhaps Chi Yu had simply let him go. However, Yongkai was too lazy to care about other people's affairs, so he simply nodded and said, "If that's all, then we can be considered to be cooperating with each other. It's not a big deal, we each take what we need." Ahem. In addition to returning to the palace, this old master actually has one more thing he wants to ask you for help with. He suddenly became embarrassed. "What?" "I want to ask your senior sister to help me perform alchemy." He said bluntly before quickly adding, "You can rest assured, I have gathered all the materials. As long as I can refine the pill, I will definitely reward you handsomely. We'll talk about this when the time comes. Depending on senior sister's mood, perhaps she will be willing to help you." Yongkai grinned. "This little bastard. It's like he's burning the bridge after crossing the river." He couldn't help rolling his eyes. The strange phenomenon in the sky became more and more powerful. As time passed, the vortex also covered the sky, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that gathered together made people tremble in fear. This kind of phenomenon was no worse than the world energy baptism that would appear when a cultivator broke through to the origin returning realm, perhaps even more so. No matter who it was, no one would have thought that a trivial alchemy could cause such a phenomenon. As a result, everyone became even more curious, wanting to know what kind of pill the Grandmaster inside was refining. However, the rich medicinal fragrance made everyone judge that this alchemy was definitely not below origin grade. On Monster Star, there were more than a dozen origin grade alchemists, the most powerful of which was an origin grade high-rank alchemist. Although this alchemist was a human, no monster race cultivator dared to disrespect him on Monster Star. The human race had a very low status on this cultivation star, but those with real talent were valued, resulting in a serious polarization. All of this was thanks to the wise leadership of Red Moon Tribal Lord. If it weren't for her efforts to recruit talented humans, Red Moon territory would not have become so powerful. Among the 10 largest territories on Monster Star, Red Moon territory definitely ranked in the top 3. One had to know that 1,000 years ago, Red Moon territory was the weakest territory on Monster Star. For such a transformation to occur in just 1,000 years, Red Moon territory's contribution could not be ignored. It was conceivable that in the future, Red Moon territory would become the most powerful territory on Monster Star. Unlike the surrounding monster race cultivators, Yongkai was also an alchemist, so he could judge the progress of his little senior sister from the world energy phenomenon and medicinal fragrance. He was always paying attention to the changes in the world energy phenomenon and medicinal fragrance, secretly feeling nervous for Xiaoning Chong. Chapter 1573. This was the first time Xiaoning Chong had refined a spirit pill with pill clouds. If she succeeded, her alchemy skills would grow by leaps and bounds. With her special constitution, the insights she gained from this alchemy would become a beacon of light that would illuminate her progress on the martial Tao and heavenly way. The insights and experience gained from this alchemy were of great significance to little senior sister. Yongkai paid more attention to this than anyone else, so his divine sense was constantly covering the inn to prevent anyone from plotting against it. Fortunately, there were masters like Bahi and Maguna protecting them, as well as many monster race origin returning realm masters, so no one dared to act rashly. This medicinal fragrance seems to have become much stronger. Is the pill about to be formed? TSK. What kind of spirit pill is this? Why do I feel like my bottleneck has loosened just by smelling its medicinal fragrance? The surrounding cultivator were still discussing this matter, but no one could figure out what kind of spirit pill it was. At that moment, though, the rotating vortex in the sky suddenly changed again, as if an inexplicable suction force was coming from the inn, madly sucking in the condensed world energy. The huge vortex also spun and took the shape of an inverted funnel as it poured down. In just half a cup of tea's time, the vortex disappeared and the world energy that had been gathered disappeared without a trace. Even the medicinal fragrance that had been lingering at the tip of everyone's nose suddenly faded. Inside the inn there was silence. Did it succeed? Or did it fail? Countless cultivators craned their necks to look around, wanting to know the final result of the alchemy grandmaster in the inn. They didn't know whether the grandmaster was old or young, male or female. But inexplicably, they were looking forward to this alchemy and feeling nervous. Not only the ordinary cultivator, but Ma Guna, Ba He, and Mi Tian were also like this. Even if they appeared calm, the look in their eyes was obvious. Only Yang Kai, after silently perceiving for a moment, a slight smile appeared on his face. Success! With little senior sister's talent in alchemy, it was only natural that she would be able to refine such a spirit pill without any distractions, but she should be immersed in her comprehension and harvest right now, so it would take some time. Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply stood guard. They waited at the side. A day passed. 2 days passed. Many cultivator spectators could not bear the loneliness. Without waiting for the result, they all quietly scattered. Only the experts who were related to this matter remained. He was still waiting. Bahi glanced at Yang Kai from time to time, as if he wanted to get some clues or answers from him. But to his disappointment, Yang Kai's expression was impeccable. He couldn't infer anything and could only wait patiently. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was still no movement in the inn. No matter who it was, they would be impatient after waiting for so long. Enough! Mi Tian shouted. It seems that the alchemist in the inn has failed and doesn't dare to come out. Senior Ma Guna, give the order to arrest him. Arrest? Who are you arresting? Yang Kai squinted at him and shouted fiercely, Who dares to arrest me? Mi Tian sneered, Human. What kind of place do you think this is? Do you think you have the right to order around here? Senior Ma Guna, this person is acting so presumptuous and doesn't put you in his eyes at all. If you don't take action, this young lord will. This is a good opportunity to settle our previous grievances. Ma Guna frowned, not knowing what to do, so he couldn't help casting an inquiring look to Bahi. Bahi said lightly, Even if this grandmaster failed in his refinement this time, being able to create such a big commotion in alchemy shows that he is an extraordinary person. Tribal master will welcome such talents. Hearing what he said, Ma Guna regained his senses and nodded repeatedly. Master Bahi is right. This city lord has never seen anyone who can create such a big commotion in alchemy. This person must be presented to tribal master and scathed. While they were talking, the sound of light footsteps suddenly came from the inn. Everyone's expression changed as they turned their eyes towards this sound. Yang Kai greeted this newcomer with a smile and quickly walked over. A moment later, a beautiful figure walked out of the inn. Her figure was graceful, her waist was flawless, her jade fingers were slender and white, and the skin on the back of her hand seemed so delicate that it could be broken at any moment. Mi Tian was originally very hostile towards the so-called grandmaster in the inn and couldn't wait to kill him. But when he saw this figure, his expression suddenly froze and his eyes began to shine brightly. As the young Lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord, his status was naturally respected, and because he cultivated a demonic art, Mi Tian had no shortage of women around him, let alone beautiful women. He could wantonly pick the beauties of both the human and monster races. However, when he saw this figure, his eyes lit up. Just looking at this figure made Mi Tian want to know what this woman looked like. Looking up, Mi Tian couldn't help frowning. This woman was wearing a black veil, making it impossible for him to see her true appearance. But her clear and flawless eyes were like the purest gems in the world, instantly attracting his attention. This woman's white forehead was adorned with a sapphire, making her appear even more beautiful. Clean. This was Mi Tian's first impression of Xianing Chong. She was as clean as a mountain stream, causing Mi Tian's heart to stir a little, wishing he could sully this purity to satisfy his heart's desire to profane her. After re-examining her, Mi Tian suddenly found that the black veil covering her face was no longer so irksome and instead seemed to have sublimated her flawless appearance to a supreme level. If not for this veil, without this haze, this pure beauty would have been discounted. It was precisely because of this layer of haze that people were more interested in her. Mi Tian suddenly became interested, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as a wicked light flashed across his eyes. "Junior brother, I'm sorry." Xianing Chang looked a little embarrassed and apologized softly. While she was performing alchemy, she had noticed some movement outside the inn. It was just that she had been distracted and hadn't been able to investigate carefully. So it wasn't until the end of her alchemy that she realized what had happened. Creating such a big scene while performing alchemy would definitely attract a lot of attention. Now that there were so many people outside, including Yang Kai, she immediately understood how much pressure Yang Kai had endured for her during the alchemy process. "What are you talking about? Thanks to senior sister's blessings, we can quickly enter the palace." Yang Kai grinned. He took her little hand, bringing her over to Bahi's side. The corners of Mi Tian's eyes twitched as he glared at Yang Kai with even more hatred. It was as if his exclusive property had been touched. A woman! Ma Guna was dumbfounded. The moment Xia Ning Chang appeared, the countless monster race cultivator were dumbfounded. They never expected that the alchemy grandmaster in the inn would be a woman. And such a beautiful and pure woman at that. So young. In their imaginations, to be called a grandmaster. A person who could create such a scene in alchemy would definitely be an old man, or at the very least an elderly person. How could they have known that reality would be so different from their imagination? Ma Guna could hardly believe his eyes and couldn't help turning his eyes to Bahi. "There's no need to doubt it, she is the grandmaster from the inn, and she came with that human boy," Bahi said lightly. Hearing this, Ma Guna was convinced and quickly stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said, "Shimmering Moon City's City Lord Ma Guna greets Grandmaster. Grandmaster has worked hard." With a kind smile on his face, he appeared very cordial. Xianing Chang was a little flustered, but soon calmed down and gracefully returned the greeting, softly saying, "City Lord is too polite. This young woman really does not deserve the title of Grandmaster." Her voice was clear and sweet, dazzling the countless monster race cultivators present. Such pure and moving beauty, such a beautiful voice, and proficient in alchemy, such a human. Not to mention the difference in status between the human race and monster race. Ma Guna was willing to risk his life to pursue her. What a pity! Looking at Yang Kai holding Xia Ning Chang's hand, every monster race cultivator couldn't help glaring at him with jealousy, as if they couldn't wait to turn into thousands of sharp arrows and stab Yang Kai full of holes to vent their hatred. Xianing Chang's modesty made Ma Guna laugh heartily and quickly said, "Right, this young lady, let me introduce you. This is my monster race's strongest master below the Origin King realm, and the former first general under Red Moon Tribal Lord Master, Bahi." "Greetings, Senior Bahi." Xianing Chang bowed again. Bahi chuckled and said, "Young lady need not be so polite. It is this Bahi's honor to witness such a grand event." He still had a request to make of Xianing Chang, so he didn't dare to put on too much airs. "This is the young lord of Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord Master, young Master Mi Tian." Ma Guna pointed to Mi Tian and introduced him. Mi Tian took a step forward and put on a gentle and polite appearance. Mi Tian is fortunate to be able to meet young Lady Tian's face. Xianing Chang gently nodded but didn't say anything. She didn't know why, but she felt that although this Mi Tian's performance in front of her was perfect, she couldn't help feeling a sense of vigilance. Yang Kai sneered to the side. "Young lady, you refined a spirit pill a few days ago. I wonder if that spirit pill." Ma Guna looked at Xianing Chang expectantly, wondering if she had succeeded. Bahi also turned his attention to her. Xianing Chang frowned and turned to look at Yang Kai. She didn't want to show the results of her hard work to everyone. "Take it out, whether we can enter the palace or not will depend on that spirit pill." Yang Kai whispered in her ear, this intimate gesture causing the little senior sister's tender body to tremble and her delicate earlobes to turn pink. However, since Yang Kai had said so, of course, she wouldn't hide anything anymore and summoned a jade bottle into her palm. Yang Kai picked up the jade bottle and didn't even look at it before throwing it directly to Ba He. The pill is here. Senior can take a closer look. Ba He's expression became serious as he carefully pinched the jade bottle, slowly opened it, and poured out a spirit pill. When the spirit pill came into view, Ba He couldn't help exclaiming, "Pill cloud!" Chapter 1574. As soon as these words were spoken, they shook the heavens. Ma Guna's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the spirit pill like a leech. On the surface of the spirit pill, there was a layer of cloud-like substance. It was as if there was a cloud, making the spirit pill appear dense with spirit chi. There was no doubt that it was indeed a pill cloud. Although none of the monster race experts present had ever seen a pill with a pill cloud, when they saw this pill, they could immediately determine that this cloud-like thing was indeed the legendary pill cloud. This was because the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth was slowly and steadily gathering towards this spiritual pill. In time, the medicinal efficacies contained in this spirit pill would be astonishing, but of course, this would take a lot of time to accumulate. Even so, the value of such a spirit pill was already immeasurable. Master Ba He, is this an origin grade pill? Ma Guna leaned forward and asked in a trembling voice. Yes, it is indeed an origin grade pill. Ba He nodded solemnly, the shock on his face still not subsiding. The higher the grade of a pill, the more difficult it was for it to form pill veins and pill clouds. An excellent alchemist, if they were lucky enough, would have a slight chance of forming pill veins and pill clouds when refining some low-grade earth-grade or heaven-grade pills. However, Ba He had never heard of an alchemist who had formed pill veins when refining an origin-grade pill, let alone pill clouds which were above pill veins. Even the most outstanding human race alchemist on Monster Star had not been able to accomplish such a feat. That person was an origin-grade high-rank alchemist. Just how high was this human woman's attainments in alchemy? Was it a coincidence, or was she truly capable? She had actually caused an origin-grade pill to form pill clouds. Ba He was shocked to the extreme. It wasn't until this moment that he finally understood why the vision in the sky had appeared before. It wasn't because the grade of this spirit pill was high, but because of the formation of pill clouds. This was simply more precious than high-grade pills. It could be said that with this pill, this human woman was enough to show disdain for all of Monster Star. She fully deserved the title of Grandmaster. Ba He glanced over at Xia Ningchong in awe. His expression was grave as he said to Magna, "Moreover, and this is a void-condensing pill." Magna gasped. Although the origin-condensing pill was only an origin-grade low-rank pill, it was even more difficult to refine than some origin-grade mid-rank pills. Because of this pill, it was for the cultivator to take when breaking through to the origin-returning realm. It had the effect of helping one break through bottlenecks. With such an origin-condensing pill, it could be said that any third-order Saint King could break through to the origin-returning realm without any hindrance, without any fear of failure. In that case, this Grandmaster is at least an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist, right? Ma Guna asked quietly. I don't think so. Ba He didn't dare to be too presumptuous and carefully put the pill back into the jade bottle before carefully storing it in his space ring. No matter what, this Grandmaster must be safely escorted to the palace. You should know what to do. I know, Master Ba He can rest assured. Ma Guna nodded solemnly. Master Tribal Master had been recruiting special talents from the human race for many years, and this human woman was one of his favorites. So how could Ma Guna not do his best? After confirming the grade and value of the pill, Ma Guna's attitude towards Xianing Chong became more and more amiable, and he strongly invited Xianing Chong to rest in the city lord's mansion. Xianing Chong felt wronged. The first spirit pill that she had refined with pill clouds had actually been taken away by a demon clan expert without a word. Yang Kai comforted her with a few words, which improved her mood a little. With Ma Guna's invitation, Yang Kai also knew what he was planning, so naturally, he wouldn't refuse and agreed on behalf of Xianing Chong. Only then did Ma Guna understand that Yang Kai was the one who could really influence Xianing Chang. Out of respect for Xianing Chang, his attitude towards Yang Kai also changed. He no longer mentioned the chaos in Shimmering Moon City, and instead warmly welcomed the senior sister and junior brother into the city lord's mansion. Naturally, Mi Tian also entered the city lord's mansion with them. As the young lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord, he should have been the focus of attention wherever he went. But this time in Shimmering Moon City, his limelight was completely overshadowed by Xianing Chang. In this regard, Mi Tian had nothing to be jealous or angry about. After all, she was a beautiful woman who would become his sooner or later, so Mi Tian naturally didn't care too much. He took it for granted. They stayed in the city lord's mansion for 2 days. During these 2 days, Yang Kai and Xianing Chang didn't leave the mansion and instead discussed the alchemic way and comprehended the true alchemy enlightenment scripture together in the room Ma Guna had arranged for them. After refining an origin condensing pill that formed pill clouds, Xianing Chang's understanding of the alchemic way really improved by leaps and bounds, allowing Yang Kai to benefit from it. 2 days later, Ma Guna personally came to invite Yang Kai and Xianing Chang, saying that everything was ready and that all they needed to do was wait for the two of them to set off for the tribal master's palace. Yang Kai and Xianing Chang didn't delay and quickly followed Ma Guna out of the city lord's mansion. Outside the city lord's mansion, at least 30 origin returning realm masters were waiting, all of them wearing solemn expressions, as if a great battle was about to break out. In fact, they were only responsible for escorting Xianing Chang on the road. For a talent like Xianing Chang, Ma Guna didn't dare to be careless and directly dispatched most of the masters in Shimmering Moon City. Accompanying him were masters like Ba He and Mi Tian, so it was likely that no one would dare provoke them at will. Ma Guna was very good at his job and arranged a magnificent monster beast carriage for Xianing Chang. Although the two monster beasts pulling it weren't as strong as Mi Tian's Thunderflame flying lizard, they were still 8th order monsters. At Ma Guna's request, Xianing Chang boarded the carriage with some embarrassment. At the front was a team of a dozen or so wolf-riding cultivators, followed by a dozen or so origin-returning realm masters. Many masters were hidden nearby, responsible for dispersing idle passers-by. The group left Shimmering Moon City in a grand and imposing manner. Although with the cultivation of these people, it would have been faster to use star shuttles, Ma Guna had still arranged such a grand procession in order to show the importance he attached to Xianing Chang. Yang Kai also basked in the glory and sat in the carriage with Xianing Chang. In fact, he didn't want to be so ostentatious, but his little senior sister seemed very helpless on her own. She had never been the center of attention like this before. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only accompany them. Mi Tian followed behind on his wolf-type monster beast, his eyes spitting fire. Only a man like him was worthy of such an outstanding woman. What was that human named Yang Kai? Although his combat strength was indeed good, he was still just a lowly human. The intimacy between the two of them on the beast carriage almost blinded Mi Tian's charming eyes. Just you wait. The debt of killing this young lord's 2-carriage monster beast will be settled sooner or later, Mi Tian secretly swore to himself. This was Red Moon territory, so although the news that Shimmering Moon City's city lord was escorting a human race alchemy grandmaster to the palace with a large number of origin returning realm masters had spread, no monster race cultivator in Red Moon territory dared to cause trouble. The speed of the carriage was extremely fast, almost comparable to flying. After only 5 days, a large group of majestic buildings appeared in front of them. There were many palaces and pavilions. Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace was built on top of a large mountain, and from the bottom of the mountain all the way up, one could see neatly arranged palaces and passages of varying width. Half Moon Mountain. This was Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace. It was also the holy land in the minds of all monster race cultivators in Red Moon territory. Their spiritual leader, Red Moon's master, lived here all year round. Yang Kai stood on the carriage and stared forward with a deep look in his eyes. Is elder sister Qing Luo inside? Xianing Chang asked softly. She should be. Yang Kai gently nodded. I wonder how she is now. She must be even more beautiful, Xianing Chang murmured. She had seen Shan Qing Luo before, and although she had only seen her a few times back in the central capital, that seductive woman had still left a deep impression on her. Xianing Chong had never seen such a seductive woman before, and even she couldn't help feeling a rush of excitement when she saw her. She seemed to be born to charm men, and Xianing Chong wondered if there was any man in this world who could resist the dazzling charm of Shan Qingluo. You'll know soon enough. Yang Kai patted the back of Xianing Chang's hand, wrapped his arm around her waist, and lightly flew down from the carriage. Red Moon Master's palace is really extraordinary. This young lord has been looking forward to seeing it for a long time, and now his wish has finally been fulfilled. Mi Tian didn't look at the intimacy between Yang Kai and Xianing Chong. What the eye didn't see, the heart didn't grieve over as he sighed with emotion towards the palace. Let's go, we'll have to walk from here. Master Tribal Lord should have already received the news and sent someone to greet us. Ma Guna waved his hand, indicating for the other monster race cultivators to wait in place before leading Yang Kai and the others forward. Red Moon Tribal Lord had indeed received the news long ago and had sent someone to wait for them at the foot of the mountain. When Ma Guna and the others arrived, the monster race cultivator who was waiting here glanced at Xianing Chong faintly and gently nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Tribal Lord Master has ordered that Ma Guna has performed a meritorious service in escorting us and will be rewarded at a later date. Please go to the guest house to rest and wait. Ma Guna beamed with joy and hurriedly thanked him. The monster race cultivator nodded lightly before suddenly turning his eyes to Ba He and shouting, "Seize him!" Several monster race cultivators suddenly appeared and rushed towards Ba He. Ba He stood in place and showed no intention of resisting, allowing these monster race masters to tie him up and seal his Saint Chi. After not seeing you for so long, Dong Shi, you're still so ruthless. Ba He chuckled. You still have the face to come back? This time you won't walk out of Half Moon Mountain alive. The monster race cultivator named Dong Shi coldly snorted. Whether I can live or not depends on Tribal Lord Master. Dong Shi, you and I have known each other for so many years, you should put in a few good words for me. You're delusional. Dong Shi squinted at him. But you can rest assured, as long as Tribal Lord Master gives the order to kill you, I will personally send you on your way. You really are ruthless. Chapter 1575. Ba He was escorted away. This result stunned Yang Kai, but seeing the confident look on Ba He's face, Yang Kai estimated that his life would not be in any danger. Mi Tian was also warmly welcomed to the side while Yang Kai and Xianing Chong were led by a monster race woman to Half Moon Mountain, where they walked up a neat mountain path. The monster race woman walking in front of Yang Kai could not tell what kind of monster beast bloodline she possessed. She was petite, but her figure was extremely vigorous. Clearly, she was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, and her two ears were not like those of a human but rather more like those of a cat, short and delicate. Yang Kai was not surprised by this sight and simply observed the scenery of Red Moon Territory's holy land. The surrounding world energy was very rich, so there should be a good earth vein at the foot of this half-moon mountain. Otherwise, it would not be able to meet the needs of a large number of monster race cultivator. Girl, are we going to see Chi use Master now? After walking for a long time, Yang Kai asked. Master has an important matter to attend to and will not see you for the time being, but someone else will receive you. The monster race woman in front replied lightly without turning her head. Understood. Yang Kai nodded and did not ask any more questions. Although Xianing Chang's performance in Shimmering Moon City was shocking enough, Qi Yu was still one of the 10 great tribal lords and an origin king realm master, so it was reasonable that she would not personally receive Xianing Chang. However, she would not underestimate Xianing Chang too much and would arrange for a capable person to receive him to show the importance she attached to Xianing Chang. Yang Kai came here just to see Shan Qingluo, the Dragon Lady. Whether he could meet with Qi Yu or not did not matter. Not seeing Qi Yu was actually better. After all, facing an origin king realm master, Yang Kai felt some pressure. Now that he heard this monster race woman say that someone else would receive him, it was exactly what he wanted. Following behind her, Yang Kai was already considering how to find Shan Qingluo. In this kind of place, Yang Kai did not dare to use his divine sense too recklessly. If he really did so, it was very likely to cause trouble. After walking for about an hour, the Yao woman finally brought Yang Kai and his senior sister to a magnificent palace. She walked straight in. Inside the palace, a spacious and bright hall. Many demon cultivators lined up on both sides and looked at the entrance curiously. They had all received news that a human had refined a pill with pill clouds in Shimmering Moon City, and the city lord of Shimmering Moon City, Magu Na, would be escorting her to the palace to serve the tribal lord. They were naturally very curious about what kind of human had such amazing alchemy skills. Above the demons, two third-order origin returning realm masters sat at the head of the table. The one on the left, he was tall and sturdy. It was like an iron tower with a ferocious and terrifying appearance. The one on the right was tall and slender. Her facial features were picturesque and seemed to contain a myriad of emotions. She was already a beautiful woman, but now, when she was set off by the ugly man on the left, she seemed even more otherworldly. Many of the monster race cultivator waiting below stole glances at this woman from time to time, but they quickly averted their eyes, as if they were afraid that if they stared at her for too long, they would fall into her charms. At this moment, the face of the tower-like man on the left was twitching slightly, as if he was very impatient. His buttocks swaying from side to side, a very uncomfortable look on his face. On the other hand, the woman on the right was frowning slightly, a look of suspicion on her face as her beautiful eyes stared out of the hall, as if she was trying to see through the barrier of space and into the distance. As time passed, the woman's expression began to change, gradually becoming one of joy and excitement. Her originally lazy posture gradually straightened and her tender body could not help trembling slightly. Her pair of beautiful eyes burst out with amazing splendor as she bit her red lips lightly, a look of anticipation appearing on her pretty face as a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The many monster race cultivators below took in this scene and felt their hearts beating violently in their chests as their mouths went dry. They'd never seen this lord reveal such a charming smile, and for a time, they were actually unable to resist the temptation brought about by that smile. They wished for nothing more than to immerse their minds within it and allow themselves to sink into oblivion. Even if they were bound by darkness and would never be able to see the light of day, they wouldn't hesitate. Many monster race cultivators sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly circulated their Saint Chi to attack their minds. They would rather harm themselves to regain their senses quickly. If they continued to sink, they were afraid that they would really be consigned to eternal damnation. What a disaster! The adopted daughter that Sir Monarch took in back then was indeed a troublemaker. Even the most famous woman from the Fox clan in the monster race was inferior to her in terms of seduction and charm. How could a mere human have such charm? Many monster race cultivators could not figure it out even after racking their brains. With such an existence, it was likely that even the most outstanding monster race disciple was not worthy of her. Why haven't you come yet? This uncle is worried to death. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the palace, completely waking the monster race cultivators from their stupor. They all looked up at the towering brawny man. The burly man felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles as he scratched his head with his thick hands before turning to the enchanting woman next to him and putting on a flattering look, an ugly smile on his face as he hummed, "Little sister, why don't you wait here while elder brother takes care of his own business first?" The enchanting woman glanced at him and chuckled. "Yu Xiong, this is adoptive mother's order. The one who has come is an alchemy grandmaster, so etiquette cannot be lacking. If you run away and adoptive mother finds out about this, little sister won't speak up for you." Ahem. Yu Xiong smiled awkwardly, thinking of the horror of his adoptive mother and could not help shivering, his tall and strong body suddenly seeming to shrink. "I was just saying, don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously." As soon as Yu Xiong's voice fell, a monster race woman walked in from the door, walked up to the main hall, and bowed gracefully, lightly opening her red lips and saying, "To master, the one has been brought. She's finally here." Yu Xiong coldly snorted, a look of displeasure filling his face. This uncle wants to see if this alchemy grandmaster really has any skill. If she's like the previous ones, just fishing for fame, don't blame this uncle for being impolite and tearing her apart. Because Red Moon valued humans with special talents. Therefore, in Red Moon territory, many humans dreamed of being appreciated by the Master Tribal Lord and living on Half Moon Mountain. However, some people clearly had no ability but bragged about how amazing they were in an attempt to make up the numbers. Without exception, all of these people were cruelly killed by Yuxiong. As such, this time, Yuxiong did not believe that there was really a human who could refine an origin-grade pill with pill clouds. Most likely, it was just Shimmering Moon City's city lord who wanted to profit from it. Quickly invite them in. The enchanting woman above suppressed the excitement in her heart. She called out in a trembling voice. Yes, the monster race woman nodded. Turning around and looking behind her, she beckoned. A man and a woman walked over side by side, the man's figure tall and sturdy. The woman was petite and dainty. The eyes of the two swept around the hall casually. Both of them then fixed on the enchanting woman. Yang Kai grinned. Xia Ningchang also pursed her lips and chuckled. The enchanting woman's tender body trembled slightly as a layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. But fortunately, her mental fortitude was quite good. In front of so many people, she did not lose her composure. Taking a few deep breaths, she calmed her excitement and raised her smooth chin slightly as her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, a look of love and hatred flashing across them. No one noticed that her silver teeth were lightly clenched, making a slight noise. "To Master, they have arrived," the monster race woman reported respectfully. "Oh, wasn't it said that only women were alchemy grandmasters? What's this man doing here?" Yuxiong looked at Yang Kai curiously. The monster race woman replied, "These two seem to be senior sister and junior brother from the same sect, so it's just a little boy toy." Yuxiong sneered. Uncle despises this kind of person the most. He subconsciously regarded Yang Kai as someone who relied on Xia Ningchang to live off a woman. Yang Kai did not care about his evaluation and continued to stare at the enchanting woman with a playful smile on his face, seemingly unable to bear Yang Kai's aggressive and unflinching gaze. The enchanting woman glared at him fiercely, a look of rebuke flashing across her beautiful eyes. In front of so many people. "Bold humans, why haven't you saluted the two master?" From the monster race crowd on both sides, angry shouts suddenly rang out. Red Moon territory had dispatched so many people and even had two esteemed masters personally greet them, which was more than enough to give the alchemy grandmaster face. It was only reasonable that these two humans should not stand here foolishly and should at least show some humility. But they actually stood there without moving. They really thought too highly of themselves. Without the appreciation of a master tribal lord, what were these humans worth? They were nothing more than accessories to the monster race. What was even more intolerable to the monster race crowd was that this little boy toy had been staring at their master since he entered the hall, not even blinking once, as if he wanted to swallow this master alive. How rude! Even if this master's charm was boundless, a trivial human should not act so presumptuously. How could this master be blasphemed by a mere human? Many monster race masters glared at Yang Kai at this moment. "You little boy toy, where are you looking at?" Yuxiong also noticed that something was wrong and quickly got up, glared at Yang Kai, and said fiercely, "Do you believe Uncle won't dig out your eyes? Human, there are some people you can't look at. Just relax and act as a little boy toy." A monster race master nearby sneered. This human was too insatiable. Although the face of the woman beside him could not be seen clearly, just by looking at her figure and skin color, one could tell that she was definitely a rare beauty. It was fine that he was not satisfied, but he actually dared to cast covetous eyes on that lord. He really did not know what was good for him. This human girl must be blind. How could she be with such a man? Such an excellent alchemy grandmaster could only be matched by the elite disciples of the monster race. Chapter 1576. Human, Master Yuxiong's temper is not very good. If you want to live, quickly admit your wrongs, apologize, and kowtow. You may be able to keep your life. A monster raceman shouted, seemingly wanting to instruct Yang Kai on how to behave. After all, the charm of the master above was obvious to all, so it wasn't entirely his fault that this human raceman had lost his composure like this. Admit my wrongs, apologize, kowtow. Yang Kai stroked his chin, looking like he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but his eyes were still fixed on the enchanting woman as a playful smile appeared on his face. Beauty, are you sure you want me to do this? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Everyone's eyes turned towards Yang Kai, revealing looks of disbelief. This human actually called the master a beauty? This was not just rude, but blatant flirting. Although the master was originally a human, for some special reason, she had been adopted as the adopted daughter of tribal Lord Master. Over the years, she had been carefully trained and cultivated, and her talents were well known throughout the world. Even the elites of the monster race had to act humbly and respectfully when they saw her. A human race man, in front of everyone's eyes, actually dared to flirt with the master so blatantly? Had he never died before? Bold. A monster race master shouted, his face filled with anger. Flirting with the master was tantamount to insulting the monster race and Red Moon tribal lord. No monster race master could tolerate Yang Kai's impudence. So for a time, everyone in the hall was filled with anger and murderous intent. Yu Xiong froze for a moment, seemingly unable to recover from his shock, but after a while, he burst into laughter. Pointing to Yang Kai, he turned to the enchanting woman and said, "Little sister, this little gigolo actually called you a beauty. Am I not?" The enchanting woman glanced at Yu Xiong lightly, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Yu Xiong's laughter immediately got stuck in his throat as he shrank back and hurriedly said, "Of course, that's not what elder brother meant. It's just that I've never heard anyone call you that before, so I was surprised. And this little gigolo is too shameless. Do you want elder brother to teach him a lesson?" As he spoke, he glared at Yang Kai. In the Red Moon territory, Yu Xiong could be said to be under only one person. As the adopted son of the Red Moon tribal lord, his strength and status were not something an ordinary monster clan member could compare with. His temper was upright and unyielding, and he was not afraid of anything. There were only two people who could make him submit. One was naturally the Red Moon tribal lord. The other was the coquettish woman sitting to his right. If one were to say that he was in awe of the Red Moon tribal lord, in that case he admired his little sister. He admired her aptitude and cultivation speed, which was something he would never be able to reach. His foster mother had once said that, in Red Moon territory, his little sister was the most promising existence to break through to the Origin King realm besides Ba He. In this aspect, he was no match for him. No need. The enchanting woman refused Yu Xiong's proposal. You're letting him go just like that? That would be letting him off too lightly. He must pay the price for his frivolity. Yu Xiong shook his head, somewhat unhappy. The coquettish woman smiled lightly, got up from her chair, and walked down, chuckling lightly as she said, "Let him off? Naturally. There's no such thing as letting such a shameless guy off so casually. I'll teach him a lesson myself." "That's fine too." Yu Xiong nodded before turning a gloating look towards Yang Kai, grinning as he said, "Little gigolo, you're finished. If this uncle were to take action, I could give you a quick death, but if little sister were to take action, heh. When the monster race masters standing on either side heard that this master was going to teach this little gigolo a lesson herself, they immediately cheered up and secretly looked forward to the show. But then again, to be able to be taught a lesson by this master herself, this little gigolo was truly blessed. Many monster race masters showed looks of envy. A moment later, the coquettish woman arrived in front of Yang Kai, her smooth white chin still slightly raised, giving her a noble and inviolable look, revealing her white slender neck, a dazzling sight to behold. Yang Kai showed no fear and simply stared back at her with a smile. The woman grit her teeth and slowly stretched out her hand, her jade finger poking towards Yang Kai's chest. Yu Xiong watched unhappily, looking forward to what kind of inhumane and heinous method his little sister would use to torture this shameless guy. Many monster race masters also stretched their necks forward, a look of satisfaction on their faces. Pointing her jade finger at Yang Kai's chest, the coquettish woman grit her teeth and said, "Tell me, should I dig out your heart, pull out your liver, or directly cut open your stomach and see if there's black or white inside? Do you hate me that much?" Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "Yes." The coquettish woman raised her chin a little more. "I hate you to the bone. I wish I could tear you into 10,000 pieces. I wish I could grind your bones to dust. Ha ha." Yang Kai chuckled dryly. As the coquettish woman spoke, her jade finger gently poked Yang Kai's chest as she ground her teeth, as if there was some kind of deep hatred between her and Yang Kai. Yu Xiong's face flashed with excitement as he secretly paid attention to Yang Kai's reaction. His little sister didn't seem to be using any overly harsh means, but with her ability, it should be easy for her to cause this little gigolo some internal injuries. Yu Xiong wondered if this little gigolo's 5 viscera and 6 organs would turn into a pool of pus after being poked a few times by his little sister. But why did his little sister's tones sound so sad? Yu Xiong scratched his head, puzzled. "Don't make trouble." Yang Kai showed a helpless look as he grabbed the coquettish woman's little hand. The other party tried to pull back but was unable to do so. The group of monster race masters were immediately filled with righteous indignation, their eyes spitting fire. Audacious! This little brat not only dared to flirt with their master, but now even dared to take advantage of her. How could they tolerate this? Just as they were about to rush out and teach Yang Kai a good lesson, they saw a shy look appear on the master's face, her white cheeks blushing slightly, even her neck becoming pink. Her raised chin lowered at some point and her proud temperament became gentle and pleasant at this moment. What was going on? Why did the master have such a reaction? The group of monster race masters were dumbfounded. "You bastard!" The coquettish woman cursed softly, a look of grievance appearing on her beautiful eyes. "Didn't I tell you I was on Monster Star? Why didn't you come to see me until now?" "I couldn't help it. Sailing through Monster Star's territory is not a place where I can come and go as I please." Yang Kai explained helplessly. "Being able to come here this time was really a stroke of luck. Aren't I here now? Qing Luo, don't be angry. You're making a fool of yourself." "They've been making a fool of themselves for a long time." Shan Qing Luo glared at Yang Kai. "Did you want the situation to become like this? Are you satisfied now?" "Haha." Yang Kai grinned. "In fact, I didn't expect you to be the one to receive me and little senior sister. You've wronged me." "If that's the case, then I won't argue with you." Shan Qing Luo snorted lightly. While the two of them were whispering sweet nothings to each other, the many monster race masters in the hall all stared blankly. By now, how could they not know that their master and this little gigolo seemed to have known each other for a long time and had a very close relationship? Otherwise, how could they be flirting like this? This was almost unacceptable to them. Yu Xiong was also dumbfounded, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had never seen his little sister treat any man so kindly, and when his little sister was talking to this little gigolo, she actually showed a look of satisfaction and happiness. Yu Xiong had seen his little sister appear lonely more than once when she was alone, but now, her satisfaction formed a sharp contrast with her previous loneliness. "Your status here seems to be very high," Yang Kai asked softly. To be honest, seeing Shan Qing Luo sitting high up in the hall here really surprised him. Although he had long known that Shan Qing Luo had been adopted by Red Moon Tribal Lord as an adopted daughter, after all, they were from different races. Yang Kai had thought that Shan Qing Luo was living a very difficult life here, but now that he saw her, he realized he was wrong. "An adoptive mother values me very much, so those monster race masters don't dare disrespect me," Shan Qing Luo replied softly. "Who is that guy? He seems to have the same status as you." Yang Kai looked up at Yu Xiong. "Like me, he was taken in by adoptive mother and is nominally my eldest brother. But he is a genuine monster race master," Shan Qing Luo explained softly, and after she finished speaking, she found that the trace of hostility in Yang Kai's eyes suddenly disappeared. This discovery made her heart leap with joy. Shan Qing Luo knew better than anyone what it meant for a man to be jealous of a woman. Elder brother-in-law, hello? Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and smiled at Yu Xiong, greeting him loudly. Yu Xiong's eyes instantly fell to the ground. If Yu Xiong had some speculations when he saw his little sister act so intimately with this gigolo just now, Yang Kai's greeting confirmed his suspicions. His little sister and this gigolo actually had that kind of relationship. How is that possible? Yu Xiong looked at Shan Qingluo in disbelief but was surprised to find that his little sister did not try to deny it and was instead smiling shyly. Yu Xiong seemed to have heard some kind of shattering sound and could not help glancing around at the other monster race masters in the hall, only to find that all of them wore looks of grief and indignation, as if their hearts were being twisted by knives as they stared at Yang Kai with fiery eyes, as if they wished to turn their gazes into sharp arrows and kill this gigolo on the spot. Yu Xiong's mind was a little confused and he did not know what to say to Yang Kai. Suddenly, he glanced at Xianing Chong, who had been standing quietly next to Yang Kai, and asked, "What is the relationship between you and this girl?" "Little senior sister is my woman." Yang Kai smiled, reaching out and hugging Xianing Chang's waist while pulling Shan Qingluo into his embrace with his other hand. Shan Qingluo struggled slightly but still complied with Yang Kai's wishes, snuggling into Yang Kai's arms with a blush. Yu Xiong's jaw dropped as he stared dumbfoundedly at this human gigolo with a brilliant smile on his face, a feeling of admiration welling up in his heart as he gave him a big thumbs up. This is a true winner in life. A perfect example of a gigolo. Chapter 1577. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang settled down peacefully in the palace. After the farce in the hall, everyone knew about the close relationship between Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo. This caused many monster race masters to feel envious and jealous while cursing Yang Kai's luck with women. Inside the guest room, Shan Qingluo brought Biluo to visit Yang Kai's senior sister and junior brother. Just now, there had been too many people around, so she hadn't had much to say, but now that she had the opportunity, she naturally wanted to pour her heart out. Although Yang Kai had learned many things from Biluo in the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai didn't understand the details very well. After talking with Shan Qingluo, he learned that the Dragon Lady had indeed suffered a lot after arriving on Monster Star. She was already a beautiful woman with a natural charm, and when she arrived on Monster Star, her strength wasn't high, so it was natural that she was targeted by many men with ulterior motives. If she hadn't met Red Moon Tribal Lord, who had recognized her talent and accepted her as a foster daughter, Shan Qingluo wouldn't have believed what kind of fate she would have today. Therefore, to a certain extent, she was very grateful to Red Moon Tribal Lord. Furthermore, ever since he had taken her in as his adopted daughter, the Red Moon Territory Lord had placed even more importance on her. This could be seen from her position in the Red Moon Territory. Those who did not know the truth would most likely think that she was a pure demon. A human being able to hold such a high position in Red Moon Territory was inseparable from the cultivation of Red Moon Tribal Lord. After listening to Shan Qingluo's story, Yang Kai also felt a deep respect for Red Moon Tribal Lord, whom he had never met before. In short, foster mother is very good to me. Moreover, because I refined the heavenly moon demon spider's source, I am no longer a complete human being. However, I also can't be considered a monster race cultivator. Shan Qingluo chuckled. Then what are you? Yang Kai asked in surprise. A half-monster. There is a group of special existences on Monster Star, but their status is really low, only a little higher than humans. Half-monster. Yang Kai was stunned. Yes, these half-monsters were born from the union of the human race and the monster race. They are not recognized by humans, and not accepted by the monster race, so their status is quite awkward, Shan Qingluo explained casually. The union of the human race and monster race? Monster Star allows this kind of thing to happen? Of course it is not allowed. Monster Emperor Star was different from other cultivation stars. Here, Monster Race is supreme. How can they tolerate their bloodline being's bloodline? So, a half-monster is a special half-monsters, a half-monster. That's why this special group of half-monsters was born. Shanqing Luo slowly said, "To tell the truth, this is the first time I've seen such a group of half-monsters. I really admire these people. For example, that senior Ba He who came here with you, he has experienced such things." "You know about Ba He?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "And I didn't know at first. I only heard Yu Xiong mention some things before. Tell me about it." "I'm also very curious about that old man," Yang Kai quickly asked. He had heard a lot of rumors about Ba He when he was in Shimmering Moon City. This old man's strength was indeed extraordinary, so naturally, Yang Kai was interested in him. Shanqing Luo didn't know much about him, but the reason why Ba He had concealed himself in Shimmering Moon City for 200 years, even changing his appearance and concealing his cultivation, was related to a human woman. This old man was the #1 general under Qi Yu's tribal lord several hundred years ago. His aptitude was top-notch, and he had cultivated to the third-order origin returning realm long ago. In terms of no origin returning realm master could compare to him. For a time, he was known as the #1 master under the origin king realm on Monster Star. He was also the most promising existence on Monster Star to break through to the origin king realm. Once he achieved this, it meant that he could stand on equal footing with Qi Yu and become a powerful tribal lord-level existence. However, when Ba He was at his peak, he fell in love with a human woman at first sight and fell in love with her again. The monster race had always rejected the union of humans and monsters, let alone a future rising star like Ba He. The resistance he encountered was naturally greater than anyone else, especially from Qi Yu's tribal lord, which made Ba He even more miserable. If things continued to develop like this with Ba He's arrogant temperament, it was very likely that he would betray the monster race. At that time, he would definitely become a character hated by everyone on Monster Star. Qi Yu's tribal lord also had a headache. She naturally didn't want to see her most capable general being forced into such a desperate situation. Out of her love for talent, she was even prepared to accept this fact and allow Ba He to marry that human woman. After all, although the monster race and human race couldn't openly unite, some monster race masters liked to play with human beauties. This was a very normal thing. Which monster race master didn't have a few human beauties as playthings in their mansion? It was just that everyone had a tacit understanding not to make this matter public. As long as Ba He could break through to the origin king realm, what did it matter if he married a human woman? But before she could make this clear to Ba He, a melodramatic event occurred. The human woman actually became the demon race at a critical juncture when breaking through a minor realm and died suddenly. After learning this news, Ba He was completely disheartened and furious. He subconsciously believed that the reason why his beloved woman became the demon race was definitely related to Qi Yu's tribal lord. Perhaps the tribal lord master had done something in secret. As such, he made a scene on Half Moon Mountain and went to Qi Yu's palace to confront her face to face. No one knew what happened in her palace, but when Qi Yu's master came out, she announced that Ba He was ungrateful and had committed treason, so she personally killed him. Since then, there had been no news of Ba He for 200 years, until this time when he took the initiative to appear in Shimmering Moon City. So, Qi Yu's tribal lord didn't kill Ba He back then and instead let him go? Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. That should be the case. Shanqing Luo nodded lightly. Adoptive mother is a second-order origin king. If she really wanted to kill Ba He would have died without a doubt. It would have been impossible for him to survive. Yang Kai nodded gently. Yang Kai. Shanqing Luo suddenly called out softly. Do you think that human woman becoming the demon race and dying suddenly had something to do with adoptive mother? How would I know? What happened more than 200 years ago? I'm afraid no one knows except for the people involved. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but suddenly saw the worried look on Shanqing Luo's face and asked in a low voice, What are you worried about? Shanqing Luo slowly shook her head and squeezed out a smile. It's nothing. By the way, you have to be careful of that Mi Tian. I heard that you had a conflict with him in Shimmering Moon City. Mi Tian is a proud and arrogant guy, so if you offend him, he will never let you go. Don't worry, he can't do anything to me. Yang Kai smiled proudly. The two talked for a while before Shanqing Luo got up and left. Junior brother, what should we do next? After Shan Qing Luo left, Xianing Chang asked softly, I haven't thought about it yet. Yang Kai grinned. Yang Kai grinned. He had tried to enter the palace mainly because he wanted to see how Shan Qing Luo was doing. Now that he saw that she was doing well and her status was high, he naturally felt relieved. Then do you want to take elder sister Qing Luo away? Xianing Chang asked again. I didn't think so, but based on what she said, I think it's better for her to stay here. After all, this is Monster Star, which is extremely beneficial to her cultivation and future development. And Xianing Chang gently nodded. After listening to Bahi's story, she immediately understood that if Yang Kai really insisted on taking Shan Qing Luo away, it would be very difficult. No one knew whether the death of the human woman who fell in love with He had anything to do with Red Moon Tribal Lord. But if it really was Red Moon Tribal Lord's doing, Xianing Chang understood why Shan Qing Luo showed a worried look just now. She was clearly afraid that Yang Kai would follow in the footsteps of that human woman. For the sake of her adopted daughter's future, Red Moon Tribal Lord would not mind the death of a human man. But since we're here, we should naturally search for a batch of unique materials here first. Yang Kai looked at Xianing Chang with a smile. Little senior sister, I'm afraid I'll have to rely on your strength for this. Oh. After leaving the guest room, Shan Qing Luo took Biluo straight to Qi Yu's palace. She was highly regarded by Qi Yu and was being cultivated as a future successor. So naturally no one dared to stop her from walking around the palace. All the monster race cultivator who saw her bowed respectfully to show their respect. Arriving outside the palace, Shan Qing Luo happened to see a bare-waisted, tiger-backed man standing outside the palace. His brow furrowed and his body slightly tilted, as if he was listening to something. Yu Xiong! Shan Qing Luo walked up and shouted. Hearing this call, Yu Xiong quickly turned around and put a finger to his lips, shushing her. Sneaking around in front of adoptive mother's palace. What are you doing? Be careful, adoptive mother doesn't know you'll be punished. Shan Qing Luo frowned and reprimanded him. Senior Ba, he is being tortured inside. Listen. Yu Xiong pointed inside with a gossipy expression on his face. Shan Qing Luo was surprised and listened carefully. Sure enough, she heard tragic screams coming from inside the palace. Her face couldn't help turning pale as she asked in shock, does adoptive mother refuse to forgive Senior Bahi? Although she had never met Bahi's situation was somewhat similar to hers. If Red Moon Tribal Lord refused to let go of Bahi, then the future of her and Yang Kai would be bleak. Bahi's ending, to a certain extent, was a good example for her to learn from. So when she heard Bahi's screams while being tortured inside, Shan Qing Luo became nervous. She seemed to be able to see Yang Kai being tortured in front of her adoptive mother. I don't know. Adoptive mother has always been pleasant and rarely gets angry. She only instructs us rather than reprimands us, never punishes us. Seeing Senior Bahi being tortured so miserably this time, it seems adoptive mother is really angry. Yu Xiong smacked his lips as his ears perked up, listening even more intently. Shan Qing Luo's expression changed as she became even more worried, secretly wondering what she should say when she saw adoptive mother. Chapter 1578. Shan Qing Luo and Yu Xiong listened outside the palace for more than an hour before the screams inside gradually subsided. Even a monster race master like Yu Xiong could not help feeling a little apprehensive upon seeing this. The door of the palace opened with a bang and a figure staggered out. This person was covered in blood and his aura was extremely weak, as if he was not far from death. Shan Qing Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. She could tell at a glance that this master should be Bahi. After all, he was exuding a powerful third-order origin returning realm aura. It seemed that adoptive mother was really angry this time, and it was hard to tell if she had forgiven Senior Bahi or not. Senior, you're all right? Yu Xiong walked over and helped Bahi up. Cough, cough. I'm fine, I won't die for the time being. Bahi waved his hand slowly, as if he didn't even have the strength to speak. Yu Xiong opened his mouth, but didn't know how to comfort him. Bahi suddenly raised his head and looked towards Shan Qing Luo. Even though this old man was extremely knowledgeable and had seen countless people, The moment he saw Shan Qing Luo, his eyes couldn't help lighting up and his originally weak aura seemed to recover somewhat. Gently nodding, Ba, he said, "This should be Sister Shan?" Qing Luo greets Senior. Shan Qing Luo bowed gracefully. "Sister Shan is too polite." "Good, the monster race has finally produced some decent talents." Ba, he smiled. This old master acted willfully back then and failed to live up to the expectations of Tribal Lord Master. "I hope you won't disappoint her again." "I will follow Senior's teachings," Shan Qing Luo whispered with a complicated expression. "And go in, Master is waiting for you." Ba, he waved his hand, supported his weak body, and walked out step by step, leaving behind a trail of blood in his wake. Shan Qing Luo and Yu Xiong stared at Ba, his receding figure, and couldn't help sighing. The future star of the monster race, the strongest master below the Origin King realm, was now being punished like this by adoptive mother. "Is that Qing Luo? Come in." Inside the palace, Qi Yu's voice called out. Shan Qing Luo felt guilty for no reason. Biting her red lips, she braced herself and walked inside. I'll go back first," Yu Xiong muttered to himself before turning around to flee. "Yu Xiong, get in here too," Qi Yu's tender voice called out. Yu Xiong's scalp went numb. His raised foot immediately fell back down. He turned around. With an expression as if her parents had died, she reluctantly followed behind Shan Qing Luo. He should have withdrawn long ago. Yu Xiong's intestines turned green with regret. In the spacious and bright bedroom, a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire stood there quietly. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. The beautiful woman had a voluptuous figure. Her breasts were tall and straight, and her waist was slender and beautiful. There wasn't the slightest bit of energy fluctuation coming from her body. She looked like an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. She was extremely beautiful, her red lips like the most beautiful rubies, flashing an alluring luster, her skin white as snow, and her 10 slender white fingers. In terms of attractiveness to men, she was not inferior to Shan Qing Luo at all, only lacking the natural charm of Shan Qing Luo. However, the noble aura exuding from her tender body was many times higher than that of Shan Qing Luo. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful woman was one of the 10 tribal lords of Monster Star, and the adoptive mother of Shan Qing Luo and Yu Xiong, Qi Yu. After the brother and sister pair came in, they first greeted Qi Yu, and after receiving a response from her, they sat down carefully. "Has the alchemy grandmaster from Shimmering Moon City been properly arranged?" Qi Yu asked casually. Reporting to adoptive mother, "Everything has been arranged." "Does adoptive mother wish to see him?" Shan Qing Luo looked at Qi Yu. "There's no hurry. Since this person was able to refine an origin-grade pill with pill clouds, she was indeed extraordinary, but compared to her, I was more interested in the human race man who came with her." "Qing Luo, do you have anything to tell me? I vaguely heard some incredible rumors." Qi Yu sat down in her seat and turned her beautiful eyes towards Shan Qing Luo. Shan Qing Luo's tender body trembled and she quickly got up, knelt on the ground, and said through gritted teeth, "Adoptive mother, please forgive me, that man." "Why are you so nervous? Adoptive mother won't eat him. Stand up and speak." Qi Yu stretched out her hand and lifted Shan Qing Luo up. Seeing that Qi Yu didn't seem to be angry, Shan Qing Luo couldn't help feeling relieved and her nervous mood gradually calmed down. "Tell me, is the rumor I heard true or false?" Qi Yu continued to ask. "It's true," Shan Qing Luo replied through gritted teeth. "Oh? In that case, is that human really the one you like?" Qi Yu laughed softly. "Yes. Is he that great? Why would even a woman like you fall for him?" Yu Xiong said he's just a little boy who relies on women to eat. "No, Yu Xiong is talking nonsense." Shan Qing Luo glared at Yu Xiong fiercely, causing the latter to shrink his head back and scratch his chin while looking up at the sky. "Tell me, what is so great about him that you can't forget him?" Qi Yu seemed to be interested and asked carefully. "Daughter doesn't know." Shan Qing Luo smiled shyly. In front of a powerful existence like Qi Yu, her queenly aura was completely suppressed. "We met when he was very weak. At that time, daughter was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage cultivator while he was just an Yuan Qi Boundary cultivator. The gap is quite big. Qi Yu raised her brow. But he seems to have reached the second-order origin returning realm now. Does that mean his cultivation speed is on par with yours? Understanding this, Qi Yu finally showed a look of shock. The speed at which Shan Qing Luo was breaking through was something she had witnessed with her own eyes. That human boy was actually not inferior to her adopted daughter was something she couldn't help feeling slightly shocked. I don't know where he has been all these years or what he has been doing. Last time, I accidentally met him in the Emperor Garden, but this time he came to Monster Star specifically to find me. He went to the Emperor Garden. Qi Yu became even more interested. And at that time, daughter joined forces with him to fight a group of people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. But before we had time to talk, the Emperor Garden closed. Humph! Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Qi Yu coldly snorted, a trace of disdain appearing on her pretty face. Since you joined forces with him, tell me, how strong is he? This? Shan Qing Luo showed an awkward look. You don't know? Qi Yu's face sank. Adoptive mother, please forgive me. The battle was not long at that time, so daughter was not able to observe carefully, but daughter is certain that he is not weak. Qi Yu smiled softly and slowly said, since you are so sure, I can give him a chance. Although his courage to come to Monster Star for you is admirable, in the end, he is still just a human, and he seems to have another woman. How can Qi Yu's daughter share a man with another woman? Put away your feelings for now. I will personally observe what he is like. If he really has the ability to make me approve of him, I will not oppose your relationship. However, if he is only a superficial person, I will personally kill him. After saying so, Qi Yu looked towards Shan Qing Luo, thinking that she would panic and beg for mercy. But instead, she saw a look of joy on Shan Qing Luo's face. Do you have so much confidence in him? Qi Yu was surprised. Although I haven't seen him for several dozen years, he was a man who was good at creating miracles. Daughter believes that he will not let me or adoptive mother down. Shan Qing Luo quickly said. Good. Since you say so, I can rest assured. Qi Yu nodded gently, very satisfied with Shan Qing Luo's attitude, and shouted, Yu Xiong. Yes, daughter. Yu Xiong quickly got up. I'll leave this matter to you. Test the depths of that little bastard for me. If he's just an ordinary human, kill him as soon as possible, lest he becomes an eyesore. Qi Yu waved her hand. Yes. Yu Xiong's eyes flashed a fierce light as he replied in a deep voice. You may leave. The brother and sister pair left Qi Yu's palace, Yu Xiong looking excited as he rubbed his hands together, ready to go all out. Although he felt that Yang Kai was a very interesting guy, even daring to call him his brother-in-law, in the end, he was still a human being. On the premise that he already had another woman, yet he still coveted his little sister. It was no different from a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Now that he had received Qi Yu's instructions, of course, he had to carefully evaluate Yang Kai. No matter what, he had to beat the crap out of him first. Yu Xiong! Shan Qing Luo shouted. What's the matter? Yu Xiong quickly looked up at her. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light as she glared at him and said, If you dare take action against him personally, I'll teach you a lesson. Yu Xiong was dumbfounded and said with a sullen expression, Little sister, Big Brother is only acting on behalf of adoptive mother. I don't care. In any case, you can't do it yourself, otherwise you won't have a little sister like me in the future. After saying so, she didn't give Yu Xiong a chance to speak and simply left. Little sister, great aunt, great aunt. Yu Xiong called out from behind, but no matter how he shouted, he didn't get any response. He suddenly felt that this was a very difficult task. Oh. After living in the palace for 3 days, Qi Yu finally summoned Xia Ningchong. As an alchemy grandmaster who could refine pill clouds, Xia Ningchong was qualified to do so. As for Yang Kai, Qi Yu didn't pay him any mind and naturally had no intention of meeting him. Qi Yu had a very good impression of Xia Ningchong. This human woman was docile and kind, with clear and pure eyes. Not only was her cultivation high, but her attainments in alchemy were also extremely profound. When she summoned Xianing Chang, Qi Yu specifically asked several famous alchemists in the palace to accompany her in order to test Xianing Chang's skills. The result was to her satisfaction. In terms of understanding of alchemy, Xianing Chang already had the demeanor of a grandmaster, not inferior in the slightest to the white-haired old men who had devoted their lives to alchemy. The alchemy competition held on the spot was also won by Xianing Chang with an absolute advantage. Qi Yu was overjoyed to obtain such a talent and immediately offered extremely generous conditions, allowing Xianing Chang to live in the palace with peace of mind and perform alchemy for her. If it weren't for Xianing Chang's inexperience and age, the position of chief alchemist in the palace would likely have changed hands. Chapter 1579. Xianing Chang was now placed in an important position. Not only did she have her own loft, but she also had several young and beautiful maids to take care of her daily needs. All she needed to do was focus on alchemy for Qi Yu. Everything was going according to Yang Kai's expectations. Sister Xia, these materials were allocated to you by Master Tribal Lord. Master hopes to see the finished pill in 1 month. Inside the loft, a maid in green handed a space ring to Xianing Chang. Give it to me. Yang Kai smiled and took the space ring. The maid in green frowned slightly, seemingly a little unwilling, but she didn't refuse and gently placed the space ring in Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai swept the ring with his divine sense and chuckled. Why are there so few materials? Is this still too little? This is already 40 origin grade pills worth of materials. The maid in green frowned. And it's a bit too little. Can you get me more materials? Yang Kai asked. I can, but the other grandmasters in the palace only have so many shares each month. If you ask for more, they won't have time to refine. How can those people compare to my little senior sister? Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Go get more materials, the more the better. The maid in green suddenly looked at Xianing Chang awkwardly. To be honest, she didn't like Yang Kai very much. Rumors that Yang Kai was a gigolo who only relied on women to make a living had already spread throughout the palace. No woman would have a good impression of such a man. He already had an alchemy grandmaster as his woman, but he still wasn't satisfied and actually extended his evil claws to Master Shan Qing Luo. Sadly, Master Shan Qing Luo's wise and bright eyes were obscured by something, and she couldn't see through this shameless bastard, unable to see the filthy soul hidden under his facade. Inside the palace, almost everyone was sighing for Shan Qing Luo, feeling that such a beautiful flower was willing to be stuck in a pile of cow dung, making them feel sad and indignant. Now that Yang Kai's tone was so arrogant, the maid in green, who already had a bad impression of him, felt even more disgusted. However, the Master Tribal Lord seemed to intend to put this new alchemy grandmaster in an important position, so she couldn't refuse. She just wanted to ask for Xianing Chang's opinion. As junior brother says, Xianing Chang said softly, if her lordship asks about it, just say that I want it. She won't disagree. Yes, the maid in green nodded helplessly. By the way, the grandmasters in the palace. What is the general probability of refining a pill? Yang Kai asked again. 20%. The maid in green replied indifferently. 10 sets of materials. 2 successful refinements. Understood. Many thanks for telling me. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. The maid in green looked at him seriously, as if she wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a while, she couldn't bring herself to say it and just said goodbye to Xianing Chang before turning around and leaving. This girl seems to hate me. Yang Kai looked at her back and chuckled. He naturally knew why the other party showed such a look of extreme disgust, but he didn't take it to heart. Junior brother, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to do this? Xianing Chang looked at Yang Kai worriedly. What's wrong? After all, these are origin-grade materials, their value is not low. If we do this, it's tantamount to swindling materials from Red Moon Tribal Lord. Xianing Chang felt a little uneasy and guilty. That's not right. Yang Kai shook his head. Little senior sister, think about it, that girl just said that when the other grandmasters in the palace refine origin-grade pills, their success rate is about 20%. In other words, 80% of the materials will be wasted. But little senior sister is different. If you try your best to refine pills, even if you don't have a 100% success rate, you will still succeed. Even if you fail occasionally, it doesn't matter. When the time comes, you only need to convert those materials into 30% pills. For Red Moon Tribal Lord, she will have already made a big profit. We will only be reaping some benefits from it. This is something that benefits everyone. Although what you said is correct, I still feel it's not right. Xianing Chang pursed her red lips lightly, although she felt that she and her junior brother were like thieves in her heart. Since Yang Kai wanted her to do this, Xianing Chang would not refuse. The two of them soon devoted themselves to the great cause of alchemy. The process of alchemy for Xianing Chang was similar to cultivation. For her, alchemy was a kind of enjoyment, not hard work. Moreover, she was now a first-order origin-returning realm cultivator. After studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, her attainments in alchemy were no small matter. In addition, the last time she successfully refined a spirit pill that formed pill clouds in Shimmering Moon City, her harvest was huge and her comprehension of alchemy was quite profound. Now, even Yang Kai admired her understanding of alchemy. One set of materials after another was converted into finished pills in her hands, her efficiency extremely high. Yang Kai was not idle either. He was experimenting with the true alchemy enlightenment scripture's final pill refining technique. If he succeeded, he would be able to produce more spirit pills from each set of materials, not just one. One could imagine how great of an impact it would have on the alchemy territory if his experiment was successful. This was definitely a groundbreaking development. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't have a clue for the time being, so he could only refine spirit pills while studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. The senior sister and junior sister worked together, and the trivial 40 sets of alchemy materials were all squandered in just a few days. A few days later, when the green-clothed maidservant came again and received a bottle of 12 spirit pills, she was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It had only been a few days, yet this young and beautiful alchemy grandmaster had really finished refining all the materials. Moreover, the number of finished pills was 10% higher than the other grandmasters in the palace. The maidservant could hardly believe her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that these spirit pills matched the materials delivered before, she would almost suspect that Xianing Chang had used the spirit pills she had refined before to make up the numbers. No wonder the tribal master valued her so much. It turned out that she really had the ability. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Yang Kai was an eyesore. This little gigolo really had a thick skin. All day long, he did nothing but stay by this girl's side, never leaving her side, as if he was afraid someone would snatch her away. However, one couldn't blame him for doing this. He didn't have much ability and could only rely on women to make a living, so of course he had to keep a close eye on her. For such an outstanding woman like Grandmaster Xia, there were likely countless suitors. Grandmaster Xia, these are the materials for 100 sets of origin-grade pills. The tribal master said that if you want more materials, you only need to tell this maidservant and the palace will unconditionally provide you with sufficient materials. The maidservant in green respectfully handed over more materials. Many thanks. Xianing Chang smiled lightly. Just put them there. Yang Kai gestured lightly. The maidservant in green glared at him fiercely before putting down the materials in her hands. After thinking for a while, she suddenly shouted, "I'll trouble you to treat Grandmaster Xia better, you shameless man." After saying so, she left in a huff. Yang Kai was puzzled and frowned. Why did she scold me? I didn't provoke her. Xianing Chang chuckled and comforted. Don't worry. Others may not know junior brother's excellence, but I know. Yang Kai's heart warmed. Xianing Chang lowered her head and whispered, Actually, this is good. I was really afraid that more women would know how excellent you are. Since little senior sister says so, then I'll be at ease as your little gigolo. Yang Kai laughed. Xianing Chang's face blushed slightly. The word gigolo always made her think of some bad things. Red Moon territory was one of the top 3 territories on Monster Star, so it was naturally rich and produced a lot of precious treasures. What's more, this was Monster Star, where there were countless monster beasts. So the palace didn't lack the herbs and monster beast monster cores needed for alchemy. No matter how much Xia Ningchang wanted, the palace would be able to satisfy her. In order to get as many benefits as possible from this place, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang's senior sister spared no effort in alchemy. They only refined 30% of all the materials and handed the refined pills to the green-clothed maidservant before taking new materials from her. The remaining 70% was pocketed by Yang Kai. This kind of opportunity to plunder alchemy materials was rare, so how could Yang Kai let it go? He didn't care about it himself. Now that he was an Origin King grade alchemist, unless he used Origin King grade materials to practice, he could effectively improve his alchemy skills. Otherwise, no matter how many pills he refined, it would only increase his proficiency. But Xia Ningchang was different. She needed a huge number of materials to perform alchemy and improve her cultivation. As the Star Master of Tongxian Realm, the little senior sister was eager to improve her cultivation so that she could bring vitality to her homeland. The materials obtained from the palace would become a stepping stone for Xia Ningchang's growth. Xia Ningchang's outstanding performance made Qi Yu very happy. Although there were several Origin-grade alchemists in the palace, none of them could perform alchemy as efficiently and quickly as Xia Ningchang. It could be said that even if all the Origin-grade alchemists in the palace were added together, they would still be inferior to Xia Ningchang. Qi Yu felt that if Xia Ningchang could serve in the palace for 10 years, it was very likely that Qi Yu would be able to create hundreds of Origin-returning realm cultivators. This was not a joke. If there really was 10 years, the pills refined by Xia Ningchang and given to a talented monster race cultivator would definitely be effective in helping them grow. Qi Yu was more and more optimistic about Xia Ningchang, granting almost all of her requests without the slightest hesitation. This kind of indulgence made it even more convenient for Yang Kai to collect materials. Yang Kai was already considering whether he should obtain some Origin King grade materials from Qi Yu. There had never been an Origin King grade alchemist on Monster Star before. This meant that there must be a large number of Origin King grade herbs stored in the palace. Yang Kai had already learned this from Shan Qing Luo and knew that Qi Yu had a storehouse where many precious materials were stored, many of which were Origin King grade. This made Yang Kai very excited. Chapter 1580. Inside the loft, Xia Ningchang was concentrating on alchemy while Yang Kai was trying to figure out how to steal the Origin King grade herbs from Qi Yu's storehouse. After thinking about it for a while, there was only one solution. Using the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose could move silently through the earth, and because it was a very special kind of creature, it was extremely difficult for others to detect its life fluctuations. When he was a guest at Shadowed Star's Colored Glass sect, Yang Kai had used the stone mongoose to steal a large amount of Thousand Illusion colored glass from Colored Glass sect, using it as the main material to build an Origin King grade starship. However, the situation this time was somewhat different from that time. Although Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was heavily guarded by Colored Glass sect, there were still opportunities to be taken advantage of. The masters of Colored Glass sect could never have imagined that there would be a creature in this world capable of stealing Thousand Illusion colored glass right under their noses. As for Qi Yu's storehouse, it was likely that the security around it was not something Colored Glass Mountain could compare to. Although the stone mongoose was useful, its sentience was not high, so if Yang Kai rashly sent it out, it was very likely to alert the enemy. Yang Kai could only take action himself. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and stretched out his hand, summoning a golden stone mongoose in front of him. This stone mongoose could be considered the only member of Xiao Zhao's race, but when it was born, its soul was damaged due to various reasons, causing its originally low sentience to become like a dead creature. It just so happened that Yang Kai had taken it as an existence similar to his embodiment. It had also absorbed a large amount of Yang Kai's pure golden blood, so its color was pale gold. Looking at the golden stone mongoose in front of him, Yang Kai gently nodded and sent out the soul clone from his knowledge sea. This soul clone poured into the stone mongoose's body. In the next moment, The dull eyes of the stone mongoose regained some light and seemed to become much more lively. Yang Kai closed his eyes and his expression changed slightly. No matter how many times he had experienced this, Yang Kai still found it amazing. He injected his avatar into the stone mongoose and made the stone mongoose his Dharmakaya. At this moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had been split into two. Not only could he feel all the emotional fluctuations and feelings of his main body, but he could also see everything the stone mongoose saw and heard. This was an indescribable wonder. It was an indescribable feeling. He was in no hurry to act. Instead, he tried to use his avatar to control the stone mongoose's movements. After familiarizing himself with this strange body, he suddenly disappeared into the ground. Solid ground for the stone mongoose. It was as if nothing had happened. Its peculiar body was able to perfectly merge with itself. It was like a fish swimming in the water. No one in the palace noticed. Yang Kai also asked Shan Qing Luo about the location of the storehouse. Therefore, he didn't need to look for anything. After confirming the direction, he went straight to the storehouse. After estimating the distance and location, the stone mongoose arrived at the bottom of the storehouse in no time. Yang Kai quietly released his divine thought and looked up. As he expected, even deep under the storehouse, there seemed to be a restriction. When his Dharmakaya's divine thought probed, it quickly encountered a layer of invisible resistance in front of him. The invisible resistance didn't seem to be very strong. Yang Kai had a thought and slightly increased the power of his divine thought. He condensed the power of his divine thought into one and blasted it toward the void. To be honest, this was just a test. Yang Kai tried his best to control the range of his power to the smallest extent possible. He didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He thought that such a slight test wouldn't attract anyone's attention. However, the moment his divine sense made contact with the invisible resistance, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from somewhere in the palace. This aura was so strong that it made everyone shudder. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes had appeared in the void and were overlooking the entire palace, observing everyone's actions. Under the gaze of these eyes, no one dared to act rashly. This aura rippled and soon swept across the entire palace before disappearing. Many people fell to the ground in embarrassment, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Even origin-returning realm masters felt weak in their hands and feet at this moment. What is Master Tribal Lord looking for? I don't know. Did someone do something in the palace that angered her? Everyone was discussing this matter, but they were still puzzled. Everyone knew that this powerful aura belonged to the Red Moon Tribal Lord. She was the only one who could silence the entire palace with a single thought. Yang Kai was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Chi Yu to react so quickly. If it weren't for the stone mongoose's special physique that allowed them to perfectly blend into the surrounding earth, his embodiment would have been exposed. After such a commotion, Yang Kai no longer dared to do anything to the storehouse and quickly controlled his embodiment to retreat. Inside Chi Yu's palace, her brow furrowed slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on her face, muttering to herself, "Strange, the barrier around the storehouse was obviously touched, so why didn't she notice anything?" She was also somewhat puzzled. No one could act presumptuously in her territory, and no one could hide from her prying eyes, so she thought that the barrier around the storehouse had been in disrepair for many years and had some kind of problem that caused the anomaly just now. Thinking so, she no longer had any thoughts of continuing to investigate and instead showed a smile of interest as she whispered softly, "But Yu Xiong seems to have become smarter this time, knowing how to kill with a borrowed knife. This queen wants to see just how much skill this human has." Saying so, she quietly sent her divine sense to the loft where Xia Ningchong was, observing the situation. Inside the loft, Yang Kai had just taken back the stone mongoose into the black book space when he suddenly seemed to have discovered something and glanced towards a certain spot in the void. His brow furrowed. At this moment, he felt like he was being spied on, but when he carefully probed with his divine sense, he found nothing. Could it be that what happened just now was exposed and Chi Yu was monitoring me? Yang Kai's face went black. "Oh, this little guy actually noticed something?" Chi Yu called out in surprise. With her powerful second-order origin king cultivation, it was a piece of cake for her to monitor a second-order origin returning realm boy without him noticing. However, Yang Kai's glance towards the void just now clearly showed that he had noticed her spying. However, that was all. It was impossible for him to really detect her divine sense. He was probably just suspecting her now. Chi-Yu saw this from the look on Yang Kai's face. This is interesting. Chi-Yu suddenly became a little interested. Yang Kai frowned as he sat in place, secretly feeling troubled. After a while, his expression became calm as he pretended nothing had happened and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. "My apologies. 2 young lords. You can't go in. This is where Grandmaster Xia performs alchemy. Tribal Lord Master has ordered that while Grandmaster is performing alchemy, no one is allowed to disturb Grandmaster Xia." Yang Kai's expression changed. He began to listen carefully. He discovered that the person speaking should be the green-clothed maidservant who had delivered the herbs to Xia Ningchong before. At this moment, she seemed to be preventing someone from breaking into the loft. This young lord knows that this is where Grandmaster Xia performs alchemy, so this is why he came here. If not for this, do you think this young lord would have come here? Step aside. I have something to discuss with Grandmaster Xia. A rough voice sounded, one that sounded very unfamiliar. 2 young lords, please conduct yourself with dignity. His lordship has already given strict orders, so please don't make things difficult for this servant. The maid in green begged bitterly as she brought up Chi-Yu's name, using both soft and hard methods. Scram! The owner of the rough voice seemed to become angry. Don't use Senior Chi-Yu to pressure this young lord. As for Senior, this young lord will explain himself. Who do you think you are to dare block this young lord's path? Little girl, please step aside. This young lord and brother Shuelian came here to ask Grandmaster Xia to perform alchemy for us, not to do anything to her. Brother Shuelian has a bad temper, so if he has offended you in any way, this young lord will apologize on his behalf. Another voice sounded. Yang Kai suddenly sneered. He recognized that the owner of this voice was none other than young Master Demonic Eyes, Mi Tian. Since entering the palace, Yang Kai had not seen him again. But someone as proud and arrogant as him would definitely not take the matter of Shimmering Moon City lying down. Shan Qing Luo had also warned him before to be careful to prevent him from retaliating. This time, he had come here with ill intentions. But who was this other person? Hearing Mi Tian call him Shuelian, it seemed his status was not low. Otherwise, how could he call Mi Tian a brother? Yang Kai was curious. Ask Grandmaster Xia to perform alchemy? The green-clothed maidservant froze for a moment before quickly responding. No, Grandmaster is a talent favored by Tribal Lord Master. Without Tribal Lord Master's orders, she cannot perform alchemy for others. No? The monster race master named Shuelian sneered. Why not? She's just a trivial lowly human slave. This young lord asking her to perform alchemy is simply giving her face. So what if she can perform alchemy? If she dares to disobey, this young lord will instantly consign her to eternal damnation. The green-clothed maidservant's face turned pale with fright. Although she feared the ferocious momentum of this monster race master named Shuelian, she still firmly stood in front of him, preventing him from breaking into the palace. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't move aside, prepare to die. With this young lord's identity, if I kill a little maidservant, I don't think Senior Chi-Yu will blame me. Think about it carefully. Shuelian stared at the green-clothed maidservant coldly, his eyes fierce and his expression violent. Girl, please move aside. Your delicate skin won't look good if it's broken. Mi Tian still smiled gently as he tried to persuade the green-clothed maidservant, his eyes flashing a wicked light. As soon as their eyes met, the eyes of the servant girl in green became a little sluggish and blurred. The struggling expression on her face gradually became docile. She blushed, nodded shyly, and stepped aside to let him pass. Shuelian coldly snorted, stretched out his hand, and pushed the green-clothed maidservant further away before striding straight towards the palace. Mi Tian followed behind him with a grin. Just when the two were less than 100 meters away from the palace, the door to the palace suddenly opened with a creak and Yang Kai walked out, gently closing the door behind him before turning around and staring at Mi Tian and Shui Lian indifferently. Shui Lian and Mi Tian stopped at the same time, the former sweeping his eyes over Yang Kai before disdainfully curling his lips. The latter, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as a look of hatred and dread flashed across his face. He would never forget Yang Kai's terrifying performance in Red Moon City. This was an opponent worthy of his attention. Chapter 1581. Brother Shui Lian, be careful. This is the human I mentioned to you before. Mi Tian looked at Yang Kai coldly and reminded him softly. The monster race cultivator named Shui Lian frowned as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, curling his lips as he said, "This is the human who killed your two thunder flame flying lizards? He doesn't look like much." He didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. His expression filled with contempt. Mi Tian chuckled. If Brother Shui Lian looks down on him because he is a human, it would be a big mistake. He seems to be different from the humans on Monster Star. Humph. I haven't seen you for more than a decade. Mi Tian, where has your spirit gone? Now you're actually praising a human so highly. If my carriage monster beast is killed, he won't live to see the sun of the next day. Mi Tian, you're done for. From now on, this monster star will belong to me. Shui Lian. Shui Lian didn't seem to take Mi Tian seriously and sneered. Mi Tian didn't get angry though and instead smiled. I'm just reminding you. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Heh heh. The two monster race masters didn't lower their voices at all, so Yang Kai naturally heard them clearly. Yang Kai couldn't help looking at the cultivator named Shui Lian with interest as a strange expression appeared on his face. This Shui Lian really had a great background. Otherwise, how could he dare speak to Mi Tian like this? Yang Kai knew that Mi Tian was the young lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord and was famous throughout Monster Star. But this Shui Lian dared to speak to him on an equal footing and even mock him mercilessly. What kind of background did this Shui Lian have? However, his cultivation was no weaker than Mi Tian's, and he was also a third-order origin returning realm master. Do you two have something to discuss? Yang Kai smiled. However, his eyes were slightly cold as he asked lightly. Naturally, we came here for a reason. Shui Lian grinned as he looked at Yang Kai disdainfully. But you aren't qualified to talk to this young lord. Call that human woman surnamed Xia to come out and see me. You want to see little senior sister? Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. I'm afraid that's not very convenient. Little senior sister is currently refining pills and won't see anyone. Refuse? Shui Lian's expression became fierce as he coldly snorted. That's not up to her. Since this young master is here, she has to see him. Even if you don't want to, you still have to. Mi Tian stood behind Shui Lian. Yang Kai smiled and echoed. Brother Shui Lian came here this time to find that young lady for alchemy. And I heard that her alchemy skills are quite good. Brother Shui Lian has already prepared the herbs. As long as she is willing to refine it, it will be fine. Alchemy is fine. Yang Kai nodded. You don't have to tell my senior sister about such a small matter. I'll agree on her behalf. Give me the herbs. Then I'll go back and wait for a few days. Mi Tian raised his brow while Shui Lian sneered. Give these herbs to you? Who do you think you are? This young master heard that you are just a gigolo who relies on women to make a living. Tell that woman to come out and see me. A trivial little human slut dares to put on airs in front of this young master? Be careful or I'll cut her into pieces. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly converged as his eyes narrowed, suddenly revealing a cold and ruthless look. Did you just curse my senior sister? Are you deaf? So what if I curse her? So what? You'll pay the price. Yang Kai's tone was cold as he suddenly appeared not far in front of Shui Lian and threw a punch towards his face. His Saint Chi surging fiercely as he punched out. The other party was obviously here to find trouble, so Yang Kai had no intention of continuing to argue with him. Shui Lian was taken aback. He didn't even see Yang Kai's movements clearly before he felt a sharp, murderous intent approaching him. Hurriedly roaring, Shui Lian threw out a punch to meet this attack. Shui Lian's eyes were filled with anger and ridicule. Yang Kai's sudden attack really surprised him. There had never been a human being so bold as to take the initiative to attack him. However, this human was clearly overestimating himself and was actually trying to compete with him with pure physical strength. Even among the Monster Star and Monster Star, Shui Lian's bloodline was one of the strongest. Even many monster race masters could only look up to him, let alone a mere human. Shui Lian attacked with all his strength, thinking that Yang Kai would be smashed to pieces. Kong. The two fists collided in the void, and the void seemed to collapse in an instant. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the surroundings and spread out fiercely in all directions. Yang Kai's body shook as he raised his brow in surprise. Shui Lian's eyes widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. When their fists collided, both of them felt the ferocious force transmitted from the other party and realized that the other was not to be trifled with. The huge force caused the two of them to stagger back a few steps before they finally stabilized themselves. Fierce! Mi Tian was not stingy with his praise. The moment Yang Kai made his move, Mi Tian had gracefully floated to the distance, and after stabilizing himself, he was able to see the collision between the two of them. He was greatly surprised. Although he had always felt that, in terms of overall strength, he was superior to Shui Lian, when it came to pure physical strength, Mi Tian was ashamed of his inferiority. After all, Shui Lian's bloodline was not something he could compare to. It was known for its tenacity and violent strength. If Mi Tian were to fight Shui Lian one-on-one, he would try his best to avoid contact with his opponent's body and use his strength to attack his opponent's weaknesses. However, this guy named Yang Kai was actually evenly matched with Shui Lian. It seemed that no one had gained the upper hand or suffered a loss in this first exchange. Mi Tian's expression became solemn, as he immediately understood that Yang Kai being able to kill his two Thunder Flame flying lizards in Shimmering Moon City was not just a random eruption of strength. He really did have such ability. There's a good show to watch. Mi Tian suddenly became excited as he shifted his gaze to a certain position 1,000 meters away. Over there, Yu Xiong was standing on the roof of one of the palaces with his arms crossed, looking down condescendingly with a smug expression on his face. Noticing Mi Tian's gaze, Yu Xiong waved his hand in greeting before joining Mi Tian in watching. Interesting, you're quite interesting, human. Shui Lian swept his eyes over Yang Kai, re-examining him as he shouted, "Again!" As soon as his voice fell, a strange blood-red light suddenly appeared around his body. This blood-red light was filled with an evil aura, causing Shui Lian's aura to soar. Taking a big step forward, Shui Lian rushed towards Yang Kai. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble, leaving behind deep footprints. With these footprints as the origin, the ground around him began to crack like a spider's web. Yang Kai was instantly enveloped by a biting murderous intent. This murderous intent seemed to be tangible, cutting through his body like a sharp blade, giving off a chilling aura that made one want to get as far away as possible from this murderous intent. Yang Kai couldn't avoid it, nor did he want to. A low and deep roar sounded out from his throat like a wild beast that had gone mad. His muscles swelled up, and his bones emitted crisp, cracking sounds. His imposing aura rose explosively along with it, and it attacked the killing intent that was everywhere in the surroundings and turned this invisible thing into powder. Shui Lian rushed in front of Yang Kai and sent out a barrage of punches filled with heaven-destroying and earth-extinguishing power towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of dodging, simply allowing the other party's attacks to land on his body while simultaneously counterattacking with his two iron fists towards Shui Lian's vital points. Pung pung pung. A series of muffled bangs rang out, causing one's scalp to tingle as the two men let out muffled groans. Yang Kai didn't show any signs of defeat and instead fought back and forth with Shui Lian. Mi Tian's expression changed while Yu Xiong's jaw dropped. The green-clothed maid even lost the ability to think as her beautiful eyes trembled as she watched all this. She had always thought that Yang Kai was nothing more than a man who lived off a woman, a shameless and shameless man. She secretly felt sorry for Xianing Chang, thinking that Xianing Chang's vision was really problematic. There were so many outstanding men in this world, so how could she have chosen such a man? But now, she finally understood that this man she thought of as a good-for-nothing also had a dazzling side to him. For the sake of his woman, daring to confront young Lord Shuelian head-on was already dazzling enough. This man is so handsome. The strength and physique Shuelian was so proud of failed to play the slightest role in suppressing Yang Kai. The other party's attainments in this territory were clearly on par with his own. Yang Kai's eyes became cold and fierce, like the fury of a bloodthirsty monster beast. In a world of fists and feet, Yang Kai and Shuelian tangled with one another, each of their blows shocking the heavens and surging waves of power. Between Yang Kai and Shuelian, a violent power sputtered out as pure physical strength sublimated, transforming into an indescribable realm that enveloped the two of them. Even masters like Mi Tian and Yu Xiong were somewhat unable to distinguish the specific situation of the battlefield. They could only see the figures of these two figures moving about, hear the sounds of explosions, and feel the terrifying power behind each blow. A bloody battle, Shuelian roared, his voice filled with rage while Yang Kai also seemed like a mad demon. The two of them, who had only met for the first time, had already regarded each other as life and death enemies, their eyes bursting with blood-red light that caused one's heart to tremble, not daring to look directly at them. The two figures tangled together, bombarding each other indiscriminately, like two reckless men who had never cultivated before, not using any other kind of strength, only wanting to suppress their opponent in this territory. During this period of time, flashes of light would burst forth like meteors, dazzling and intoxicating to the eyes. This kind of crude and simple fighting style had always been disdained by cultivators, but at this moment, this kind of violent battle was shining brilliantly under the hands of these two. Any kind of power, when cultivated to the extreme, could not be underestimated. The more Shuelian fought, the more shocked he became. He had never thought that a human could actually fight to a draw with him in a contest of physical strength. He used all his strength to bombard Yang Kai with his fists, but every time he struck, it was as if he had hit the hardest rock in the world, producing a metallic clanging sound. The strength of Yang Kai's physique made Shuelian feel like he was facing a body of iron, not flesh and blood. How was this possible? Even the monster race, which was famous for its physical strength, could not compare to his bloodline, so how could a human achieve this? Is he even a human? Chapter 1582. But that wasn't all. What was most terrifying was Yang Kai's aura. As the battle progressed, his aura grew stronger and stronger, and the power behind each of his punches grew stronger and stronger. Shuelian, who was in the middle of this battle, could clearly feel this. After fighting for just a cup of tea's worth of time, the other party's strength had gone from being equal to his to actually suppressing him. What was going on? Could it be that he had not been using his full strength all this time? Shuelian's expression became more and more dignified as his expression became crazier and crazier. He was a proud son of heaven, a dazzling new star on Monster Star. He was not afraid of strong enemies, and the madness in his bloodline was eager to fight. Only by killing masters could he demonstrate his strength. He was finally interested in Yang Kai. Yu Xiong, what's going on? 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, on the roof of the palace, Shan Qingluo suddenly arrived. Her brow furrowed as she looked down at the battle below and asked anxiously, with such a big commotion here, how could she not have noticed? After realizing that the fluctuations of the battle were coming from Xianing Chang's palace, she immediately came here and saw Yang Kai and Shuelian fighting a bloody battle. Why is Yang Kai fighting with Shuelian? Didn't Shuelian only come here a few days ago? Shan Qingluo asked suspiciously. If Yang Kai and Mi Tian were fighting, she could understand. After all, there was a gap between the two. Yang Kai had killed two of Mi Tian's ninth-order monster beast, so with Mi Tian's personality, how could he possibly let this matter go? However, Yang Kai and Shuelian had clearly never met before. There was no deep hatred between the two, So why were they fighting to the death down below? I don't know. Yu Xiong shrank his head and quickly waved his hand, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him, but his flickering eyes allowed Shan Qingluo to see some clues. You really don't know? Shan Qingluo narrowed her eyes at Yu Xiong, a cold light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Ahem. I really don't know. I'll ask you one last time, what the hell is going on? Shan Qingluo gritted her teeth and shouted. Yu Xiong's face suddenly became bitter as he stared at Shan Qingluo pitifully, a sad expression filling his face as he smacked his lips. He was speechless. As expected. It's all you're doing. Shan Qingluo was almost angered to death, her chest heaving up and down violently. Shuelian was not an ordinary monster race cultivator, so Yang Kai decided to fight him, no matter if he won or lost. Nothing good would come of it. After realizing that this was a trap set up by Yu Xiong, Shan Qingluo wished she could chop this cheap brother of hers into 8 pieces to vent the hatred in her heart. I didn't do anything. Yu Xiong scratched his head awkwardly. Shuelian just came to the palace a few days ago. I was just bragging about how outstanding Grandmaster Xiao's alchemy skills were in front of him and Mi Tian, and it just so happened that blood refining needed some pills, so Shan Qingluo didn't say a word as she ground her teeth and glared at Yu Xiong. This isn't Big Brother's fault. Big Brother originally wanted to instigate Mi Tian to take action, but that guy was too cunning and actually let Shuelian do it. And right, speaking of which, it's all your fault. My fault? Shan Qingluo screamed, her anger growing. Yu Xiong anxiously whispered, wasn't it you who didn't want Big Brother to take action himself? It was adoptive mother who ordered Big Brother to figure out that little brat's depths. So Big Brother had to think for 3 days and 3 nights before coming up with such a good idea. If you had let Big Brother take action himself, I would have been more careful not to hurt that little brat. No matter what, he is still my brother-in-law. Ha 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 ha. So, it's really my fault. Shan Qingluo smiled sweetly as she ground her teeth. No, it's all Big Brother's fault. Yu Xiong immediately admitted his mistake. Yu Xiong readily admitted his mistake. He knew that if he continued to pester her, he would definitely not have a good end. So if he acted like a coward, his little sister would forgive him. If anything happens to my man, you're dead. Shan Qingluo grit her teeth and shouted. Worrying too much, Sister Qingluo. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Both Shan Qingluo and Yu Xiong were startled and quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the voice, only to find that He had arrived at some unknown time and was standing not far from them, worthy of being the strongest master under the Origin King realm on Monster Star. It seemed that after living in seclusion for 200 years, not only had his cultivation not regressed, it had actually advanced even further. Yu Xiong and Shan Qingluo were filled with awe and quickly saluted. Senior, what you said just now, are you optimistic about Yang Kai? Shan Qingluo looked at He with her beautiful eyes and asked excitedly. Although she was also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, comparable to He in terms of eyesight, she admitted that she couldn't compare with the other party. So He's words made her feel much more relieved. He chuckled. I didn't say that, but he really isn't easy to deal with. I'm afraid Shuelian won't be able to take him down, and in his current state. After saying so, He sighed again. Amazing, amazing. Young people nowadays are really amazing. This little guy is just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, yet he was able to force Shuelian into such a state. If he really breaks through to the third order, Shuelian will definitely not be his opponent. Shan Qingluo looked happy as a sense of pride welled up in her heart. This was the man she had chosen. That was how extraordinary it was. Back when he was in the central capital, he had set off a storm with his weak cultivation. At that time, he often created miracles, but after several dozen years, he seemed to be even more outstanding than he was back then. Shuelian was not an ordinary monster race master. He had a great background and was a top existence even among third-order origin returning realm masters. Shan Qingluo's beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange brilliance as a sense of pride welled up in her heart. As if as long as it was Yang Kai, no matter how incredible it was normal. Senior, Did you just say that in his current state, Shuelian won't be able to take him down? Yu Xiong, on the other hand, understood the hidden meaning in Bahi's words. Shuelian hasn't used his full strength yet. You should be able to see that the potential of the Blood Flood Dragon bloodline hasn't been fully awakened yet. Bahi explained with a smile. Hearing what he said, Shan Qing Luo's pretty face couldn't help sinking. She suddenly realized this problem. Yu Xiong glanced at Shan Qing Luo cautiously and asked softly, "Then, Senior, if Shuelian were to go all out, would my brother-in-law be able to stop him?" "I don't know." Bahi smiled faintly. "I don't know the details of this guy's strength, but if that's all he has, he shouldn't be able to stop him. If he has other means, though, I can't say for sure, but in my opinion, in a contest of physical strength, Shuelian has the upper hand. Shuelian has the advantage." And Junior thinks so too. Yu Xiong nodded in agreement. However, a human being with a lower realm being able to fight Shuelian to such an extent was something to be proud of. Adoptive mother's orders. It seems he can complete his task perfectly. Such a performance. Adoptive mother should approve of him. But this little brat's unfaithfulness is a problem. Adoptive mother would never allow little sister to share a man with another woman. Little sister, you can rest assured. If things don't work out, big brother can go down and separate them. Yu Xiong comforted. Shan Qing Luo glared at him fiercely, causing Yu Xiong to let out a hollow laugh. "Oh, golden blood?" Bahi suddenly called out in surprise as he stared at Yang Kai with a look of disbelief. He found that the blood flowing from Yang Kai's wounds was actually a pale golden color. This was not the color of a human's blood. Did he really possess some kind of extraordinary bloodline that allowed him to compete with Shuelian in terms of physical strength? But what kind of bloodline could produce such golden blood? The blood that exuded a pale golden glow seemed to contain a surge of vitality, and as soon as it appeared, it began to repair the wounds on Yang Kai's body. His cracked skin and flesh were restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. What kind of powerful restorative ability was this? Bahi was shocked on the spot, and his body involuntarily leaned forward a little, as if he wanted to see more clearly. 1,000 meters away, the bloody battle was still ongoing. Both Yang Kai and Shuelian were bathed in blood, the pale golden and blood-red colors intertwining and staining their bodies. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of explosions suddenly rang out from the point of contact between the violent forces, and Yang Kai and Shuelian separated. Both of their eyes were as sharp and resolute as an eagle's, not caring about their own injuries and simply staring at each other coldly. "Human, you really are amazing. I take back my previous boasting, you are a very good opponent." Shuelian took a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice. "Is that so?" Yang Kai grinned. "But you don't seem to be that good." Shuelian laughed. "Arrogant enough. This young lord hasn't met a human like you for a long time. The last guy who dared speak to me like this was torn apart by me. I hope you can hold on a little longer and let me enjoy myself." As soon as his voice fell, drops of blood suddenly oozed out from Shuelian's exposed skin. As soon as these drops of blood appeared, they transformed into a blood mist that wrapped around Shuelian. This caused his already violent aura to become 30% stronger. In an instant, Shuelian seemed to have become a blood man, his entire body red, giving him a terrifying appearance. The blood mist wriggled around his body and suddenly transformed into scales that covered his skin. At the same time, 2 red curved horns appeared on Shuelian's forehead, giving him a majestic appearance. "Flood Dragon Transformation!" Bahi shouted in a deep voice as his expression became dignified. Shan Qing Luo's expression also became tense, while Yu Xiong's face became even more solemn. Shuelian was the son of the Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord and possessed the bloodline of the Blood Flood Dragon. He was the most powerful monster race bloodline on Monster Star, a fact that all monster race masters had to admit. After displaying the Flood Dragon transformation, Shuelian's strength would soar by at least 30%, a secret technique of the Blood Flood Dragon bloodline. Most powerful monster race masters possessed this secret technique, but depending on their bloodline, the potential they could stimulate would vary. The current Xuelian, compared to just now, was like a completely different person. A fierce and surging aura spread out from him, causing the entire world to tremble. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling and burning. A red aura wrapped around him. The red mist twisted and changed, rising into the air like a flame, making him look like a burning fireball. Xuelian is going all out. Chapter 1583. That little brat Xuelian's flood dragon transformation has reached its peak. In Qi Yu's palace, she muttered to herself softly as she became more and more attentive to the movements coming from her loft. As one of the 10 great tribal lords, of course, she wouldn't run over to watch the battle like Shan Qingluo and Yu Xiong. Doing so would be far too degrading, but with her powerful divine sense, it was not a problem for her to secretly peek and not worry about being discovered. To be honest, the battle between Yang Kai and Xuelian really made her eyes light up. Who was Xuelian? He was the son of Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord, the successor that Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord had cultivated with all his strength. He was the future master of Blood Flood Dragon territory, yet even with his powerful third-order origin returning realm cultivation, he was still unable to defeat Yang Kai. If Yang Kai could fight evenly with an ordinary third-order origin returning realm cultivator, he would already be considered a heaven-defying genius, but his opponent was Xuelian. Qi Yu had never expected that Yang Kai, as a human, could actually force Xuelian to use his flood dragon transformation in a battle of physical strength. Even among the experts of the demon race, there were very few who could do this. Yang Kai had done it as a human. This kind of thing had never happened on Monster Star before. The human cultivator on Monster Star was suppressed by the monster race and the cultivation resources were scarce. Even origin-returning realm masters were rare, let alone someone who could fight head-on with the son of Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord. Qi Yu was shocked as she secretly blamed herself for not being able to see the true strength of Yang Kai. However, she didn't know what his achievements in the other territories were. If his overall strength was really good, he was worthy of Shan Qingluo. If that were the case, it wouldn't be impossible for her to accomplish this good deed. In this way, not only would she be able to make Shan Qingluo submit, but she would also be able to gather a powerful ally, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After what happened with Ba He 200 years ago, Qi Yu no longer dared to oppose such a thing. She was afraid of arousing Shan Qingluo's disgust and repeating Ba He's mistakes. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that in mind, Qi Yu hid his divine sense around the battlefield and paid attention to the situation there. Outside the attic, Yang Kai frowned. He stared at Xuelian with a strange expression. At this moment, blood refinement. Its appearance was savage and terrifying. Its exposed skin was covered in blood-red scales, and its entire body seethed with a red glow while its battle-intent soared. He saw the strange look on Yang Kai's face. Laughing loudly, he said, "Human, don't tell me you're scared? If you're scared, it's not too late to beg for mercy. Do you only know how to talk big?" Yang Kai curled his lips, and the strange look on his face became even more intense. The moment Xuelian displayed his flood dragon transformation, Xuelian's expression changed drastically. Yang Kai felt a surge of energy in his body begin to stir, as if it wanted to rush out of his body uncontrollably. This made him extremely surprised. After figuring out what kind of power was causing this, Yang Kai felt relieved. Yang Kai did not allow this mysterious power to erupt and instead suppressed it. Suddenly, a 5-colored light filled his body, and this 5-colored light seemed to have a mind of its own, wrapping around his body and roaming about. Yang Kai's momentum, which was not weak to begin with, soared in an instant. What is this? Ba He was shocked and stretched his neck to look at Yang Kai. Damn, he really isn't using his full strength. This guy is too terrifying. Yu Xiong's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief filled his face. Mi Tian, who was watching the battle from a distance, was also shocked. He had thought that after Xuelian displayed his flood dragon transformation, Yang Kai would lose, but now, in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had also used some kind of mysterious secret technique to enhance his own strength. Human secret techniques are really broad and profound. Mi Tian was excited as he stared unblinkingly at Yang Kai, seemingly trying to figure out what kind of magical effect this five-colored light had. The five-colored light had different hues: yellow, blue, white, red, gold. All of them intertwined and exuded 5 different auras, but these 5 auras fused together perfectly without the slightest sense of awkwardness. 5 elements: indestructible sword chi. Yang Kai's attainments in physical strength were extremely high, not only because his foundation was good, but also because he had taken a large amount of life-revitalizing jade cream to create a large amount of pure golden blood, which had greatly enriched his vitality and vitality. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art he cultivated had also raised his physical strength to a whole new level. This was an extremely mysterious body-tempering secret art. When Yang Kai cultivated it, the grade of the 5 elements supreme treasures he chose was extremely high, so the effects were naturally remarkable. Now that he had reached the minor accomplishment stage in the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he could use it to fight his enemies. Looking at Yang Kai shrouded in 5-colored light, Xuelian froze for a moment, but soon grinned. Good, human. It seems you've also used your trump card. Let's see who is stronger between you and me. As soon as his words fell, his figure turned into a blood-red light and shot towards Yang Kai. The red light was like a cloud of blood, directly pouncing on top of Yang Kai's head, opening a giant maw that enveloped Yang Kai, wanting to swallow him whole. The blood mist that filled the air was filled with an extremely evil and violent aura, drawing out the innermost brutality in the depths of Yang Kai's heart, causing his eyes to turn red. Yang Kai shouted as a 5-colored light burst forth, transforming into 5 layers of energy armor that wrapped around his body. A dazzling golden light emerged from Yang Kai's fists, and in an instant, they seemed to be covered in countless tiny golden needles that bombarded the blood cloud. Among the 5 elements indestructible sword chi, the metal element was the sharpest and most lethal, while the earth element had the most outstanding defense. These 5 elements complemented each other perfectly. The layer of fine blood-red scales on Xuelian's body was extremely sturdy at first glance, so Yang Kai naturally used the metal element indestructible sword chi to attack his enemy. All the masters who were paying attention to this battle held their breaths at this moment, wanting to know who was better between Yang Kai and Xuelian after using their respective secret techniques. However, the result was shocking. There was no intense battle, nor was there a prolonged entanglement like before. This time, after Yang Kai and Xuelian collided, Xuelian seemed to have immediately suffered a loss. From the blood-red light, Xuelian's exclamations and roars rang out while Yang Kai remained silent, but everyone could tell that he was launching a fierce and merciless attack. Blood splashed out as a series of scales fell out. These were Xuelian's scales. Bahi's eyes trembled. It wasn't until this moment that he finally determined that Yang Kai's attainments in physical strength had surpassed those of the blood flood dragon lineage, which was known for its tenacity and strength. Bahi had completely misjudged this young man before. He subconsciously put himself in Xuelian's position and thought about how he would resolve the current crisis if he were Xuelian. The result he came to made his face pale. Powerless. He was truly powerless. The true strength of this second-order origin returning realm human was not inferior to any third-order origin realm master, and was even fiercer than most third-order origin realm masters. Even if Bahi went down to fight him one-on-one, he was afraid he wouldn't have a good ending. Bahi's forehead oozed cold sweat as he groaned in his heart. He was completely dumbfounded, not knowing what Yang Kai's origins were. Such a genius, even if one searched the entire star territory, there would likely be no other. Little sister, which cultivation star do you think my brother-in-law came from? Yuxiong asked blankly. A very backward low-level star. Shanqing Luo smiled. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. Low-level stars. Yuxiong felt like he couldn't think straight. How could a human from a low-level star have such strength? His strength was enough to make all the people in star territory who thought they were geniuses commit suicide out of grief and indignation. Good. Can you report to adoptive mother now? Presumably, Adoptive mother will be very satisfied with this result. Shan Qing Luo glanced at Yu Xiong with a smile that was enough to dazzle all living beings. Absolutely. Yu Xiong nodded heavily. If adoptive mother wasn't satisfied with such a human, it was likely no one would be. In this battle, this cheap brother-in-law of his had proven his strength to everyone. Shan Qing Luo no longer spoke and simply stared down in a daze, her mind immersed in Yang Kai's strength, unable to extricate itself. After confirming that Yang Kai had the upper hand, she no longer worried about Yang Kai and instead began to appreciate this battle. A scream rang out as Shui Lian retreated, his eyes filled with horror as he stared at Yang Kai tremblingly. His aura had withered and countless blood-red scales had fallen from his body. Even the two curved horns on his forehead seemed to have dimmed, no longer exuding the dazzling luster they had before. A great humiliation, being forced into such a state by a human cultivator who was a minor realm lower than him, was simply a stain on his life. He could not accept such a result. On Monster Star, he, Shui Lian, was famous for his fighting prowess and did not fear any cultivator below the Origin King realm. Even Mi Tian had not been placed in his eyes, but this human of unknown origin had made him suffer a great loss and humiliated his bloodline. How could he accept this? How could he be willing to give up? Human, you forced me to do this, Shui Lian roared, and after he finished speaking, a look of determination appeared on his face as he opened his mouth and spat out a blood-red bead. This bead was the size of a baby's fist and contained a terrifying amount of power. Vaguely, there seemed to be a small snake-like thing swimming inside this blood bead. Shui Lian has gone mad. Yu Xiong was shocked and shouted in horror. He actually spat out his monster core. Not good. Shui Lian is going all out. Bahi's face also flashed a look of horror as he hurriedly shouted, "Stop him!" Saying so, he hurriedly rushed over to the battlefield. Shan Qing Luo also seemed to have recovered and nodded before following closely behind Bahi. The experts of the demon clan, regardless of whether they were transformed from demonic beasts into humans or were born with a human body, had a special item called the inner elixir in their bodies. The inner elixir was the most important treasure of the demon clan. It was the existence of their life. A monster race cultivator would never use their monster core in battle unless it was absolutely necessary, because once it was damaged, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 1584. The risk he had to take was not small, but using his monster core could greatly increase the strength of a monster race cultivator. Shui Lian spitting out his monster core at this time showed just how crazy he had become, so it was no wonder Bahi and the others were so frightened. Shui Lian's identity was extraordinary, so if he was still defeated by Yang Kai even after using his monster core, the Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord would never give up. He was a top master whose strength was not inferior to Qi Yu's, so if he became angry, all of Monster Star would be plunged into darkness. But if Shui Lian won, with his current madness, Yang Kai's fate would not be any better. How could Bahi, Yu Xiong, and Shan Qing Luo just stand by and watch? So, no matter what, they had to stop Shui Lian before he could use the source strength contained in his monster core. Only then could they turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. The movements of these three were not slow. They were only 1,000 meters apart, so with their strength, they arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Bahi opened his mouth and was about to act as a peacemaker and persuade the two to stop, but before he could say anything, a loud roar rang out from Yang Kai's body, and at the same time, an incredible power spread out. Even someone as strong as Bahi felt his heart tremble. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, the corners of his eyes twitching. If he had heard correctly, that loud roar just now should have been Dragon Roar. Inside her palace, Qi Yu's beautiful face paled as she stood up abruptly, a strange brilliance flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she had discovered something incredible. Even with her second-order Origin King cultivation, when that roar rang out, she still felt goosebumps all over her body. She still had goosebumps all over her body. That was an instinctive reverence that had nothing to do with strength. Qi Yu had a trace of the heavenly moon demon spider's bloodline, which was why she was able to cultivate to the origin king realm. This was also why she was so optimistic about Shan Qing Luo, who had absorbed the heavenly moon demon spider source, and did not hesitate to accept Shan Qing Luo as her adopted daughter and vigorously cultivate her. She looked forward to the day when Shan Qing Luo would be able to bring back the majesty of the heavenly moon demon spider to this world and see the ancient era once more. The power of the heavenly moon demon spider. The heavenly moon demon spider was an ancient species. It was a terrifying monster beast. However, compared to the legendary ancient divine spirits, there was still a gap. Among the ancient saint spirits, dragons and phoenixes reigned supreme. Unfortunately, such a powerful holy spirit, he had long since disappeared in the long river of history. Only in the most ancient books and records could one see their sky-covering figures and their exaggerated descriptions. Those ancient holy spirits that only existed in legends. Strictly speaking, they were also part of the Yao clan, but they were born emperors of the Yao clan. They were existences that every Yao clan had to bow down to. Qi Yu thought that these ancient divine spirits had already gone extinct. But in her temporary residence, she had no choice. She suddenly heard the purest dragon roar. It pierced straight into the 9 heavens and was deafening, causing the trace of heavenly moon demon spider's bloodline in her body to tremble in fear. She no longer hesitated. Her figure flickered and disappeared from the palace. Then, she rushed towards the battlefield. She knew that Shui Lian was in big trouble this time. Outside the palace, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he took a deep breath, giving up on suppressing the mysterious power in his body and allowing it to erupt. A dragon's roar shook the heavens and a dazzling golden light flashed as a huge golden figure suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's body. This figure covered the sky and exuded a thick, majestic aura. Its 2 eyes, which were larger than houses, were also golden in color, awe-inspiring to those who looked at them. Shaking its head and wagging its tail, it rushed straight towards Shui Lian without the slightest hesitation. Shui Lian was dumbfounded. The frenzied aura around his body was instantly extinguished as if a basin of cold water had been poured over it. While he was lost in thought, the golden dragon opened its bloody maw and bit down on the monster core in front of him, swallowing it into its stomach. Immediately after, it returned to the top of Yang Kai's head and looked down. Impossible! Mi Tian cried out involuntarily as he stared blankly at the golden dragon, shocked by the sudden appearance of this figure. Divine dragon! Yu Xiong almost bit his tongue as his whole body trembled violently. He stared speechlessly at the shocking scene in front of him, as if he had lost the ability to speak. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as an 8-legged giant silver spider phantom suddenly appeared behind her, resisting the thick dragon pressure. This giant spider was the size of a house and its phantom was so condensed that it seemed almost tangible, with a crescent moon mark on its forehead. Heavenly moon demon spider. Of all the people present, only she was in a better situation. Firstly, she was a human, so the dragon pressure suppression on her was the least, and secondly, she had the strength to resist the heavenly moon demon spider source. Even so, she was still shocked by the golden dragon that suddenly rushed out of Yang Kai's body. The audience fell silent as the bloody battle came to an abrupt end, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. Yang Kai glanced up, a strange look flashing across his face as he turned to Shui Lian and said faintly, "Sorry? This guy seems to be very interested in your monster core. I wasn't able to suppress it." Shui Lian's face was extremely pale as the arrogance in his eyes collapsed like a skyscraper, turning him into ruins. In this battle, Yang Kai had completely whipped him from the inside out, from his body to his soul. Under the terrifying suppression of the dragon pressure, Shui Lian couldn't even think about taking back his monster core. Enough! A delicate shout suddenly rang out, and the figure of a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in the void. Her sharp eyes swept over the crowd, and finally fixed on the golden dragon. She took a deep breath, and her plump breasts heaved up and down exaggeratedly. Adoptive mother! Shan Qingluo and Yu Xiong hurriedly called out, "Master!" Bahi bowed respectfully. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he swept this beautiful woman with his divine sense, but was shocked to find that he couldn't see through her depths at all. She was an Origin King Realm Master. The identity of the other party was obvious. She was undoubtedly the owner of this palace, Qi Yu. This was not the first time Yang Kai had seen an Origin King Realm cultivator. He had spent some time with Guizhu before, but the feeling Qi Yu gave him was far more terrifying than Guizhu's. After all, Guizhu was just a first-order Origin King while Qi Yu had already reached the second order. The gap of a single minor realm was like the gap between heaven and earth. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Qi Yu. Yang Kai cupped his fists and shouted loudly. Qi Yu only cast her eyes on him now and gently nodded. "You are also a guest of my palace, so there's no need to be so polite." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Junior has admired Senior's prestige for a long time and should have taken the initiative to pay Senior a visit. But Junior's status is too low to meet Senior. I hope Senior can forgive him." "It's fine, this queen coming to see you is the same," Qi Yu replied faintly. "Adoptive mother. This time." Shan Qingluo saw Qi Yu's attitude towards Yang Kai and could not help panicking, thinking that she was blaming Yang Kai. So she quickly tried to speak up for Yang Kai. "You don't need to say anything, I know." Qi Yu waved her hand and interrupted her, not giving her a chance to speak. Narrowing her phoenix eyes, she looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and said, "The outcome of this battle has been decided. Shouldn't you return his monster core? Return it?" Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. "You don't want to be so ruthless." Qi Yu slowly shook her head. Red Moon shook his head slowly. "You're a smart person. You should know the consequences of doing that." "Junior really doesn't know. Please enlighten me." "Senior Qi Yu." Yang Kai looked at Qi Yu casually, seemingly not afraid of her at all. He broke out in a cold sweat. Mi Tian felt the soles of his feet cramp, and Yu Xiong couldn't help shivering. Someone actually dared to speak to their master like this? Did this little brat not know how high the heavens were and how thick the earth was? What good would provoking a powerful monster race tribal lord do to him? Did he not know how to be lenient when it was possible? Little bastard. Even though Qi Yu's mental fortitude was quite good, she was still amused by Yang Kai's arrogance. After thinking about it for a moment, she said with a gentle expression, "This queen will give you face, but you should also give this queen some face. After all, this queen is already so old. Talking so much is tiring." "Is Senior very old?" This junior feels that Senior is still in her prime, not at all worse than those young girls in their late 20s. Yang Kai was surprised. He and the other monster race masters were suddenly thrown into disarray. All of them stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Was he trying to flirt with their tribal lord master? Was this absolutely true? In this world, there was actually someone who dared to flirt with their tribal lord master. Looking towards Qi Yu cautiously, He and the others were surprised to find that their tribal lord master didn't show the slightest sign of anger and instead showed a strange smile, as if she was enjoying this, coldly snorting. "This human really has a glib tongue. No wonder Qingluo is so deeply in love with you. Is this how you managed to deceive her?" Senior is mistaken. Junior used his personal charm to conquer Qingluo. There was no such thing as a glib tongue. Yang Kai shook his head seriously. "Arrogant." Qi Yu pursed her lips and smiled, but after a moment, she restrained her smile and said seriously, "But in any case, you can't act too presumptuously in my palace. If something really happens to Shuelian, this queen won't be able to answer to Xuejiao. Return his monster core to him and this queen will owe you a favor." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly as he glanced over at the pale-faced Shuelian, a look of reluctance on his face. "He doesn't need to return it." Shuelian suddenly shouted, "It's just a divine dragon afterimage. It can't bind this young lord's monster core." As he said this, he opened his mouth and inhaled sharply. A loud dragon roar sounded again as a blood-red light suddenly shot out from the golden dragon's body and was swallowed into Shuelian's abdomen. Shuelian easily took back his monster core. The golden dragon was furious and bared his fangs for a moment. Human, it was just this young lord being careless just now. Do you think you can defeat this young lord with such an afterimage? You underestimate me too much. Shuelian's expression was one of unwillingness to admit defeat, but the contempt he had before was now replaced with dread. Whether he admitted it or not, Yang Kai's strength was not inferior to his. Chapter 1585. Enough, Shuelian, don't be so long-winded. Since you've come to this queen's palace, you must abide by this queen's rules. Do you think this is still your Blood Flood Dragon territory? Before coming here, didn't Blood Flood Dragon teach you what to do? Chiyu reprimanded. This queen can let bygones be bygones. But if there is a next time, you know what the consequences will be. Shuelian's face struggled for a moment before he cupped his fists and said, Shuelian has been disrespectful. Please do not blame him. Senior Chiyu. Mitian, take him back to rest. In a few days you will set off, so take good care of him. If he causes any more trouble, this queen will hold you responsible. Chiyu turned her eyes to Mitian, who had been standing there watching the show from beginning to end, her expression cold and stern. Yes. Mitian responded obediently. No matter how arrogant he was, in front of Chiyu, he had to tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. None of the monster race's 10 tribal lords were easy to provoke, let alone Chiyu, who was ranked at the top. Quickly calling out to Shuelian, Yang Kai prepared to take him away. Human. Remember this. Today's matter isn't over. Shuelian glared at Yang Kai with hatred and left behind a ruthless warning before leaving. Yang Kai sneered softly as he watched Shuelian gradually disappear into the distance before taking back his golden dragon. You all should also disperse. Chiyu waved at Yu Xiong and the others casually before turning her eyes to Yang Kai and saying, As for you, come with this queen. Saying so, she suddenly stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai, and a soft force instantly enveloped Yang Kai. Perceiving that Chiyu did not seem to have any malicious intent, Yang Kai did not resist, letting her do as she pleased. The next moment, the two disappeared at the same time. Adoptive mother, Shan Qing Luo exclaimed. Don't worry, little sister. Adoptive mother shouldn't have any ill intentions towards that guy. With adoptive mother's powerful strength, if she really wanted to harm him, he wouldn't be able to resist. Yu Xiong comforted. Shan Qing Luo suddenly became a little worried, grit her teeth, and rushed towards Chiyu's palace. In the bedroom, Chiyu and Yang Kai's figures appeared. Looking around, Kai Yang found that the decorations here were very simple and crude. However, there was an air of nobility in its simplicity. This should be Chiyu's residence, he speculated in his heart. After bringing Yang Kai here, Chiyu stared straight at him. Her phoenix eyes narrowed, not moving for a moment. Yang Kai remained calm. She stared back at her fearlessly. After a while, Chiyu gently nodded. It was hard to tell whether she was praising him or mocking him. Your courage is indeed not small. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a second human who dares to look me in the eye. Do you think this consort won't do anything to you? I don't think so. Yang Kai chuckled. Senior doesn't look like someone who would bully the weak. If you really think so, then you're seriously underestimating the value of the divine dragon source in your body. Chiyu took a deep breath and said solemnly, To tell you the truth, I am very interested in the divine dragon source in your body and have thought about killing you to seize it. With it, this consort may be able to peer into the heavenly way and break through to the third-order origin king realm. Do you know this is this consort's long-cherished wish? Even this consort cannot resist such a temptation. Yang Kai still showed no signs of fear and gently nodded. Since Senior says so, it means you don't want to kill me now. And may I know why? You're quite smart. Chiyu coldly snorted, turned around, and sat down in her chair, not intending to hide anything as she said, There are 3 reasons. First, this consort cannot guarantee that I will be able to take the divine dragon source after killing you. Since it chose you, it means it acknowledges you. This consort is not confident it will acknowledge me. Second, even if it acknowledges me, I may not have a chance to break through to the third-order origin king realm. Yang Kai nodded gently. What about the third reason? You are the man Qing Luo has taken a fancy to. If this consort really kills you, she will lose Qing Luo. The gains do not make up for the losses. Her future potential is much greater than this consort's. Junior admires Senior's straightforwardness. Yang Kai grinned. Stop flattering me. This consort doesn't buy it, Chi Yu said with a serious expression. Chi Yu's expression was solemn. Although I don't want to kill you, do you know how much trouble you've caused this time? Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. Senior is referring to Shuelian? What kind of trouble is he? Chi Yu coldly snorted. The trouble this consort is referring to is the other tribal lords on Monster Star. Yang Kai frowned, but soon understood why Chi Yu said so. You underestimate the appeal of the divine dragon source to people like us. If a human origin king were to learn that you have the divine dragon source in your body, they may only be shocked and amazed and try to strangle you before you grow. But it is different for our monster race. The divine dragon is a supreme emperor, an existence worshipped by hundreds of millions of our monster race. Tell me, who wouldn't want such a thing? Chi Yu's expression became solemn. Once this news leaks out, the other 9 tribal lords on Monster Star will definitely come to Chi Yu territory to find you. When that time comes, do you think this consort should protect you or not? Even if this consort is strong, 2 fists are no match for 4. Do you know how much trouble you've brought to this consort? Yang Kai was surprised. Junior had not thought about this. But Senior, isn't this Junior's fault alone? Doesn't Senior also bear some responsibility? He had been fighting with Shuelian for so long. So Yang Kai did not believe Chi Yu had not noticed. Since she had not stopped him even after noticing, it was obvious she had acquiesced. Perhaps she had allowed this battle to continue. Chi Yu glared at Yang Kai fiercely, naturally not admitting to this. In short, this queen has nothing to do with you. This queen is not related to you in any way. This queen will not intervene in your troubles. Chi Yu snorted, almost wanting to sweep Yang Kai out the door. Heh. This junior didn't ask Senior to protect him. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. If they want the divine dragon source in my body, they'll need to have the ability to do so. Chi Yu frowned as she stared at him blankly, seemingly unable to recover from her shock. After a long time, she sneered. How arrogant are you? You don't even put the tribal lords of my monster race in your eyes. This consort knows that humans have always been arrogant, but none like you. Only those with ability can be arrogant. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. To put it bluntly, even if Senior wants to kill this junior, she may not be able to succeed. Chi Yu narrowed her phoenix eyes and said in a cold tone, You're provoking this consort. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Junior didn't mean that. He was just telling the truth. Chi Yu stared at him seriously, as if she wanted to see if he was trying to trick her. But Yang Kai's expression was completely serious, without the slightest trace of guilt. This discovery surprised her greatly, and she couldn't help wondering where Yang Kai's confidence was coming from. She was a second-order origin king while he was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, an entire great realm gap. Even if he performed well in his battle with Shuelian, Chi Yu was confident she could kill him with a single blow. After living for so many years, she had never seen a boy as domineering and arrogant as Yang Kai. However, it was undeniable that although such a boy was a bit arrogant, he did have his own unique charm. No wonder Qing Luo had fallen for him and was unable to extricate herself. You still have a trump card you haven't used yet. Chi Yu's pretty face finally showed a trace of surprise. She thought that Yang Kai had gone all out in his battle with Shuelian, but now hearing him speak such nonsense, she suddenly realized that Yang Kai was still holding back. Shuelian's actions were not in vain. Such a human had already suppressed all the rising stars of the monster race. Mi Tian and Shuelian were nothing more than mediocrity in front of him. Yes, Yang Kai readily admitted. Chi Yu let out a sigh of relief as she stared at Yang Kai as if he was some kind of monster. After a while, She waved her hand dispiritedly. Forget it at this point. It's useless to pursue such matters. You can now be considered half a member of my monster race. And as your senior, this consort will naturally not embarrass you too much. And this consort will no longer interfere with the matters between you and Qingluo. You just let nature take its course. How am I half a monster race? Yang Kai shouted with a blank look on his face. Qi Yu's evaluation of him made him very unhappy. He was clearly a genuine human being from head to toe. Humph, do you think I'm insulting you? Qi Yu stared at Yang Kai coldly. This is an opportunity that others can't even dream of. Boy, you'd best show a satisfied expression. An opportunity. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he pondered for a moment before asking, Senior is referring to the so-called divine dragon source? Indeed, your current situation is somewhat similar to Qingluo's. As a human, you have inherited the source of a powerful monster race, so you can be considered half a monster race. Qi Yu nodded. About the divine dragon source, can Senior explain it to this junior? Yang Kai asked. What do you want to know? Qi Yu asked. Everything Junior wants to know. Yang Kai looked at Qi Yu with a smile. Qi Yu's brow furrowed, but she didn't show any signs of anger, instead patiently explaining. You should have heard of the term ancient divine spirit. In ancient times, some of the powerful creatures that were born with the formation of the heavens and earth were ancient divine spirits. They were the predecessors of my monster race and were the most powerful existences. Our demon race has tens of thousands of clans, all of which evolved from the bloodline of the ancient divine spirit. However, some clans inherited a thin portion of the bloodline, so they are relatively weak. Some clans inherited a rich portion of the bloodline, so they appear strong. And the one you fought with, Shuelian, possesses the blood flood dragon bloodline, which means he inherited from the dragon race, and the bloodline he inherited is not thin. That's why when the divine dragon source in your body appeared, he was instantly suppressed. That's why the divine dragon source was so interested in his monster core, because if it swallowed Shuelian's monster core, it would be able to enhance its strength and strengthen itself. Yang Kai listened carefully, nodding from time to time. These were the words of the monster race's Red Moon tribal lord, so they were undoubtedly very authoritative. Chapter 1586. However, although you have the power of the divine dragon source, you don't seem to know how to use it, wasting such a great opportunity. Qi looked at Yang Kai mockingly. That's why Shuelian was able to take back his monster core so easily. If not for that, he wouldn't even be alive right now. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yang Kai's face. This so-called divine dragon source was something he obtained from the Heaven's Cave inheritance with Su Yan when he was still in High Heaven Pavilion. Many years later, Yang Kai learned that this was the inheritance left behind by the two founders of Tongxian Realm's Dragon Phoenix Palace. But over the years, Yang Kai had never used it for anything. Only when he was dual cultivating with Su Yan did the golden dragon tattoo on his body become active. Qi Yu saying that he had wasted such a great opportunity was not wrong. Without even mentioning that, each of the divine spirits from ancient times had a divine technique that could split the heavens and earth, each of them being the rulers of the monster race, with the dragon and phoenix being the most powerful. However, for some unknown reason, these ancient holy spirits all disappeared at a certain time. There are rumors that a great battle broke out between them, and 90% of the ancient holy spirits have fallen. There are also rumors that they have gone into hiding. As for the real situation, no one knows. After the disappearance of the ancient divine spirits, other powerful demon clans took over the dominant position. These demon clans are all known as the Ancient Mutants or the Savage Mutants. Blood Flood Dragon, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Nine Nether Cheong Chi. They all belong to this category. Although the Savage Xenogeneics only appeared after the Holy Spirits, some of the powerful Savage Xenogeneics were not inferior to the Holy Spirits, and some were even stronger. Moreover, some of these savage variants still exist today. Of course, these are bloodlines that have been passed down from generation to generation, not really from ancient times. Shuelian's bloodline and Qing Luo's source both belong to savage variants, right? Yang Kai asked modestly. And Qi Yu nodded. That's why this queen said that Qing Luo's future achievements will be brighter than mine. What she has is a complete source. Unlike this queen who only inherited a faint bloodline. We can be considered family. You can also say that we are family. You should understand what kind of position Qing Luo holds in this queen's heart. Junior understands. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Let's talk about the divine spirits. Qi Yu was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude. As this queen said just now, among the divine spirits, dragons and phoenixes, dragons and dragon race. The golden divine dragon was revered again. What you inherited is the golden divine dragon source. Golden divine dragon. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai. You Yang even among the divine spirits is to begin to be divine spirits now. You to the king to the heavens to two to the monster king spirit? Yang Kai gently nodded and suddenly smiled. Senior being able to resist this kind of temptation is truly worthy of this junior's admiration. Queen to Yang to you Yang to T's to me. S. To Yang soul to spirit of to S to Yang's to TB. S to you. This king haha. Yang Kai chuckled dryly. However, this queen is also very curious as to how much of the divine dragon source you have inherited. Qi Yu looked at Yang Kai with interest, carefully sweeping him with her divine sense, but still wearing a look of suspicion. I don't know. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Oh, that's strange. Qi Yu suddenly seemed to discover something and the look on her pretty face became even more curious. How come? There seem to be two divine spirits in your body? One is the divine dragon force from before and the other. Senior is talking about this. Yang Kai frowned and pulled out the verdant dragon bone sword without hesitation, pouring his Saint Qi into it. Accompanied by a dragon roar, a giant green dragon immediately hovered above Yang Kai's head, looking down at Qi Yu condescendingly. Qi Yu's phoenix eyes narrowed as she cried out involuntarily, "Impossible! You still have this." With her eyesight, she could naturally see that this was an artifact refined from a piece of dragon bone that seemed to have been mixed with a dragon bead. What's more, the faint dragon soul had not yet been extinguished. Qi Yu was shocked to the extreme, her eyes turning red as she envied the opportunity Yang Kai had. He was obviously just a human, so why did he possess an opportunity that made all the monster race envious? Is this your trump card? Qi Yu gasped for breath as she felt the dragon pressure rushing towards her, causing the faint heavenly moon demon spider bloodline in her body to stir again. After a long time, she calmed her excitement and said with a complicated expression, "If this is your only trump card, then this queen must advise you not to take yourself too seriously. With the power of this artifact, it may make you invincible against anyone below the Origin King realm, but an Origin King is not something an Origin returning realm cultivator can resist." Yang Kai just smiled and did not comment. This boy still had a trump card. Qi Yu was really shocked. What kind of freak was this? Yang Kai looked at Qi Yu faintly. He knew that what Qi Yu had sensed just now was not the dragon bone sword, but the Ice Phoenix remnant soul. However, the Ice Phoenix remnant soul did not belong to him and was only temporarily attached to him. It belonged to Su Yan. Yang Kai would rather expose the dragon bone sword than let Qi Yu discover the existence of the Ice Phoenix. If Qi Yu knew this, it was hard to imagine how she would feel. Forget it, put it away. If you continue to act like this queen is afraid she won't be able to resist taking action against you, Qi Yu said seriously. Yang Kai nodded and put the dragon bone sword back into his body. Qi Yu sat there, her mood still fluctuating, not speaking for a long time. Yang Kai did not want to rashly provoke her, so he could only stand in place and wait. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Qi Yu raised her head again and looked at Yang Kai with a strange smile on her face as she asked unhurriedly, "Boy, do you want to dig out the divine dragon source in your body?" As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Does Senior have a way?" "Aha, do you think this queen has a way?" Qi Yu smiled slyly. "Just now, This queen saw your battle with Shuelian from beginning to end. Not bad. Your physique is indeed extraordinary, even better than Shuelian's. This queen does not know how you tempered your body, but it must have something to do with the five-colored light. However, if you can exert the effects of the golden divine dragon source, your physique will rise to a whole new level, perhaps even comparable to a real golden divine dragon. Yang Kai's eyes lit up even more. That's an immortal existence. Qi Yu's words were full of temptation. Yang Kai's desire was instantly extinguished as he stared at Qi Yu vigilantly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it. There is no need to beat around the bush." This junior admits he is very interested in what you have to say and is willing to pay a price to obtain it. But please tell this junior clearly what you want from me. If it is too difficult, then forget it. Good, Qi Yu shouted. It's never tiring to talk to smart people. This queen does have something she needs your help with. You can choose to refuse or agree. Everything is voluntary. Please speak, senior. Have you heard of the blood prison trial on Green Mountain Star? I have. Yang Kai's expression became strange. Naturally, he had heard of the blood prison trial. He had even left Chen Tong and the others on Green Mountain Star to wait for the blood prison trial to open. Could the matter Qi Yu was talking about be related to this? Although the blood prison trial was famous and had attracted all the Third Order Origin returning realm masters from the entire star territory to participate, the masters on Monster Star were all from the monster race, so it was impossible for them to blatantly travel to Green Mountain Star. If they really did so, there would be no good consequences. Just as the monster race on Monster Star did not like humans, humans did not like monster race. Since you've heard of it, it's easy to explain. Qi Yu smiled with satisfaction. This queen needs you to go to Green Mountain Star, enter the blood prison, and find something for this queen. Find what? An origin essence crystal. Qi Yu shouted. What's that? Yang Kai frowned. An origin essence crystal that only a Third Order Origin King can condense. You can think of it as the crystallization of that master's essence, chi, and soul. After such a master dies, their origin essence crystal will be left behind. Of course, what I want you to find is an origin essence crystal left behind by a top master from my monster star. His true form is actually a monster core. A monster core. And you should have heard of the origin of the blood prison trial. It was a chaotic battle between a dozen or so Origin King realm masters. Almost all of them were wiped out, and the battlefield was filled with the power of the Origin King realm master's territory, which is why so many Third Order Origin returning realm cultivator were attracted to it. A powerful tribal lord of my monster race participated in that battle, but unfortunately, he fell in the blood prison. I want you to take out his origin essence crystal. You want me to take it out? Yang Kai frowned. By the way, Mitian and Shuelian coming to the palace at this time, are they going to participate in the blood prison trial? He suddenly realized this. Counting the days, the blood prison trial was not far away. It just so happened that the young Lord of Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord and the son of Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord had come to Qi Yu's palace together. Qi Yu mentioning the blood prison trial at this juncture made Yang Kai think there was some kind of connection between the two. Yes, they will participate, which is why they came to this queen's palace, because only this queen can safely enter the blood prison. In addition, not only them, but Qing Luo, Yuxiong, and Ba He will also participate, as well as 2 monster race rising stars you have never seen before. They will soon arrive. Since so many people are going to participate, why do you want me to take it? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Qi Yu and sneered, Isn't it dangerous? Participating in the blood prison trial is a very dangerous act in itself. Haven't you heard that more than half of the masters who enter the blood prison will die? As for taking the origin essence crystal, there is definitely danger, but since you are so arrogant, are you afraid of such trivial danger? Junior only has 1 life, so naturally he must cherish it. Please answer my question, senior. Yang Kai looked at Qi Yu stubbornly. Chapter 1587. This smelly brat really isn't easy to deal with. Chiyu cursed in her heart. However, she did not expect Yang Kai to agree so easily. With his shrewdness, how could he not inquire about these things clearly? Good, Chiyu sighed. The reason why I want you to obtain it is because only you can do it. Although the top master of my monster race has fallen, its origin essence crystal is not easy to obtain. Any attempt to lay a finger on it will cause it to resist and most likely self-destruct, leaving nothing behind. Does it have sentience? Yang Kai was stunned. No, it just has a trace of the remnant soul of that monster race master attached to it. Chiyu slowly shook her head. I need it to comprehend the mysteries of the Third Order Origin King realm, and only you can use the power of the Golden Divine Dragon to suppress it for a moment before capturing it. Do you understand? I understand. Yang Kai nodded. But Junior still doesn't quite understand. Since Senior wants it so badly, why don't you do it yourself? With your means, isn't it easy to suppress it? What kind of joke is that? Chiyu shouted angrily. Don't you know that Green Mountain Star has a Star Master? Secretly sending a few monster race juniors into the blood prison is one thing, but if this queen had gone to Green Mountain Star personally, how could he have given up? Fighting with him on his own turf, this queen isn't stupid enough to do that. Green Mountain Star actually has a Star Master? Yang Kai was surprised. Wasn't there no Third Order Origin King on Green Mountain Star? Who knows where that guy got his luck from? With just a Second Order Origin King, he dared to refine the source of a star. The most infuriating thing is that he actually succeeded. Chiyu's pretty face twisted as she seemed to recognize this Star Master. Yang Kai gently nodded. If this was the case, then everything made sense. Green Mountain Star had a Star Master presiding over it, so Chiyu did not dare to go there easily. Both of them were Second Order Origin Kings, so if they fought elsewhere, they might be evenly matched. But on Green Mountain Star, Chiyu would definitely not be the Star Master's opponent. As for the Monster Race Master's Monster Core, could also be called an Origin Essence Crystal, but it was extremely sensitive. Any attempt to touch it would lead to unpredictable consequences. But the Golden Holy Dragon's Draconic might had a suppressive effect on it, just like how he had suppressed Shui Lian before. This is this consort's suggestion. Whether you agree or not, you can carefully consider it for a few days. In any case, there was still some time before the blood prison trial began. I can wait. Chiyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. It was as if he was sure that he would win. There's nothing to consider. I agree. To Chiyu's surprise, Yang Kai readily agreed. But I have a condition. Yang Kai grinned. What? First, tell me the method to excavate the source power of the sacred dragon. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Red Moon was so angry that she laughed. That's the reward you get after you succeed. Why would I hand it over to you now? Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Senior, you're wrong to think that way. According to what Senior said before, whether I can succeed or not depends on the suppression of the Golden Holy Dragon. This junior knows nothing about the Golden Holy Dragon's source power and doesn't know how to use it. What if something happens and the Origin Essence Crystal explodes? Presumably, Senior doesn't want to see such a result, right? Chiyu's pretty face sank as her brow furrowed. It was undeniable that even if she understood that Yang Kai was just spouting nonsense, what he said was exactly what she was worried about. So, to be on the safe side, I think Senior should teach me the method first. Senior can rest assured that since this junior has agreed to this matter, he will not go back on his word, and will do his best to obtain the Origin Essence Crystal for you. This queen would be a fool to believe you. Chiyu coldly snorted in her heart. After a moment of hesitation, Chiyu suddenly laughed softly. It's not impossible to give it to you first. This queen can even teach you personally and pass on some of her insights. Oh? Yang Kai raised his brow. Senior's good intentions? This junior will accept. However, this queen will only teach you half of it. The other half will be taught to you after you succeed. And that's fine. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but after saying so, he seemed to think of something and added, Senior, You can teach me half of this secret art first and give the other half to Yu Xiong for safekeeping. In any case, he is going to Green Mountain Star, so when this junior obtains the origin essence crystal, he can exchange it with Yu Xiong. Chi Yu frowned slightly as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Haha, such a good secret art. Junior can't wait to obtain it as soon as possible. Yang Kai showed a harmless smile. Chi Yu stared at him for a long time before gently nodding. Good, but this queen will remind you not to have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, don't blame this queen for not taking Qing Luo's feelings into consideration. Naturally, I am a man of integrity. Yang Kai patted his chest and promised. Now that they had reached an agreement, Chi Yu immediately took Yang Kai to a secluded room and taught him half of the secret art for unearthing the source of the golden divine dragon, the monster transformation secret art. In order to ensure Yang Kai's success rate in obtaining the origin essence crystal, Chi Yu did not hide anything and taught him everything she knew. This monster transformation secret art was specifically designed to unearth the source strength hidden in one's bloodline, especially those at the divine spirit grade. Its effects were remarkable. Since Yang Kai obtained the golden divine dragon tattoo, he had not been able to develop its potential, but now with Chi Yu, he finally understood the terrifying and bright prospects of the golden divine dragon. His cultivation had not increased, but if he used the source strength of the golden divine dragon, Yang Kai's combat power could be significantly improved. Time flew by and half a month passed. Yang Kai walked out of Chi Yu's palace with a look of excitement on his face, as if he hadn't had enough. By now, he had realized the value of the source strength in his body. But unfortunately, Chi Yu had only taught him half of the secret art and had not allowed him to fully study it. A regrettable outcome. What the hell is this little brat doing? Inside her palace, Chi Yu was puzzled. Although Yang Kai asking her to give the second half of the secret art to Yu Xiong made her vigilant, she still could not figure out what Yang Kai was planning. Was he not going to return to Monster Star? Otherwise, why would he make such a proposal? But as long as his little senior sister stayed in the palace, where could he run off to? Looking at him, he did not seem like someone who would disregard the safety of his senior sister. If that were the case, Qing Luo would definitely feel disgusted with him and they would part on bad terms. This was the result Chi Yu hoped to see. After thinking about it for a while, Chi Yu still could not figure it out and could only wait and see. As long as Xianing Chong was still in her hands, she was not afraid of Yang Kai stirring up any waves. Inside Xianing Chang's loft, Shan Qing Luo and her were waiting anxiously. It had been half a month since Yang Kai had a conflict with Shuel Yen and Yang Kai was taken away by Chi Yu. But Yang Kai still had not returned, which naturally made the two women extremely worried. Shan Qing Luo had also gone to Chi Yu's palace many times to ask for an audience, but she had never received a reply. Ning Chong, don't worry. Adoptive mother won't do anything to him. Shan Qing Luo herself was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but she still comforted Xianing Chong. Elder sister Qing Luo, can you be sure that Red Moon Tribal Lord won't do anything to junior brother? Xianing Chong looked at her eagerly, as if she had placed all her hopes on her. Shan Qing Luo felt like she was under a mountain of pressure. Although she didn't dare guarantee anything in her heart, she still quickly nodded and made a promise. At that moment, the sound of light footsteps came from outside. The two women released their divine senses at the same time, and in the next moment, their faces filled with joy as they hurriedly stood up. A moment later, Yang Kai stepped in from outside, completely unscathed and seemingly in good spirits. Were you waiting for me? Yang Kai glanced at the two women before walking over to the table and pouring himself a glass of water before taking a sip. Are you okay? Shan Qing Luo asked nervously. Me? I'm fine. Yang Kai chuckled. Don't worry. Senior Chi, you didn't do anything to me. She just made a deal with me. A deal? Shan Qing Luo's brow furrowed. What kind of deal? I can't tell you the details, but I want to go with you to Green Mountain Star. You're going to Green Mountain Star too? You're going to participate in the blood prison trial? Shan Qing Luo covered her mouth. Yes, but you're only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Only third-order cultivators are going there. What's wrong with that? Yang Kai chuckled. No one says that second-order cultivators can't go. In any case, I already promised Senior Chiyu, so it's too late to back out now. That being said, but... No buts. Yang Kai shook his head. But I'm curious. Counting the days, the blood prison trial will open in about 1 or 2 months. If you don't leave now, will you be able to make it in time? Shan Qing Luo smiled. There's no need to be in such a hurry. There is a cross-cultivation star space array in the palace that can send us directly to the blood prison, so we just need to wait for the blood prison to open. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There's a cross-cultivation star space array here? Shan Qing Luo nodded. It is said to be something left behind from tens of thousands of years ago. The blood prison trial is such a grand event that the monster race on Monster Star also wants to participate, but it's really inconvenient for us to rush to Green Mountain Star, so tens of thousands of years ago, the previous generation's Red Moon Tribal Lord organized a group of array masters and artifact refining grandmasters to construct a cross-cultivation star space array. Basically, every time the blood prison trial opens, Monster Star will secretly send a group of newcomers in. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. No wonder time is so tight and Senior Chiyu doesn't seem to be in a hurry. It turns out there is such a thing. And why else do you think Mi Tian and the others gathered at the palace? They all want to go to the blood prison from here, Shan Qing Luo explained with a smile. Chapter 1588. After hearing what Shan Qing Luo said, Yang Kai understood why the monster race masters from other territories would rush to Red Moon Palace. It turned out they wanted to use the cross-cultivation star space array. By the way, Qing Luo, this blood prison trial shouldn't be easy. Take this thing with you. Although you don't have much time, try to refine it as much as possible. Perhaps it will provide you with some help. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something, took it out of his space ring, and handed it to Shan Qing Luo. This is... Shan Qing Luo looked at the thing in Yang Kai's hand suspiciously, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she called out, "An Origin King-grade artifact?" She instantly noticed the strong and restrained energy fluctuations coming from this thing. This kind of energy fluctuation could only be emitted by an Origin King-grade artifact. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's called the Thunderfire Seven Birds Whip. I think it should be very suitable for you. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed a smile, not showing any sign of politeness to Yang Kai, instead taking the Thunderfire Seven Birds Whip from him and pouring her Saint Qi into it. The long whip immediately let out a humming sound, as if it was resonating with her Saint Qi. This seems to really suit me. Shan Qing Luo showed a thoughtful look on her face. Its previous owner was a human, right? The remnant brand of life inside is somewhat incongruous with its original form, and it seems that it needs to be circulated with Monster Qi in order to display its full power. Really? Yang Kai was stunned. He really didn't know about this. The Thunderfire Seven Birds Whip was originally Thunder Typhoon Sec's hallowed artifact. After Yang Kai killed Fong Pong in the Sealed World bead, this Origin King-grade artifact became his trophy. Yang Kai hadn't studied it carefully, but he vaguely felt that this whip-shaped artifact matched Shan Qing Luo's temperament well, so he had given it away. Just think about it. The enchanting and charming Shan Qing Luo swinging her long whip, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and her clothes fluttering in the wind. It always made one's blood boil, and it made one feel like conquering. It's called the Thunderfire Seven Birds Whip? Shan Qing Luo happily played with the long whip, seemingly unable to put it down. Not bad. Then it should be. This might have been a secret treasure owned by one of the Monster Clan's powerhouses. Eventually, it fell into the hands of humans. I can feel the aura of its original owner. Now that you mention it, it really does seem to be the case. Yang Kai frowned slightly. At that time, when I was fighting with the previous owner of this artifact, I felt that this artifact wasn't very powerful. If what you said is true, then its full power was not displayed. But now that it is in your hands, it shouldn't be a disgrace. I will not disappoint it, Yang Kai, thank you. Shan Qing Luo stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes as a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. She had never owned an Origin King grade artifact before. Anyone who could own an artifact of this grade was a tribal lord of the monster race. She knew the value of this kind of artifact better than anyone else. But now, such an invaluable artifact had been gifted to her by Yang Kai without even batting an eye. She clearly felt the weight she held in Yang Kai's heart. Her heart leaped with joy. At this moment, she felt that her many years of waiting and guarding had turned into a sweet spring that nourished her heart, causing her heart to be filled with sweetness. Should I leave for a moment? Xianing Chang asked weakly. Shan Qing Luo was stunned for a moment before giggling. She got up and walked over to Xianing Chang, stretched out her jade-white hand, lifted her little head, and immediately kissed Xianing Chang with her red lips. Elder sister Qing Luo, what are you doing? Oh. Before Xianing Chang could finish her words, Shan Qing Luo covered her mouth. Separated by a veil, the tender lips of the two collided and Xianing Chang even felt something enter her mouth. Her eyes widened in an instant as she was at a loss. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. After a while, Shan Qing Luo straightened up, stuck out the tip of her scarlet tongue, licked her lower lip, glanced at Yang Kai coquettishly, and then left arrogantly with a bell-like laughter. Yang Kai and Xianing Chang were left breathing heavily. Did Qing Luo give this gift to the wrong person? Yang Kai's eyes stared straight at the door, swallowing hard as he asked dryly. Before leaving, Shan Qing Luo's coquettish eyes had almost stolen his soul. And Xianing Chang lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone again, her delicate earlobes red. Yang Kai looked at her and suddenly felt restless. Although Shan Qing Luo's gift was definitely given to the wrong person, even separated by a veil, he didn't know why. It made his blood boil, as if it had aroused the deepest desires in his heart. Standing up, Yang Kai walked over to Xianing Chang and picked her up. Yang Kai felt Xianing Chang's tender body heat up. On Monster Star's side, 6 monster race rookies were originally scheduled to go to Green Mountain Star to participate in the Blood Prison trial. Red Moon territory monopolized 2, naturally Shan Qing Luo and Yu Xiong. In addition to them, there was also Mi Tian and Shuel Yen from Thousand Eyes territory and Blood Flood Dragon territory, as well as 2 monster race masters, both Third Order Origin returning realm masters. However, now that Bahi had returned, he would naturally participate in this Blood Prison trial as well. Bahi had chosen this time to apologize to Qiyu and return to the palace because he wanted to take this opportunity to participate in the Blood Prison trial, hoping to break through his current shackles and reach a higher level. In addition to Yang Kai, Monster Star would send 8 people to Green Mountain Star. At that time, no one could guarantee how many of them would return alive. Every Blood Prison trial was extremely dangerous, and at least half of the masters would fall in it. The dangers in the Blood Prison didn't just come from the domain power that permeated the terrifying battlefield, but also from the competitors of different star forces. It could be said that the fall of most masters was related to the struggles between them. But no matter how dangerous it was, it still couldn't erase the enthusiasm and determination of these Third Order Origin returning realm masters to enter the Blood Prison. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was extremely difficult. Out of 100 Third Order Origin returning realm masters, only 2 or 3 could cultivate their Shur to the Grand Accomplishment stage and be qualified to break through to the Origin King realm. Of these 2 or 3, not a single one could truly succeed. As such, Origin King realm masters were extremely rare in the entire territory of a star. Every cultivator who reached this realm could become a powerhouse in their own right. After entering the Blood Prison, not only could one comprehend the power of their territory from the battlefield left behind 10,000 years ago, but one could also find a special object. Territory Stone. The formation of Territory Stones had a great relationship with the fallen Origin Kings. The power of their territory erupted after their deaths was absorbed by some strange jade stones in the Blood Prison, and after countless years of accumulation, it formed a special object called Territory Stone. Territory stones contain the mysteries of their territory, allowing a cultivator to comprehend them at any time and place. Most third-order origin returning realm cultivator entered the blood prison trial in order to obtain territory stones. They did not expect to break through to the origin king realm in the blood prison, but instead wanted to find some territory stones and carefully comprehend their mysteries in order to improve their martial Tao. This was the ultimate goal of most cultivator entering the blood prison and the root cause of all the fighting. If there were no territory stones, perhaps 90% of masters would be able to maintain their rationality and would not easily fight with others. After all, at this point, no one wanted to fall. However, it was precisely because of the existence of territory stones that the probability of falling in each blood prison trial was so terrifying. Shan Qing Luo's understanding of the blood prison trial was undoubtedly much deeper than Yang Kai's. She was the one who told Yang Kai this information, so when he learned that there was a territory stone in the blood prison trial, his interest was immediately piqued. Although he was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator now, one day he would also become a third-order origin realm master and launch an assault on the supreme martial Tao. The territory stone would undoubtedly provide him with great help. Rubbing his hands together, Yang Kai waited for the blood prison trial to open. During this time, Xianing Chong was refining pills while Yang Kai was comprehending the half of the monster transformation secret art that Qi Yu had taught him, trying his best to develop the source of the divine spirit in his body. Everything was calm and peaceful. A month and a half later, Yang Kai was in the loft urging the source of the golden divine dragon in his body when suddenly his expression changed and he looked up. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai got up, opened the door, and saw Shan Qing Luo standing outside. "Is it time?" Yang Kai asked. Shan Qing Luo gently nodded. "Adoptive mother wants us to gather now." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "Wait a moment. I'll be right there." After saying so, he turned around and walked back into the loft. A moment later, he reappeared in front of Shan Qing Luo and asked her to lead the way. Inside one of the palaces in the palace, a terrifying force had gathered. Not only were there the rising stars of the monster race gathered here, but there were also several origin kings. However, everyone was silent, as if they were quietly waiting for something. From time to time, demon clan experts would arrive and bow to the three lords above. Then, they would find a place to sit down and close their eyes to rest. Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo were the last to arrive, and as soon as they stepped into the palace, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he began circulating his Saint Qi involuntarily. Yang Kai was shocked to discover that there were 3 origin king realm masters in this palace, and besides Qi Yu, there were 2 others he had never seen before. However, the sharp gazes of these 2 monster race masters made his scalp tingle. "Hey, Qi Yu, why is there a human here?" On the left, an old man with red hair asked as he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "That's right, Qi Yu, you never told us about this kind of thing. What is the meaning of this?" Another burly man with bronze skin on his right was also puzzled. Qi Yu chuckled and said lightly, "Why are the 2 of you making such a fuss? It's just a trivial human." Chapter 1589. The red-haired old man coldly snorted and said with a look of displeasure, "A trivial human is indeed no need to make such a fuss, but Qi Yu, you must be mistaken. This time we are here to send our monster race's juniors to the blood prison. Could it be that he also came here to enter the blood prison?" "Yes." Qi Yu gently nodded. The red-haired old man's face sank as a look of anger appeared on his face. The burly man also wore a cold expression as he asked, "Why haven't Brother Kuang Shi and I heard about this? It's just a small matter. This queen didn't think it was important, so she didn't tell you too," Qi Yu said indifferently. "This little guy and my Qing Luo are old acquaintances. This time, he is only going to Green Mountain Star through this queen's space array. You 2 don't need to worry about it." The burly man frowned as he stared deeply at Qi Yu, asking in a low voice, "Qi Yu, what the hell are you doing? What could this queen do?" Can't you two see that he is just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? This little brat seems to be overestimating himself. Just because he and my Qing Luo are old acquaintances, he thinks he's a toad eating swan meat. This queen and he have already agreed that if he can safely escape from the blood prison, this queen will allow him to pursue Qing Luo. Since he wants to die, this queen will not stop him. And are you two satisfied with this explanation? The red-haired old man and the burly man glanced at each other. Although neither of them dared to believe Qi Yu's words, neither of them wanted to get to the bottom of it. The space array leading to the blood prison was created by the previous generation's Red Moon tribal lord tens of thousands of years ago and belonged to Red Moon territory. For her to open it up and allow the juniors of other territories to pass through was already a great kindness. Qi Yu had complete control over this space array in the first place. If they continued to pester her, the gains would not be worth the losses. If Qi Yu became angry and refused to allow the juniors of other territories to enter the blood prison trial next time, the juniors of other territories would have no chance to enter. This little brat is quite arrogant. The red-haired old man looked at Yang Kai disdainfully, daring to boast so shamelessly. Since he wants to die, this old master naturally has no objections. But Qi Yu, if this kind of thing happens again, please inform this old master in advance. And the burly man nodded in agreement. Qi Yu smiled and said, I was a little rash this time, and I promise that there won't be a next time. Hearing her say this, the red-haired old man and the burly man didn't say anything else. They could only close one eye and pretend that they didn't see anything. Qing Luo, come and greet Senior Mad Lion and Senior Wuxia. These two are famous figures on Monster Star. Qi Yu beckoned to Shan Qing Luo. Shan Qing Luo responded and quickly went forward to pay her respects. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he immediately understood that these two origin kings should be Wild Lion Tribal Lord and Fierce Crab Tribal Lord, but he didn't know why they would appear here. Just as Yang Kai was lost in thought, a resentful gaze suddenly appeared from the side. Turning his head, he saw Shuelian looking towards him. Yang Kai grinned, causing Shuelian's face to twitch, seemingly recalling the unpleasant scenes he had fought with Yang Kai a few days ago. In that battle, his pride had been completely crushed. Yang Kai, come here. He called out enthusiastically. Yang Kai nodded gently, walked over to the chair next to him and sat down. A few days ago, he had gone to the loft to ask his little senior sister to perform alchemy, and the results were naturally pleasing to him. The herbs he had worked so hard to find were not wasted and were successfully refined by Xiaoning Chong. As such, he was very grateful to Xiaoning Chong and was very close to Yang Kai. Yang Kai, you have to be careful on this trip to the blood prison. Everyone there should be a minor realm higher than you, so don't be too arrogant. He whispered. Junior has always been very low-key. Yang Kai chuckled. He couldn't help rolling his eyes. By the way, Senior, who are those two? Yang Kai turned his eyes to the two monster race newcomers he had never met before and asked. He naturally wouldn't conceal anything and immediately introduced them to Yang Kai in a low voice. One of the two was a well-developed woman called Xue Sunday. She came from the Furious Crab territory and seemed to be a capable subordinate of the Furious Crab Overlord. The other was a sunny young man called Lai Feng. He came from the Wild Lion territory and was also a capable subordinate of the Wild Lion Overlord. Fierce Crab Tribal Lord and Wild Lion Tribal Lord didn't have any decent heirs, so they could only send their best subordinates to participate in the blood prison trial. Whether it was Xue Sun or Lai Feng, both were famous in their respective territories. Yang Kai gently nodded, remembering them in his mind. These two monster race masters also seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai and would occasionally glance at him. When their eyes met, Lai Feng would even show an amiable smile to Yang Kai. This guy shouldn't be difficult to get along with, Yang Kai thought to himself. The hall was completely silent as time slowly passed by. Everyone was resting with their eyes closed as they waited quietly. Yang Kai's divine sense continued to scan the ultra-long distance space array in the hall, prying into its mysteries. He suddenly discovered that the layout of this array was somewhat similar to the altar that connected Monster Star and Spider Mother's nest. but he couldn't figure out what kind of connection there was. A day later, Chi Yu and the other tribal lord-level masters suddenly opened their eyes at the same time, a brilliant light flashing across their eyes. "It's begun!" Wild Lion Tribal Lord shouted. The 8 Origin returning realm masters who were waiting to depart also wore shocked expressions and stood up together. The 3 monster race tribal lords didn't move at all, but all of them suddenly arrived at the edge of the ultra-long distance space array and stood in a triangular formation with solemn expressions on their faces. "Do it!" Chi Yu shouted in a tender voice, her hands suddenly forming a series of profound and complicated seals. The same was true for Wuxia and Guangshi. As these seals emerged, the 3 powerful tribal lord-level monster race masters gradually released terrifying energy fluctuations. The Origin returning realm cultivators in the hall stared at all of this in a daze, secretly wondering when they would be able to display such power with just a wave of their hands. Chi Yu, Wuxia, and Guangshi's St. Chi surged as they madly poured it into the space array, seemingly doing their best. The array buzzed and the Saint crystals that had been inlaid long ago bloomed with light, illuminating the entire hall in an instant, making it as bright as day. Everyone, Green Mountain Star is very far away from Monster Star. Although this ultra-long distance space array can guarantee that you will be sent to the blood prison, it cannot guarantee where you will be sent, so you must be careful. Chi Yu's voice sounded. Those who can enter the blood prison are all masters with extraordinary strength. Inside, avoid conflict as much as possible and focus on comprehending the mysteries of your territory while searching for territory stones. This queen hopes that all of you will go together and return together. Did you hear that clearly? Guangshi couldn't help roaring when he saw the lack of reaction from everyone. Understood. The monster race rookies shook their spirits and replied in unison. Guangshi showed a satisfied look. This king doesn't have much to say to you. Wuxia chuckled and said concisely, "Come back alive, and in the future, there will be a place for you on Monster Star. We will follow the teachings of 3 seniors." Right at this moment, the entire palace seemed to tremble. A terrifying fluctuation that seemed capable of destroying the world emanated from the superstar teleportation formation, and then a pure white pillar of light shot into the sky and into the clouds. Even from 10 million kilometers away, everyone could clearly see this white beam of light. The trembling gradually subsided and the white beam of light gradually disappeared. Finally, above the ultra-long distance space array, an oval-shaped energy gate appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Let's go." Chi Yu's expression became solemn as she shouted. He took the lead and nodded lightly to Chi Yu before rushing into the oval-shaped energy gate without looking back, disappearing in an instant. One figure after another followed closely behind He, rushing in one after another. Yang Kai was too lazy to compete with others and simply followed behind. When he stepped into the ultra-long distance space array and was about to disappear, he suddenly grinned at Chi Yu and waved, "Senior Chi Yu, we will meet again if fate wills it." Chi Yu's pretty face sank as her brow furrowed. But before she could ask anything, Yang Kai had already disappeared. "This human brat is really arrogant." Guangshi coldly snorted. "Close this array first," Wuxia hurriedly said, "lest we cause too much of a commotion and that guy from Green Mountain Star notices." Chi Yu didn't respond, her expression fluctuating as if she had realized something. Releasing her divine sense like a tidal wave, she probed towards the loft where Xia Ningchong had been. In the next moment, Chi Yu's pretty face twisted as she ground her teeth and muttered, "Little bastard, you actually dare play such a trick on this queen?" When she noticed that Xia Ningchong was not in the palace, Chi Yu immediately understood what Yang Kai was planning. He had no intention of returning to Monster Star at all, nor did he need to return to Monster Star. Chi Yu had thought that by controlling Master Xia, she could play with this human brat at will, but she hadn't expected the other party to be one step ahead of her. However, Chi Yu couldn't figure out how Yang Kai had made Xia Ningchong suddenly disappear, or where he had hidden her. When she had investigated before, that woman surnamed Xia was still in the loft, so why had she suddenly disappeared? "Chi Yu, what are you doing?" Wuxia and Guangshi both looked at her in confusion, not understanding why she suddenly became so angry. Nothing? Chi shook her head and took a deep breath. Close the array first. Being schemed against by a mere second-order origin returning realm human brat. How could Chi say such a thing? If she really did say it out loud, she would definitely be laughed at by Wuxia and Guangshi. She would never do such a shameful thing. This little brat's methods are quite good. No wonder he asked me to hand over the half of the monster transformation secret art to Yu Xiong for safekeeping. It turns out he already had a plan. What about Qing Luo? Would she also leave with him? Thinking so, Qi Yu's mind became chaotic and her expression became extremely ugly. Being schemed against by Yang Kai was one thing, and if he had really obtained the origin essence crystal and reached a deal with Yu Xiong, she wouldn't have suffered a loss. But if he had taken Qing Luo away with just a few words, where would she find her in this vast star territory? If such a thing really happens, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, this queen will take your head. Qi Yu secretly swore to herself. Chapter 1590. A feeling of dizziness assaulted Yang Kai from all directions, as if space itself had collapsed. This was the sign of a space transmission. For Yang Kai, short-distance teleportation didn't affect him in the slightest, but this kind of ultra-long distance teleportation from one star to another was still somewhat taxing on him. Fortunately, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so he only needed to circulate his Saint Chi slightly to dispel these negative effects. In a flash, Yang Kai found himself in a strange land. Before he had time to look around though, he noticed the aura of a life not far away. Turning his head vigilantly, Yang Kai found that this person was actually Lai Feng from Wild Lion territory, only 1,000 meters or so away from him. The other party had arrived one step ahead of him, but from the look on his face, it was clear he had not yet recovered from the transmission. Lai Feng did not have the Tao of space like Yang Kai did, so he naturally could not recover from the negative effects of this transmission as quickly as Yang Kai did. But he was still a rising star of the monster race and his strength had already reached the third-order origin returning realm. After about 3 breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes, and just like Yang Kai, he vigilantly scanned the surroundings while secretly circulating his Saint Chi, preparing to deal with any possible crisis. In the next moment, he saw Yang Kai who was 1,000 meters away. Oh! Lai Feng showed a look of surprise as he stood in place and thought for a moment before his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Yang Kai, asking with a smile, "I heard your name is Yang Kai?" And Yang Kai nodded lightly, his attitude neither warm nor cold. "I also heard that you taught Shui Lian a lesson?" Lai Feng seemed to be very interested in him. Yang Kai did not answer. Lai Feng shrugged his shoulders. "I heard about it from Yu Xiong. It's a pity I couldn't get to Red Moon territory earlier. Otherwise, I would have been able to watch the fun. Heh, I won't lie to you, I don't like that Shui Lian guy. But it's quite surprising you were able to teach him a lesson. The human race really can't be underestimated. And I think I can invite you." "Why did you invite me?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. The other party acted like they were close friends, and his attitude was also quite amiable, so Yang Kai didn't feel any ill will towards him. "I'm inviting you to join me." Lai Feng smiled. "Brother Yang, you also know that this is Green Mountain Star. My monster race cultivator has come here, so he definitely won't be treated well. Looking around, it seems that there are only me and Brother Yang here, so if we can join forces, our safety will be greatly improved." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Yang Kai shook his head and refused. "Why?" Lai Feng frowned. "Because I'm a human. I won't be treated differently here." Yang Kai pointed at himself and then at Lai Feng. "You're from the Yao clan. Do you think someone who hates the Yao clan would attack me as well if they saw me with you? I don't want to look for trouble." Lai Feng scratched his head in surprise and said, "What you said is reasonable. Since Brother Yang says so, then forget it." This Lai Feng didn't consider it thoroughly. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then I wish Brother Yang good luck. This one will take his leave first." Lai Feng didn't seem to be annoyed by Yang Kai's rejection of his invitation and simply chuckled before picking a random direction and hurrying off. He was very straightforward. After he left, Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully probed his surroundings. After a while, his expression changed and he quickly took back his divine sense. The information provided by Shan Qingluo was not wrong. In the blood prison, it was not suitable to release one's divine sense casually to investigate anything. Although there were no restrictions on divine sense here, in this special ancient battlefield, there were countless territory vortexes. These territory vortexes were left behind by the battles between Origin King realm masters tens of thousands of years ago. Some had already dissipated, while others had transformed over the course of time, becoming even more terrifying. These territory vortexes were strong enough to swallow anything, including divine sense. Yang Kai had suffered a small loss just now, and if he had not taken back his divine sense in time, he would have been seriously injured in an instant. Even so, at this moment he felt a tingling pain in his head, as if it was being pricked by a needle. This was a sign that his soul had been damaged, but with the seven-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, Yang Kai didn't care too much about this damage. It seems that we've really arrived at the blood prison. Yang Kai looked around and muttered to himself. Only in the blood prison could such strange territory vortexes exist. The previous generation's tribal Lord Qi was truly a genius, being able to create a cross-cultivation star space array that connected the blood prison and monster star. Unfortunately, because the distance was too great, it was impossible to accurately pinpoint his location, so Yang Kai only found Lai Feng nearby. The other monster race rookies had all been teleported somewhere else. Yang Kai was quite confident in Shan Qingluo's strength. In any case, she had inherited the source of the heavenly moon demon spider, so an ordinary cultivator in the same realm was not her opponent. In addition, he had given her the Thunder Fire Seven Birds whip, which could greatly improve her combat power. The only troublesome thing was her bewitching appearance, which may be the main reason for her troubles. Few men could resist her bewitching appearance. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Qingluo had her own path to walk, and Yang Kai felt that he could not always take care of her. After not seeing her for so many years, she was still alive and well, so he believed that she would be able to move forward smoothly in the future. Choosing a direction at random, Yang Kai slowly flew forward. He did not dare to move too quickly. He had only heard about the strangeness of the blood prison and had never personally experienced it, but this place was the burial ground of a third-order origin returning realm master. There was no doubt about it. Yang Kai was invincible against anyone below the Origin King realm, but when facing an Origin King's territory, he had to be careful. He did not want to die before he had even begun his journey. Along the way, Yang Kai did not encounter too many setbacks. Instead, there were a few remaining territory vortexes in the blood prison that Yang Kai studied with great interest. Unfortunately, these territory vortexes were not too strong, and the mysteries they contained were vague. Yang Kai tried to probe them with his divine sense, but after studying them for a long time, he did not gain much and could only give up. However, Yang Kai did not lower his guard because of this. He knew that there were countless murderous intents hidden here, so he could not underestimate the blood prison just because of a few weak territory vortexes. Along the way, Yang Kai also felt several life auras and even saw a third-order origin returning realm cultivator pass by a few thousand meters away. Fortunately, the blood prison had just opened, so no one was willing to take the initiative to provoke him. Everyone still maintained a rational state of mind and avoided conflict as much as possible. So when Yang Kai felt a few auras, he took the initiative to avoid them. A day later, Yang Kai stood in an open space with a dignified expression, staring straight ahead at a certain spot 1,000 meters away. There, a middle-aged man in a blue robe was bathed in blood, the Saint Qi pulsing from his body flickering as if he was in a very difficult situation. Around his body was a defensive artifact that looked like a water curtain. He was constantly releasing his Shur and performing various secret techniques in an attempt to escape from this place. However, none of his attempts had much effect. The space around him seemed to be calm, but it was as if it had frozen solid, imprisoning the middle-aged man. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move. In the void, streams of light constantly shuttled back and forth, like sharp swords, cut through the defensive artifact around the middle-aged man's body, wearing down its power. This man had accidentally rushed into a territory vortex. What's more, this was a very powerful territory vortex that could easily imprison a third-order origin returning realm master. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely panicked as he felt the call of death, pushing his Saint Chi harder and harder. Suddenly, he saw Yang Kai staring at him from not far away and couldn't help his eyes lighting up, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, shouting loudly, "Friend, please help me. This one was accidentally caught in this territory vortex and can't escape. Please help me. Friend." Yang Kai frowned but didn't respond. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of this middle-aged man, the vortex in his territory made him unable to extricate himself. For a stranger, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't put himself in danger. Yang Kai had only stayed here to comprehend the mysteries of the vortex in his territory. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't respond, the middle-aged man couldn't help becoming anxious, thinking that the other party was cold-blooded and ruthless and wouldn't help him. So he quickly shouted, "Friend, this one is Scarlet Wave Star's Blue Feather Sect Master, Su Dingyang. Please help me. If you can escape, this Su will give you a generous gift and Blue Feather Sect will be grateful." Scarlet Wave Star? Yang Kai's expression changed. He had vaguely heard of this star before, but he couldn't remember where he had heard of it for a while. Slowly shaking his head, he said, "Friend, it's not that I don't want to save you. It's just that the power of this vortex in my territory is somewhat frightening." Su Dingyang's face darkened. Although he showed a look of unwillingness, he knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. For a moment, he was left speechless. "Hold on, I'll see if I can find a way," Yang Kai said lightly. He wasn't really trying to save this man out of kindness. Without even mentioning Su Dingyang's personality, Yang Kai knew nothing about him. Even if he was a kind person, since he had entered the blood prison, he should have been prepared to die. If he died here, he couldn't blame anyone. Yang Kai said this because he wanted to explore the vortex in his territory. He wanted to gain a deeper understanding of the power of an origin king's territory. Su Dingyang obviously misunderstood Yang Kai's meaning and was overjoyed. Good. This Su thanks you in advance. Friend, you must be careful. This vortex seems to contain the power of many different territory and is extremely difficult to deal with." Yang Kai nodded gently and took a step forward. In an instant, Yang Kai paled in horror. At this moment, he felt as if the space around him had solidified, and there were many different kinds of Saint Chi being applied to him, causing the Saint Chi in his body to involuntarily resist. With a loud sizzling sound, Yang Kai's clothes were instantly cut into several pieces. This invisible territory power seemed to want to kill any creature that dared to intrude. The difference of just one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai quickly circulated his secret art to resist while summoning his purple shield, which transformed into a purple fluorescent light to protect his body. Chapter 1591. In an instant, the sound of metal colliding rang out from the purple shield as a terrifying force invisible to the naked eye constantly bombarded Yang Kai's defensive artifact. The purple fluorescence covering his body faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai's face sank as he hurriedly took back his purple shield. Although his defensive artifact was origin-grade high rank and extremely sturdy, it didn't seem to be enough to compete with the territory vortex here. If he allowed it to be destroyed by the territory vortex here, the shield's spirituality would be greatly reduced. Yang Kai had to circulate his Saint Chi with all his strength to resist the invisible and terrifying pressure around him. So for a time, he was unable to move. How could he only be a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? Su Dingyang stared at Yang Kai dumbfounded, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. As soon as Yang Kai circulated his Saint Chi, Su Dingyang naturally perceived Yang Kai's true cultivation and inevitably felt a little disappointed. Although the difference between the second order and third order was only a minor realm, the gap in strength was quite large. Moreover, this was the blood prison, so all the cultivator who entered here was at the third order. After perceiving Yang Kai's cultivation, Su Dingyang felt a little disheartened. He felt that, with Yang Kai's ability, he wouldn't be able to save him. "Friend, I'm sorry." Su Dingyang struggled to resist while kindly reminding Yang Kai, "I didn't know you were only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you for help. You should withdraw quickly before you enter too deep, otherwise you won't be able to escape even if you want to." Yang Kai ignored him and simply continued to increase the intensity of his Saint Chi as he probed the mysteries of this territory vortex. However, to his horror, the vortex in this territory seemed to grow stronger the stronger it was, and no matter how hard he tried, he was always suppressed by it, making it difficult for him to even move his feet. Several mysterious forces wrapped around his body, making it impossible for Yang Kai to understand their mysteries. This was the power of this territory. This was a power unique to Origin Kings. Friend, use your own force to fight. You can't rely on brute force in your territory. Otherwise, you will sink deeper and deeper. Su Dingyang saw that Yang Kai was in a difficult situation and quickly reminded him. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly released his Shi according to Yang Kai's words. In an instant, he noticed that the frozen space around him seemed to show signs of loosening, and his own momentum was like an invisible sharp blade, cutting into the vortex in his territory, becoming the capital to resist it. "Many thanks for the advice." Yang Kai raised his head, glanced at Su Dingyang, and thanked him. "You're welcome." Su Dingyang squeezed out an ugly smile, his forehead full of sweat as the Saint Chi radiating from his body fluctuated more and more rapidly. After talking to Yang Kai for a while, his situation became even more unbearable. He immediately restrained his thoughts and didn't dare to speak again. He wholeheartedly searched for a glimmer of hope in this terrifying vortex of territory. Yang Kai's demeanor also became focused as he released his Shi with all his strength. With him as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius began to distort as faint, almost invisible void cracks suddenly formed and then disappeared. The pressure on Yang Kai suddenly became much lighter. The territory of an Origin King Realm Master was an evolved form of Shi, a mysterious power that was one level above it. Using Shi to resist a territory really had some effect. If this territory was formed by a living Origin King Realm Master, even if Yang Kai's Shi reached the grand accomplishment stage, he would not be able to resist it. However, the vortexes in his territory here were remnants from tens of thousands of years ago, so even if they had been accumulated and transformed over time, without human intervention, they were still dead. Yang Kai was barely able to resist them. No wonder the blood prison was a place that third-order origin returning realm masters flocked to. No wonder this place was so dangerous that it attracted so many third-order masters to come here for life experience. The vortexes in his territory here were simply the best helpers to help a third-order cultivator condense their Shi. A cultivator could condense their Shi here, enhance their control over it, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory. Once they condensed their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage, they would have the capital to charge towards the Origin King realm. This was a height that most third-order origin returning realm masters could not reach. Yang Kai wholeheartedly used his Shi to resist the invisible territory vortexes around him, an inexplicable feeling pouring into his heart, causing him to frown from time to time and reveal a joyful expression. Unconsciously, Yang Kai also began to move forward, and although his speed was very slow, his body was unconsciously approaching the center of the vortexes in his territory, seeking more powerful and profound mysteries within his territory. Yang Kai's control over his Shi seemed to have become more flexible. The Shi that originally only covered a radius of 10 meters around Yang Kai's body began to expand at a subtle speed, and although it was not obvious, it had indeed increased. Yang Kai was completely immersed in this special feeling, unable to extricate himself. Although the cultivator named Su Dingyang was in a worrying situation, he was also observing Yang Kai's movements. When he saw this young man walking towards him step by step, resisting the terrifying territory vortexes with just his second-order origin returning realm cultivation, Su Dingyang was completely shocked. He knew better than anyone else just how deadly the vortexes in his territory were, so he thought that with Yang Kai's ability, he would withdraw immediately, otherwise he would die. However, this young man he had never met before not only did not withdraw, he even launched an attack towards the center of the vortexes in his territory. This world was simply too crazy, and Su Dingyang could hardly believe his eyes. Which cultivator who could reach the third-order origin returning realm was not a proud and arrogant person. Su Dingyang was even the sect master of a medium-sized sect and had received extremely good cultivation since childhood, so he had no need to worry about resources. But now, compared with this young man, Su Dingyang felt inferior. He felt like his self-confidence had been dealt a heavy blow. Just as he was feeling uneasy though, a slight sound suddenly reached his ears. Su Dingyang's expression changed as he quickly turned to the source of the sound, his face turning pale in the next moment. The defensive artifact he had been protecting his body had finally reached its limit, and a small crack had appeared on its surface while more cracks were rapidly forming. Friend, this Su is likely unable to escape this calamity. If it is convenient for this friend, please take some time to visit Scarlet Wavestar's Blue Feather Sect and inform the Blue Feather Sect's Elder Council that this Su has fallen here. Everything in this Su space ring can be used as a thank you gift. Many thanks, friend, Su Dingyang shouted anxiously. Hearing his shouts, Yang Kai broke free from his deep contemplation and opened his eyes to look at him, just in time to see the water curtain around Su Dingyang's body turn to dust. Su Dingyang's little remaining Saint Qi erupted at this moment, and he rushed out with all his strength. Although he had already warned Yang Kai, Su Dingyang obviously did not want to sit still and wait for death. He wanted to fight one last time. The light on his body alternated between bright and dark as his expression became ferocious, and a roar like that of an angry beast emerged from his throat. With a sizzling sound, the invisible force of his territory attacked him from all directions. After taking less than 3 steps, Su Dingyang's body suddenly shook and he came to a halt, his face turning red as drops of blood seeped out of his pores. Asterisk pong. Asterisk with a loud bang. Su Dingyang's entire body burst apart, his flesh and blood splashing out, leaving behind nothing but bones. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as a look of horror filled his face. A third-order origin returning realm master dying so tragically in front of him made Yang Kai deeply realize the terror of his territory, and at the same time, he couldn't help feeling an inexplicable sense of sadness. But soon, Yang Kai dispelled these distracting thoughts and continued to close his eyes, walking towards the center step by step. He and Su Dingyang were complete strangers, so naturally, he wouldn't feel any emotional fluctuations over his death. Even if he killed Su Dingyang's territory vortex, he wouldn't necessarily repeat the same mistake. Yang Kai was confident. His Shi was still shuttling back and forth in the surrounding space as Yang Kai comprehended this mysterious force and absorbed it, turning it into his own nutrients for his own growth. The murderous aura coming from the void did not stop Yang Kai's pace of exploration, so he continued to move forward step by step. Without using any defensive artifacts and only circulating the minimum amount of Saint Qi to protect his body, Yang Kai approached the vortex in his territory and used his Shi to resist it, allowing him to experience the wonders of his territory. Yang Kai gained something and gradually immersed himself in it. The benefits of having a powerful physique were once again demonstrated. Perhaps no origin-returning realm master would dare to do this. They could only use their Shi to resist the territory vortex in order to gain benefits and continue to grow. This indirect method was far inferior to Yang Kai's overbearing method. Yang Kai not only used his Shi, but also his physical body. The benefits he obtained were far greater than any origin-returning realm master. Time passed by, and at a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, his body shook, and his Shi suddenly expanded outwards. The vortex in his territory, which made it difficult for him to even move forward, was no longer obstructed, and Yang Kai strode forward directly to the center of the vortex. This was the most terrifying vortex in his territory, where Su Dingyang had died. There were still remnants of Su Dingyang's body on the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air, making anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Yang Kai stood there silently, gradually restraining his shi and allowing the surrounding territory vortex to press down on him. The terrifying power caused Yang Kai's bones to creak, as if they were about to be dislocated. The power of the vortex in his territory seemed to want to crush him into dust. A five-colored light appeared as the five elements' indestructible sword chi filled every inch of Yang Kai's muscles, causing his physical strength to soar, allowing him to compete with the vortex in his territory. Yang Kai's face flushed red as his blood boiled, as if he would explode and die at any moment. However, his gains began to increase and he began to gain more. He began to comprehend the mysteries of his territory, and his understanding of shi also began to deepen. However, Yang Kai was not satisfied with this though, and after confirming that his life was not in danger, he fell into a deeper state of enlightenment and enjoyed it. Yang Kai vaguely felt that this blood prison trial would allow him to gain unimaginable growth. Chapter 1592. Originally, Yang Kai was not very interested in this blood prison trial. After all, this place was specially prepared for a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, and although he could fight those above his realm and was not afraid of any cultivator below the origin king realm, his cultivation was not high enough, so he thought he would not gain much from the blood prison. So he left Chen Tong and the others behind and went to Tongshen realm to find his family and friends. But since Shan Qing Luo told him that there was a territory stone in the blood prison, Yang Kai's interest was piqued. Now that he was here in person, Yang Kai fully understood that even without a territory stone, he could obtain unimaginable benefits from this territory vortex that filled the blood prison. As long as one had enough strength, any origin returning realm cultivator could use this territory vortex to condense their shi and advance to the grand accomplishment stage. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation. That being said, there were only a few who could truly achieve this. Yang Kai was one of them. At the same time, 100 kilometers outside the blood prison, there was a tall mountain with a stone pavilion at its summit. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 cultivators sitting inside this stone pavilion. There were old and young cultivators, men and women, but all of them, without exception, were origin kings. Anyone who saw such a terrifying lineup would be horrified to the core. This was definitely a terrifying force. These masters sat in various positions in the stone pavilion, either resting with their eyes closed, chatting in pairs, discussing the heavenly way and martial Tao, or simply watching with cold eyes. This was a gathering of the top masters from all the cultivation stars in Tongshen realm territory. They had rushed here on the day the blood prison trial opened, not to watch the show, but to scout for talents. They were waiting for the day when the cultivator who entered the blood prison would emerge. Being able to walk out of the blood prison safely meant that this cultivator had great potential. Even if they could not break through to the origin king realm in the future, they would still be a top master in the origin returning realm. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had sent masters here, Purple Star had sent masters here, and Sword Union had also sent people here. It could be said that the 7 or 8 origin kings here represented the peak great forces of the entire star territory. Every time the blood prison trial opened, they would come to Green Mountain Star in order to find talents they favored and bring back to their forces to cultivate. Of course, there were also people who came for the territory stones produced by the blood prison. They already had origin king realm cultivations, so they did not need territory stones. However, they also had nephews and juniors who needed them. Every piece of territory stone brought out of the blood prison could be bought at a high price. Among these 7 or 8 origin kings, a man wearing golden robes and a purple gold crown was the most conspicuous. When the other experts looked at him, there was a hint of solemnity in their eyes. This man didn't look very old. He seemed to be in his 30s. His sword-like eyebrows were slanted to his temples, and his expression was dignified without being angry. It was as if he was born to be in a high position, making people revere him. At this moment, The man was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and let out a soft sound of surprise, as if he was very surprised. All the surrounding Origin King realm masters turned their gazes towards him. An old woman frowned thoughtfully before looking at him with a chuckle and asking, "Master Luo Hai, did you find something interesting? If it's convenient." Can you tell us more about it? You should know that on Green Mountain Star, only you, as the Star Master, can sense some of the movements inside the blood prison. Someone nodded and echoed, "Yes, Brother Luo Hai, although we are very close to the blood prison, you know what kind of place it is. Our divine senses can't penetrate it at all, so what's the situation inside?" The man named Luo Hai smiled, stood up, and said unhurriedly, "This king did find something interesting. However, it's not a big deal, so there's no need to make such a fuss. And during this blood prison trial, a little second-order origin returning realm cultivator entered." "Oh, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator?" The old woman looked surprised. Everyone else also showed surprise. It's not that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator has never entered the blood prison before, but it's quite rare, and most of those people's fates don't end well. Generally speaking, after 1 or 2 days in there, they're all little brats who think too highly of themselves and fail to see. I'm afraid this person is no exception. The old woman slowly shook her head, a look of disdain appearing on her face. "And such a little brat won't settle down unless he suffers a loss. The blood prison has always only been accessible to third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Although there are no clear rules or restrictions, this is the result of tens of thousands of years of experience. Brother Luo Hai, what is the situation of that little brat now? For you to be so interested in him, did he show some kind of extraordinary performance?" A beautiful woman looked at Luo Hai with a smile. This beautiful woman had picturesque features and a powerful first-order origin king cultivation, but when facing Luo Hai, she had to be cautious. This was not just because Luo Hai's cultivation was higher than hers, but also because this was Green Mountain Star Luo Hai's territory. No one would be stupid enough to oppose the Star Master of a cultivation star. To put it bluntly, even if a top third-order origin king cultivator came here, they would not necessarily be able to kill Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star. Here, Luo Hai was the master. When Luo Hai broke through to the third-order origin king realm, any master who came to Green Mountain Star would have to act according to his mood, and Luo Hai, who had refined the star source, definitely had the potential to do so. Therefore, the Origin King Realm Masters who came here, while being wary of Luo Hai, all spoke with a flattering tone. "There's nothing extraordinary about his performance." Luo Hai smiled faintly. "It's just that this king hasn't seen such an interesting little brat for a long time and was a little curious. And he seems to have rushed into a whirlpool within the territory of Green Mountain Star, but this king is unable to investigate the specific situation. After all, that is the blood prison." Even if this king is the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, his divine sense is greatly restricted there. He rushed into a whirlpool within the territory of Green Mountain Star. The old woman sighed slightly. "It looks like he's dead. There are always some people in this world who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This kind of person should be taught a lesson. Forget it. There's no need to pay attention to him. He won't be able to live much longer. Let's wait a few days and see if there are any good seedlings who come out alive. And it happens once every 1,000 years. Didn't we all come to Green Mountain Star for that day?" Hearing this, Luo Hai smiled and said, "Everyone, this king knows your purpose for coming here, but please allow this king to remind you that if you see any good seedlings, do not force them. Everything is up to their own free will. As the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, this king has an obligation and responsibility to protect these little ones and ensure they receive fair treatment. Brother Luo Hai is too polite. After so many years, when have we ever forced anyone? Of course, it's all up to them." The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. "I don't want them. This old master came here just to buy territory stones. Haha, those little guys can go grab them themselves." A white-haired old man chuckled meaningfully before saying with some unwillingness, "If it weren't for Brother Luo Hai forbidding me, this old master would have personally gone to the blood prison to look for territory stones." Brother Zhou is mistaken. Luo Hai shook his head. "It's not that this king forbids you. It's just that this blood prison has a barrier placed down by the previous Star Master of Green Mountain Star before his death, preventing any origin king from entering. Even though this king has become the new Star Master of Green Mountain Star, he cannot remove this barrier. Perhaps in a few thousand years, when this king's strength breaks through to the Third Order Origin King realm, he will be able to ignore this barrier." The previous Star Master placed a barrier? Everyone was shocked, as if they had never heard of such a thing before. And this king has never publicized this matter, but it is a fact. Otherwise, why do you think no one left the blood prison after the Great War 10,000 years ago? Is it the restriction of that layer of restriction? Someone revealed a thoughtful expression. That barrier was placed using the source strength of Green Mountain Star, and not only did it prevent Origin Kings from entering, it also prevented them from leaving. Luo Hai gently nodded. No wonder more than 20 masters with similar cultivation to us didn't come out alive. So it was for this reason, the man who asked suddenly realized. There were many doubts about the Great War 10,000 years ago, but the biggest one was that no one survived. Even if that battle was unprecedented and there were a huge number of Origin Kings involved, it was reasonable to say that it was impossible for all of them to be wiped out. At the very least, there should have been a few survivors. But in fact, the history books recorded that no one had survived. Now, after listening to Luo Hai's explanation, everyone understood. Green Mountain Star's source strength had been used to place this barrier, and without the Star Master lifting it, the other Origin Kings were indeed unable to leave. The final result may have been that the previous Star Master was heavily outnumbered and dragged his enemies down with him. After learning the truth about the birth of the blood prison, everyone fell silent for a while. The sun set and the moon rose, and 3 days passed in a flash. Luo Hai suddenly let out a soft cry as his face filled with surprise. "Master Luo Hai, what interesting thing did you find?" The old woman frowned and asked. "Interesting, very interesting indeed." Luo Hai raised his brow. His face filled with surprise as he quickly said, "That little guy actually walked out of the vortex in his territory." "What?" The old woman was shocked. "Brother Luo Hai, are you talking about that little second-order origin returning realm brat?" The beautiful woman was also shocked. "And this is really interesting. How did he survive?" Luo Hai asked suspiciously. Even though he was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, he could not explore the situation inside the blood prison clearly, so he was very surprised that Yang Kai was able to survive. Could it be that the vortex in his territory was very weak? Someone speculated. There are countless vortexes in the blood prison, some of them not even worth mentioning. What he encountered should have been one of those vortexes, right? Impossible. Before him, a third-order origin returning realm master died in that vortex in his territory. So this vortex was definitely not weak. Luo Hai slowly shook his head, denying the man's guess. Chapter 1593. When they learned that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator was actually able to walk out of the vortex in their territory safely, the Origin King realm masters in the stone pavilion suddenly burst into an uproar. They instantly saw the unimaginable potential of this origin returning realm cultivator. "Heh, this old woman has reserved this little guy for Sword Union," the old woman chuckled. "If he can walk out of the blood prison alive, this old woman will immediately take him back to Sword Union's home star and vigorously cultivate him." "Senior Sister Lei, have you not woken up yet?" A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar sneered. "You've reserved him with just a few words. Shouldn't you ask your friends here first? My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to give up such a good seedling. My Purple Star also wants him," the beautiful woman interjected. "This old woman doesn't care. If he can really come out alive, this old woman only wants him. The rest is up to you." the old woman said firmly, taking advantage of her seniority. Senior Sister Lei, you can't decide on this matter. Not to mention where he came from or whether he has a great backer behind him. Even if he doesn't, Senior Sister Lei, are you sure he will follow you? Perhaps he is more optimistic about our Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. After all, in Star Territory, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is more famous than Sword Union. The middle-aged man was not to be outdone and sneered. In terms of fame, our three forces aren't much different, right? The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly, a look of disagreement on her face. Maybe he will like Purple Star more. Old O coldly snorted and said with an unkind expression, You too. Do you really want to compete with this old woman for this little guy? It's not that we want to compete with you, Senior Sister Lei. You're being too presumptuous. The middle-aged man slowly shook his head. Enough. Stop arguing. Luo Hai frowned and interrupted the quarrel between the three. Whether that little guy can come out alive or not is still unknown. So what are you three arguing about? Maybe he was just lucky this time, and that's why he was able to escape the domain whirlpool. Maybe he won't be able to hold on until the end. If he really dies in there, and you guys are making a ruckus here, won't others see you as a joke? Hearing Luo Hai's words, the three of them were still a little hesitant. Hearing this, they all nodded. The old woman said, Master Luo Hai, then I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to this little fellow's movements. If he really dies in there, please inform us so that we don't have any expectations. This king will do his best. Luo Hai gently nodded. Many thanks, Master Luo Hai. The old woman quickly thanked him. The stone pavilion regained its tranquility. Within the blood prison, Yang Kai picked up the space ring on the ground. His own power shrouded his body. He quickly walked forward. The terrifying whirlpool in the territory couldn't stop him at all. He swept through everything like a hot knife through butter. Yang Kai easily left the area enveloped by the whirlpool within the territory. After a few days of confrontation and comprehension, Yang Kai felt that his Shi had clearly grown. His understanding and control of Shi had also deepened. This was a reward that could not be obtained through meditation. The blood prison is really a good place. Standing in place, Yang Kai swept Su Dingyang's space ring with his divine sense before silently putting it away. There was nothing good in Su Dingyang's space ring that made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Although Su Dingyang's wealth was astonishing compared to that of an origin-returning realm master, Yang Kai's vision was very high and naturally wouldn't be moved by his wealth. As for Su Dingyang's request before his death, Yang Kai didn't care. He and Yang Kai had met by chance and had no friendship, nor had he ever agreed to his request. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't go to Scarlet Wavestar to inform Blue Feather Sect for a stranger. If fate wills it, we'll talk about it later. Looking up and identifying the direction, Yang Kai walked forward. The blood prison was different from the places Yang Kai had gone to in the past. Whether it was the Luyen Desert on Shadowed Star or the Emperor Garden in the Great Emperor's courtyards, the space inside was extremely wide and there were many restrictions, so even if many people entered, they rarely had the opportunity to meet. But the blood prison was different. Although the blood prison covered a very large area, because it had existed for tens of thousands of years and was famous enough to attract countless third-order origin, returning realm masters from all over the Star Territory, Yang Kai often encountered strangers along the way. Most people didn't like looking for trouble, so when they noticed the aura of strangers, they would take the initiative to avoid conflict. However, when they noticed that Yang Kai was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, they all showed looks of shock before quickly turning to despise him, casting sympathetic looks towards Yang Kai's position, as if he would immediately die. Yang Kai naturally didn't pay attention to them. He had encountered several life or death battles between cultivators. The great forces in the Star Territory weren't harmonious either. Many of them had their own conflicts and grievances, so now that they met in the blood prison, it was natural for them to start fighting. Yang Kai didn't get involved in any of this and instead just searched for the vortexes in his territory, hoping to obtain greater benefits from them and improve his comprehension of Shi. His cautiousness brought him peace. Since entering the blood prison half a month ago, Yang Kai hadn't had any conflicts with anyone. He had encountered 3 powerful vortexes in his territory, risking his life to enter them, and in the end, emerged safely from each of them with great gains. Yang Kai's Shi was growing at a terrifying speed, having already surpassed the minor accomplishment realm and was moving towards the grand accomplishment realm. However, to his disappointment, he couldn't find the specialty of the blood prison, the territory stone. The birth of the territory stone was inseparable from the existence of a territory. The remnant power of a territory that had existed in the blood prison for countless years had been absorbed by some peculiar jade in the blood prison, and after countless years of evolution, it had formed the special territory stone. Therefore, the territory stone generally existed in the vortexes in a territory, and if one wanted to obtain a territory stone, they had to break into a territory vortex. Therefore, where there was a territory stone, there must be a territory vortex. Yang Kai felt that his luck wasn't very good. On this day, while he was searching for a territory vortex, he suddenly heard a piercing sound coming from afar. Yang Kai frowned and immediately knew that he had encountered a fight again. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to avoid it, but when he swept his divine sense in that direction, he suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and paused in place, staring in that direction suspiciously. He noticed that the life aura over there was somewhat familiar. The cultivator who was rushing over obviously noticed the existence of Yang Kai and immediately increased its speed a lot, rushing straight towards him. After a short while, a rainbow light appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes, and in less than 10 breaths of time, the rainbow light flew in front of Yang Kai, revealing a graceful but embarrassed figure. "It's you." Yang Kai frowned and showed a look of surprise. She was actually Shui Sun from Furious Crab Territory, who had set off from Monster Star with him. At this moment, her aura was chaotic and there seemed to be some injuries on her body. Her green dress was dyed red, and it was unknown whether it was her own blood or the enemy's. After landing in front of Yang Kai, she gasped for breath, her full breasts heaving up and down exaggeratedly as she looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. She didn't seem to expect that the one standing here was actually a human she had only met once. She just felt that the aura here was a little familiar and wanted to ask for help. "You look embarrassed? Are you injured?" Yang Kai looked her up and down. "Don't make sarcastic remarks. I'm being chased," Shui Sun replied coldly, her attitude not very enthusiastic. "Help me." Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked behind her, where two figures were rushing over with murderous intent. "Why, it's none of my business." Yang Kai frowned. If he had known it was Shui Sun who was coming, he would have fled long ago. A trace of helplessness flashed across Shui Sun's beautiful eyes as she bit her red lips and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I have a good relationship with little sister Qing Luo. That's none of my business." Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Did she think he would help her just because she mentioned Shan Qing Luo? Shaking his head, Yang Kai said, "You're mistaken. I'm just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You'd better run away quickly. Those two will catch up soon. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid it'll be too late. A second-order cultivator like you can't be taken lightly. I know what you did in the palace. You defeated Shui Lian. You're not weaker than us." Shui Sun was obviously unwilling to give up on the reinforcements in front of her. Yang Kai still shook his head. "Girl, your current situation isn't so serious. With your strength, even if you can't beat those two, running away shouldn't be a problem. Why must you drag me down with you?" It was precisely because he saw this point that he didn't want to intervene. Shui Sun's insistence made him feel somewhat repulsed, as if he was being used. "Of course, running away isn't a problem," Shui Sun replied proudly. The Snow Falcon proudly replied, "But have you ever thought about this? I am a monster race. If I brazenly flee in the blood prison like this, once other human race experts notice me, won't they chase me down and intercept me? Running away will only make my situation worse." "That's true." Yang Kai was stunned, not having considered this point. "Help me kill one of them. I'll take care of the other myself." Shui Sun stared straight at Yang Kai and quickly said, "I'll owe you a favor." "A favor is fine, but what kind of tangible benefits do you have?" Yang Kai asked casually, looking her up and down, his eyes pausing on her full breasts for a moment. A trace of disgust immediately flashed across Shui Sun's beautiful eyes as she leaned over and asked lightly, "What benefits do you want?" "It's not what I want. It's what you have." Yang Kai raised his brow. Shui Sun's brow furrowed as a trace of hesitation flashed across her pretty face. Seeing the two pursuers getting closer and closer, she grit her teeth and said, "I found a territory stone but didn't have time to take it. I can take you there." "A territory stone?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded. "Deal." Seeing this greedy look on his face, the disgust in Shui Sun's eyes became even stronger. She really couldn't understand why such a proud and arrogant girl like Shan Qingluo would have such a soft spot for such a man. After going back this time, it seemed she would have to persuade her sister Qingluo to interact less with such a man, lest he hinder her future. Chapter 1594. Just as Shui Sun's thoughts were running wild, the two people chasing her suddenly landed a few dozen meters in front of her. One was a man and one was a woman. The man had fair skin and oily hair, but the powerful aura radiating from him was not to be underestimated. The woman was dressed coquettishly, wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothes that exposed her snow-white thighs and arms, attracting the eyes of the man. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with lust, giving her a seductive appearance. Landing on the ground, the woman glanced at Yang Kai and her beautiful eyes lit up, showing a look of interest as she giggled and said to the man next to her, "Brother, this guy's figure is very good. Does junior sister like him?" The man didn't seem to care at all and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest before nodding. "His figure is really good. He's really your type." Saying so, in front of Yang Kai and Shui Sun, he pinched the seductive woman's buttocks and grinned wickedly. "Junior sister, are you tempted?" "Brother." The woman hesitated for a moment before her pretty face became flushed. "Junior sister and the other men are just playing around. With you, junior sister is truly in love. Brother knows." The man grinned meaningfully. Yang Kai and Shui Sun were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Although Shui Sun was from the monster race and had inherited some of their bold and unrestrained nature, she really couldn't stand such a scene, and the lewd atmosphere exuding from the words of this man and woman made her want to vomit. "He's not a good thing." Yang Kai glanced at Shui Sun and frowned. "Is this guy chasing after you because of your beauty?" Shui Sun heard this. Glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, she ground her teeth and said, "Enough with your sarcasm." Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Seeing them acting so fearless and indifferent, the man and woman chasing them were a little surprised. The man took a serious look at Yang Kai and couldn't help sneering. "A second-order origin returning realm boy actually dares to come to the blood prison? This is quite interesting, junior sister. This guy's courage is quite big. I like bold men." The seductive woman stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips, a look of interest on Yang Kai's face. The expression on her face became more and more amorous. As she swayed her waist, her curves were even more captivating. "Good. Then this man is yours." The man nodded, pointing to Shui Sun. "This dragon lady is mine. Senior brother has lived for so many years. He had never played with such a high-level demon before. And I'm sure I'll enjoy myself. Demoness, did you come all the way here hoping that this guy would save your life? I advise you to surrender obediently without a fight. As long as you cooperate, I won't make things too difficult for you. Instead, I'll make you happy. What do you think?" He asked casually, as if he was certain Shui Sun and Yang Kai would win. "A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory," Shui Sun coldly snorted and shouted. "I'll leave this woman to you. This man is mine. Can we exchange? I don't like to kill women." Yang Kai looked at her, but before he could finish his words, Shui Sun had already rushed out, her monster chi surging fiercely and enveloping the man in a gust of wind. In an instant, Shui Sun and the man exchanged blows, leaving Yang Kai and the seductive woman staring at each other. "Little brother, did you just say you wanted to kill me?" The seductive woman didn't seem to be worried about her brother, and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai grinned. How could I be willing to kill a woman like you? The woman was startled for a moment before giggling, looking at Yang Kai charmingly and saying, "Since you're unwilling, how about we find a place to talk? Little brother looks so young, elder sister can't bear to embarrass you." The power was truly extraordinary. What was most commendable was that once they were refined into blood beasts, there was no need for Yang Kai to control them as they had the ability to fight on their own. This made Yang Kai very satisfied. Turning his gaze to the other battlefield, Yang Kai watched for a while before relaxing. The arrogant man from before seemed to be no match for Shui Sun at all, as the demonic chi on the other side completely suppressed his aura, allowing Shui Sun to occupy the absolute upper hand. Chapter 1595. It wasn't that the man's strength was inferior to Shui Sun's, but in a one-on-one fight, the two were actually on par. Even if Shui Sun was stronger, she wouldn't be able to kill her opponent on her own. However, Yang Kai's lightning-fast battle had greatly shocked the man. The seductive woman's screams and cries for help before she died had disturbed his concentration, making it impossible for him to face the enemy with his full strength. What's more, Yang Kai was still standing not far away, glaring at him, causing the man to become more and more uneasy. He couldn't understand how his junior sister had died in just a few breaths of time. He was well aware of his junior sister's strength, which was similar to his own, so how could she have died at the hands of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator in such a short time? He was completely shocked and had no idea what had happened between his junior sister and this young man. The fear of the unknown made him lose his ability to fight, so how could he display his full strength? Shui Sun naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and vented all her anger from being chased all the way here, using all kinds of artifacts and secret techniques unique to the monster race to the fullest. The man was completely suppressed, and the battle became one-sided. Obviously, he didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence to cast a powerful secret technique, blocking the snow falcon for a moment. Then, his figure turned into an afterimage and suddenly disappeared. He decided to retreat, not daring to continue entangling with Shui Sunday. Before leaving, though, he glanced over at Yang Kai and found that this unfathomable young man was just standing in place, seemingly having no intention of stopping him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Just when he thought he had escaped death, the space around him suddenly became viscous. His figure came to a halt involuntarily as his eyes shrank and he shouted in horror, "Sure!" He was also a third-order origin returning realm master, so he naturally knew the mysteries and effects of Sure, so he stepped into this viscous space. He knew he had fallen into a powerful Sure. The power of this Sure was much thicker than his own, so powerful that it made him tremble. Moreover, this Sure seemed to be mixed with some other strange force. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly released his own force to resist it, but it was only able to recover a little of his freedom. It was impossible to escape from this situation in a short period of time. A silhouette entered his eyes. He raised his head and exclaimed, "How could you be here?" At this moment, he was shocked to find that Yang Kai, who was supposed to be watching the battle from afar, was actually standing not far from him. However, he didn't notice the other party's movements at all. "Why can't I be here?" Yang Kai grinned and gradually increased the power of his Sure. The man who fell into it was immediately drenched in sweat, and it was difficult for him to move. Chi-chi soft sounds came from all directions. The man looked around and found that the space around him seemed to be collapsing. Strange, pitch-black cracks the size of a cow's hair appeared one after another. Disappear. His liver and gall were torn apart. He never knew that someone's potential could cause such an unimaginable effect on space. At this moment, he finally understood that it was not an accident that his junior sister died so quickly. This second-order origin returning realm young man was his most terrifying enemy. Without giving the man a chance to resist, Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent out a dozen pitch-black space blades one after another. These space blades easily shattered the man's Saint Chi and defensive artifact before cutting his body into several pieces and banishing most of his flesh and blood into the void. Shui Sun frowned slightly as she looked at him seriously. "Aren't you angry? I didn't tell you the truth before. I lied to you." "A little." Yang Kai gently nodded. Shui Sun's expression changed slightly. "But it doesn't matter to me, so I won't bother arguing about it." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Continue leading the way." "Good." Shui Sun breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling relieved. After a while, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of joy as he asked, "It's up ahead, right? I can feel the fluctuations of the territory field." Shui Sun nodded and sped up a lot. Soon, Yang Kai and Shui Sun arrived in front of a territory whirlpool. This territory whirlpool covered an area of about 2,000 meters in radius and gave off terrifying energy fluctuations. At the center of the territory whirlpool were several fist-sized stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Territory stones. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the territory stones with scorching eyes. This was the first time he had seen a territory stone, so he was naturally curious, but because of the territory whirlpool, he could not release his divine sense to investigate carefully, so he did not know how many territory stones there were. However, it was undeniable that any territory stone was extremely valuable. If taken out, one could exchange for many precious cultivation resources or absorb the power of a territory stone to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. Within this 2,000-meter radius, there were 3 people, each occupying a different position, sitting cross-legged. Judging from their postures, they seemed to be comprehending the mysteries of the territory whirlpool and preparing to rush in and take away the territory stones. The great value of a territory stone was not only due to the mysteries of the territory it contained, but also because of the risks involved in obtaining it. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was, and this was vividly reflected in the territory stones. Territory stones were only born in the territory whirlpool, and if one wanted to obtain a territory stone, they must first comprehend the mysteries of the territory whirlpool in order to reach its depths and safely take away a territory stone. Countless third-order origin returning realm masters had fallen in the territory whirlpool, and their lives and blood endowed the territory stones with supreme value. In order to obtain a territory stone, some people may have to give up their lives. However, the territory whirlpool in front of him actually produced several territory stones, which naturally attracted Yang Kai's interest. Yang Kai just casually glanced at the 3 strangers who had already entered the territory whirlpool and no longer paid them any attention. The territory whirlpool in front of him gave him a feeling that it was neither strong nor weak, only slightly weaker than the one that had strangled Su Dingyang. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for those 3 to remain inside safely. The arrival of Yang Kai and Shui Sun naturally alarmed the 3 people who were sitting cross-legged in meditation inside the territory whirlpool. These 3 opened their eyes and swept their gazes over Yang Kai and Shui Sunday. One of the white-haired old men couldn't help calling out in surprise, "Dragon Lady? How are you still alive?" Shui Sun coldly snorted, "Old dog, did I disappoint you by being alive? Where are Brother Li and Senior Sister?" Another one-eyed man with a ferocious expression frowned and asked coldly. Shui Sun sneered, "Since I came back alive, what do you think happened to them?" "Impossible." The one-eyed man's expression changed as he understood the meaning of Shui Sun's words, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. "That's right, Dragon Lady, you think you have the ability to kill Brother Li and his brother and sister? You overestimate yourself?" The third man sneered, obviously thinking Shui Sun was talking nonsense. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Shui Sun didn't want to explain any further, simply grit her teeth and declared, "Those 2 are dead. It will be your turn next." The white-haired old man was startled, and then he burst into laughter. "Demon girl, you're so arrogant, and your tone is even bigger than the sky. Good, good, good. I'm currently in the domain vortex, and it's inconvenient for me to move. So, I'll let you make irresponsible remarks. If you really have the ability, then I'll have a good fight with you after I get out of here. Chapter 1596. Saying so, the white-haired old man turned to look at Yang Kai curiously and chuckled. Little brother, are you a human? Why are you fighting the dragon lady in such a sorry state? Sorry state? Yang Kai frowned. Old sir, aren't you exaggerating a bit? The old man shook his head. Humans are humans and demons are demons. Humans hunt demons and demons hunt humans. The two races have always been at odds with each other. Now that you've attached yourself to a demoness, if this isn't a sorry state, what is? He subconsciously thought that Shue's son, who had a stronger cultivation, had taken the lead and that Yang Kai was following her orders. This old master wants to ask you, this dragon lady said that brother Li and sister have fallen. Is that true? The old man's expression suddenly became serious as he asked Yang Kai in a low voice. Yes, I saw them die with my own eyes. Yang Kai gently nodded. You were involved? The old man narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent filling them. Yes. Why? Seeing injustice on the road, I drew my sword to help. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. Hearing this, Shue's son curled her lips slightly. Good, good, good. The old man nodded again and again, his tone extremely cold. Daring to admit what you did, young man, your courage is not small. This old master will remember your face. Remember this, the blood prison will be your burial place. Yang Kai smiled brightly. Old sir, before you speak big words, you should consider whether you have enough weight. Be careful not to cut your tongue. The old man sneered. Whether I have enough weight or not, this old master is clear in his heart. This old master won't argue with you now. Let this old master take this territory stone first. Territory stone? Yang Kai raised his brow and said in an arrogant tone. The territory stone is mine. Don't even think about getting it. The old man was stunned. The other two were also stunned. But soon they all burst into laughter. The one-eyed man sneered. A brat who hasn't even grown out his hair wants to obtain the territory stone? You should quickly go back and cultivate for a few more years to improve your cultivation. Young people these days really don't know what they're talking about, daring to come to the blood prison as a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You idiots! I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'm gonna get the territory stone for sure. Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain. He stepped into the whirlpool within his territory. Be careful! Shue's son's expression changed. He hurriedly reminded him. She had experienced the terrifying power of this vortex before and knew very well how powerful it was. The white-haired old man and the other two also looked over in shock. They didn't expect Yang Kai to rush into the whirlpool in their territory. Was he looking for death? The old man couldn't help but sneer. There was a playful smile on his face. They were waiting for the show to begin. He thought that Yang Kai would definitely be killed by the vortex in his territory. But in the next moment, the old man's smile stiffened on his face. The whirlpool in his territory that he and his companions were so afraid of failed to stop Yang Kai in the slightest as the arrogant young man strode forward. Step by step, Yang Kai walked inside, completely ignoring the whirlpool in his territory. The old man couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as his eyes glazed over, paying more and more attention to Yang Kai's movements. He could clearly see that Yang Kai's Shi was not inferior to his, in fact, it was much stronger. The invisible Shi was like a perfect armor, protecting Yang Kai from all sides, allowing him to walk inside unimpeded. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. The young man only walked 200 meters before his speed slowed down, and after another 10 meters, his figure came to a halt. Yang Kai closed his eyes and began perceiving the mysterious fluctuations around him, comprehending the mysteries of his territory. Seeing this scene, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang Kai really walked to the center step by step without stopping to take the territory stone, he would probably vomit blood. Fortunately, although this kid was a little strange, he didn't really ignore the whirlpool in his territory. He also had to comprehend the mysteries in it before he could walk to the deepest part. He still had a chance. The old man's eyes burst with light as he suddenly got up, ignoring the huge burden on his body, and moved forward a distance. Seeing this, the other two also didn't want to be outdone and also moved forward a distance. The closer to the center of the whirlpool in the territory, the stronger the power, and the greater the pressure on the cultivator. If they couldn't resist, the final result would be to be killed by the territory. Therefore, when the cultivator was comprehending the mysteries in the whirlpool in the territory, they would generally act according to their ability and not be greedy. Otherwise, they would be courting death. Before Yang Kai's arrival, the old man and the other two were prepared to advance to the center step by step and slowly walk to the territory stone. They also had this confidence. However, Yang Kai's arrival and strange behavior made them feel the danger. They realized that if they didn't speed up, the territory stone would be handed over to someone else. The surrounding territory of the chaotic territory made it so that no one dared to make a move on others. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would cause a backlash and they would be asking for trouble. If not for this, the old man and the other two would have joined forces to kill Yang Kai first. The battle now was about who could walk to the center of the whirlpool and take the territory stone first. With the treasure in front of them, no one would show weakness. Outside the whirlpool, Shui Sun's beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at Yang Kai's back. She was greatly shocked. This guy didn't stop at all and directly walked to within 300 feet of the whirlpool in the territory. Every step Yang Kai took was like a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer that smashed into Shui Sun's heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. She was sent by Fierce Crab Tribal Lord to participate in the Blood Prison Trial, which meant that she was the strongest origin-returning realm master in Fierce Crab territory. The importance of Fierce Crab Tribal Lord and the respect and admiration of those in the same realm gave her the capital to be proud of herself. She had never taken other origin-returning realm masters seriously. But today, she finally put away her arrogant thoughts. Yang Kai's performance made her realize that she was still not good enough as an origin-returning realm master. In this realm, there was still someone who looked down on her. Gritting her teeth, Shui Sun also pushed her Shi and stepped into the whirlpool in the territory. As soon as she entered, Shui Sun's tender body trembled slightly. All around her, an invisible and terrifying pressure forced her monster chi to circulate madly, forcing her to resist it. She struggled to take a step forward, following Yang Kai's footsteps step by step. After less than 5 meters into the whirlpool, Shui Sun was unable to move. Looking up at Yang Kai, Shui Sun suddenly discovered that, in this extremely short period of time, this guy had actually moved forward again. How did he do it? Shui Sun couldn't understand. After spending less than half a day with Yang Kai, her pride and self-confidence had been completely shattered. She found that she couldn't compare with this human at all. Shui Lian and Mi Tian were also no match. On Monster Star, all the tribal Lord-level masters present. Their evaluation of Shui Lian and Mi Tian was extremely high, believing that these two rookies were likely to break through to the Origin King realm and become tribal Lord-level existences. If Shui Lian and Mi Tian had a great chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm, then Shui Sun was certain. Yang Kai could definitely break through to the Origin King realm, just based on his current excellent performance. This showed that his control over Shi had reached a level that made all origin-returning realm masters feel inferior. He may have also comprehended the mysteries of the tribal territory. For the first time, Shui Sun felt awe towards another origin-returning realm master. The figure in front of her was like an unattainable mountain. She could only look up to him. Impossible! This is impossible! The one-eyed man's shout reached everyone's ears as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai with trembling eyes, watching him walk towards the center of the whirlpool step by step, as if he was walking on flat ground. Even if he paused occasionally, it wouldn't take long for him to take another step. The powerful tribal territory vortex seemed unable to stop him at all. The one-eyed man's eyes were blank and his face was dull, shocked by Yang Kai's actions. "Calm down," the white-haired old man suddenly shouted. This little brat is indeed a bit strange, but we started earlier than him. He is still behind us in terms of distance, so we may have a chance. In any case, we can't let this little brat succeed." Hearing this, the one-eyed man seemed to recover, took a deep breath, and nodded heavily. "I understand. Is that so?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned and glanced over at the white-haired old man. "Am I behind you in terms of distance? Take a look again and calculate it carefully." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai, who had been standing in place for a long time, suddenly stepped forward lightly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Without any intention of stopping, Yang Kai continued forward with unstoppable momentum, approaching the center of the territory stones at an extremely fast speed. The old man was stunned, the one-eyed man was stunned, and the third person was also stunned. Shui Sun cried out in alarm, covering her red lips with her small hand as she stared in the direction of Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai seemed to have suddenly understood something and wrapped himself in sure, repelling all the territory stones, allowing him to pass through without any hindrance. He easily arrived at the center of the tribal territory. The 3 old men looked panicked and were at a loss. At this moment, they didn't know what to do. If it were any other place, they would definitely go all out and join forces to stop Yang Kai. But inside the tribal territory vortex, they could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Their faces became ashen and filled with resentment. Suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. At the center of the tribal territory vortex, Yang Kai's footsteps paused in mid-air, seemingly unable to take this last step. His brows furrowed as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. This boy is in trouble. The old man was overjoyed and secretly prayed that this boy would stop there or be directly strangled by the tribal territory vortex. He clearly felt that there was some strange movement in the tribal territory vortex, as if most of its power was attracted to Yang Kai and was exerting pressure on him, wanting to crush him into pieces. Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified, sweat oozing from his forehead and dripping down. The invisible tribal territory vortex was constantly destroying his body. The pressure on the old man and the others suddenly lightened, and after looking at each other for a moment, they rushed forward with red eyes. Chapter 1597. No one had expected such a situation, and no one had encountered such a situation before. They had not even heard of it before. The 5 of them were in the middle of the vortex in the same territory, but most of the power of the vortex in the territory was being drawn towards one person. It seemed that even the vortex in the territory had begun to target this person, preventing him from reaching the center of the vortex. With the pressure on the old man and the other 2 greatly reduced, they naturally saw a glimmer of hope and were unwilling to hand over the territory stone. The 3 of them approached the center of the vortex at an extremely fast speed, their expressions fierce as they glared at Yang Kai, murderous intent radiating from their bodies, obviously harboring malicious intent. Shui Sun's beautiful face changed slightly as she shouted a warning to Yang Kai before also rushing forward. "If you don't want to die, wait there." Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Shui Sun's raised foot did not take a step forward in the end as she stared at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression. Her brow furrowed slightly, not understanding what Yang Kai was doing. However, she did not delve into it and instead chose to believe in Yang Kai. Yang Kai's situation seemed to be very dangerous. The power of the huge territory he was drawing towards him was not something an origin-returning realm master could withstand. It was already a miracle that he was still standing there. Shui Sun clearly felt that Yang Kai's Shi was being suppressed back into his body inch by inch, unable to compete with the strange power of the territory vortex. Shui Sun could not help feeling nervous, as she did not know what would happen to Yang Kai once his Shi was completely suppressed. He would most likely die on the spot. If that really happened, Qing Luo would definitely be heartbroken. It was said that the 2 of them had a very good relationship. In front of her nervous gaze, Yang Kai's Shi collided with the power of the domain in the vortex, as if two armies were engaged in a fierce battle, but Yang Kai's Shi was constantly being defeated and suppressed. The Shi field shrank little by little, and finally only covered Yang Kai's body. The fluctuations in the whirlpool in the territory became even more bizarre and violent. It was as if all the power was attracted by Yang Kai, and it launched a ferocious and cruel final attack on him. In an instant, his Shi was destroyed and he was completely submerged. Shui Sun couldn't help screaming and turned her head away. She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai explode and die. The expected sound of flesh and blood flying did not come. Shui Sun was bewildered, but in the next moment, she heard Yang Kai's laughter. In this desperate situation, he seemed extremely carefree. She turned her head abruptly and looked at Yang Kai again. She was surprised to find that Yang Kai, who was submerged in the territory field, was unharmed. How could this be? Shui Sun was stunned. She clearly didn't feel Yang Kai releasing any Shi. He was in the center of the territory vortex without any precaution, but he was still safe and sound. There was a mysterious power lingering around Yang Kai, allowing him to merge with the territory vortex. If she didn't look with her eyes, Shui Sun felt that she definitely wouldn't be able to discover Yang Kai's existence. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the territory vortex, becoming a part of it. His footsteps paused in mid-air, and he suddenly descended to the center of the vortex. As his foot landed, the chaotic domain vortex that was stirred up by him returned to normal. The terrifying pressure that should have been there came from all directions again. Shui Sun couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as she struggled to resist. The old man and the other two were so lucky. When the pressure was greatly reduced, they madly rushed in, and in an instant rushed in dozens of feet and were only about 10 feet away from Yang Kai's position. Now that the pressure from the territory vortex had returned, how could they withstand it? The sudden pressure from the territory vortex horrified the trio, causing them to cry out in panic as they desperately pushed their Saint Chi and summoned all kinds of artifacts to protect themselves while attempting to retreat. This was not a place they could enter at all. If Yang Kai hadn't attracted most of the pressure from the territory vortex before, they wouldn't have been able to reach this place. Now that they wanted to return, it was undoubtedly too late. The mysterious strangling force that erupted from the territory vortex was too much for them to contend with. Their defensive artifacts exploded one after another, and as they screamed, the trio exploded one after another, blood and internal organs spilling all over the ground. Shui Sun stared at all this in a daze. Watching 3 third-order origin returning realm masters die in just 3 breaths of time, a chill ran down her spine. She suddenly remembered Yang Kai's warning before. If you don't want to die, just wait there. She was certain that if she hadn't listened to Yang Kai's advice at that time, the old man and the other two would have ended up the same way, and she would have died on the spot. A feeling of escaping from death inexplicably welled up in her heart, causing Shui Sun's face to turn slightly pale. This guy, has he been planning this all along? Has he always wanted to integrate himself into the vortex in the territory of the territory in order to get rid of the vortex targeting him? Where did he get the confidence to do this? How deep is his understanding of Shi? Has he already comprehended the mysteries of the territory vortex? Shui Sun had countless questions lingering in her heart, but she couldn't ask them. She only knew that this human's attainments in the martial Tao were something she could only look up to. In fact, although the vortex in the territory in front of them was powerful enough, if the old man and the other two had advanced step by step and comprehended its mysteries bit by bit, they might have had a chance to reach its center and wouldn't have died tragically. The bad thing was that they didn't have this opportunity. Yang Kai gave them hope, but when they saw the light, he brought despair to them. He had effortlessly used the power of the vortex in the territory to kill all 3 of them. If this was all part of his plan from the beginning, then it was simply too despicable. It should just be a coincidence, right? Shui Sun's expression was extremely complicated. What are you waiting for? Let's go out. Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded, startling Shui Sun slightly. When she came back to her senses, she found that Yang Kai had already arrived in front of her and was playing with 2 domain stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Saying so, he casually tossed one of the territory stones over. Shue's son caught it and glanced at him suspiciously, frowning as she asked, "Why did you give me a piece? I didn't do anything." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "You brought me here and you were the one who discovered the territory stone first, so I gave you a piece. Don't you want it? If you don't want it, then give it back." Shue's son quickly put the territory stone into her space ring. This was a free advantage, so why not? Yang Kai grinned. "I'll give you a piece of the territory stone. I'll take the space rings of those three. There doesn't seem to be anything good inside." "I don't want to share their space rings," Shue's son replied lightly. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Then we'll part ways here. I wish you good luck." "You're not going out?" Yang Kai was stunned. "I want to stay here and continue to meditate." Yang Kai nodded and didn't force her, instead saying seriously, "Then I wish you good luck as well. I'll be going first." As he spoke, he brushed past her and strode out. "Yang Kai!" Shue's son suddenly shouted from behind. "What?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. "Can I ask, how did you integrate yourself into the vortex in the territory?" Shue's son looked at him curiously. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly and said, "I took advantage of the situation." "Took advantage of the situation?" Shue's son's brow furrowed as she carefully pondered over the meaning of this sentence. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up and a look of gratitude appeared on her face as she sincerely said, "Thank you. You're welcome." Yang Kai waved his hand gently before walking away without looking back. Oh. Over the next few days, Yang Kai continued to move around the blood prison. Once he found a vortex in the territory that met his requirements, he would go and study it to understand its mysteries. Absorbing the mysteries of the vortexes in the territory, Yang Kai's sure grew at a terrifying speed. There was no vortex in the territory that could trap him and make him unable to extricate himself. Most of the vortexes in the territory could enter and exit at will, and even if he occasionally encountered some powerful vortexes, it would take him some time to integrate himself into them, allowing him to travel unimpeded through the vortexes. Yang Kai found that the method Su Dingyang had taught him was somewhat wrong. Comprehending the mysteries of the territory vortexes and using one's own sure to resist them may be a good method, but integrating one's own sure into them would allow one to explore their mysteries at a deeper level. This was why Yang Kai had told Shue's son to take advantage of the situation. However, if one wanted to do this, they needed to have extremely strong control over their own sure, otherwise it would be tantamount to asking for humiliation. Yang Kai did not obtain many territory stones. Even in the blood prison, territory stones were extremely rare. Half a month after separating from Shue's son, Yang Kai had encountered several dozen large and small territory vortexes but had only managed to find 2 territory stones. While he was on his way, Yang Kai had studied the strange territory stones. These stones did contain the power of a territory, similar to the territory vortexes in the blood prison. However, the territory power contained in these territory stones was very gentle, not as violent and difficult to deal with as the vortexes in the territory. This gentleness was enough for any origin-returning realm master to safely absorb these stones, improve their understanding of sure, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory. This was also one of the reasons why territory stones were so valuable. Besides Shue's son, Yang Kai did not meet anyone else he knew. Chapter 1598. 100 kilometers away from the blood prison, in a stone pavilion atop a high peak, Luo Hai's eyes were closed, as if he was silently perceiving something. The other Origin King Realm Masters were all paying attention to his movements. They could not know anything about the situation inside the blood prison, and only Luo Hai, as the Star Master, could spy on it. Naturally, Luo Hai became the focus of everyone's attention. After a long time, Luo Hai opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. "Master Luo Hai, did you discover something? Why are you so happy?" The old woman from Sword Union asked quickly. Good news, Luo Hai gently nodded. "Good news. The beautiful woman from Purple Star raised her brow as she glanced over at Luo Hai thoughtfully, revealing a look of understanding as she asked, "Brother Luo Hai means?" "Haha, yes. There is only one good news in the blood prison, and it's exactly as you think." Luo Hai gently nodded and quickly said, "A stone mountain has appeared in my territory? A stone mountain has appeared in my territory?" Everyone was shocked. This really is a joyous event. The old woman smiled so widely that her face wrinkled. The little ones who entered the blood prison this time are really blessed to have encountered such a joyous event. It seems they are luckier than most. Senior Sister Lei need not envy others. When you entered the blood prison 2,000 years ago, didn't you also encounter such a joyous event? The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled. Haha. Yes, 2,000 years have passed in a flash. The old woman's face showed a trace of nostalgia. If I had not encountered a stone mountain in my territory, this old woman would not have been able to spy on the mysteries of my territory and break through to the Origin King realm. It can be said that the stone mountain in my territory is the foundation of this old woman's current realm. Senior Sister Lei encountered a stone mountain in your territory? Many people showed surprised expressions and someone shouted, "Why didn't I have such good luck?" When I entered the blood prison, the stone mountain in my territory was surrounded by a powerful territory field, making it impossible to see what it was. This is luck. Luo Hai chuckled. The stone mountain in our territory is a treasure of the blood prison. It is extremely sturdy, and even an Origin King may not necessarily be able to damage it. It is so huge that no one can take it away. It was the best place for Origin returning realm masters to comprehend the mysteries of their own territory. But unfortunately, it was shrouded in various fierce territory fields all year round. Only occasionally would these territory fields weaken and reveal the true appearance of the stone mountains within their territory. On the other hand, the blood prison only opens once every 1,000 years, and when it does, the stone mountain in our territory may not appear, so it's normal that you haven't encountered it yet. There's no need to envy Senior Sister Lei's luck. Aren't all of you Origin Kings now? Even so, if I had encountered a stone mountain in the territory back then, I wouldn't have needed to cultivate bitterly for 300 years to break through to this realm. After speaking, a look of resentment appeared on his face as he lamented that he was not as lucky as the old woman surnamed Lei. The old woman smiled and said, "Why are you sighing here? This old woman was lucky enough to encounter a stone mountain in our territory, but after breaking through to the Origin King realm, this old woman has not been able to make any further progress. I'm afraid this old woman will be stuck here for the rest of her life." Senior Sister Lei doesn't need to belittle yourself. Who can say for sure? Perhaps one day, Senior Sister Lei will be blessed with good fortune and break through to the second-order Origin King realm. The beautiful woman comforted. Although there were many frictions between the great forces in the Star Territory as Origin Kings, there was more or less some friendship between them, so it wasn't a big deal for the old woman to offer some casual words of comfort. "I hope so." The old woman forced a smile. The old woman smiled reluctantly, but suddenly frowned and said with a worried look, "However, although the appearance of a stone mountain in our territory is a happy event, I'm afraid it will be a much more difficult test for those little brats. This old woman fought a life and death battle in order to compete for a good position back then and almost died. This time, I'm afraid many of them will die. Whether it's a blessing or a curse will depend on their own good fortune. It's useless for us to worry here." The old man from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce slowly shook his head. "That's true. By the way, Master Luo Hai, that second-order Origin returning realm brat, how is he doing right now? Is he dead or alive?" The old woman suddenly remembered Yang Kai and asked. Everyone turned their attention to Luo Hai, seemingly very interested in Yang Kai. Luo Hai smiled lightly and said, "He's still alive. This king can feel his vitality. He's still alive." The old woman was overjoyed. Great. This old woman was really afraid his luck would be bad and he would be killed by that powerful guy. It seems his luck is much better than this old woman's. I'm really looking forward to the day he walks out of the blood prison. This old woman wants to see if this little brat really has 3 heads and 6 arms. He definitely doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. He's just courageous. Luo Hai suddenly fell silent, his brow furrowing as he tried to sense his surroundings. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, could he have encountered some kind of trouble? The beautiful woman from Purple Star asked nervously. No one wanted to see Kai Yang get into trouble or even die. They all regarded Yang Kai as a rising star of their force and were all prepared to wait for him to emerge from the blood prison before offering extremely generous conditions to win him over. He hasn't encountered any trouble, but this king thinks he's looking for trouble, Luo Hai said in a strange tone. What do you mean? The old woman asked nervously. He's actually heading towards the stone mountain in our territory. Luo Hai's expression became extremely strange. Huh! Everyone was shocked. Why would he go in the direction of the stone mountain in our territory? The old woman asked with a look of disappointment. That little brat is simply courting death. How could he possibly go there? If he were to be involved in some kind of dispute. Ha! This little guy is really too troublesome. The beautiful Purple Star woman sighed with a helpless look on her face. Yang Kai was trapped inside the blood prison, so none of them could intervene and could only watch as Yang Kai walked into danger. All the Origin King Realm Masters couldn't wait to break into the blood prison right now, fish Yang Kai out, and teach him a lesson. Things are getting more and more interesting. This little brat's courage is really big. Luo Hai smiled softly. Master Luo Hai, I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to that little brat and see if he's there. The old woman asked nervously. All right, although I can't investigate too carefully, this king can still sense whether he's alive or not. If something really happens, this king will definitely tell you. Luo Hai nodded, not refusing such a request. He himself was also very interested in Yang Kai. Then I'll have to trouble Master Luo Hai. Oh. Inside the blood prison at a certain location there was a small hill. Although it was called a small hill, it was actually just a slightly larger one. It was no more than 300 meters high and covered an area of only a few dozen meters. This small hill gave off a strange luster and a gentle territory aura radiated from it. A stone mountain in the territory, a treasure of the blood prison. Its main body was actually a huge piece of territory stone. No one knew how it was born, but since its birth it had always existed inside the blood prison. It was shrouded in a terrifying territory all year round, making it impossible for anyone to enter and see the true appearance of the stone mountain in the territory. The territory field around the stone mountain in the territory was recognized as the most powerful territory in the blood prison. No Origin returning realm cultivator dared to challenge it, and anyone who dared to do so had died a violent death. Although it was shrouded in a powerful territory all year round, there were also times when this territory would weaken, and only at such times would the stone mountain in the territory be exposed. There was no pattern to this phenomenon, but every time the blood prison opened, perhaps 1 in 10 times, the stone mountain in the territory would be exposed to the eyes of the world. Every time this happened, all the Origin returning realm masters who heard this news would be like cats that had smelled blood and would gather at the foot of the stone mountain in the territory, searching for a suitable position to comprehend the mysteries emanating from the stone mountain. This was much safer and more effective than breaking into the whirlpool in the territory. The mysteries emanating from the stone mountain in the territory could be easily absorbed by a cultivator, allowing them to spy on the mysteries of the territory. Some cultivator who originally had no chance to break through to the Origin King realm were able to do so because they encountered the stone mountain in the territory. For example, the old woman surnamed Lei from Sword Union was one of them. For tens of thousands of years, although the stone mountain had only appeared a few times in the territory, it still did not diminish the enthusiasm of the cultivator. At this moment, there were hundreds of third-order Origin returning realm masters gathered around the stone mountain in the territory. These people came from all corners of the star territory, either in groups of 3 or 5 or in groups of 7 or 8, occupying different positions. There were a total of 7 groups, all of them clearly divided. Among these groups, the ones with the largest number of people occupied the best positions, each of them revealing their imposing auras, the artifacts in their hands shining brightly as they looked around coldly. No one dared to provoke them, not only because they had the advantage in numbers, but also because their backgrounds were not small. The remaining groups, according to their strength, also occupied different geographical positions. Nearly 100 people had surrounded almost the entire stone mountain in the territory. Although there was still some open space left, there was a steady stream of cultivator who had heard the news and rushed here from all directions. It was not hard to imagine that these open spaces would eventually be occupied by the cultivator groups. Those who came late and didn't get a good position would definitely challenge the weaker groups and forcibly occupy the advantageous positions. On the left side of the stone mountain in the territory, 3 third-order origin returning realm cultivator had gathered. Of the 3, 2 were known to Yang Kai, Chen Tong, and the beautiful woman from Star Emperor Mountain, Lin Yu Rao, while the other was someone Yang Kai had never met before. At this moment, the 3 of them were secretly circulating their Saint Qi, holding their most powerful artifacts in their hands as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. The 3 of them had arrived early, so the positions they occupied were not bad, but as the number of cultivator groups continued to increase, some of them were already eyeing them with malicious intent, as if they were contemplating whether or not to attack the 3 of them and drive them away. If the 3 of them had not displayed enough strength, they would definitely not have been able to protect their territory. However, continuing to be vigilant was not a solution. The stone mountain had already appeared in the territory, and the powerful and numerous groups had already begun to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. If the 3 of them continued to delay like this, the gains would not make up for the losses. The 3 of them were intent on comprehending the mysteries of the stone mountain, but they did not dare to lower their guard. Chapter 1599. Elder Qian, Elder Yang, Elder Mo, and the others, have they responded? Among the 3, an old man in a brown robe looked around from time to time and asked Chen Tong in a low voice. Not yet. Chen Tong shook his head slowly and replied worriedly, I don't know where they went. My communication artifact can't contact them at all. What about Vice City Lord Ning? Have you contacted him yet? The old man sighed. I can't contact him either. I don't know where Brother Ning went. The 2 looked at each other and saw the anxiety and helplessness in each other's eyes. The old man was the city lord of Green Mountain Star's Green Water City. When Yang Kai left Green Mountain Star and returned to Tongshen Realm, Chen Tong and his group of 5 stayed behind to prepare to participate in the blood prison trial a few years later. The city lord of Green Water City was also very good at dealing with people. After learning that Chen Tong and the others had arrived, he tried his best to invite them to serve as Green Water City's honored guest elders. Chen Tong and the others did not want to cause any misunderstandings and also needed a place to settle down, so they readily agreed. Over the past few years, everyone got along quite well and there were no gaps or frictions between them. As soon as the blood prison trial opened, they entered the blood prison with the old man and the vice city lord surnamed Ning. Everyone here was a third-order origin returning realm master and had entered this place to comprehend the mysteries of their territory in hopes of prying into the mysteries of the origin king realm. Of course, it was impossible for all 7 of them to travel together. As such, everyone dispersed. A few days ago, when the old man heard the news of a stone mountain appearing in his territory, he immediately used his communication artifact to contact his companions. But only Chen Tong and Lin Yu Rao had arrived. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, MOU of Clear Sky Sect, and Green Water City's Vice City Lord Ning had not responded. Seeing that more and more people were arriving, Chen Tong and the others were naturally anxious. Without absolute strength and numbers, it was impossible to keep the territory they occupied at the moment. Not far away, a cultivator who had just arrived failed to grab a good spot and was looking over with ill intentions. However, there were too few of them, only 2, so they naturally did not act rashly. However, they were also constantly pouring their divine senses into the communication compass, as if they were trying to establish contact with someone. Once they called for help, the situation would be dire. Elder Lin, is there a response from your side? The elderly man turned his expectant gaze to Lin Yu Rao. The latter slowly shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. No. What should we do? The elderly man was anxious and uneasy. An enormous opportunity was right in front of him, yet he had no time or opportunity to comprehend it. He could only wait here, and this was even more unbearable than killing him. Wait for another half a day, just another half a day. If Elder Yang and the others still don't come, we will leave. The elderly man gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, although the appearance of the stone mountain in his territory was a heaven-sent opportunity, he did not want to lose his life here. The stone mountain in his territory was still stable for the time being, but he believed that it would not be long before this place became chaotic. There would definitely be many cultivator fighting over the position. Leave. Qian Tong's expression became gloomy as his eyes filled with unwillingness. No one wanted to pry into the mysteries of the Origin King realm more than him from Shadowed Star. If Yang Kai had not taken him away from Shadowed Star and brought him here, he would never have been able to escape the shackles of world principles and would never have had the opportunity to touch the higher realms of the martial Tao. Yang Kai had given him this opportunity, and now that there was an even greater opportunity in front of him, he was naturally unwilling to take the initiative to leave. Oh! Just as he was feeling annoyed, Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed, and he poured his divine sense into the communication compass in his hand. Is someone coming? Green Water City's city lord saw Qian Tong's expression change and asked with joy. Lin Yu Rao's expression also changed as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Qian Tong. Qian Tong did not respond and continued to investigate the communication compass, only letting out a laugh after a while. Yes, someone is coming. Who is it? Is it Elder Yang, Elder Chu, or Elder Mo? None of them. Qian Tong slowly shook his head. None of them? Could it be Brother Ning? Green Water City's city lord's expression changed as he nodded. It's fine if Brother Ning is here. His strength is not weak. It's not Brother Ning either. Then who is it? Green Water City's city lord was stunned to the extreme. Qian Tong's group only had 5 people, and now there were 2 of them by his side. There were also more than 3 people who had come, causing him to be confused. Lin Yu Rao also wore a puzzled look as she stared at Qian Tong suspiciously, not understanding what he meant by this. Qian Tong chuckled, glanced at Lin Yu Rao and said, Yang Kai is here. Lin Yu Rao's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed in surprise. Sect Master is here? How come he's here? Didn't he return to his homeland? I'm also quite surprised. Qian Tong chuckled, a look of relief on his face. Maybe he came back in time. When he left Green Mountain Star, didn't he say that if there was enough time he might come back? Elder Qian, are you sure? Are you sure that was Sect Master's response? How could I be wrong about such a thing? Qian Tong shook his head repeatedly. Although this old master is a bit old, I'm not so old that I'm confused, right? That's great. Lin Yu Rao jumped up with joy. Since Sect Master is here, things will be much easier. The 2 of them spoke one after another, their words revealing their admiration for Yang Kai. Although Green Water City's city lord didn't know who Yang Kai was, from their expressions, he knew he had an incredible helper. Relaxing his tense mood, the city lord smiled as he turned to Lin Yu Rao and said, Elder Lin, can you briefly tell the city lord about your sect master? This old master has never met him before, so when we meet later, I can't be too rude. The elderly man was well aware of Lin Yu Rao's strength and knew she was definitely stronger than him. Not only Lin Yu Rao, but Qian Tong's group of 5 also seemed to be much stronger than ordinary third-order origin returning realm masters. Their understanding of Shi was extremely profound, and their Saint Qi was incredibly dense. At first, the elderly man didn't quite understand why this was the case, but after interacting with them for a long time, he learned that the star Qian Tong and the others came from had a mysterious world principle that prevented them from breaking through to the Origin King realm, forcing them to temper themselves in the Origin Returning realm. As such, they were able to reach an extremely high level in the Origin Returning realm, surpassing the Origin Realm Masters of other stars. It wasn't unreasonable to take a sip and peck at everything. And someone who could be called sect master by a master like Lin Yurao was obviously stronger than her, right? Most likely, he had already taken half a step into the Origin King realm. Green Water City's city lord took it for granted. With the arrival of such a powerful helper, Green Water City's city lord was naturally overjoyed. What should I say about him? Lin Yurao couldn't help showing an awkward look on her face, as if she found it difficult to speak. Haha, it's hard to explain, but after you meet him, Brother Zhao will understand. Qian Tong smiled to the side, as if he also felt that explaining was useless. Yang Kai could not be judged by common sense. And that's fine. The elderly man nodded lightly, not insisting. In any case, they would meet in a while, so there was no point in asking now. But Brother Zhao, this Qian must tell you in advance that this sect Master Yang is not someone you can judge by his appearance. Qian Tong said casually. A person can't judge by his appearance? Green Water City's city lord frowned, his expression blank, not understanding what Qian Tong meant by this. He's here. Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in a low voice, raising his eyes and looking in a certain direction. When Green Water City's city lord heard this, he quickly pulled himself together and prepared to meet this powerful helper in his best state. A figure flew over from a very distant place at an extremely fast speed. When Qian Tong said those words, this figure was still far away on the horizon, only a small black dot visible, but after only 3 breaths of time, a handsome young man suddenly appeared not far from the stone mountain in Green Water City's territory. Yang Kai, come here, Qian Tong shouted. Around the stone mountain in Green Water City's territory, countless cultivator glared at him. Qian Tong couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh, realizing that his joy had been a little too conspicuous, so he quickly kept a low profile. Yang Kai, who had just arrived, first glanced at the huge stone mountain in Green Water City's territory, a trace of surprise flashing across his eyes before his figure flickered, and he arrived in front of Qian Tong and the others, enthusiastically greeting them. Elder Qian, Elder Lin. Greetings, Sect Master. Lin Yu Rao quickly saluted. Yang Kai waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so polite, asking in amazement, why is it only the 2 of you here? Where are the others? I couldn't contact them, so I don't know where they went. Qian Tong smiled helplessly. Have you returned from Green Water City? And Yang Kai nodded. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. With such a grand event like the blood prison trial, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to make it in time. Qian Tong laughed. Being able to come here is also a stroke of luck? Yang Kai replied casually, not saying too much. Being able to come here was indeed a stroke of luck. He had only gone to Monster Star to see Shanqing Luo. He had not expected to be able to come to the blood prison from Monster Star. Saying so, he glanced over at Green Water City's city lord and asked suspiciously, This is... Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Green Water City's city lord, Zhao Tianze, Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, this is the Yang Kai I told you about. Zhao Tianze stared at Yang Kai in a daze, his expression extremely strange. Since Yang Kai appeared, Zhao Tianze had been scrutinizing him. After all, the previous conversation between Qian Tong and Lin Yurao had greatly elevated Yang Kai's strength and status, causing Zhao Tianze to have high expectations for Yang Kai's arrival. Zhao Tianze thought that this person was a peak third-order origin returning realm master. He thought that this person would definitely be much stronger than Qian Tong and Lin Yurao. But as soon as they met, Zhao Tianze realized that something was wrong. The person who had come was actually a young man, but that wasn't all, and the aura fluctuations coming from this person were actually only second-order origin returning realm. Zhao Tianze almost thought he was seeing things and repeatedly swept Yang Kai with his divine sense, only confirming that this person was really just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Zhao Tianze was so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Chapter 1600. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. At this moment, Zhao Tianzhe finally understood what Qian Tong meant when he said that a person could not be judged by their appearance. So this was what he was referring to. What could a mere second-order origin returning realm cultivator do? Even if he had the ability to fight above his realm, it was impossible for him to change the current situation. His arrival would not be of much help to the overall situation. It could only be said that they had gained an extra helper. Zhao Tianzhe's mood suddenly became depressed. However, he was still a city lord and had a good relationship with Qian Tong, Lin Yurao, and the others, so of course he could not show his disappointment too obviously. Putting a smile on his face, Zhao Tian cupped his fists and greeted. This Zhao greets Sect Master Yang. Sect Master Yang. And sure enough, you are young and promising. This praise was obviously insincere and anyone could hear it. Yang Kai spoke politely and naturally did not make a fuss. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao exchanged a glance but did not explain too much. They were well aware of Yang Kai's strength. It could be said that Yang Kai alone was equivalent to several third-order origin returning realm cultivators. This gave them the confidence to stay in this place. Oh! A second-order origin returning realm cultivator actually came here. He actually managed to survive in the blood prison for so long. His luck is quite good. But his luck is about to run out. I bet he won't live past today. He really doesn't know life from death, actually running so close to our territory's stone mountain. This little brat is really stupid. Not only did he fail to provide any help to his companions, but he also exposed the weakness of their team. Just watch, they're finished. Whispers suddenly rang out all around as countless cultivators stared at Yang Kai with a playful look on their faces, as if they were looking at some kind of rare treasure. Around the stone mountain in the territory, there were hundreds of origin returning realm masters, all of them third order. Yang Kai, a mere second-order cultivator, suddenly stood out from the crowd and naturally attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai was unperturbed and didn't care about the clamor of those people. On the contrary, Zhao Tianzhe's expression became more and more uneasy. Originally, with him, Qian Tong and Lin Yurao here, even if some people were eyeing them covetously, they could still rely on their momentum to stabilize the situation. But as soon as Yang Kai arrived, their position immediately became the focus of attention. Divine senses swept towards them and powerful auras pressed down on them, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat uneasy. The arrival of this young man named Yang Kai seemed to have made their situation even more difficult. He looked left and right, and sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Yang Kai, there seems to be something wrong with these two. They've been staring at us. Qian Tong leaned over to Yang Kai and whispered, gesturing to the side as he spoke. Following his gaze, Yang Kai looked over and found two third-order origin returning realm cultivators standing not far away, constantly glancing towards them. Seeing Yang Kai's gaze, one of them did not avoid meeting his gaze and sneered. The other person was holding a communication compass in his hand and seemed to be communicating with someone. I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. He vaguely felt that the clothes these two were wearing were somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. However, Yang Kai had lived on Shadowed Star all this time and rarely interacted with cultivator from other stars, so he couldn't remember when he had seen them. Was it in the Emperor Garden? Yang Kai thought secretly. It's not that we're waiting for anyone. It's just that with just the few of us, if we're attacked while we're comprehending this stone mountain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Tianzhe worriedly pointed to the group with the largest number of people and said, Sect Master Yang, look over there. There are quite a few of them, so two of them can stand guard while everyone else can focus on comprehending this stone mountain. But there are only 4 of us. I'll take over for you. The 3 of you can comprehend the stone mountain, Yang Kai said generously. This? Zhao Tianzhe was stunned but also showed a trace of gratitude. Although he was a little disappointed with Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Kai's actions had undoubtedly touched him. Regardless of his strength, this young man's character was still quite good. Sect Master, I'll do it. Lin Yurao volunteered. No need, don't waste time. Yang Kai waved his hand and urged. The earlier you comprehend the stone mountain, the more benefits you'll obtain. All right then. Qian Tong pondered for a moment before nodding. Then Yang Kai, I'll leave it to you, we won't immerse ourselves in this stone mountain. If anything happens, we'll be the first to react. Once I've comprehended this stone mountain, I'll switch with you. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao glanced at each other before sitting down cross-legged. Zhao Tianze hesitated for a moment before leaning over to Qian Tong and whispering, Elder Qian, can we really do this? He really didn't feel comfortable leaving his safety in Yang Kai's hands, so he would rather have Qian Tong or Lin Yu Rao standing next to him. When Yang Kai does things, you can rest assured. Qian Tong reached out and patted him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Zhao Tianze smiled bitterly. He really didn't know where Qian Tong's confidence in Yang Kai came from, but seeing that both he and Lin Yu Rao had closed their eyes and were meditating, Zhao Tianze couldn't help but grit his teeth and sit down cross-legged. However, he didn't dare immerse himself too deeply in this stone mountain, lest he fail to react in time. Seeing that the three of them had entered a meditative state, Yang Kai also sat down cross-legged and stared at the stone mountain in front of him with great interest. Before this, he couldn't have imagined that there would be such a large piece of territory stone in the blood prison. He had explored several dozen territory vortexes and had only obtained a total of 3 pieces, each of which was only the size of a fist, one of which had been given to Xue Sunday. Such a large piece of territory stone, if he could obtain it. Yang Kai was greatly tempted, his eyes rolling as he grinned meaningfully. Just as he was thinking about this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look to the side. Not far away, a group of 4 people was rushing over, and a moment later, the 4 of them arrived in front of the stone mountain in his territory. Stopping in their tracks, they all stared at the stone mountain in his territory with scorching eyes, their breathing rapid, each of them showing a look of joy and excitement. The appearance of a stone mountain in his territory was an opportunity for anyone. You're finally here. Someone greeted them and complained. Yang Kai looked carefully and recognized this person as the one who had sneered at him before. He and his companion had been contacting someone and had been paying attention to Qian Tong and the others. It seemed that the companion they had contacted before had arrived. We ran into some trouble on the way. We met a dragon lady. The man in the lead replied in a deep voice. A dragon lady? The person who asked was stunned. And I don't know where she came from, but she was ridiculously strong. If it weren't for the 4 of us, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Fortunately, there were more of us and we managed to injure her. But unfortunately, she managed to escape. The man in the lead replied angrily. That dragon lady was really beautiful. Brother Kai, you didn't see her. But if you did, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to walk. Someone giggled. Are you exaggerating? The cultivator surnamed Kai curled his lips, obviously not believing him. I'm not exaggerating. That dragon lady was definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life, but the aura she gave off was also very strange, somewhat similar to Monster Chi, but also somewhat similar to human Saint Chi. It's a mix, I can't really tell. Forget it, let's not talk about that dragon lady. The man in the lead waved his hand, interrupting the man's chatter. Brother Kai, what's the situation here? That's about it. The man in the lead shrugged. The man surnamed Kai shrugged. As you can see, there's only so much space around Domain Stone Mountain. The innermost layer has already been occupied by those who came here first, but there's still a lot of space on the outside. Chapter 1601. Hearing this, the man leading the group frowned and said unhappily, I don't want to be too far away from the stone mountains in our territory. What's the point of being too far away? I want the innermost position. Then we'll have to snatch it. The man surnamed Kai grinned. Have you found a suitable target yet? I've found one, the man surnamed Kai said. He glanced back towards the position where Yang Kai and the others were and chuckled meaningfully. And the position isn't bad. The man leading the group glanced towards the position where Yang Kai and the others were and immediately showed a satisfied look, nodding. The position is indeed good, we'll take this one. They won't necessarily give in. The man surnamed Kai chuckled. Noticing that Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on them, he shot a cold glance back. That little brat seems to have been paying attention to us. Since we've chosen them, they have no choice but to give in. The man leading the group coldly snorted, meeting Yang Kai's gaze head-on and striding forward. The other 5 followed closely behind, their auras extremely sharp. In a flash, the 6 people arrived 10 meters in front of Yang Kai and the others. The man leading the group looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and coldly asked, "Boy, where did you come from?" Yang Kai grinned and said lightly, "From Shadowed Star." Shadowed Star? The man leading the group frowned and curled his lips. "Never heard of it. This king has taken a fancy to your place. Quickly move out, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite." Yang Kai sat on the ground, picked his ear casually, and snorted, "Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Can you say it again?" The man leading the group sneered, "Boy, you've got guts. This king believes you're not deaf. This king won't repeat himself twice. If you know what's good for you, scram quickly. If you don't want to die." The 5 people behind him let out low chuckles, and their threatening intent was very strong. "What is this? Everyone, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Why get so worked up?" Zhao Tianzhe suddenly stood up with a helpless look on his face. Although Yang Kai had said that he would be responsible for comprehending the mysteries emanating from the stone mountains in his territory, how could Zhao Tianzhe be at ease to entrust his life to Yang Kai? No matter how much Chen Tong and Lin Yu Rao admired him, to Zhao Tianzhe, Yang Kai was just a stranger. Moreover, it was an unfamiliar second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Therefore, he did not immerse himself in his thoughts. The moment there was a commotion, he immediately noticed it and quickly jumped out to smooth things over. "This one is Green Mountain Star's Green Water City's City Lord, Zhao Tianzhe. Greetings, friends. May I ask for your names?" Zhao Tianzhe chuckled and cupped his fists. The man leading the group looked at Zhao Tianzhe and then glanced towards Yang Kai, secretly thinking that Zhao Tianzhe was the one in charge here. As for Yang Kai, who had a lower cultivation, he was just following orders. The man's expression eased greatly as he quickly said, "This king is Scarlet Wave Star's Brilliant Flame Sect's Zhang Qing. These are my friends and fellow disciples from Scarlet Wave Star." Scarlet Wave Star? Brilliant Flame Sect? Yang Kai raised his brow, finally remembering why he felt this name was familiar before. When he met Su Dingyang, who had been strangled in his territory, he had said that he was from Scarlet Wave Star. Yang Kai felt very strange at that time, as if he had heard the name of this star somewhere before. Now, after hearing Zhang Qing's self-introduction, Yang Kai immediately understood. Back in the Emperor Garden, he had met a cultivator from Scarlet Wave Star. Moreover, there were 2 groups of people. One group was this cultivator from Brilliant Flame Sect, while the other was called Ice Heart Valley. At that time, the 2 groups were fighting to the death over the ownership of an ancient cave mansion. Yang Kai happened to pass by and was involved. In the end, Yang Kai even participated and helped the woman from Ice Heart Valley kill a few cultivators from Brilliant Flame Sect. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture and the purple origin furnace were obtained from that hidden ancient cave mansion. No wonder the robes worn by this man surnamed Kai looked familiar. It turned out that he had met him before. Yang Kai grinned with a playful look on his face. "So it is friends from Brilliant Flame Sect." Zhao Tianzhe's complexion changed slightly as he hurriedly said, "Forgive my rudeness." Obviously, he had heard of Brilliant Flame Sect before. Zhang Qing wore a proud look on his face as he nodded lightly. "Since this friend has heard of my Brilliant Flame Sect, this matter is simple. Quickly ask your companions to clean up and give up their positions. This king does not want to be too harsh. As long as you withdraw, this king can guarantee that he will not hurt you." "This?" Zhao Tianzhe's expression became bitter as he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Please forgive me, Brother Zhang, but this matter cannot be decided by me alone. Please allow this Zhao to discuss this matter with these friends. There's nothing to discuss. This place is not for you to take. Go find another spot. Lin Yurao's tender voice called out. She and Qian Tong had long ago been alarmed and had been sitting there watching coldly. But now that they heard Zhao Tianzhe's words, they naturally could not bear to back down. She and Qian Tong shared the same determination to reach the Origin King realm. Don't you think this is a bit too much? Qian Tong's face sank as he stared at Zhang Qing and the others coldly. Too much? Zhang Qing sneered. This king doesn't think it's too much. This king is giving you a chance to live. It's up to you to grasp it. If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll kill you all. The man surnamed Kai shouted, his expression becoming impatient. Everyone, please calm down, calm down. Zhao Tianzhe frowned as he motioned to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao not to speak first before turning to Zhang Qing. Brother Zhang, please wait a moment. I'll speak to them and give you an answer later. Good. Since you're half a landlord, this king will give you face. But there's not much time. I want an answer in half a cup of tea's time. Zhang Qing reminded coldly. Zhao Tianzhe nodded bitterly before turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao and helplessly asking, Two friends, do you really not want to back down? Qian Tong looked at him faintly. What's wrong? Does Brother Zhao want to withdraw from here? Zhao Tianzhe slowly shook his head. If possible, how could I be willing to withdraw from here? It's just that they outnumber us now, so if we don't follow their wishes, we won't have a good ending. Qian Tong frowned slightly and said with some surprise, Brother Zhao's courage isn't so small, right? You are a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. What kind of storms have you not seen? Why are you so afraid of this brilliant flame sect? What is their background that makes you so afraid? Zhao Tianzhe's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly. Elder Qian can see through it? And I won't hide it from you, I am indeed a little afraid of them. Brilliant Flame Sect is based on Scarlet Wave Star, so logically speaking, they have nothing to do with my Green Mountain Star, but their Supreme Elder seems to have a good relationship with the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. We can't afford to offend this group of people. The Star Master of Green Mountain Star. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao both narrowed their eyes. Having lived on Green Mountain Star for 2 or 3 years, they naturally knew that there was a powerful Star Master here, a second-order Origin King. Do you two understand what I mean? Zhao Tianzhe looked at them worriedly. I understand, but whether or not we should withdraw, I will listen to Sect Master. If Sect Master tells me to withdraw, I will withdraw, and if Sect Master tells me to stay, I will stay. Lin Yurao raised her eyes and looked at Yang Kai. Listen to him. Zhao Tianzhe looked depressed, never having expected that the final decision would still be in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai, do you want to withdraw or stay? Qian Tong also looked over. This old master will stay with you. Do we need to withdraw? Yang Kai curled his lips. Naturally, we should stay. How can we miss such a good opportunity? As for those people, rest assured, if they court death, I will fulfill their wishes. With your words, this old master can rest assured. Qian Tong chuckled while Lin Yurao also looked excited. You! Zhao Tianzhe was really speechless as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Do you still not understand the situation? If you want to court death, why drag Elder Qian and Elder Lin with you? They have put their lives in your hands, you should at least take some responsibility. Don't speak so arrogantly, in the end you will only suffer. He was obviously a little angry and no longer spoke politely to Yang Kai. If City Lord Zhao feels it is inappropriate, you can leave on your own. Yang Kai looked at him faintly. I am not forcing you to stay and live or die with us. Zhao Tianzhe was so angry that he could only point at Yang Kai, unable to say a word. When Zhang Qing and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. They suddenly felt that these 4 people were quite interesting. In the face of a great disaster, not only were they not united, they were even fighting amongst themselves. This old master won't bicker with you. Zhao Tianzhe was almost angered to death by Yang Kai. Turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao, he said, The 2 of you, leave with me, otherwise, they will definitely not be polite. Qian Tong sighed. Brother Zhao, after working together for several years, this Qian is well aware of your character. This Qian understands that you are doing this for our own good. However, there is no need to mention this matter. You should withdraw first. Lin Yu Rao pursed her lips and smiled. You don't need to go too far. Perhaps you will return later. Zhao Tianze was stunned. Of course, he understood the hidden meaning in Lin Yu Rao's words, but he couldn't believe it. Glancing at Yang Kai indifferently, Zhao Tianze sighed. I don't know why Elder Qian and Elder Lin have so much confidence in you, but I hope you know what you are doing. After saying so, he walked out disheartened. He had done his best, but Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao weren't willing to listen to his advice, so there was nothing he could do. He also didn't have the confidence to stay and help Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao fight against the enemy, so he could only choose to leave. Zhang Qing and the others looked at him coldly. There was no need for him to explain, they already knew the result. Sure enough, they didn't try to embarrass Zhao Tianze and instead just swarmed towards Yang Kai's group of 3. It looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Zhang Qing sneered, his eyes as cold as a knife as he said in an unfriendly tone. Don't blame this king for not giving you a chance, you asked for it. Saying so, an extremely sharp shur suddenly spread out and enveloped Yang Kai's group of 3. Chapter 1602. Next to the stone mountain in his territory, brilliant flame sex Zhang Qing wore a fierce expression as he released his shur to envelop Yang Kai and the others. His shur seemed to be mixed with a special kind of domain, and as soon as it spread out, it made one feel as if they were standing in the middle of a volcanic crater, scorching hot as if they were about to be roasted alive. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao's faces changed slightly as they released their shur to resist this pressure. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of interest. Zhang Qing really had the capital to act so arrogantly. His shur had obviously reached the minor accomplishment stage. Shur was a special kind of power that could be condensed as long as a cultivator broke through to the third-order origin returning realm. As one's cultivation increased, the power of their shur would also increase. However, if one wanted to cultivate their shur to the minor accomplishment stage, they would need to integrate their own unique kind of power into their shur in order to strengthen it. For example, Yang Kai was able to integrate his space force into his shur, and this Zhang Qing was obviously able to do the same, as his shur contained the power of fire. Among all third-order origin returning realm cultivators, only about 20% of them were able to cultivate their shur to the minor accomplishment stage, and Zhang Qing was undoubtedly one of them. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao were also among them, so they were able to resist the oppression of Zhang Qing's shur. This was also the fundamental reason why Zhao Tianze felt inferior to Qian Tong and the others. In front of Yang Kai and the others, there seemed to be an invisible barrier that blocked Zhang Qing's shur, preventing it from advancing any further. Zhang Qing couldn't help feeling shocked as a look of shock appeared in his eyes. If Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao were able to resist him, he could understand. After all, these two were also third-order cultivators like him. But what was going on with this young man? He was clearly only a second-order cultivator, so how could he have cultivated his shur to the minor accomplishment stage? He seemed to be having a much easier time resisting his shur than the other two behind him. Yang Kai's violent shur was like a gentle breeze to him, unable to shake him in the slightest. Zhang Qing looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. His heart was shaken. Small success in shur. Yang Kai nodded lightly with a playful smile on his face. Not bad. As he spoke, he casually glanced around. Ever since Zhang Qing and the others arrived, countless pairs of eyes had been looking in their direction, as if they were waiting for the scene of a great battle to break out. There were also some people whose expressions flickered, and it was unknown if they were scheming something. Yang Kai observed the situation and knew that if he didn't display enough strength this time, even if he forced Zhang Qing and the others to retreat, there might still be others who would come to provoke him. There would be no end to it. After all, their lack of manpower was their biggest weakness. Sneering in his heart, Yang Kai pointed at a cultivator behind Zhang Qing and asked, "I heard you say that you met a dragon lady?" The cultivator was stunned. He didn't know why Yang Kai would ask about this at this time. His face turned cold and he replied in a deep voice, "So what? Is the dragon lady wearing a red dress?" "That's right. You injured her?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura flashing in them. "Wrong. I injured her, but unfortunately, it was only a single palm. I wasn't able to take her life." The cultivator sneered. "Very good." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly became blurry. In the next moment, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Although it happened suddenly, Zhang Qing and the others reacted quickly. Which one of them hadn't experienced countless life or death battles to be able to cultivate to the third-order origin returning realm? Shocked, they all opened their eyes wide and searched for any trace of Yang Kai. They found nothing. There was no trace of Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai's figure appeared in the middle of Zhang Qing and the others like a ghost. With a cold expression, he opened his hand and grabbed at the cultivator who had just spoken. "Watch out!" Someone next to him shouted. The cultivator was furious and was about to counterattack, but Yang Kai had already grabbed his head and poured his Saint Qi into his body. Like a hot knife through butter, Yang Kai broke through the layers of Saint Qi protection inside his body and poured it into his 5 viscera and 6 organs. Then Yang Kai took a step and threw out his arm. The cultivator was directly flung away by Yang Kai. In midair, he suddenly let out a miserable howl, as if he was suffering some kind of inhumane torture. Then, with a muffled bang, his whole body suddenly exploded. Blood and organs scattered everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air. "I forgot to tell you, that dragon lady is my woman." Yang Kai's expression was ferocious. Everyone was stunned. Trembling, they stared at the blood and flesh floating down from the sky. Looking at the arrogant Yang Kai who seemed to be unaware of the danger, they even forgot to breathe at this moment. With just one blow, he had instantly killed a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. This was something no third-order cultivator could accomplish. Only an origin king realm master could do so, but the young man who killed this cultivator was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, a cultivation lower than any other cultivator present. The subtle difference in realms, the intense visual conflict, and the unexpected ending formed a clear psychological contrast, making everyone keep quiet out of fear. Those who had thought about bullying Kai Yang and the others before but didn't make a move couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They secretly rejoiced that they hadn't bullied Kai Yang and the others at that time. Otherwise, their fates would have been very miserable. "Little brat, you dare?" Zhang Qing's fist seemed to burn, and the high temperature caused space to distort. As he punched out, a fiery flood dragon rushed towards Yang Kai. The moment Zhang Qing attacked, his companions also summoned their artifacts one after another, their Saint Qi surging wildly as the brilliance of their artifacts blossomed. A mysterious Shi suddenly broke through the blockade of Zhang Qing's Shi and suppressed them instead. At this moment, everyone's aura was fiercely suppressed back into their bodies, unable to be released at all. Not only that, the space around them solidified, making it difficult for them to move. The circulation of their Saint Qi also seemed to be affected, and the brilliance of the artifacts in their hands suddenly dimmed. The suppression of Shi. They knew better than anyone the reason for this. They had already fallen into Yang Kai's Shi and were unable to extricate themselves. In the past, they had used this method to deal with enemies whose cultivation was lower than their own, and it had worked time and time again. Now, they were being suppressed by a mere second-order cultivator. No one would believe it if they said this, but it was the truth. Their eyes trembled as their muscles bulged as they desperately pushed their Saint Qi, trying to break free from Yang Kai's suppression. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao, however, did not give them a chance to breathe. Qian Tong let out a roar and summoned a coin-like artifact from his finger. This copper coin exuded a dazzling golden light, and as soon as it appeared, it split into 2, then 4, then 8. The The sky was filled with golden copper coins, and from the central hole of each copper coin, an extremely sharp attack suddenly shot out towards the enemy like a swarm of locusts, creating a terrifying momentum. Lin Yu Rao's tender body twisted as a multicolored ribbon flew out from her hand and wrapped around one of the enemies. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking rang out from this enemy's body and filthy blood gushed from his mouth. By the time the multicolored ribbon flew back to Lin Yu Rao's hand, the enemy had already collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, his aura barely discernible. Yang Kai laughed wildly, not paying any attention to the enemies except for Zhang Qing. Everyone else could be dealt with by Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. Neither of them was weaker than Zhang Qing, so the two of them working together to deal with the enemies suppressed by their Shi was a piece of cake. Yang Kai divided his attention and divided a part of his Shi to contend with Zhang Qing's while at the same time focusing his mind. Accompanied by a high-pitched bird cry, the Firebird artifact spirit appeared. "Kill him!" Yang Kai shouted as he pounced towards Zhang Qing. The Firebird artifact spirit flapped its wings and descended like a meteor from the ninth heaven, landing directly above Zhang Qing's head, opening its mouth wide and constantly spitting out fireballs containing violent power. Zhang Qing's complexion changed drastically, not having expected the situation to become like this. The screams coming from all around him terrified him, and the joint attack of Yang Kai and the Firebird artifact spirit was even more difficult for him to cope with. After resisting for less than 3 breaths, Zhang Qing's lower abdomen was pierced by Yang Kai's punishing heaven spear, and the Firebird took advantage of this opportunity to smash a fireball directly into his head. Zhang Qing's hair was burnt, and he cut a sorry figure as he grit his teeth and glared at Yang Kai, a look of extreme resentment flashing across his face as a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, accompanied by the faint sound of thunder. Thin arcs of lightning also appeared on the surface of his body, giving off an astonishing momentum. With a flash of golden light, Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a golden blood thread, catching Zhang Qing off guard and binding him up. Looking at him with a playful look, Yang Kai sneered, "Do you think I don't know you cultivate the heaven-scorching thunder fire? Do you want to use this secret technique to take me down with you? How do you know?" Zhang Qing's face changed slightly. "Because I killed a few people from your brilliant flame sect in the Emperor Garden." Yang Kai's expression became fierce as the golden blood thread that bound Zhang Qing suddenly contracted. Walla. The extremely sharp golden blood thread broke through Zhang Qing's St. Qi defenses and cut him into countless pieces, scattering his body on the ground. The battle ended. Only 10 breaths of time had passed, so fast that it was difficult to follow. On Scarlet Wave Star's side, the 6 cultivators led by brilliant flame sex Zhang Qing had been completely wiped out. On the other hand, Yang Kai and his 2 companions were unscathed. The audience was shocked. All the cultivators stared at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a monster, a look of disbelief flashing across their eyes. They had watched this battle from beginning to end, so naturally, they knew how big of a role Yang Kai had played. It could be said that he had single-handedly suppressed Zhang Qing's group of 6. If it were not for his Shi being so powerful, Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao would not have been able to kill their enemies so easily. Of the 6 cultivators, only Zhang Qing was able to release his Shi slightly from his body. The other 5 were unable to release their Shi at all and were all suppressed inside their bodies, unable to play the slightest role. How could an origin-returning realm cultivator who could not display the power of his Shi be an origin-returning realm cultivator? Just as he was about to sit down cross-legged, he suddenly said, "By the way, Yang Kai, brother Zhao, you decide." Yang Kai smiled brightly before sitting down cross-legged. Qian Tong nodded, thought about it for a moment, then walked over to Zhao Tianze, who was standing in place like a fool, and whispered to him. After a while, Zhao Tianze returned with a guilty look on his face, found a place, and sat down cross-legged, staring at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. He really felt guilty. Before, he had been afraid of death and had not stayed behind to share the joys and sorrows of Qian Tong and the others. But now that all his enemies had been killed, he had come to pick up the benefits. Zhao Tianze felt quite ashamed. If it had been anything else, Zhao Tianze would have most likely refused. A person should always have some dignity. However, the temptation of the stone mountains in the territory was too great for him. So even if he felt embarrassed, he could only grit his teeth and return. Now that he sat down, he felt his old face burning hot. Brother Zhao, don't think too much. In that situation just now, anyone who didn't understand Yang Kai's background would have made the same choice. You don't have to feel embarrassed. How could this Qian not understand Brother Zhao's character? Qian Tong comforted. Zhao Tianze smiled bitterly as he glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing that he was motionless and had no intention of speaking, Zhao Tianze sighed and said sincerely, "This Zhao is grateful." He was too embarrassed to speak. Qian Tong patted him on the shoulder, motioning him to feel free to meditate. The stone mountains in the territory were surrounded by hundreds of third-order origin returning realm cultivator, all of them occupying different positions. Yang Kai's group occupied the largest position, so even if there were only 4 of them, no one dared to offend them. The corpses and blood on the ground were evidence of the great battle that had just taken place. On both sides of Yang Kai's small group, there was a large empty space that no one dared to occupy. From time to time, cultivators who heard the news would join in, and when they saw the empty space on both sides, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They wanted to occupy it, but when they saw the corpses on the ground, their expressions changed and they finally gave up reluctantly. Half a day later, the stone mountains in the territory had been surrounded twice. The number of cultivators here had already reached 200, and there were still more cultivators coming from afar. Conflict inevitably occurred. The larger groups all wanted to occupy the better positions, but the cultivator groups that arrived first naturally wouldn't give up, and the two sides began to fight. From time to time, someone would scream and die. The area around the stone mountains in the territory had become a graveyard for third-order origin returning realm masters. These famous masters from the major cultivation stars fell one after another, and the scene was extremely intense. But no matter how frequent the fighting was, Yang Kai's group of 4 didn't encounter any more provocation. They occupied a large space, and the people on both sides were far away from them. This was enough to explain the situation. Anyone with a little brain would understand that this small group was not to be trifled with, so naturally, no one would come looking for trouble. Qian Tong, Lin Yurao, and Zhao Tianze were already immersed in the wonders of the stone mountains in the territory. Yang Kai didn't meditate, but instead sat cross-legged on the ground to protect them. It seemed like he was preventing people from causing trouble, but there was a strange smile on his face as he stared at the territory stone in front of him. His gaze was as if he was looking at something that was already in his bag. One day later, many cultivators who were meditating vaguely noticed that something was wrong. As time passed, the various mysteries emanating from the stone mountains in the territory seemed to be weakening. At first, they thought it was just an illusion, but after careful investigation, they realized it was true. The stone mountains in the territory were really slowly losing their effects. This discovery puzzled the cultivator, none of them understanding why the stone mountains in the territory, which had existed for countless years, would suddenly undergo such a change. 2 days later, more cultivators discovered this matter, and soon, everyone knew about it. Whispers rang out one after another. What's going on? It's only been a few days. How can the stone mountains in the territory be so weak? You also feel the same? I thought that I was mistaken. Could it be that there are too many people meditating here? That's why the power of the stone mountains in the territory has been completely absorbed? Nonsense. When has the appearance of a stone mountain in the territory not attracted so many people? In the past, there were always more people coming here, and there had never been a problem before, so why would there be a problem this time? Could it be that the stone mountains in the territory are really going to lose their effects? Don't talk nonsense, it's important to quickly meditate while it's still a little bit useful. Once it completely loses its effect, it will be a dead mountain. The strange changes in the stone mountains in the territory made every cultivator here aware of the crisis, and they spared no effort to comprehend the mysteries, hoping to obtain the greatest benefits. On the third day, the cultivator outside the stone mountains in the territory could no longer feel any magical concepts. Only those cultivators close to the stone mountains in the territory could gain some benefits. On the fourth day, the cultivator in the inner layer also found it difficult to comprehend anything. The effect of the stone mountains in the territory seemed to have weakened to the lowest level. This kind of thing had never happened before. The stone mountains in the territory were the treasures of the blood prison, and had existed for tens of thousands of years. No one understood what all this was. Only the smile hidden in Yang Kai's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a light cracking sound came from a certain location. Although the sound was extremely soft, it attracted the attention of many people. Looking in the direction of the sound, in an instant, many cultivators' eyes trembled. Crack! A crack actually appeared in the stone mountains in the territory. Someone exclaimed, as if he had discovered something incredible. What? A crack appeared in the stone mountains in the territory? Impossible! Some people were unwilling to believe it. What was a stone mountain in the territory? It was simply a huge stone in the territory. It had existed here for tens of thousands of years, so how could a crack appear on it? But just as this voice of doubt sounded, more cracks appeared on the stone mountains in the territory. Those tiny cracks were like spiders, densely packed and crisscrossing. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk. Not good. The stone mountains in the territory are going to be destroyed. It actually broke? Haha, I've struck gold this time. I was worried about not being able to take away such a big thing, but it actually broke by itself. The heavens are really helping me. All kinds of shouts sounded in an instant. All the cultivators got up one after another, some with dignified expressions, some with excited expressions, all of them paying attention to the stone mountains in the territory, each with different ideas in their hearts. A hostile atmosphere suddenly filled the air. Many cultivators, who had been getting along peacefully, were now looking around, as if treating any stranger as a competitor. They all had ideas about the stone mountains in the territory. Yang Kai Qian Tong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and also looked at the stone mountains in the territory with fiery eyes. Yang Kai frowned and expanded his divine sense. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly and he shouted, "Quickly retreat!" Chapter 1604. Retreat. Qian Tong was stunned, not understanding why Yang Kai was so nervous. Go! If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Yang Kai didn't bother to explain and instead shouted loudly while retreating quickly. Before he left, though, he pulled Lin Yu Rao along with him. Lin Yu Rao was confused but didn't resist, allowing Yang Kai to drag her along and soon retreating several dozen meters. Brother Qian. Zhao Tianzhe looked helpless and turned his eyes to Qian Tong for help. Listen to Yang Kai. Qian Tong didn't hesitate to turn into a stream of light and follow closely behind Yang Kai. He didn't know why Yang Kai made such a choice, but he chose to trust Yang Kai unconditionally. Perhaps Yang Kai had his own reasons. Seeing the three of them retreat, Zhao Tianzhe stood in place and hesitated for a moment before slapping his thigh in annoyance and following them. The scene had become chaotic. As the cracks on the stone mountains in their territory increased, countless cultivators rushed forward, trying to snatch the shattered territory stones. There were also some people who were shrewd enough to hear Yang Kai's shout and realize that something was wrong. But instead of wading into these muddy waters, they quietly retreated. When something abnormal happened, there was always a reason, not to mention the fact that the stone mountains in their territory were about to shatter. However, there weren't many people like this, only a tenth of the total number. Most people were fascinated by the temptation in front of them and didn't pay attention to Yang Kai's warning. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the sound continued, and the stone mountains in their territory seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Under everyone's gaze, more and more cracks appeared, growing larger and larger. Eventually, the stone mountains in their territory collapsed, and the huge stone mountains in their territory turned into pieces of territory stones of various sizes that scattered on the ground. But what made everyone feel strange was that these broken territory stones were different from the territory stones produced in their territory. Each one was as thin as a cicada's wing. That's impossible. The mountain in this territory is actually empty? Someone shouted in disbelief. These shattered pieces of territory stones already explained the problem. If the territory stone mountain wasn't hollow, how could these thin fragments appear after it was shattered? The scene before his eyes was like an empty clay pot that had been smashed into pieces. This was unacceptable to many. However, even though the territory stone was as thin as a cicada's wing, it was still a territory stone. After a few breaths of surprise, everyone frantically rushed forward, eyeing the territory stones of different sizes and trying to snatch them. The situation instantly went out of control. The power of all kinds of artifacts and martial skills blossomed, illuminating everything within a radius of several dozen meters, making it almost impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. Screams rang out and blood splashed everywhere. Suddenly, a ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the center of the mountain in the territory and spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. All the cultivators covered by this ripple involuntarily stopped what they were doing, their faces suddenly filled with panic. When this ripple swept across their bodies, they all felt a dangerous aura. This was the aura of a territory field, and it was an extremely terrifying territory field. The territory field unique to the mountain in the territory seemed to have been revived again. "Not good, let's go," a smart martial artist shouted. No one tried to grab the scattered territory stones anymore, each cultivator desperately pushing their Saint Chi and frantically retreating. But it was already too late. When the first ripple appeared, a second, a third followed closely behind. In an instant, countless ripples that could be seen with the naked eye overlapped and filled an area of nearly 3 kilometers in circumference, enveloping the entire area within it. Everyone's vision blurred as the powerful territory field that gave birth to the mountain in the territory finally revealed its ferocious face. Like a mad and hungry beast, it opened its bloody maw and swallowed nearly 200 third-order origin returning realm cultivators whole. Screams rang out from all directions, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. No origin returning realm cultivator could resist the crushing power of this violent territory field, their vigorous vitality suddenly vanishing like bubbles being crushed. After the layers of ripples struck, everyone let out a miserable howl and exploded, using their life force and blood to display their final beauty. Yang Kai and the other 3 stood 1,000 meters away from the mountain in the territory field, all of them looking forward with pale faces. Zhao Tianzhe's lips trembled, and his 2 rows of teeth collided together, making a crunching sound. He didn't dare imagine what would have happened if he had been a little greedy just now. He was afraid he would have ended up like those people who had fallen into the territory field. He subconsciously looked towards Yang Kai, his heart filled with gratitude. If it weren't for this young man's foresight, this trip to the blood prison would have been over. The complexions of Chen Tong and Lin Yurao were also not much better. So many cultivator with the same cultivation as them, so many powerful existences who could have broken through to the Origin King realm, had fallen without being able to put up any resistance. These people had died like ants. Their mood was subtle and complex. At the same time, in the stone pavilion 100 kilometers outside the blood prison, Luo Hai, who had been sitting peacefully, suddenly stood up, his expression extremely ugly. "Master Luo Hai, what happened?" The old woman surnamed Lei saw his expression change and quickly asked nervously. "Yes, brother Luo Hai. What is making you so nervous?" An old man also asked in confusion. After reaching the Origin King realm, one's heart was bound to be very calm, so it was rare for one to be so shocked. What's more, Luo Hai was not an ordinary Origin King. He was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, a second-order origin king. Throughout the entire Star territory, besides a few mysterious old farts, there were not many who were stronger than him. Seeing Luo Hai's face suddenly become so ugly, everyone realized that something big must have happened. The stone mountain in our territory has been destroyed, Luo Hai quickly said. What? Did I hear wrong? Yes, how could the stone mountain in our territory be destroyed? Who did it? The little ones inside shouldn't have such ability, right? Everyone was shouting. If this was not said by Luo Hai, none of them would have believed it. Even if Luo Hai said it, they still had doubts. How could the stone mountain in our territory be destroyed? Master Luo Hai, is what you said true? The old woman looked at Luo Hai solemnly. How could this king make such a joke with you? Luo Hai frowned. As for how it was destroyed, this king does not know, but it is definitely destroyed. Everyone looked at each other but no longer questioned Luo Hai's judgment. He was the Star Master, so since he said so, he must be completely sure. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat unable to accept such a result. Ha, what a pity! The stone mountain in our territory is a treasure of the blood prison. It has existed for tens of thousands of years. How could it be destroyed so easily? After a long time, the old man who spoke before sighed. Although the stone mountain in the territory existed on Green Mountain Star, it could be said to be a treasure of the entire Star territory. Now that it had been destroyed, anyone would feel pity. Perhaps its destruction would result in fewer origin kings being born in the territory. By the way, Master Luo Hai, since the stone mountain in our territory has been destroyed, what about the people who were meditating around the stone mountain in our territory? The old woman suddenly thought of a more serious problem. When the others heard this, they also paid attention nervously. Many died. This king is unable to determine the exact number of people who died, but this king estimates there were about 200. 200. The old woman's face changed drastically, and after a long time, she smiled bitterly. This time, all the great forces have suffered heavy losses. The blood prison trial had a ridiculously high death rate because basically all those who entered were third-order origin returning realm cultivators. No one feared anyone, and in order to break through to the origin king realm, they were willing to kill all enemies who stood in their way. Now that the stone mountain in their territory had suddenly changed, more than 200 cultivator had died. It was likely that the cultivator from some great forces who had entered would be wiped out and never be able to recover. Everyone quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Fortunately, third young master did not come this time otherwise. The old man from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce suddenly broke out in cold sweat as a look of fear appeared on his face. If third young master Shui you had also come to participate in the blood prison trial and went to the stone mountain in their territory, he couldn't imagine it. Third young master Shui you was the greatest hope for the future of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Oh! In the blood prison, only a few breaths of time had passed before the chaotic world calmed down again. All the cultivators who had not retreated in time had died without leaving behind a corpse. In the end, there were less than 30 people who had survived this catastrophe. These people had all heard Yang Kai's shout and retreated decisively, saving their lives. After recovering from their panic, they all cupped their fists in the direction of Yang Kai to express their gratitude. With the stone mountain in their territory gone, they naturally would not remain here any longer, each of them heading off in different directions to enter the blood prison in search of their own opportunities. Soon, only Yang Kai's group of 4 remained in this large area. Sect Master Yang. This old master is deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. I hope Sect Master Yang will make a trip to Green Water City after leaving the blood prison. This Zhao will surely welcome you with open arms. Zhao Tianzhe said sincerely, now truly admiring Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled faintly. City Lord Zhao is too polite. I didn't do anything wrong, but I will be going to Green Water City. I hope I won't disturb City Lord Zhao when the time comes. Qian Yu was still inquiring about Su Yan in Green Water City, so Yang Kai naturally had to go and pick her up. No. Zhao Tianzhe quickly waved his hand, a smile appearing on his face. It is this Zhao's honor that sect Master Yang has come. How could I possibly disturb you? Yang Kai gently nodded before turning to Chen Tong and Lin Yurao. You two be careful from now on. Hearing the meaning behind his words, Lin Yurao was a little disappointed. Sect Master won't come with us? No, I still have things to do. Yang Kai shook his head. The origin essence crystal chi you had ordered him to obtain had not yet been obtained, and the other half of the monster transformation secret art was still in Yu Xiong's hands. So Yang Kai had to obtain it first. The golden divine dragon source in his body was something he desperately wanted to develop. Then you must be careful. I'm afraid no one here is your opponent, but the remaining territory field here is very powerful, so you must act according to your strength, Chen Tong exhorted. Once one stayed inside for too long, the demonic chi would invade their body. This was the demonic chi of a Monster King level master, and a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could not resist it. In the end, the demonic chi would corrode one's meridians, flesh, blood, become demonic chi, or become the demon race and die. Therefore, in the blood prison, this strange hill had always been regarded as a restricted area, and no one dared to enter at will. Occasionally, those who passed by it would stay far away to avoid being affected by the demonic chi. It should be here. Yang Kai looked at the bare hill and whispered to himself. This hill in front of him was the same as the information given by Chiyu, the place where the Monster King fell. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked straight towards the hill. After a short while, he arrived at the foot of the hill. As soon as he stepped in, the omnipresent demonic chi rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions, drilling into his pores and pouring into his meridians. Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to resist the invasion of the demonic chi. It was a bit strenuous, as expected of the demonic chi left behind by a Monster King level master. Even if it had existed here for tens of thousands of years, it was still not easy to resist. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the golden divine dragon source, so even if the demonic chi forced into his body, it would not have much effect on him. If it were any other human origin returning realm master, they would have retreated immediately. After confirming that he was fine, Yang Kai walked up step by step. Very quickly, he arrived at the top of the mountain. He raised his eyes and looked around. The surroundings were empty, and there was nothing. This caused him to frown. The information given to him by Chi Yu only said that the origin essence crystal was in this barren hill, but she did not know its exact location. If it was not at the top of the hill, then it might be somewhere else. Yang Kai silently sensed for a while and made a plan in his heart. Looking in a certain direction, he walked towards it. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai arrived at the back of the hill and stood in front of a dark cave, looking inside with rapt attention. The cave was dark and he could not see anything. When he tried to probe it with his divine sense, it was bounced back. However, if he guessed correctly, the Monster King level master should have fallen in this cave because the demonic chi was the strongest here. Yang Kai was not afraid of anything. He took out a luminous stone from his space ring, held it in his hand, and stepped inside. The deeper he went, the stronger the demonic chi became. The deepest part of the cave seemed to be the source of the demonic chi. After a while, Yang Kai finally arrived at the innermost part of the cave. This cave seemed to have been artificially excavated. It was narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. The innermost part of the cave was actually a cave that covered an area of several hundred meters. In a certain part of the cave, there seemed to be a huge object lying across the ground, and an astonishing demonic aura was spreading out from it. Yang Kai took out more luminous stones and flicked them around, embedding them into the cracks in the surrounding stone walls. In the blink of an eye, the entire dark cave became bright. Looking forward again, Yang Kai's eyes shrank as shock filled them. he suddenly discovered that the huge object in front of him was none other than a skeleton. The skeleton of a huge monster beast. It was about 200 meters long and looked somewhat like an ancient giant crocodile. Even though it was just a skeleton, it exuded an astonishing aura. This skeleton should be the original body of the Monster King level master. It seemed that he had been transformed from a monster beast, otherwise, he would not have revealed his true form after death. Generally, monster race cultivators who were born in human form would remain in human form after death, but they could cultivate some secret techniques to stimulate the monster beast bloodline in their body and stimulate the potential of the monster beast in their bloodline to fight. This kind of monster beast that revealed its true form after death must have been the incarnation of a powerful monster beast. This was the purest form of the monster race, and its bloodline was extremely pure. What's more, this was the skeleton of a third-order origin king monster beast. Even after tens of thousands of years, its skeleton was still as fresh as new. Each of its bones looked extremely sturdy and would definitely be a top-grade material for artifact refining. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Qiyu only said that he would hand over the origin essence crystal to Yu Xiong, but she did not say that he would hand over the Monster King skeleton as well, so Yang Kai could simply take it for himself. High Heaven Sect was currently developing and had many highly accomplished artifact refiners from Star Emperor Mountain. Although these artifact refiners could not be compared to Yang Yen, they were still among the best on Shadowed Star. If these skeletons were taken back and given to them for artifact refining, Yang Kai believed they would definitely be able to refine a large number of origin-grade high-rank artifacts. However, doing so would be a waste of Heaven's treasures. Logically speaking, the skeleton of an Origin King realm monster beast was a precious material that could be used to refine Origin King grade artifacts. Chapter 1606. With such thoughts running through his mind, Yang Kai turned his gaze to the chest of the monster beast skeleton. In an instant, his eyes became even more fiery. He could clearly see that there was a dark red, round crystal about the size of a baby's head. An origin essence crystal. It could also be called the Monster King's Monster Core. The two had different names, but they both referred to the same thing. Only third-order origin kings could condense such a magical thing as an origin essence crystal in their bodies. Second-order origin kings did not have such qualifications at all. An origin essence crystal contained a top master's comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as their understanding of their territory. Its value was immeasurable. The biggest reason Qiyu wanted to obtain it was to use it to break through to the third-order origin king realm and become a monster king. Looking at the entire star territory, how many third-order origin kings were there? At most, the number could be counted on one hand, and all of them were elusive existences. No one knew where they were, and it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people to see them. But now, there was the skeleton of a master of this level lying in front of Yang Kai, and not only was the skeleton intact, even the origin essence crystal was there. Yang Kai's breathing inevitably became a little rapid as he stared at the origin essence crystal with scorching eyes. Carefully releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai extended his divine sense towards the origin essence crystal. But before his divine sense could touch it, the dark red round crystal suddenly flashed. Yang Kai frowned and quickly withdrew his divine sense, not daring to spy on it at will. Qi was right. This origin essence crystal still contained a wisp of the Monster King's remnant soul, so any attempt to encroach on it would provoke resistance. If not for this origin essence crystal and skeleton would have been taken away long ago. How could they have waited until today? The only way to safely obtain the origin essence crystal was to suppress this wisp of remnant soul. Anyone who came to the blood prison was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. So who had the ability to suppress the Monster King's remnant soul? Only Yang Kai's golden holy dragon's origin power could compare. Gently exhaling, Yang Kai calmed his mood and stared at the origin essence crystal solemnly, motionless. In the darkness, an almost imperceptible shadow was cautiously approaching Yang Kai. This shadow stuck close to the ground and did not seem to have a physical body, nor did it emit any aura. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai did not notice it at all. The black shadow approached little by little, and soon came to a position less than 15 meters behind Yang Kai. Immediately, the dormant black shadow curled up like a snake, converging into one and aiming at Yang Kai's back. Right at this moment, Yang Kai's body shook violently as a resounding dragon roar rang out. Immediately after, an unimaginable pressure spread out in all directions. On Yang Kai's right arm, golden scales strangely appeared and wrapped his entire right arm. Not only his right arm, but the back of his hand was also covered in golden scales. When these scales appeared, his 5 fingers suddenly burst with golden light and his fingernails strangely elongated, flashing a sharp, cold light. Dragon form. After cultivating half of the monster transformation's secret art, Yang Kai was now barely able to stimulate the golden holy dragon source in his body and transform part of his right arm into a dragon form. His entire right arm instantly became ferocious and terrifying. The black shadow that appeared 15 meters behind Yang Kai was obviously taken aback and quickly returned to the ground, retreating in a hurry. At that moment, Yang Kai moved, his right arm stretching forward in a seemingly slow but actually urgent manner, instantly breaking through the barrier of space and arriving above the Origin Essence Crystal. The Origin Essence Crystal flashed wildly. Vaguely, a restless aura surged from it, as if it was on the verge of exploding. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he grabbed the Origin Essence Crystal in his hand and gripped it tightly. At the same time, he poured his Saint Chi and Divine Sense madly into it. Suddenly, a soft sound seemed to come from the Origin Essence Crystal, and the restless aura gradually subsided. The golden scales on Yang Kai's right arm gradually faded and his terrifying right arm returned to its normal state. Letting go of his hand, Yang Kai looked at the Origin Essence Crystal in his hand and grinned. The remnant soul inside the Origin Essence Crystal had been forcibly erased by him, so now this Origin Essence Crystal could be held by anyone without worrying about it exploding. The process was simple and easy, something Yang Kai had not expected. Qiyu had given him such serious instructions, so Yang Kai thought it would be difficult, but how could he have known he would succeed so easily? Yang Kai looked at this Origin Essence Crystal up close and a strange look appeared on his face. He vaguely felt that this Origin Essence Crystal was somewhat familiar, as if he had obtained it before. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai suddenly realized when he had obtained an Origin Essence Crystal. The first time he entered Lu Yen Sandland. In Lu Yen Sandland, in the pool filled with soul-cleansing divine water, Yang Kai had indeed obtained a crystal-like object. At that time, he did not know what it was, but when he used his divine sense to investigate it, the crystal strangely disappeared and entered his knowledge sea. In the end, this wonderful crystal was completely absorbed by the 6-colored soul-warming lotus, leading to the successful evolution of the soul-warming lotus into its 7-colored form. Yang Kai's blossoming lotus secret technique was comprehended at that time. So that thing was an Origin Essence Crystal. Yang Kai finally understood. No wonder its effects were so powerful, even allowing the soul-warming lotus to evolve. It was just that Yang Kai had not been able to comprehend the mysteries of the territory from it, so he did not know what was going on. It seemed that the master who died beside the soul-cleansing divine water was at least a third-order Origin king. Many years had passed, so Yang Kai did not have any thoughts of exploring it in detail. After understanding this, he put away the Origin Essence Crystal. Although this thing was precious, Yang Kai wanted to obtain the monster transformation secret art more. As such, he still had to give it to Qiyu. What's more, Qiyu was Shan Qing Luo's adoptive mother. If she became stronger, Shan Qing Luo would be able to obtain more protection. Yang Kai understood this very well. From beginning to end, he had no intention of taking the Origin Essence Crystal for himself. He believed that with his own ability, even if he did not rely on the Origin Essence Crystal, He would one day be able to break through to the third-order Origin King realm and reach the peak of the martial Dao. Turning around, Yang Kai also put away the Monster King's skeleton. Of course, Yang Kai would not miss the Monster King's space ring. Although he did not know what was inside, the wealth of a third-order Origin King would certainly not be small. This was the biggest gain of this trip. After a careful inspection and confirming that he had not missed anything, Yang Kai left. The cave was not too deep, so Yang Kai soon saw the light again. You finally came out. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, a somewhat familiar sinister laugh came from the depths of the ground. Immediately, a blood-red figure suddenly rushed up from the ground and landed in front of him. In an instant, it launched a storm of attacks. Yang Kai's face became cold as he sent out a golden blood thread from his finger, forming an airtight barrier in front of him. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a violent burst of energy rang out as all the attacks launched by the blood-red figure were blocked by Yang Kai's golden blood threads, causing them to retreat in vain. Shuel Yen. Yang Kai took a moment to see who had attacked him and could not help shouting coldly as murderous intent surged from his body. It's your grandpa Shuel Yen. Shuel Yen roared wildly, his expression ferocious as he activated his flood dragon transformation, covering his whole body in blood-red scales, making him look extremely sturdy. Regardless of the situation, he continued to attack Yang Kai desperately. You court death. Yang Kai sneered, and with a single thought, the two golden blood threads suddenly transformed into thunder flame flying lizards, bared their fangs, and pounced towards Shuel Yen. How can a flying lizard defeat my Xue Jiao? The Xue Jiao seemed to have forgotten the lesson he had learned in the palace and did not show the slightest fear of Yang Kai. Punching out with his scaly fists, two blood-colored flood dragons condensed from his monster chi appeared and met the thunder flame flying lizard head-on, entangling with each other without the slightest disadvantage. At the same time, Shuel Yen waved his hand and summoned a giant axe, which he then slashed towards Yang Kai's position. A shocking axe wave that seemed capable of cleaving through the heavens arrived in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he dodged to the side. At that moment, another figure leapt out of the soil, clasped its palms together, and pushed them forward fiercely. A huge and strange flower suddenly appeared, its petals opening like a giant beast's mouth as it bit towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face became cold as he pushed his space force and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away. The strange flower failed to succeed and immediately flew back, floating above the head of the second figure, its petals constantly opening and closing, as if it was breathing with life, and a sweet fragrance began to fill the air. Mi Tian. Yang Kai's lips curled upwards as he revealed a playful look. Good. Both of you are here. Seems you knew I would come here, so you set up an ambush here? Indeed. Mi Tian smiled lightly. Mi Tian smiled softly with a warm look on his face. You have the divine dragon source, and the origin essence crystal here is no secret to my monster race. On top of that, you suddenly came to the blood prison from Monster Star, so how could we not know what you were planning? Was it Senior Chi-Yu who sent you here? Smart. Yang Kai nodded lightly. What about the origin essence crystal? Mi Tian's breathing became slightly rapid. Since I've come out, where do you think the origin essence crystal is? Yang Kai smiled brightly. You really succeeded. Mi Tian took a light breath, the look of greed on his face obvious. You want it. Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. With just the two of you, I'm afraid you don't have such ability. Be careful you don't end up dying here. Seeing him despise them so much and not take them seriously, whether it was Shuel Yen or Mi Tian, both of their faces became ugly. Although they didn't want to admit it, both of them knew that in a one-on-one fight, neither of them was Yang Kai's opponent. In the palace, Yang Kai had proven his strength. Whether I have the ability or not, we'll know after we fight. Mi Tian coldly snorted. Yang Kai was just about to laugh again when suddenly his brow furrowed and his shirt madly spread outwards. With him as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius suddenly collapsed and tiny void cracks began to appear like slithering snakes. Chapter 1607. In the chaotic collapse of space, a cold light suddenly appeared. It seemed to have been aimed at Yang Kai's back, but the chaotic space affected the accuracy of this cold light, causing it to be swallowed up by the void before it could play any role. Accompanied by a soft cry of surprise, a third figure appeared like a ghost. His brow furrowed as he jumped back, a dignified look on his face as he shook his head and sighed. Sure enough, he's difficult to deal with. Yang Kai remained motionless, standing like a rock on the ground as he glanced back coldly, somewhat surprised. Lai Feng, you're also here. He hadn't expected that the third person to attack him would actually be Lai Feng from Wild Lion territory. The top juniors of the monster race's 3 territories had now gathered together. Mi Tian and Shuelian ambushing him was something Yang Kai could understand. After all, there was some friction between him and these two, so how could they possibly give up? However, Lai Feng's participation in this matter was truly unexpected. When Yang Kai first entered the blood prison, Lai Feng had even invited him to act together. But a few days later, this guy had become his enemy. Atop Monster Mountain, demonic chi filled the air, and these 3 monster race juniors took advantage of this demonic chi to perfectly conceal themselves. If it weren't for Yang Kai's sharp senses, he really might have been ambushed by Lai Feng. Lai Feng, I have no grievances with you, right? Yang Kai looked at him coldly and asked indifferently. Lai Feng laughed dryly and said in a deep voice, Of course not. Then why did you do this? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Brother Yang, please forgive me. Lai Feng seemed a little embarrassed as he cupped his fists and said calmly. To be honest, if possible, Lai Feng does not want to be enemies with Brother Yang. But this matter is related to an origin essence crystal, so Lai Feng cannot ignore it. Yang Kai nodded. Understood. Since Brother Yang understands, Lai Feng has nothing to say. Every tribal lord wants to obtain the origin essence crystal, but no one has a way to take it out. Now that Brother Yang has achieved this, Lai Feng cannot allow you to leave, but if Brother Yang can hand over the origin essence crystal, I believe Shuelian and Mi Tian should let you leave safely. Do you think I'll hand it over? Yang Kai sneered. Lai Feng thought about it seriously for a while, then said seriously, I'm afraid not. If it were me, I wouldn't either. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Let's join forces and kill him. No matter how powerful he is, he's just one person. Why should the 3 of us be afraid of him? Shuelian's temper was the most fiery, so when he saw Yang Kai and Lai Feng arguing endlessly, he let out a roar and rushed towards Yang Kai with all his might, releasing an astonishing momentum. The phantom of a huge blood flood dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Shuelian obviously knew how powerful Yang Kai was and wanted to go all out against him. Mi Tian didn't waste any time talking nonsense. The moment Shuelian took action, Mi Tian let out a shout and the strange flower above his head suddenly began spinning, its petals flying out and disappearing into the void. Lai Feng's figure once again faded like a ghost before disappearing without a trace. No one knew where he had gone. The fierce offensive of the 3 monster race rookies broke out in an instant. Good. Since you court death, I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Kai was fighting 1 against 3, but not only was he not afraid, his expression instead became fierce and savage. 5 colored lights suddenly covered his entire body, and with a chi sound, tiny and almost invisible 5-element sword chi emerged from every pore on his body. These 5-element sword chi were extremely sharp, and not only could they provide him with a considerable amount of protection, they also possessed great lethality. 5 elements indestructible sword chi was a combination of attack and defense. His muscles bulging, Yang Kai's explosive strength surged as he threw out 3 punches to meet Shuelian's violent onslaught. The violent energy from the 2 collided in the middle, sputtering out a huge explosion. Yang Kai remained motionless while Shuelian's fierce body trembled 3 times before his arms suddenly drooped down weakly. In a head-on collision, he was obviously not Yang Kai's opponent. Without giving Shuelian a chance to react, Yang Kai rubbed his hands together and summoned a dozen golden blood threads, twisting and twisting together to form a golden spear that shot towards Shui Lian at an extremely fast speed. Shui Lian's face changed drastically as his eyes filled with shock. As soon as they fought, he realized that Yang Kai was stronger than when they had fought in the palace before. At that time, Shui Lian at least had the strength to fight back, but now he was completely suppressed, unable to even muster up the will to resist. The other party's offensive had completely destroyed his confidence. This situation could only be explained by two possibilities. The first was that Yang Kai had not used his full strength at that time, and the second was that Yang Kai had grown a lot in the blood prison. Shui Lian's courage was shattered. Perceiving the terrifying lethality contained in this golden spear, Shui Lian did not dare to neglect and hurriedly summoned a defensive artifact in front of him while crossing his arms across his chest, grit his teeth and roared, preparing to meet this attack head-on. Guangdang. The sound of metal colliding rang out and spread throughout the entire demon mountain. The defensive artifact Shui Lian hurriedly summoned failed to play any role and was directly penetrated by the golden spear before continuing to stab towards him. On both of Shui Lian's arms, the blood-colored scales were pierced through and a large hole immediately appeared. The wound was so deep that bone could be seen and blood instantly sprayed out. Under the tremendous force, Shui Lian's body was sent flying straight into the cave. A series of crashing noises rang out from the depths of the cave for a long time. No one knew where Shui Lian had been sent flying or how serious his injuries were. Yang Kai did not stop and instead turned around abruptly, waving his hand towards a certain spot in the void behind him. A huge crescent-shaped void crack immediately formed and rushed forward fiercely. Lai Feng let out a strange cry as he hurriedly retreated, staring at the crescent-shaped void crack with a dignified expression, not daring to face it head-on, only able to evade. Before he could even launch an attack, he was forced out by Yang Kai. Petals suddenly appeared around Yang Kai, spinning like sharp blades as they shot towards Yang Kai from all directions. As these petals rotated, a sweet fragrance spread out, seemingly capable of affecting one's mind. At this moment, Yang Kai had forced Lai Feng back and paused, allowing Mi Tian to grasp the opportunity to attack quite well. In an instant, the countless petals wrapped around Yang Kai, forming a strange flower that reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, Yang Kai had already disappeared. He seemed to have been swallowed by the flower. Mi Tian frowned as he looked around nervously. He could tell that his attack had no effect and Yang Kai had escaped at the critical moment. "Want to kill me? The three of you don't seem to have enough weight." A sarcastic voice came from the side, causing Mi Tian's eyes to shrink as he quickly looked over, only to see Yang Kai standing in the void and scathed. Mi Tian's face suddenly became gloomy. Lai Feng appeared silently beside Mi Tian, a cold expression on his face, not saying a word. The three monster race rising stars joining forces might not be able to compete with an Origin King Realm Master, but they were absolutely invincible in the Origin Returning Realm. They were not ordinary Origin Returning Realm Masters, they were all top masters on Monster Star. However, the result of this battle made them feel a chill in their hearts. Without much effort, Yang Kai resolved their attacks one by one. Shui Lian had been sent flying into the cave, and even now, there was no movement from him. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but the remaining two were completely suppressed. Is this guy even human? Lai Feng's eyes twitched as he regretted getting involved in this mess. He knew that Yang Kai was extremely strong, otherwise, he would not have been able to teach Shui Lian a lesson back in the palace. So when they first entered the blood prison, he had invited Yang Kai to act together. However, after learning about the Origin Essence Crystal from Mi Tian and Shui Lian, he could not just sit back and watch. The Origin Essence Crystal was too precious, so precious that he was willing to take a risk. Originally, he thought that if he joined forces with Shui Lian and Mi Tian, Yang Kai would definitely be outnumbered, but judging from the short time they fought, the situation was not optimistic. This person was actually heaven-defying to such an extent. With just a second-order Origin Returning Realm cultivation, being able to achieve such a feat was unprecedented since ancient times, right? Lai Feng, you aren't regretting it, are you? You should know that there is no medicine for regret in this world. Today, either he dies or we die. Mi Tian glanced at him with a gloomy expression. He was determined to kill Yang Kai. Lai Feng slowly shook his head. Once an arrow leaves the bow, there is no turning back. I naturally know that. And let's wait for Brother Shuelian to come out. Only if the three of us work together will we have a chance. Mi Tian did not refute. Facing Yang Kai, he had already put away his pride. The two stood there side by side, their eyes wandering between Yang Kai and the cave from time to time, their hearts burning with anxiety. Shuelian still did not move, as if he had really been killed by Yang Kai in a single blow. However, this was impossible. Even if Yang Kai was powerful, Shuelian had still displayed his flood dragon transformation, so his defenses were impregnable. How could he have been killed by such an attack? Mi Tian and Lai Feng could not figure out what Shuelian was doing, and for a moment, both of them cursed Shuelian in their hearts, blaming him for dropping the ball at this critical moment. Right at this moment, an extremely tragic roar suddenly came from the cave. The roar was like rolling thunder, deafening to the ears. It's Shuelian. Mi Tian frowned, his expression becoming gloomy. He did not know why Shuelian was acting so crazily. Even if he was unwilling, he could have just rushed out and fought Yang Kai again, so what was the point of roaring like this? Something's not right. Lai Feng suddenly felt his heart palpitate uneasily. Inexplicably, an unprecedented sense of crisis spread from the bottom of his heart, as if he did not retreat immediately, his life would be in danger. This kind of feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Like Mi Tian and Lai Feng, Yang Kai also stared towards the cave with a dignified expression, faintly aware that something was wrong. However, he was more curious about what Shuelian was doing, or if he was going to use some kind of earth-shattering secret technique. No longer caring about attacking Yang Kai, Mi Tian glared at Shuelian and shouted, "What are you doing?" The three of them had joined forces to ambush Yang Kai, but now that the enemy was unharmed, Shuelian was actually targeting one of their own, making Mi Tian unable to bear it any longer. Shuelian didn't pay any attention to Mi Tian and instead lifted Lai Feng up high as if he was a child, staring at him with his scarlet eyes indifferently as he asked, "Who is that old fart Tian Zhou to you?" Lai Feng finally realized something was wrong and desperately urged his monster Qi to break free from Shuelian's control, but no matter how hard he tried, his monster Qi seemed to be imprisoned and could not move at all. "You're not Shuelian," Lai Feng exclaimed in horror. It was impossible for Shuelian to subdue him in a single move. Combined with the change in demonic Qi back on Monster Mountain, Lai Feng immediately understood what was going on. Possession! Yang Kai and Mi Tian also reacted at the same time and called out in surprise. "You little brats have good eyesight." Shuelian cackled strangely, not trying to deny it. Instead, he shot a meaningful glance towards Yang Kai, a look of greed flashing across the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Shuelian staring at him, not knowing what he meant. Shuelian no longer paid any attention to him, retracted his gaze, and continued to ask, "Who is Tian Zhou to you?" "He is my family ancestor." Lai Feng's face flushed red as he grit his teeth and replied, "Is he still alive?" Shuelian tilted his head. "My family ancestor fell a long time ago. May I ask who Senior is?" Lai Feng asked in a deep voice. When Tian Zhou was alive, he was a top master on Monster Emperor Star. He was an extremely powerful monster king who had reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. Unfortunately, he fell 10,000 years ago, leaving him as the strongest member of Lai Feng's bloodline to this day. He actually died? That's a pity. This king still has some old debts to settle with him. Shuelian seemed a little disappointed as he grinned. But it doesn't matter. It's all in the past. Encountering his junior today can be considered as settling one of this old master's grievances. Who is senior? Lai Feng asked in a trembling voice. He could feel that Shuai Lian was squeezing his big hand harder and harder, making it difficult for him to breathe. This king was born in the same era as Tianzhou and had many grievances with him. Who do you think this king is? Shuai Lian chuckled. Lai Feng's face turned pale as he trembled. You're the mad crocodile king. You actually fell here. Lai Feng was naturally familiar with the history of his family. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Tianzhou was alive, the shadow vulture lineage was extremely powerful and dominated almost all of Monster Star. Unfortunately, there was another powerful monster king who could compete with Tianzhou. That was the mad crocodile monster king. Now, after hearing Shuai Lian's words, Lai Feng immediately understood his identity. The guy who possessed Shuai Lian turned out to be the bloodthirsty and cruel mad crocodile monster king. It was rumored that his cultivation was earth-shattering, but his actions were bloody and cruel. Countless monster race and human race cultivators died at his hands. The entire Monster Star was turned upside down by him, which was why he was called the Mad Crocodile Monster King. Tianzhou tried to kill him many times but failed, and the enmity between the two masters grew deeper and deeper. But later, he suddenly disappeared from Monster Star, and no one knew where he went. Qi Yu and the others knew that the Mad Crocodile King fell in the blood prison, but the younger generation did not know much about what happened tens of thousands of years ago. Now that he learned the truth, Lai Feng's courage almost shattered. Falling into the hands of such a monster race master, how could he have a good end? That's right, this king fell here, but this king can rise again today. Heh. Since you are a descendant of Tianzhou, you can only blame your bad luck for bumping into this king. Shuai Lian sneered as he squeezed Lai Feng's neck with his big hand, and with a loud crack, Lai Feng's neck fell to the side and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Lai Feng was dead. Shuai Lian was now so powerful that it was almost impossible to comprehend. Mi Tian gulped as his face turned pale. Even when facing Yang Kai, he had not felt so powerless. The great reputation of the Mad Crocodile Monster King made him unable to even think of resisting. At the moment of Lai Feng's death, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately retreated, wanting to leave this troublesome place. You think you can leave without this king's permission? Shuai Lian suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Mi Tian and casually stretched out his hand, causing a mysterious force to burst forth. The space in front of Mi Tian seemed to have turned into an impenetrable wall that blocked his path. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he watched this scene and vaguely understood. This was the power of his territory. Although Shuai Lian's aura was still at the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, the Mad Crocodile Monster King who possessed his body was a genuine Third Order Origin King. It was understandable that he could use some of the power of his territory. It turns out this kind of power can be used like this. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly, seemingly very interested in Shuai Lian's methods. Mi Tian failed to escape and immediately changed directions. Shuai Lian coldly snorted and waved his hand, summoning a blood flood dragon that transformed into a rope-like existence that shot towards Mi Tian. Mi Tian flew into a rage and turned around, causing the strange flower to burst into thousands of petals that shot towards Shuai Lian from all directions. At the same time, his eyes suddenly bloomed with a strange brilliance as he stared straight at Shuai Lian. Shuai Lian showed no fear and simply sneered contemptuously. Soul-absorbing evil eye. Daring to use this against this old master. Boy, you're overestimating yourself. Saying so, his scarlet eyes suddenly became deep and dark, like a bottomless pit that swallowed up Mi Tian's evil eye. A terrifying spiritual energy burst out from Shuai Lian's body. Mi Tian screamed miserably, as if he had suffered a great deal of pain, his aura suddenly weakening. Not only did his evil eye not play any role, but it was also injured by Shuai Lian, greatly damaging his soul. The blood-red rope instantly bound Mi Tian tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. Shuai Lian grinned fiercely as he raised his hand high and slowly clenched it into a fist. The blood-red rope that bound Meteon quickly tightened as Shuelian's fist moved. "Don't!" Meteon cried out, but it was to no avail as the blood-red rope directly cut into his flesh and broke his bones. With a series of cracking sounds, Meteon's flesh and blood were sent flying, leaving no trace of his body behind. With just a wave of his hand, he had killed 2 monster race rising stars. Shuelian lowered his head and stared at his hand, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face as he muttered, "Good, good. The blood flood dragon bloodline really has its own uniqueness." He seemed very satisfied with his new body. But soon, he slowly shook his head, raised his eyes, and stared at Yang Kai with an even more fervent gaze, his eyes filled with greed. For him, Yang Kai's existence seemed to be more attractive to him. "You're not running?" Shuelian asked in amazement. Although he had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements when he killed Meteon and Lifeng, it was impossible for him to give him a chance to escape. However, this human just stood there and watched coldly, not even showing any intention of running away, which surprised Shuelian greatly. Chapter 1609. Why should I run? Yang Kai, who was standing there, raised his brow and asked, "Are you not afraid of death? Aren't you afraid this king will kill you?" Shuelian showed a look of interest. "It's not certain who will kill who. Senior's words are too confident." Yang Kai chuckled. Shuelian narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Kai seriously before nodding gently. "Although I don't want to admit it, you human are much better than my monster race's little brats. My monster race seems to be in decline right now. Senior is too kind." Yang Kai still wore an indifferent look, but Senior doesn't need to act mysterious. Even if you were a monster king tens of thousands of years ago, now that you have taken over this body again, how much strength can you display? Be careful not to fail miserably. If that happens, you'll die a horrible death. Shuelian was startled but immediately burst into laughter, his laughter rumbling like thunder as he nodded. "Good, good. Even though you know this king's identity, you don't show the slightest fear and are even able to speak freely with this king. You human brat, you're really not bad, making this king feel a bit reluctant to kill you. And this king has just taken over this body and has experienced tens of thousands of years of weakness, so he really can't display much of his strength. But killing you is not a problem. Moreover, you must die. This king likes the golden divine dragon source in your body. So hand it over obediently, and this king can give you a quick death." "The origin power of the golden holy dragon?" Yang Kai frowned, revealing a look of understanding. "So it was Senior who wanted to kill me in the cave just now. No wonder I felt something was wrong." "Your perception is quite keen," Shuelian coldly snorted. "Enough nonsense. Surrender obediently and this king won't be too cruel to you. But if you dare to resist..." "So what if I resist?" Yang Kai coldly snorted before his figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. "This is..." Shuelian frowned, revealing a dignified look. The moment Yang Kai disappeared, Shuelian noticed a strange power that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Soon, Shuelian realized what it was and exclaimed, "Space Force!" Shuelian's eyes flashed a terrifying blood-red light as his expression twisted with excitement. He had never expected that this human's body would contain so much wealth that even he coveted it. Not to mention that the golden divine dragon source power was something that every monster race powerhouse yearned to possess. Even this unorthodox space force was not something that ordinary people could cultivate. As long as he could occupy this human boy's body, whether it was the golden divine dragon source or the space force he cultivated, Shuelian could take it all for himself. Although Shuelian's original monster body had inherited an ancient bloodline, how could it compare to the golden divine dragon? Coupled with the space force he possessed, Shuelian felt that if he could seize Yang Kai's body, his cultivation would rise to a whole new level in the future. Good, good, good. The heavens are really helping this king. Shuelian laughed, his blood-red eyes filled with greed. A creaking sound suddenly rang out as a half-moon-shaped void crack suddenly appeared 15 meters in front of Shuelian. This void crack was 10 meters long, and as soon as it formed, it shot towards Shuelian. A chaotic aura pulsed from this void crack, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if it was trying to banish Shuelian into the endless void. Your use of the Tao of space has actually reached such a level, Shuelian exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Still standing in place without moving, Shuelian didn't even try to dodge, simply stretching out his hand and grasping forward. As he grasped, the rapidly advancing crescent-shaped void crack suddenly seemed to be bound by some kind of invisible force and stopped mid-air, unable to advance any further. Shuelian frowned as he madly pushed his monster chi and shouted, "Break for me!" With a roar, the crescent-shaped spatial rift was crushed by him, and the space that was cut open twisted and squirmed for a while before repairing itself. Walla. A slight noise came from the soles of Shuelian's feet, and a gray figure appeared above his head, gripping a black stick with both hands and smashing it down fiercely. What is this? Shuelian was taken aback. Even with his perception, he did not notice any trace of this figure approaching him until it broke through the ground. Looking at it carefully, Shuelian discovered that this figure was not made of flesh and blood, but more like a humanoid rock. It wasn't tall, only about the length of an ordinary person's thigh. However, the black stick it held in its hands gave off a power that made Shuelian tremble in fear. If the stick hit, Shuelian estimated he wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. His face sinking, Shuelian coldly snorted as a blood-red mist suddenly filled his body, forming a solid defense around him. The black stick smashed down fiercely. With a cracking sound, the defense Shuelian laid down was unable to withstand the power of the stick and directly collapsed, allowing the black stick to continue smashing towards his head. Shuelian's complexion finally changed as he covered his body in blood-red scales and used his flood dragon transformation to meet the incoming stick with his fist. On his fist, not only was there a frightening energy fluctuation, there was also a strange aura. It was the power of territory. Kong. The blood-red and black lights collided and a dazzling halo burst forth. Shuelian's body sank as he was smashed directly into the ground, while the small figure was also sent flying backwards, landing heavily on the ground, but soon stood up, shaking its head as if nothing had happened. A high-pitched bird cry rang out as a strange fiery red bird suddenly appeared, its beautiful body swaying back and forth. Flapping its wings, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a series of fireballs containing terrifying power, instantly enveloping Shuelian's position. Shuelian's roar rang out in an instant as the sound of fireballs exploding echoed one after another. Yang Kai's figure once again appeared like a ghost, his expression indifferent as he swooped down from the sky, the verdant dragon bone sword already in his hand. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, a giant dark green dragon shook its head and wagged its tail before pouncing straight towards Shuelian, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. Yang Kai used almost all of his strength, not showing any intention of holding back. The other party's strength was unfathomable, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't treat him as an ordinary origin returning realm master. The giant dark green dragon's huge body slammed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Yang Kai then shot out hundreds of golden blood threads, sending them out like a mad dance, cutting through space. "Little brat, you court death," Shuelian shouted madly. He hadn't expected to suffer such a big loss at Yang Kai's hands right after he saw the light of day again. He thought that Yang Kai was no different from Mitian and Lifeng, who he had killed before. It seemed he had underestimated Yang Kai's ability. The power of his territory seeped out from Shuelian's body, preventing the fireballs from entering within 10 meters of him and bursting apart. The giant dark green dragon was also sent flying by Shuelian's punch, while the golden blood threads shot out by Yang Kai didn't have much effect, only leaving shallow scars on the surface of Shuelian's body. After being possessed, Shuelian's strength had become almost unimaginable. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand, summoning the purple shield in front of him. The next moment, a giant blood-red fist slammed into it. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk the origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact that had followed Yang Kai for many years and had been repaired and refined several times by Yang Inflammation was blown apart, no longer able to provide any help to Yang Kai. The destruction of the purple shield slowed down the violent offensive of Shui Lian's punch, allowing Yang Kai to meet it with his own. When the two fists collided, Yang Kai only felt an irresistible force hit him head-on, causing him to feel a sweet taste in his throat as he was sent flying a few thousand meters before he was able to stabilize himself. After standing firm, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and stared forward. Over there, when the dust settled, Shui Lian's hair was disheveled and his aura was violent. His face was ferocious and terrifying as his scarlet eyes stared straight at Yang Kai from a few thousand meters away. He seemed to be truly enraged. Yang Kai grinned as he calmed down. Just now, he seemed to be going all out, but in fact it was just a test of strength. Now that he had obtained the result he wanted, Yang Kai was naturally happy. Shui Lian was not invincible. He was afraid of the heaven-shaking pillar in the stone mongoose's hand. He was afraid of his golden blood threads. He was afraid of the verdant dragon bone sword, and he was also afraid of the firebird artifact spirit. All of Yang Kai's means could cause harm to him. This was more than enough. Yang Kai was afraid that no matter how hard he tried, Shui Lian would remain unscathed. If that really happened, Yang Kai would immediately leave. If he couldn't even break his opponent's defenses, what was the point of fighting? While Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, Shui Lian's furious expression converged, and he seemed to realize something, a look of dread appearing in his eyes. He finally saw the situation in front of him clearly. Yang Kai was different from Lai Feng and Mi Tian and was not an existence he could kill at will. This little brat is ridiculously strong. Sweeping his eyes over the firebird, the stone mongoose, and the giant dark green dragon, Shui Lian suddenly shouted, "Boy, you're really good. You cultivate the Tao of space, so this king isn't sure he can kill you. How about this, you leave this king's origin essence crystal behind and we can shake hands and not cross paths from now on." "You want the origin essence crystal?" Yang Kai curled his lips. "Yes, that is this king's monster core. This king will not give it up no matter what. You think too much." Yang Kai chuckled. "Once the origin essence crystal is in my hands, it's impossible for me to return it to you. If you want it, you can take it with your own ability. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Seeing that you are a promising talent, I don't want to bully you and make things difficult for you here. Don't misunderstand my intentions." "Really? Why do I feel like Senior is lacking in confidence? Don't you want my golden holy dragon's origin power? If you kill me, everything will be yours. Why are you wasting your breath here?" Chapter 16:10. Shui Lian's face sank. "Little brat, are you really not going to give me any face? Who do you think you are?" Yang Kai sneered contemptuously. "Good. There aren't many who dare speak to this king like this. Tianjiu, that old fart, is one of them and you count as another, but you will die here today." Shui Lian roared as a blood-red mist suddenly emerged from his body and wrapped around him, making it impossible to see his figure from where he stood. Only a blood-red cloud. Immediately, the blood-red cloud flew over at an extremely fast speed and wrapped around Yang Kai in an instant. From the blood-red mist, a terrifying and astonishing energy fluctuation burst forth, and a blood-red light shot towards Yang Kai like a living creature. At the same time, a mysterious force began to spread. Yang Kai suddenly felt that his movements had become difficult and the Saint Qi in his body was faintly suppressed. "Territory, territory!" Yang Kai roared as his shirt madly spread outwards, causing the surrounding space to distort and collapse. However, his shirt was completely suppressed by Shui Lian's domain and was unable to extend any further than 3 inches out of his body. Sure, close to the grand accomplishment stage. Shui Lian shouted in surprise. Little brat, you really have the capital to be arrogant. With just a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, you've condensed your Sure to such a degree, but you're still not good enough. Shui Lian grinned as he separated a thick blood qi from his body and transformed it into a flood dragon that rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions. This was condensed from the mad crocodile monster king's own malevolent aura. As long as an ordinary cultivator was invaded by this aura, they would immediately lose their mind and become the demon race. Although Yang Kai did not understand the mysteries of this aura, how could he let it get close to him? Hundreds of golden blood threads lingered around his body, as if he had grown hundreds of arms, waving them about. The pressure from Yang Kai's territory was greatly reduced. Golden blood threads had the magical effect of breaking Sure. And since Yang Kai's territory was an evolved form of Sure, golden blood threads also had a slight restraining effect on it. One or two threads might seem insignificant, but when hundreds of them were released together, the effect was obvious. Yang Kai's power instantly spread to a foot away from his body. With a wave of his hand, the giant dark green dragon turned into a streak of green light and flew back into his hand, transforming back into the form of the dragon bone sword. A loud dragon roar rang out from the sword as Yang Kai gripped it with one hand, poured his Saint Qi into it, and swung it forward fiercely. A dark green sword light tore through space and tore the blood-red violent aura in half before slashing towards Shui Lian, who was hidden in the blood fog. Shui Lian didn't dare to face this attack head-on and could only dodge, but before he could react, a burly figure suddenly emerged from the ground. The stone mongoose. At this moment, the stone mongoose had transformed into a stone giant, and the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand had also become extremely terrifying, reaching a length of 15 meters. The pitch-black giant staff carried with it a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering momentum as it viciously smashed down at Shui Lian. Shui Lian was shocked and didn't dare take the heaven-shaking pillar's attack head-on. His figure flickered as he dodged again while at the same time sending out a punch. This punch, which contained a terrifying amount of power, smashed into the stone mongoose's chest. With a loud bang, the stone mongoose was forced back a few steps as stone fragments flew out from its sturdy chest. The stone mongoose was obviously stunned. Since its birth, it had never been injured by anyone. Today was the first time. Even if it only lost a few stone fragments, it was still an injury. The stone mongoose's round eyes suddenly flashed a cruel brilliance as it stretched out its hand and pounded its chest, causing a loud bang to ring out. Immediately, a terrifying scorching power spread from the stone mongoose's body. This scorching aura seemed to want to incinerate everything in the world as it erupted from inside the stone mongoose. The surface of the stone puppet's body suddenly melted, and its entire body turned a fiery red. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He didn't know what the stone mongoose was doing. He had never seen the stone mongoose change like this before. He hurriedly retreated to avoid a direct confrontation with Shui Lian and paid close attention to the stone mongoose. He didn't know whether this change was good or bad for the stone mongoose. Soon, a layer of liquid appeared on the stone mongoose's body, like rolling lava, covering its entire body. At first glance, the stone mongoose seemed to be wearing lava armor. The lava armor was steaming hot, and even Yang Kai didn't dare to approach it. Sun's true fire. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He could feel the power of the sun's true fire from the lava armor. In an instant, Yang Kai realized what was going on. The stone mongoose had indeed swallowed the sun's true fire in the past, but after so many years, the stone mongoose hadn't used this power, so even its master, Yang Kai, didn't know what the stone mongoose was capable of. But today, Shui Lian's punch had undoubtedly enraged the stone mongoose, so it had decided to use its full strength. The stone mongoose in its lava armor suddenly transformed into a lava giant. It held the incredibly thick heaven-shaking pillar in one hand and clenched its other hand into a fist. A sinister grin appeared on its usually simple and honest face, giving it a strange appearance. Asterisk dang dang dang. The stone mongoose stepped forward and rushed into the blood cloud without fear, swinging its huge fists towards Shuelian. Shuelian let out a strange cry as the thick blood cloud began to thin at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was being evaporated by the sun's true fire. After a dozen or so punches, Shuelian's figure reappeared. His face was ashen as he looked fearfully at the lava giant that was constantly closing in on him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Even with his profound knowledge, he couldn't tell what kind of monster this creature in front of him was. The first time it attacked him, it was only half the height of a person, appearing small and delicate. The second time it attacked him, it suddenly became tall and powerful, and now it had transformed into a giant of lava. Shuelian retreated again and again, not daring to confront the stone mongoose head-on. The firebird took advantage of this situation and spat out a barrage of large and small fireballs. Not only were these fireballs scorching hot, but they also contained arcs of lightning. The firebird had also swallowed the sun's true fire, allowing it to grow by leaps and bounds. It had also swallowed the heaven's scorching thunder fire, allowing its flames to fuse with the violent nature of thunder. Its flames were even more terrifying than the stone mongoose's. What it lacked was the stone mongoose's terrifying strength, but it was much more agile. With two great helpers, one on the ground and one in the sky, they were able to force Shuelian into a situation where he was unable to fight back. Yang Kai grinned. With just the firebird and the stone mongoose, Shuelian was already at a disadvantage. Even if he had been a monster king for tens of thousands of years and could still use a trace of the power of his territory, his strength was still limited by the body he possessed. If he was at his peak, he would have been able to kill Yang Kai on the spot. A peak third-order origin king was no joke. However, now that he was a dragon swimming in shallow water, he couldn't stir up any waves. Scram! Shuelian was in a difficult situation and couldn't help roaring as he steeled his heart and threw a punch at the stone mongoose. The huge force behind it forcing the stone mongoose back several dozen meters. However, Shuelian's fist was also scorched black and filled with a nauseating smell. In the next moment, Shuelian did not stop, and instead avoided the crazy attacks of the firebird and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was the key figure in this battle. As long as he killed Yang Kai, the stone mongoose and firebird, who obeyed his orders, would not be able to play much of a role. Shuelian made up his mind and attacked with all his strength, seemingly trying to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. The power of his territory surged again and covered Yang Kai, allowing Shuelian to viciously rush forward. Yang Kai's Shur erupted from his body and resisted the power of the territory, but he was quickly forced back. Shuelian had already closed in and was grinning fiercely as he let out a fierce roar. This roar was as harsh as a sword, as if hundreds of sharp swords were stabbing into one's soul, causing Yang Kai's movements to freeze. "Boy, you're finished," Shuelian shouted wildly as he reached out to grab Yang Kai. "Not necessarily." Yang Kai's mouth suddenly curled into a strange smile as his body shook violently and a roar came from his throat. Dragon transformation! A golden light burst forth and a golden scale armor suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's right arm, wrapping him up completely. His 5 fingers shone brilliantly and his entire hand became terrifying, as if it had transformed into a dragon claw. The divine dragon's pressure filled the air. A trace of fear instinctively flashed across Shuelian's eyes as the infinitely rising momentum around his body suddenly fell. The pressure of an ancient spirit had a suppressive effect on any monster race, let alone an emperor among divine spirits. Whether it was Shuelian's body or mad crocodile monster king soul, they were both just wild variants that could not be compared to the golden divine dragon. Kai Yang stretched out his right hand. His 5 fingers closed together like a sharp sword, fiercely thrusting forward. A light poochie sound rang out. Shuelian's seemingly invulnerable body was directly pierced through by Yang Kai's right hand, as if it was tofu, not encountering any resistance at all. A heartbeat sounded from Shuelian's chest as Yang Kai's dragon transformation right hand grasped his heart. Shuelian froze in place as his big hand that was reaching out towards Yang Kai stopped above his head. his eyes trembling violently. "I'll send you on your way." Yang Kai grinned as he squeezed his right hand and crushed Shuilian's heart. "Boy, you're still too inexperienced." Before Shuilian died, he suddenly laughed strangely. As his heart was crushed, the light in his eyes quickly disappeared. Yang Kai's face sank as he faintly realized that something was wrong. Just as he was about to withdraw, however, he saw a blood-red light suddenly shoot out from Shuilian's head and rush straight towards his own without the slightest pause. This blood-red light revealed a very strange aura and tore through the defenses of Shuilian's knowledge sea. "So that's what you were planning." Yang Kai suddenly woke up and did not dare to neglect, quickly immersing himself in his knowledge sea and manifesting his soul avatar. Inside his knowledge sea, the sea of conflagrated knowledge sea roared. An unfamiliar figure stood in midair, looking around in shock and amazement. He found that this place was somewhat different from what he had imagined. "If you're planning to seize my body, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Yang Kai looked at the strange figure and sneered. Hearing this, Yang Kai chuckled, his face calm and confident. He did not put Mad Crocodile Monster King in his eyes at all. "Boy, you're too arrogant. It's time to teach you a lesson, lest you underestimate the heroes of the world." "You don't believe me?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him with a sarcastic smile. "Forget it. I won't talk nonsense with you. The sooner I kill you, the sooner I'll be done." As he spoke, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky. Mad Crocodile did not know what Yang Kai was going to do and looked up suspiciously. An extremely strange oval object was imprinted in his eyes. In the middle of that object there was a gap. At first glance, it looked like a closed eye, mysterious and unfathomable. Following Yang Kai's finger, the gap slowly cracked open. Immediately, a golden light bloomed from it. The golden light grew stronger and stronger, finally forming a pillar of light that shone down from the sky, enveloping Mad Crocodile Monster King's soul avatar. Inside that golden light, there seemed to be a five-colored glow mixed with it. An extremely mysterious power wrapped around Mad Crocodile Monster King's soul avatar, making him unable to move, as if he was bound by this golden light. "What is this?" Mad Crocodile cried out in horror. As soon as he was illuminated by the golden light, he realized that something was wrong. His soul force was like a snowflake exposed to the scorching sun, quickly evaporating and melting. This discovery made him turn pale with fright, and he desperately resisted. The golden light was somewhat scattered, and the five-colored glow contained within it seemed to show signs of being unable to restrain Mad Crocodile Monster King. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. The demon eye of annihilation was the great demon god's divine technique. It could produce a soul annihilation golden light which had a strong restraining effect on the soul. Yang Kai had used it countless times to no avail. Although the great demon god was only a saint king at the time of his death, his divine technique was now in Yang Kai's possession, and the power of the soul annihilation golden light had also increased along with Yang Kai's strength. What's more, the soul annihilation golden light was now mixed with the power of the colored glass divine light. The colored glass divine light had the effect of binding one's soul, and when combined with the soul annihilation golden light, its power was even greater than before. Even so, Mad Crocodile Monster King couldn't be killed in one fell swoop, which showed how pure and powerful his soul force was. However, this was also understandable. After all, Mad Crocodile was a Monster King level master. It would be unreasonable if he could be killed so easily. Yang Kai grinned and didn't make any moves. With a single thought, the roaring, flame-like seawater rushed from all directions, turning into a giant wave that rushed towards Mad Crocodile Monster King's soul avatar. In an instant, The place where Mad Crocodile stood was wrapped in fiery red spiritual energy. No! Mad Crocodile's screams resounded. Amidst the sea of flames, he struggled to resist. Powerful soul skills erupted one after another, shooting out in all directions. Mad Crocodile, in this place, I am the master. You dared to come here, you're digging your own grave. Yang Kai shouted, fiercely urging his soul force to exert pressure on Mad Crocodile. The soul annihilation golden light, the colored glass divine light, and the conflagrated divine sense. All three of them worked together, turning Mad Crocodile's knowledge sea upside down. Mad Crocodile's screams and roars were endless, sounding extremely tragic, but no matter how he struggled to resist, he still couldn't escape the shroud of the golden light. Under the golden light, his soul force was melting at an extremely terrifying speed, and his aura was getting weaker and weaker. As time passed, his screams gradually weakened, and his resistance became weaker and weaker. In the end, he didn't respond. After Yang Kai waved his hand to calm the tumbling divine sense and withdrew the power of the demon eye of annihilation, there was only a mass of energy left in the knowledge sea. Mad Crocodile's soul force had long been destroyed. Looking at this mass of energy, Yang Kai's eyes burned brightly. This was what Mad Crocodile left behind after he was strangled, and it contained his understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as his understanding of his territory. This was the life experience of a third-order origin king. Its value was immeasurable. If he could absorb this mass of energy, Yang Kai estimated that he should be able to grow tremendously, likely saving him many years of cultivation. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't wait to summon his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea, turn his head, and look around. Arriving in front of the dead Shui Lian and the other monster race newcomers, Yang Kai took out their monster cores and space rings, summoned a mass of demonic flames, and burned their corpses clean before turning around and rushing back into the cave. Shui Lian, Mi Tian, and Lai Feng were all extremely famous and powerful origin returning realm masters on Monster Star. It could be said that they basically represented the highest level of combat power in the origin returning realm. Their monster cores were naturally extremely valuable. Yang Kai did not use their corpses to condense blood beasts. Now that he had enough means to deal with his enemies, he was not in a hurry to refine blood beasts. 3 monster cores equivalent to peak 9th order monster beast cores, if used well, could be used as pill spirits. He could definitely refine 3 origin king grade spirit pills. Yang Kai decided to use these 3 monster cores for alchemy. Monster cores of this grade were rare. Inside the cave, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, carefully absorbing the essence of the pure energy he had just absorbed. His face sometimes filled with excitement and joy, sometimes filled with confusion and amazement. 100 kilometers away from the blood prison, inside the stone pavilion, Luo Hai's eyes were closed tightly, motionless. However, his divine sense was roaming the void, enveloping the entire blood prison. Although he could not perceive it too clearly, he could still perceive some general things. Now, his divine sense was completely focused on Monster Mountain. As if he had discovered something, his body had been trembling slightly since half an hour ago, and a storm had been raging in the depths of his heart. Because of the request of the old woman surnamed Lei and the others, Luo Hai had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. When Yang Kai entered Monster Mountain, Luo Hai had noticed it, and he had also noticed the changes in Monster Mountain. When the aura of the origin essence crystal hidden in Monster Mountain disappeared, Luo Hai also noticed it. The origin essence crystal had been stored there for tens of thousands of years. But as soon as Yang Kai entered Monster Mountain, something happened. What could this mean? Luo Hai understood the truth of the matter almost immediately. The origin essence crystal had been taken away by Yang Kai. This was a treasure that even Luo Hai coveted. Hiding the excitement in the depths of his heart, Luo Hai did not show the slightest trace of it on the surface, so as not to expose any flaws, but secretly began to plan. An origin essence crystal left behind by a Monster King level master was not something Luo Hai would let go of. It was the key to his breakthrough to the third order origin king realm. Perhaps he could use this origin essence crystal to break through his current shackles and reach the supreme peak. That Monster King was not the only third-order origin king who died in the blood prison, as many as 3, but the origin essence crystals of the other 2 had long since been taken away. Only that Monster King's origin essence crystal was extremely difficult to obtain, and no one could obtain it. The rich demonic chi that shrouded Monster Mountain made it impossible for any human origin returning realm master to approach it. This time, someone had finally succeeded, so how could Luo Hai let it go? Walking out of the cave, Yang Kai identified his bearings before his figure flickered, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning, quickly disappearing. 2 days later, in a basin, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. "Boy, you're here." A figure suddenly flashed from the side and landed in front of Yang Kai, looking at him with a smile. "Senior Bahi." Yang Kai gently nodded to him. "I thought you were dead, boy. I didn't hear any news about you." Yuxiong popped out from an unknown corner and greeted Yang Kai casually while sweeping his eyes over him, seemingly trying to see if he was missing an arm or a leg. "Yang Kai." Shanqing Luo smiled like a flower and landed directly beside him, holding his arm. Xue Sun appeared immediately after Shanqing Luo but only nodded lightly to Yang Kai, not saying much. "You're all here." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Have you obtained the thing adoptive mother gave you?" Yuxiong walked up to Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring, took out a round crystal-like object, and tossed it to Yuxiong. Yuxiong caught it nervously and held it in his palm to examine it carefully. In an instant, everyone's eyes were attracted to this seemingly pure and flawless crystal, everyone's eyes burning with passion. "This is an origin essence crystal?" Bahi gulped as he stared at the origin essence crystal without blinking. Even the most indifferent Xue Sun's breathing became slightly faster. "This isn't a fake, is it?" Yuxiong looked up at Yang Kai. "What do you think?" Yang Kai sneered. "It doesn't look fake." Yuxiong shook his big head and said so, quickly taking out a jade box from his space ring and carefully placing the origin essence crystal inside. After carefully putting it away, he looked up at Yang Kai and said with a complicated expression, "Boy, you're quite straightforward. This is the first half of the monster transformation secret art that adoptive mother gave you. Take it." Saying so, he threw an ancient book to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it, flipped through it, and after confirming there were no problems, nodded. "Senior Chiyu's task is complete. Now that this thing is in your hands, it has nothing to do with me anymore." "Don't worry," Yuxiong grinned. "There are so many of us here. There's no need to worry about losing it." Yang Kai no longer said anything, turned his head to Shanqing Luo, and whispered, "Come with me. I have something to say to you." "Okay." Shanqing Luo nodded and followed Yang Kai to a spot not far away. Seemingly realizing something, Shanqing Luo's mood suddenly became a little depressed. Atop the pile of rubble, there was nothing but desolation and devoid of any emotion. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo stared at each other, an atmosphere of reluctance filling the air. After a long time, Yang Kai sighed and asked, "I met some guys before and seemed to have a conflict with you. One of them said he injured you. How are your injuries?" "It's nothing serious. I was just shaken by his Saint Chi. It can't even be considered a minor injury." Shanqing Luo slowly shook her head. "Are those guys dead?" Since they had encountered Yang Kai, it would be strange if they were still alive. "You're much stronger than I am now. When we were in the ash-gray cloud evil land, I was the one who sheltered you." Shanqing Luo chuckled. Only a few years had passed since then, yet that fledgling boy from back then had already surpassed her, and this was even when she possessed the heavenly moon demon spider source. Back then it was pretty good." Yang Kai's eyes showed a look of reminiscence as he smiled ambiguously. Shan Qing Luo obviously understood what he was referring to and shot him a flirtatious look. Do you want to go back to Monster Star? Yang Kai suddenly asked. I owe adoptive mother a debt of gratitude, so I can't just leave like this. Shan Qing Luo's expression became sad. Moreover, I don't want to drag you down in the future. I am now a half-monster, and Monster Star is the most suitable place for me to cultivate. If I leave with you, I will only become a burden to you in the future. I don't want that. Yang Kai gave her too much pressure. If she wanted to be with this man forever, she couldn't be greedy for a moment of pleasure. Shan Qing Luo understood this better than anyone else. Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing his understanding. He had already thought about these things, so when Shan Qing Luo said it out loud at this moment, he wasn't surprised at all. What about you? Are you going to leave? Yes. Yang Kai smiled lightly. I've brought the people from the central capital and Tongxian realm out. I'll take them to a cultivation star called Shadowed Star, which is very remote. If there is a chance, I'll come back to Monster Star to see you. Shan Qing Luo bit her red lips and clenched her fists, her pair of enchanting eyes becoming misty as she faintly said, When we parted that year, it has been 30 years since we last met. Now that we have parted, I don't know when I will be able to see you again. Yang Kai stretched out his big hand, held her small hand, and pulled her into his arms, placing her hand on his heart. Shan Qing Luo looked up, her beautiful eyes shining with an amazing brilliance. Blushing slightly, she held Yang Kai's hand and also placed his hand on her heart. You have me in your heart, and I have you in my heart. The two of them were well aware of this, so there was no need for words. Standing on tiptoe, she closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering as she pressed her red lips against Yang Kai's. Young people. Not far away, he sighed as he stood there with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. It looks like I've decided to become your brother-in-law. Yu Xiong giggled as he winked at Xue Sun to the side. Xue Sun's face was also red, even her neck, as she lowered her head and stared at the ground, seemingly trying to find an ant on the ground. Breathing heavily, Yang Kai's blood began to boil as he tasted the sweetness and beauty of Shan Qing Luo's body. Although the beguiling demon queen looked extremely charming and alluring, this was the first time Yang Kai had experienced such a thing, so it was inevitable that he wasn't her opponent. Soon, Shan Qing Luo threw away her armor and was utterly defeated, her whole body seemingly falling through the clouds, as if it was no longer her own. Suddenly, Yang Kai screamed and covered his mouth with his hand. Shan Qing Luo took this opportunity to escape from his evil clutches and took a few steps back, her expression still not disappearing as she grit her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. Why did you bite me? Yang Kai asked, feeling wronged. Everyone's expression was extremely sincere as they offered tempting offers. Madam, if you have nowhere else to go, why don't you come to my blue radish sect? With your cultivation and strength, as long as you join, you can become an outer sect elder and enjoy your own spirit peak. Every month, you will receive a large number of spirit stones and pills. My blue radish sect has 72 main peaks, but one of them is empty and has yet to find a suitable owner. Blue Radish Sect is nothing. Madam, come to our Heavenly Dream Temple. My Heavenly Dream Temple has an Origin King Realm Master, and every 3 years, there will be an opportunity to impart cultivation experience and explain the mysteries of our territory. Madam, you can't miss it. If Madam can come to Imperial Spirit Pavilion, this old master can guarantee that you will become an inner sect elder. My Imperial Spirit Pavilion will do its best to help you cultivate and break through to the Origin King realm as soon as possible. The beautiful young woman turned a deaf ear to the noise around her and just stood there with a frown, as if she was waiting for someone, looking around from time to time. Annoyed by their chatter, she shook her head and said, I'm sorry, everyone. But this mistress already has a sect and does not intend to leave, so please don't waste your time here. It doesn't matter if you have a sect. The old man from Imperial Spirit Pavilion who had invited her to join before laughed. This old master did not ask you to leave your current sect. Madam can join my Imperial Spirit Pavilion with your current identity. There is no conflict. In order to win over this beautiful young woman, this old man seemed to have set a very wide bottom line, not minding which sect she originally came from. Sorry, I don't have such an idea. The young woman still shook her head. Elder Lin. Yang Kai walked over and greeted the young woman. Hearing this call, Lin Yuраo's beautiful eyes lit up and she quickly turned her head and said cheerfully, "Sect Master, you finally came out." Yang Kai nodded lightly before looking around. "Why are you alone? Where are Qian Tong and the others?" Lin Yurao opened her mouth and showed an embarrassed look. "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's talk while walking." Seeing her look change, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions and simply nodded. "Okay. Friend, please wait." Seeing Yang Kai about to take Lin Yurao away, the people who had surrounded her before suddenly became anxious and quickly blocked Yang Kai's path. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned. The old man who spoke before smiled meaningfully, cupped his fists, and politely said, "Friend, are you the sect master of this lady's sect?" "Yes, what's the matter?" "It's nothing. This old master is the great elder of Imperial Spirit Pavilion, and is here on behalf of Imperial Spirit Pavilion to invite this lady to join our pavilion as an inner sect elder." The old man saw that Yang Kai was just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and couldn't help looking down on him. Otherwise, why would he try to poach her right in front of Yang Kai? After all, this kind of thing was somewhat immoral. "Do you also have the same intention?" Yang Kai looked at the others. "That's right." Those people all nodded, their expressions calm. "What do you think?" Yang Kai turned to look at Lin Yurao. "Sect master need not ask. This mistress will not leave High Heaven sect." Lin Yurao brushed her hair behind her ear and responded faintly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Did you hear that? And I'll take my leave first." Saying so, Yang Kai prepared to lead Lin Yurao out. "Lady, do you want to reconsider this offer? If you think this old master's sincerity is not enough, we can still discuss it further." The old man still chattered as he chased after Lin Yurao. Scram! Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he shouted at the old man. Seeing this old man greet him with a smile, Yang Kai didn't intend to embarrass them, so he asked Lin Yurao. However, this old man still refused to back down after receiving Lin Yurao's answer, clearly not putting him in his eyes at all. This was blatant contempt. Yang Kai wasn't made of mud, so how could he not have a temper? The old man was stunned for a moment before his face became gloomy and he grinned meaningfully. "Boy, this has nothing to do with you. You'd best shut your mouth obediently or else..." "Or else what?" Yang Kai stared back at him coldly. "Or else you'll regret it. Don't think you can act so rampant just because you're a sect master. Who do you think you are? As the sect master of a sect, you can't even compare to an elder of your sect. What kind of sect master are you? In my opinion, this lady's talent is wasted on you. It would be better for her to join my Imperial Spirit Pavilion as soon as possible. That way, she'll have a bright future." As the old man spoke, the other cultivator who had invited Lin Yurao before also began belittling Yang Kai's cultivation, trying to persuade him to let go and not delay Lin Yurao's future. "What's all this noise for?" Yang Kai was annoyed and coldly said, "Elder Lin has already rejected you, yet you still insist on pestering her. Are you not putting me in your eyes? Does this old master need to put you in his eyes? What a joke." The old man coldly snorted. The others also looked at Yang Kai disdainfully, obviously not putting him in their eyes. The conflict here attracted the attention of many people. Seeing that Yang Kai, a trivial second-order origin returning realm cultivator, had actually provoked so many enemies at once, many of them showed looks of sympathy, thinking that Yang Kai had eyes but failed to see and was about to suffer a big loss. "Old man, if you don't want to die, don't provoke him. Don't be fooled by his low cultivation. He's not someone you can deal with." Suddenly, An abrupt voice rang out, causing the old man and the others to frown. Looking towards the source of the voice, they saw an ordinary-looking young man standing in place with his hands behind his back, a mocking smile on his face. Being belittled like this, the old man was naturally angry and his face sank. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a 3-petal flower embroidered on the chest of this young man's robes, and his expression changed. Seemingly thinking of something, he politely cupped his fists and asked, "Dare I ask this friend, who is Master Wu Dao to you?" The young man said lightly, "He is my master." There was a burst of gasps as everyone stared at the young man in shock, seemingly unable to believe what they were hearing. At the same time, there was also a strong sense of envy. Heavens, this person is actually Master Wu Dao's disciple. It is rumored that Master Wu Dao did accept a disciple 50 years ago, but unfortunately, no one knew who that disciple was, but it turns out to be him. He actually came to participate in the blood prison trial. What did he mean by that sentence just now? Could it be that this second-order origin returning realm brat also has a great background like him? After learning that this young man turned out to be Wu Dao's disciple, everyone's look towards him changed, becoming one of awe and envy. The old man from Imperial Spirit Pavilion no longer dared to underestimate what this young man had said before and frowned. "Friend, dare I ask just now?" The young man still had his hands behind his back and shook his head lightly. "You heard everything, so why bother asking? If you want to die, keep provoking me." The old man's face paled as he stared at Yang Kai in fear. He seemed to have seen some kind of huge backer behind Yang Kai and no longer dared to act presumptuously. Chapter 16:14. Yang Kai was also confused at this moment as he stared at this young man in confusion. From the reactions of the people around him, Yang Kai had already judged that this young man's background was definitely not trivial. This so-called Master Wu Dao was definitely an Origin King Realm Master. Otherwise, the people around him would not have reacted so exaggeratedly. But why did this guy want to help him? Moreover, Yang Kai felt that this young man was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. "Friend, I've returned the favor in the blood prison, so from now on we don't owe each other anything." The young man grinned at Yang Kai. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai suddenly realized he had indeed seen this young man before, but it was only once. This young man was one of the 30 people who had safely withdrawn from the Stone Mountain in territory at that time. Before leaving, this young man nodded lightly to Yang Kai to express his gratitude. However, there were too many people at that time, so Yang Kai had not paid much attention. It turned out that this young man's so-called favor was referring to this. Yang Kai finally understood. The other party was obviously thanking him for reminding him loudly at that time, saving him from a life-threatening situation. This young man was quite interesting. Yang Kai smiled, cupped his fists, and introduced himself. "Yang Kai, Su Bin Bai." The young man returned the gesture. Yang Kai gently nodded, faintly feeling that this young man was not simple. This was not because he had an Origin King Realm Master as his master, but because he himself was not trivial. This was a pure intuition that had no basis to speak of. But Yang Kai believed in his intuition. However, the two of them did not have much friendship, so Yang Kai had no intention of speaking to this young man. Just as he was about to leave with Lin Yu Rao, the surrounding world energy suddenly shook, as if an invisible sledgehammer was striking the void. This vibration was transmitted to everyone's hearts, causing everyone's expression to change. Soon, a mysterious force was transmitted from a distant place, piercing straight into everyone's hearts like a sharp sword. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled as he looked in that direction. Su Bin Bai also had a surprised expression. He seemed to have thought of something and his expression kept changing. Someone is about to break through to the Origin King realm. A trembling voice suddenly sounded. His words were earth-shattering. Everyone turned to look at the speaker in unison. their expressions aghast. Are you serious? Yes, this is definitely a sign of someone breaking through to the Origin King realm. This old master was fortunate enough to witness it once before, and although it has been many years, the memory is still fresh. This feeling is exactly the same as it was back then. Someone is definitely about to break through to the Origin King realm. The man who spoke with certainty. He must be an expert who came out of the blood prison. Looks like he obtained a lot of benefits from the blood prison. He actually broke through as soon as he came out. The blood prison is really a good place to gain experience. This person is really lucky. What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and go watch the fun. Breaking through to the Origin King realm is not something you can see casually. I wonder which guy's luck is so good. The breakthroughs of third-order Origin returning realm masters were generally well prepared. Those who belonged to sects would naturally break through within their own sect. When they broke through, their sect's spirit arrays would be fully activated and all security measures would be put in place to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Those who did not belong to sects would also invite trusted friends and family to find a hidden and safe location. Very few people did not make full preparations. As such, it was extremely rare to see an Origin King realm breakthrough. But right now, there was a master in this vast wasteland who was about to break through his own shackles. This person was obviously not prepared and was acting in a hurry. Such a lively scene was hard to come by even in 10,000 years. How could the countless cultivator outside the blood prison miss such a good opportunity? Observing an Origin King realm master breakthrough was an experience for everyone. It was an opportunity for them to learn something from the Central Territory's territory that would benefit them for the rest of their lives. So, after guessing the truth of the matter, the cultivator gathered outside the blood prison summoned their star shuttles, transformed into multicolored streaks of light, and flew off into the distance. Sect Master! Lin Yu Rao's pretty face turned pale as her tender body trembled slightly. What's wrong? Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong with her expression and could not help frowning. If I'm not mistaken, the person breaking through should be Qian Tong, Lin Yu Rao quickly said. What? Yang Kai was shocked as his expression suddenly became solemn. Are you sure it's Elder Qian? There's an 80% chance. Lin Yu Rao bit her red lips lightly. The reason why Elder Qian did not wait for you here was because he felt his aura fluctuate and showed signs of breaking through. So he quickly left. He wanted to find a safe place to break through. But now it seems it's too late. Let's go. Yang Kai immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. If the person breaking through was indeed Qian Tong, the current situation was not optimistic. Outside the blood prison, there were now at least 1,000 cultivator, 70 to 80% of whom were Origin returning realm masters. At this moment, all of them were rushing towards the place where Qian Tong was breaking through. If they disturbed him, at best he would fail to break through and at worst he would die on the spot. Yang Kai did not know what kind of grand scene would occur when he broke through to the Origin King realm, but inferring from the commotion caused when he broke through to the Origin returning realm, it was definitely not a trivial matter. The baptism of world energy was a huge test for Qian Tong, so at this time, no one could disturb him. Unexpectedly, it was Qian Tong who took the lead in crossing this threshold. Yang Kai was a little surprised. After all, when he separated from Shirshan in the territory, Qian Tong had not shown any signs of breaking through, so in the past 10 days or so, he had definitely encountered another opportunity. Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast, and without using his star shuttle, a pair of almost transparent wings appeared behind him. The faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard as a stream of light flashed across his wings, surpassing one cultivator after another. Qian Tong's sure. It enveloped an area of a few hundred meters, and within that area, the sound of wind whistled as tornadoes of various sizes took form. They connected the heavens and the earth, and they completely covered an area of a few hundred meters, causing its impetus to be extremely shocking. Qian Tong's Shi had reached the grand accomplishment stage, and his own unique strength had been integrated into it. Sure enough, it's the sign of someone breaking through to the Origin King realm. The cultivators who arrived at this place shouted loudly, each of them staring at the front with wide eyes, as if they wanted to see more clearly. Some people even passed by the position where Yang Kai and the others were, observing from a very close position while comprehending the many mysteries hidden in the heavens and earth. This was Qian Tong's comprehension of the mysteries of the Origin King realm, and when one broke through, it would spread out unreservedly, greatly attracting any Origin returning realm master. Yang Kai's face sank as he flew up into the sky, cupped his fists, and called out loudly, "Everyone, please don't get too close, lest you disturb the state of mind of this Yang senior." The cultivator who was closer looked up at him and curled their lips disdainfully, not paying any attention to him at all. Chapter 16:15. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was a once-in-a-10,000-year opportunity, even rarer than the blood prison trial. How could they give up this opportunity just because of Yang Kai's words? All of them wished they could get closer. Please give this Yang some face. This Yang will be grateful. Yang Kai was extremely annoyed and wished he could use force to deter these people. But for the sake of Qian Tong's breakthrough, he had no choice but to suppress his anger and act politely. Who do you think you are? We're not hindering anyone by standing here. We're not causing any trouble. Is this your home? Why are you not allowing others to stand here? Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. That's right, a trivial second-order Origin returning realm cultivator dares to point fingers here. Be careful this old master doesn't cripple you. Young man, where do you think it's cool? This is not a place where you can speak at will. The group of people ridiculed him, not taking him seriously. Yang Kai's face turned livid. Everyone, when others are at a critical moment in their breakthrough, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to come here and be so long-winded? When you break through, this Su will also come and disturb you, how about it? Su Binbai grinned meaningfully, his voice not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Boy, who are you? Young people nowadays really don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Speaking so unscrupulously, sooner or later they'll suffer a big loss. You court death. That guy is Senior Wu Dao's disciple. How dare you speak to him like that? Not everyone was unaware of Su Binbai's origins. Someone had overheard the conversation between Su Binbai and the Imperial Spirit Pavilion Elder outside the blood prison and naturally knew that his identity was not trivial, so they quickly whispered a warning. What? Master Wu Dao's disciple? Are you sure? No way. Rumor has it that Master Wu Dao hasn't shown his face for hundreds of years. When did he ever accept one? Believe it or not, heh. Don't blame me for not warning you when you suffer a loss. That's true. Look at the pattern on his chest. It's clearly the symbol of Master Wu Dao's three-flower divine art. Only those closest to Master Wu Dao are eligible to wear it. My God, Master Wu Dao's disciple. His future achievements will be limitless. It can't be fake, right? Who dares to use this pattern as a joke? Are you tired of living? In that case, this person is really Master Wu Dao's disciple. After knowing Su Binbai's identity, the cultivator who was so arrogant and didn't take Yang Kai seriously turned pale. They regretted that they had spoken rudely without knowing Su Binbai's background. Su Binbai grinned meaningfully. What's more, he is about to break through to the Origin King realm. Yet you dare to act so presumptuously? Aren't you afraid he will find trouble with you after he succeeds? As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. If Su Binbai's identity made them wary, then these words made them terrified. Just now, they were only interested in watching the fun and were curious, so they didn't think of this. After being reminded by Su Binbai, they realized how stupid they were. Indeed, this person was about to break through to the Origin King realm. If he failed to break through, there was nothing to say. This person would definitely be annihilated by the world energy baptism. But if that person succeeded in breaking through and became an Origin King realm master, Wouldn't he settle accounts with Yang Kai? Continuing to stand here and watch was simply courting death. At this point, all of them turned pale. Whenever she found a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, she would stare at them for a while. Luo Hai's expression flickered, but he didn't try to hide it and nodded. He is indeed here. As for who he is, I think it won't be difficult for you to find out with your divine senses, right? Since Master Luo Hai says so, we will show you our incompetence. A burly man grinned meaningfully and immediately released his powerful divine sense. Everyone else did the same. In an instant, 7 or 8 divine senses belonging to Origin King Realm Masters appeared and enveloped all the cultivators present, causing them to feel a chill run down their spines as they had no idea what these masters were trying to do. "It's him!" Old Zhou suddenly shouted as his eyes fixed on Yang Kai, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. Immediately after, everyone noticed the existence of Yang Kai. After all, of the 1,000 or so people present, there were not many second-order origin returning realm masters, and among these second-order origin returning realm masters, Yang Kai St. Chi was the most condensed and his vitality was also the most vigorous. This little brat is really good. Look at how condensed his St. Chi is. It's more than twice that of an average third-order origin returning realm master. No wonder he was able to slaughter his way through the blood prison. Old Zhou smiled with satisfaction and gently nodded. This old woman is curious about what kind of body tempering he underwent. His physique seems quite powerful. A trace of suspicion flashed across the old woman's surnamed Lei's eyes. This little brat is extraordinary. What are you standing here evaluating him for? Just go over and talk to him. Are you afraid he'll eat you? The beautiful woman Li Wanning pursed her lips and smiled, swaying her hips as she walked towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai suddenly frowned. The arrival of these origin kings stunned Yang Kai for a long time. He thought that the sound of Qian Tong's breakthrough had attracted them, causing him to feel uneasy, not knowing what they wanted to do. Each origin king realm master possessed incredible strength, so with 7 or 8 of them here at once, anyone would feel uneasy. Just as Yang Kai was feeling anxious though, he saw the beautiful woman actually walk towards him and stare at him, causing him to feel confused. Following behind this beautiful woman, the others also stared at him and walked over. What do they want to do? Yang Kai involuntarily circulated his St. Chi as a look of vigilance filled his face. With his current strength, he could be considered invincible under the Origin King realm, but facing an Origin King, all he could do was flee. If he made a single mistake, he would be instantly killed. The gap between the Origin King realm and the Origin Returning realm was too great, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cultivators stuck in the third-order Origin Returning realm for their entire lives. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few Origin Kings in the territory. "Brother Yang, don't be nervous." Su Bin Bai's voice suddenly sounded beside him. He seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's vigilance and chuckled. "They shouldn't have any malicious intent towards you." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. "And after every blood prison trial, the Origin Kings of the various great forces will try to win over some outstanding cultivator, and this time is naturally no exception. I think they probably have taken a fancy to you and want to win you over, not harm you." "Win me over?" Yang Kai frowned. "I wasn't the only one who came out of the blood prison. Why did they suddenly find me?" Su Bin Bai smiled brightly. "This is naturally because Brother Yang's performance in the blood prison was impeccable. To be honest, this Su feels a lot of pressure facing you." "My performance? How did they know about my performance in the blood prison?" Yang Kai's face sank. "They probably don't know, but Senior Luo Hai of Green Mountain Star can sense some things. He is the Star Master of Green Mountain Star," Su Bin Bai explained. Yang Kai's face changed as he suddenly realized something was wrong. "You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.